Okay.
I move that we accept the minutes as written, as altered, what?
Amended, let's call it.
Amended.
As opposed to altering.
Whatever.
Sure.
Second.
And I have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Minutes are accepted. Thank you very much, Sarah. Excellent. The next item, of course, is the approval of the time sheets for the town office, Lister's Highway Transfer Station, and as usual, we'll do those at the end of the day, and the select board orders. The next one is review the letter received from the State Department of Health regarding the town officer. This has come up in the past. We talked about this a couple weeks ago about the health officer position. We got a letter from Meg McCarthy, who's the compliance and enforcement advisor, and they're asking for a recommendation from the select board for a town health officer. And they describe pretty much what we've talked about in the past. But she's saying if he designate a new individual to be appointed to this position, please ensure that the recommended individual takes the enclosed oath affirmation. And she sent the paperwork and the oath and the affirmation. We don't have any people. We have everything, but we don't have a person. So we don't have a deputy health officer, which we've been posted. We've had that posted for about a month now, huh? And we need to have a
No
health...
one's stepping forward?
What's that?
No one's stepping forward.
We've had no volunteers yet at all. And so I turn to the rest of the people in Jamaica. This doesn't require any medical background. It's an opportunity to help out in the town. It's not a real busy proposition. I mean, now that we've gotten Irene behind us, that I think was your busiest time, wasn't it? Right around Irene?
For everybody.
For everybody, yeah. But we need a deputy and we need a health commissioner.
Officer.
A health officer, rather, sorry. And so I just want to get that out again, because they're now asking us to do that.
And that letter they would ask at the end of any term.
I'm sure. This is dated the 1st of August. I think it's just a generic one. But again, they're alerting us to the fact that we need one.
And if no one steps forward, we as the select board inherit it, particularly the select board chair. Because we're the Jamaica Board of Health.
We are, in fact.
The select board is.
And in fact, we are the Board of Health with or without an officer. We just luckily have an officer who's got the experience and the expertise to be able to fulfill it. So, so that it doesn't end up being a committee assignment for us all to deal with every little situation. It would be a whole lot better if we had somebody who would be able to do that.
I'm your current health officer, and I'm up in the middle of September, and I've done it for 9 years, so
Yeah.
You've certainly done your share.
we're not looking for,
Lifetime appointment?
no, I'm not
Sure.
looking for kudos for that, but it's time to give it up.
Yeah. And it should be shared within the community. It shouldn't just be
Like to be a resident, I think.
So if anyone is interested, we can get someone to let us know here at the town office. We can follow up on that. Your hand is raised, yes?
Yes, there's two possible suggestions. It's not a very good job, especially no pay. Maybe it could be a paid job, number one. And the second suggestion might be to join with other towns, because I'm sure they have the same problem.
I think that probably is. We do have, which changed just recently, a stipend that you're able to receive to cover your expenses. So that's something. But it may turn out to be something like that.
Just an idea.
Yeah, it may turn out to be something along those lines.
Sometime it may have to be an agenda item to make it a paid position. A lot of the smaller towns are having
Are they doing
that too, as the job has become a little more complicated with new laws
All the
from
regulations.
the legislature.
Do you know what any of the adjacent towns are doing right now?
Most of them have one, at least.
I mean, are they paid or are they volunteer?
The small towns are volunteer, but what I've been reading on the email list I get is a lot of people are dropping out because it's becoming a little more time consuming. I don't really want to go on about that because it's really not going to Help enlist anyone.
Yes. Gotcha.
But it's doable, and the board would be, not speaking for the whole board, but we would be open to help any way we could, whether it become a paid position, if, you know, run that by the taxpayers, or we're supposed to have one.
Yeah, and that was, again, so like you alluded to, so many of these volunteer positions over the years have grown tremendously because of the unfunded, I might add, unfunded mandates coming from Montpelier about how to manage it. And so there's some complications. I hope to be able to find somebody with your talents.
It sounds like the next thing they'll be looking at is how undoable it is to lay on more. The legislature
Yeah.
it's not gonna backfire, but they're just looking for a way to get, you know what it is, it's about rental inspections statewide. The bigger municipalities have a code, you know, that they go by, and I do that loosely, but now I have to go by that, and then there's a lot of filing now that I'm not willing to do.
Right, right. Well, let's see where this goes. I mean, if it doesn't work, then the select board will take it over and we'll do the best we can. But that's, again, it's awfully hard to run something like that by committee. So anybody has any suggestions? We will more than happy to back up anybody who's in that position. We're certainly not going to leave anybody out hanging to dry. All right, next item is the letter from BCTV. We received a letter, and I think we had some conversation about this some time back, that we had the representative from BCTV came in and talked about the need to increase our fees because of some legislation, again, this, I think it's federal legislation, which has reduced the money coming in to help support this sort of TV. So anyway, we got a letter, and this is a FCC decision. And it says, in light of this decision, this letter also serves to inform you that BCTV's standard rate for additional meeting coverage for meetings other than the select board meetings has increased from $100 per meeting to $150 per meeting. So we're covered for the regular select board meetings, but if we have specials like we've had in the past, that price has gone up. But they do a good job. We're certainly glad to have them on board, and we're very disappointed that they've been put in this kind of position. But I think, as we said when she was here, we support their work and appreciate it a lot.
Now, they did it, she did tell us that it had increased when she was here. So this is an increase upon the
No,
first
this is the letter
increase?
confirming that.
Oh, okay.
This is just telling us what it's gone up to.
Oh, because for me, it sounded like there was another increase going on.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, this is the increase over what we've been getting. We've always paid $100, if we had something special, we have them come before, we pay $100 a session. And this is just raised to $150.
Okay.
And then we, as you recall, we approved, I can't remember how much.
400,
The
amount of money.
Yeah, they put in a request for that, we approved it, I can't remember off the top of my head how much it was.
800.
800, was that what it was? Thank you. All right.
I know a lot of people watch
Oh,
on
absolutely, absolutely.
TV and do it even on internet. For
Yeah.
example, I can't get the channels, but we can watch it.
Best thing about internet, you can do it whenever you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's, yeah, I watch it on the internet as well. Which, I believe, on the web, it's Brattleboro TV is the, dial it up, Google it. And it goes all, we've got the archives, it goes back years and years.
Yes, it does.
No. All right, the next item is the a letter from DLCT that we have regarding voting delegates. Every year we do the same thing. We are looking to find, and the other two gentlemen, we have Tom and Greg are both gone, and I haven't had a chance to bring this up to them before they left. But we're looking to send, maybe back up. DLCT operates with communication from from towns. Anybody on the select board, or probably anybody, can go to this VLCT, but they cannot represent the town and vote. So you have to have a voting delegate. And so they're asking us to assign or to identify, well, it says here, while all currently serving local officials will speak at the annual meeting, only designated city or town delegates may vote.
You've done that in the past,
A
haven't you?
long time ago, and I can't remember who did it last year.
I did,
You went last year?
not the year before.
Greg,
Yeah.
last year.
Greg went last.
Greg went last year, you went the year before. So I thought it was pretty interesting. Did you find that? Yeah.
Yes, I did.
And so any other, and I haven't had a chance to talk to the other guys about this, but it's certainly something to consider.
Does it say when it is?
What's that?
Does it tell you when it is?
Yep, it's on Wednesday. It starts at approximately 1 p.m. on Wednesday, October the 2nd. 1 p.m. That's the business meeting. Now, let me read the other dates for you here.
We should say what
Uh,
VLCT stands for the,
It does. This is where VLCT gets its marching orders in theory.
no, well, you know, Vermont League of City and
Yeah,
Towns.
city.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. VLCT stands for the Vermont Leagues of Cities and Towns, correct, yeah. But this meeting is designed to get the leaders of VLCT to get information from the towns about where they want to go, what procedures they'd like to see attacked, and that sort of thing. Yep. So that's on, and I have all that information available. Anybody who's interested in doing that, please let me know or see our town clerk. We'll know where it is. The next item, we had discussed the water survey, and two of the members here, both of them have talked to me. We had planned on having the vote, an information meeting and the vote to move forward for the town meeting for the water survey. It was scheduled for
September 17th.
September 17th. The other two members have asked for more time. What they said to me was that they're going to go about getting information from other towns that have had similar experiences. So they have some real-time experience and examples of what happened to their tax rate, what happened to business rates from before the water and afterwards. And so they're in the process of gathering that, and they've asked for more time. And they asked me to, if the select board would be interested in putting off another month, perhaps into October. They didn't say specifically, they don't know exactly how long this is going to take, but they said September was not going to be enough time. Was the board comfortable with sliding it until October?
Yeah, unless we have any other issues that might create havoc.
Well, I don't know about to create havoc, but after tomorrow I will find out, because I wanted to find out what y'all want to do first. Oftentimes when we get estimates of expenses, these kinds of things, there's a clock ticking. That estimate is only good for, say, 30 days or 60 days, after which all bets are off. So I explained to them last time that we moved it from August to September, and they didn't have any problem with that. So I'll call them tomorrow and find out if it's a problem with that, then we'll have to rethink it.
Come back to the drawing board.
Yeah, but I think it's fair. These guys want to gather as much information. They want to have as much information as possible, so that when we get to vote, we have something to go by. So they're doing a lot of legwork. Both of them are out of town tonight, sadly. I'm not sad, they're probably having a good time. I know Tom is having a great time. But we should at least give them, I think, enough time to gather that information. Is that all right with everybody? So I can't see the calendar from here. Does that have an October on it? Or is that the old calendar? It's got September.
3 months.
There's
No.
one for
September is the only.
Smart enough to run these.
No, I know around here. It's the next 3 months.
Here's October.
Oh, good. We've been doing it, we've been planning it on Tuesday. It's very much been the third Tuesday. That would be the 15th of October.
So it's my birthday.
Oh, we can have cake.
That's not your birthday. I know. We should.
Any excuse for cake.
Right, well, so,
Does the 15th of October sound like a reasonable time? That gives them another month.
What's gonna say?
Sure.
Yeah, because I don't think people are breathing down our neck to get
No,
this.
and
done,
I'd
so.
like to get it as correct as we possibly can. One of the things is that, how much information you get. And I agree that the more information we have, the more likely we are to get, be able to answer questions when they give it to us.
Your estimates are not gonna change within a month's time. A year, yes, a month, no.
Well, what do you,
I mean, you know, any fluctuation and changes.
I think there's people whose mind is made up now, clearly. But by sliding it, it gives this other faction enough time to gather the information to be able to at least bring it, present it to the board. The time, excuse me one second, the time click is, we can't warn it, we have to warn it. So 30 days, 30 to 45 days?
30 to 40 days.
Yeah, so, if we move it to October the 15th, then we can warn it next month. Yeah, yes.
I just wanted to remind the board that, member of the planning commission, I've given you some preliminary documents about that already in terms of some hypothetical engineering scans that he has done in terms of looking at the math of tax rate and home values and things like that. And I think he'd still like to be able to present that at
Yes.
an informational session. So I just wanted to make sure that we had enough time for that as well.
When I got this, he said, I assume he was ready to present it, is he ready to present that?
Yes.
I think so. So,
Yeah.
these guys are trying to gather information from other towns.
Right, and that's a very good idea.
Who's operating history instead of hypothesis.
Right,
If
right.
that makes sense.
I think it's good to have models and it's good to have
Sure.
real life experiences.
Okay, so let's set it for right now for the 15th of October.
Do you need a motion on that, or?
I don't think so. We could. Make a motion. I don't know that we move to do the last one, but what the heck, motion away.
Okay, I move that we set the meeting about the water survey, et cetera, on October the 15th.
Do I have a second?
Second.
And all in favor? Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And the third aye, so that passes. So we'll move it to October the 15th, unless something comes up. I mean, we want to get this as right as we can. I don't
Right.
want to drag it out forever, but we do want to give everybody as much time as they can.
Yeah, I don't think we really should rush. This is a major, major deal.
Oh, yes. Okay, so the next item under, we got a letter from we talked a couple weeks ago about the deputy town forest fire warden, and we agreed that we were going to appoint Bob Stomsky. I got a letter back from the fire people today. And it came today. And what we need to do is re-sign and appoint it because it's got to go, it has to be signed again. You know this better than I do. It's got to be signed by Stuart Barker, who's the current one. And then we as a select board sign it. I think they're going to settle for 3 signatures. And then it's got to go to the Forest Resource Protection, and then it goes to the Commissioner of Forests. And so right now, Bob's operating in a temporary capacity.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of like the cart before the horse, Dana West, fire chief. Bob was kind of signing out permits and stuff, and he really didn't have the authority to do so. He went to some classes and stuff, and now he can kind of temporarily do it, I guess.
Can you describe this role that he has?
This role is basically, it's assigned by the state. You got your state fire warden and your deputy fire warden. They basically are authorized to hand out burning permits to residents of Jamaica because they're knowledgeable of the burning conditions, environmental, you know, whether we've had enough rain, it's too dry, the fire hazards are too great, they can shut them down. They also kind of control, you know, what people are burning. It has to be natural material. As my role as fire chief, I only come into the picture when somebody's been doing something, burning something wrong or it's out of control. I don't answer to them, they don't answer to me, they answer to the state.
Yep.
But we work together when something goes wrong. They are, you know, I don't think they can go out and they can shut somebody down from burning if it's not appropriate to burn. And then they can call us in for support to put it out and contain it. I don't know, there's fines or something, but they're nothing. So,
It's certainly nothing compared to the damage.
but they keep track of who's burning and in the town, and we, in the fire department, now have an app, phone app, that we can communicate to each other, and Stuart Barker, the fire warden for the town, and Bob Stomsky, the temporary deputy, or will-be deputy officially, they tell us, they notify all members of the department of who's burning in town and for how many days, and the address. And that way, we usually get toned down, or I get a phone call from our dispatch saying, hey, there's smoke visible, or somebody, the smoke is toxic. We've had a few calls this year where somebody has called in and said that, my neighbor's burning something he shouldn't be burning, and it's very toxic and it's invading my home. Can you please come put it out? My next call is to my fire warden saying, hey, do you have a permit given out to so-and-so? And if you do, we have to go revoke it. So.
One of the things that, like this letter I just got from Jim Edson says, I have interviewed Mr. Scott Stomsky and find him to be a very good candidate. I am enclosing an appointment form with the correct dates, and this reflects the state's approval of the nomination. The commencing date will be filled in when the commissioner signs the form. Ending date reflects the schedule. Mr. Stomsky will finish the existing term, and then in 2021 can be reappointed to a full 5-year term. So we're just fixing the paperwork and fixing the dates. So I'll send this around at the end of the night.
So everybody's still doing their jobs.
You're still doing your job. It's just an extra bonus that both wardens are members of the department.
Correct, because that's not required, is it?
Yeah, it's not required. You could, Andy could be the fire warden if you so choose.
Don't let you do anything in this town.
It just, you could be Judy. You could. I mean, there are some occasions, it's not a requirement, not everybody does it, but, to go look at these burn sites and to inspect them, to make sure the people are on the up and up.
Right.
And there's some training and it's an interview, so it's not like you're left naked.
But if it becomes a brush fire, you gotta go out there with us. Any brush fire in the town or wildland fire, the fire warden is right next to the fire department. And if they are a member of it, and they will assist us in fighting the brush or the wildland fire. And we'll have the capability of maybe calling in state resources for us. It's just an extra person to help out, another asset. So,
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here.
yeah.
Any questions on that? That's something we approved, we just need to redo the paperwork, and we'll do that with our usual signing stuff. All right, next thing I have on my list. Got a letter from Karen Emiden. It arrived, I guess. I just saw it yesterday or today, I can't remember. And she's asking that we update the tipping fee. Apparently the list for the tipping fees up at the transfer station is dated. And that someone was confused, and they'd come into her store asking what we really meant. And so we took a look at it, and I think it's dated, I think the original one was dated before we went to the bags.
It's 2010.
Yeah, we went to the colored bag system. And so it just, I think it needs to be updated, that should be easy enough to do. I just want to give everybody a heads up that there was someone asking a question.
Are you talking about things like refrigerators and?
No, the question, the phrase in question was, it said that the household waste was free, which it is free after you purchase the bag. So technically you could make a case for it, but at the same time, if you gotta buy a bag, it's not really free.
Right.
So we just need to clear up that one paragraph. The other question that came up was, do we need to have tipping fees that are split fees, like what we had got for, I think a mattress is like $12.
Yes.
How about 15 or 10, as opposed to 12? Because it's complicated with the way the little chip things are. But it's something to think about. and Greg's not here tonight, so we can go over this stuff later on, but I just want to give you a heads up. We have had that concern, and it's maybe a public concerns, but I think she was working and couldn't be here tonight, so I thought I'd bring that up for her. So we will be looking at that.
One thing that happened that I became aware of is somebody came in with a washer dryer, and because of what he read on that list, he thought he could put it in metal. And there was a debate about the fact that it can't go in metal.
Because it's an appliance.
Because it's an appliance.
So maybe, we'll have to, that's a good thing to bring up when we start taking a look at it.
Because in fact, you pay for a washer or dryer, but you don't pay for metal.
Right. Yeah. So maybe there's some, now that we've had some time to work with that one, a little rough around the edges and spots, we can get that changed. Okay, so I will be getting that to Greg, and we'll take a look at that.
Yeah, question.
Sure.
Is that something you should be reviewing every year, because price to get rid of stuff changes every year?
I don't know.
And
It's
it's
changed.
more work, but
Yeah.
it's just
Well,
that, you know, your waste prices change every year. You know, whether it go up or down.
well, they've certainly been fluctuating since we've been doing
Oh,
this.
yeah, as a matter of fact, it's a major, major problem right now because we can't take the stuff to China anymore. And so consequently, where these things are going are the smaller countries which can't handle it. And we are, at least when I was the supervisor, the issue is that we don't know what to do with it anymore.
Yeah.
So,
One thing that's changed this year, I don't know if you read that the land, can't remember who it is, I don't know if it's Casella or somebody else, but there's a landfill up north that they allowed to expand. There was a lot
oh,
of,
that's Casella.
Yeah.
And I just heard actually, yesterday, I think, where Casella has bought TAM,
Mhm.
and TAM is our person.
okay.
So right now, we're under Casella.
Yeah.
So
I don't know
maybe-
when that changed.
So recently.
Yeah,
a month.
3 weeks ago it happened.
So
Oh, I
we-
know, I was talking to Triple T the other day,
Yeah,
so,
so then we may have to take a look at a lot of things, including the fees and the contracts and stuff. Although I did read that Casella's gonna honor the contract we have with TAM for the immediate period.
oh, really?
Yeah, I read that, as that
But
came
I
out.
suspect, knowing what I know from my tour of duty, is that our prices are going to go up.
Probably,
Mhm.
very seldom will they go down. The good news was when they bought that extra land, or they were allowed to expand, I think.
Yeah.
Alrighty then, let's see. The next item is not on the agenda. We had a question about water survey. And Andy, why don't you go with that?
It's not a water survey, it's,
I mean, I think bridge water, it's to do with the bridge that's on over Depot Street that's going to the
state park
State Park area.
and some other, a few residents out there. So, I got this from Wyndham Regional,
This being the letter for the survey.
the survey, with an email from Marion Major. I serve on the Wyndham Regional Transportation Committee when I can get down there, as does another Jamaica resident, Joel Blooming. And we were both sent this, and were asked how we could be of service presenting this questionnaire. How could we be helpful with answering it ourselves, obviously, but who else needs to answer? That's my take on it. And I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it's about, just the project summary is, there is a project number, focuses on Truss Bridge 32, that's the Jamaica State Park Bridge, which is in, rough shape, on Town Highway 19 Depot Street in Jamaica. The bridge is in need of either a major maintenance action or replacement. Potential options being considered for this project include a rehabilitation and painting, replacement with a new bridge on the existing alignment, or replacement with a new bridge on a new alignment. Due to the narrow width and the fact that there are no alternative routes, a temporary bridge would be required, I guess, no matter what we do. So that's the beginning of it, and then there's a number of questions.
We got that, I got that letter. The timing was kind of funny because it came at me from a couple of different directions, but the one I got from V-Trans, I gave to gave it to Alexa as the road commissioner. Because as I read it, they're asking the town to give them that information so they can put it in the, and we need to make really clear, this is a real early stage. This is not something that's happening in the next couple of years, or the next couple of months, maybe a couple of years. But I read it as something that the road commissioner needed to answer. And so I gave it to her, and I'm not exactly sure where it is right now that she's back from her trip. But that was my understanding for that.
She asked me today if she should fill it out.
Yeah, I don't know why she asked you if she should fill it out.
Is it the same one?
It's the same exact one, except the one I got came from V-Trans.
Where did this one come from?
I'm not sure, that's.
Perhaps Joel could enlighten a little.
It came from V-Trans to Wyndham Regional.
Oh, okay.
So Marion sent us this copy of the same survey.
It does sound like it's been coming on a couple of different paths.
Right. There's some important things to notice in this. So the very first sentence is really important, the fact that it's now been assigned a project number.
I was thinking that when I saw that.
And
I thought, oh, that's
I
a
have
real
asked
plus.
people, I asked people who were in the know, and they said that was a really good sign.
Yeah.
Because Wyndham Regional did a prioritization last year and prioritized 6 projects, and V-Trans kicked the top 2 off, the first one being in Brattleboro and the second one being this. So the fact that it now has a project number means somebody's finally paying attention to this. And I've been asking questions and getting information from various people who are impacted by this. Whoever fills out the survey, it doesn't say who could fill it. Maybe anybody could fill out the survey.
Well, I would suggest that since it was originally went to the town and then it was copied elsewhere, if you take the way we usually find out on emails and go all the way to the top, where did it start? It started at V-Trans and was parallel sent out to other sources. So they're asking the town, I think, information to Wyndham Regional, information to other sources, but I don't think it's appropriate to ask the population to fill this out.
Well, the population has, so there are people who are impacted by it.
They are, and
So
I think
Yeah.
I don't think they should fill out the survey, but I think that their information should be noted when we fill out, whoever fills out the survey.
Alexa. And so if Alexa wants to gather information by going door to door, then that'd be her prerogative. But at this point, I think it's really not, it's not a survey that's going out to the population and say, how's it going to be impacted? Because a lot of those questions they won't have the answers to, but they might have opinions on. And
So
so,
we have the answers to how it impacts them.
and I think that we can do that.
I mean, there are people who live up there who are really, really concerned with the bridge.
Yes. And
And they have a right to have their opinions noted in this, even though they might not fill out the whole survey.
their opinions are certainly welcome.
Right.
I just want to make sure we understand that this needs to be coming from the town. And it needs to, not from the region. What's that?
It's a public document.
The request from V-Trans to the town is for the town to give the information to them. So I'd like to kind of consolidate all that stuff. Preferably, we'd have Alexa, because she's the road commissioner, gather it and answer the questions. I'll offer to help, and we certainly are willing to take all that information. I'm pretty confident Alexa has a really good grasp on what that bridge being worked on is going to mean to the people on the other side of it.
Yeah, and there are other factors about the bridge, not about the survey, that I've been encouraged to keep pursuing, which is that the Army Corps has some projects, and their projects, if the bridge isn't replaced, would require a temporary bridge. And although it sounded pie in the sky, the people that I know at Wyndham Regional encouraged me to keep pursuing this, which is that the Army Corps could chip in to the V-Trans project if somebody could get them to talk to each other.
Mm-hmm.
And which would, first of all, because the temporary bridge is going to cost
Right.
almost as much as a bridge.
Sure.
And the question of alignment on that, where it says a new bridge in alignment or a new bridge
Oh, I
in
saw that.
separate alignment, if it would be easy enough to find a separate alignment, then nobody would have to build a temporary bridge. Because if they build this bridge, they're asking on this survey how it would impact the town. If they build this bridge outright, knock down the bridge and build a new one, there would be no access for a long time, or they would have to build a temporary bridge first,
Which would cost.
which would cost a lot of money. So if they could be coordinated so that the Army Corps and V-Trans, and maybe with the town's encouragement, spoke about this together. I know from people I know who are personal friends on the Army Corps that they're very interested in having this bridge fixed. So with some encouragement, maybe we could get this actually done. Yes, this is preliminary. Probably there's not going to be a new bridge there for 3 to 5 years, but at least it's in the works now and has a project number.
That is encouraging that they're paying attention to it. I just don't want anybody to get hyper excited about this happening in the near future.
It's not a matter of excitement, it's a matter of just pursuing it until it gets done, or it's not going to be turned down at this point. It's just when it's going to get done.
Actually, it would be ideal if we could have it in a different site
If
and
that's
still
possible.
use as we are using it today, the old bridge until the other one is completed.
Right, but if you look at the roadway there, where would you,
Yeah,
Out there.
It's tricky. It's
Yeah.
tricky where you would put a new bridge as opposed to a temporary bridge, which could be anywhere.
right.
The project summary, I'm not laughing because it's funny, but they cover all the options. And none of them, if I lived across the street, across from that bridge, you know, had to use that bridge to get to my house. Let me tell you, the deck is a mess all the time. I mean, the guys try to keep up with it. But there's, you know, we all know this. We know the economic impact that the park has on the town and on the state. We have all that information. I have it in emails. Joel probably has it still. And it seems like the more racket we make about it, Joel has been talking about it down in the regional where, you know, they hear. It may get some more attention. Maybe if it's just a year or, I don't really know how, and then there was something about, Joel was telling us about a grant or some money that, you know, would cost us.
Federal land access program.
Yeah.
But that's only if there's a town component to
Right.
the payment. But we should be filling out that application.
Yeah.
And I think Tom Tolbert has the application. He's
I
aware.
think just filling that out, no matter what happens, just shows that we're,
Somebody on the state transportation committee is also, what's the word, proselytizing this for us. She's also interested in this. So it's going in a lot of different directions.
That's great.
And even Chris Campany and the Wyndham Regional, they're aware of this, they know.
And thank you for shaking the bushes, because you've been doing a lot of that, which
They-
is great.
Yeah.
Wyndham Regional does have, is it 20%?
20%. Well, it's
Throw their-
20% by their choice, by V-Trans choice. They take into consideration what Wyndham Regional says as 20% of their decision making.
Which
But that's not in stone. They can do really whatever they want, so.
I'm just saying though that, you know, going down there and keep on bringing it up, even if the committee is getting sick of hearing it, then, you know, I can tell you, walking across that bridge, you have to wait, especially if I got my dog with me.
Your dog.
I can't be caught, I mean, Joel had an idea, I never thought of it, of just walking down the middle of the bridge, but I have been caught where I had to get off to the side, and somebody, if they're not from Vermont,
Yeah.
or maybe they are, you know, I gotta like hopefully they don't come off the planks and hit me or the dog.
That's only,
Never mind riding a bicycle across it.
that's only a car. If it's a camper
Yeah,
and you're trying to get off, you could be caught by their mirrors or,
right,
Right.
very true.
Most of the time they'll stop if I
yeah,
let me get across.
you have to make them see you.
We did an inspection up there for another committee, and it was interesting watching, it was a Friday afternoon too, when all the campers were starting to come in, and our inspection, even that was having an effect, even though there are no houses there, so it is a major, major issue.
Right, there's another point, somebody told me, and I haven't confirmed this yet, that a wooden deck bridge is only allowed to hold 8 tons in Vermont. And how much is a water tank weigh?
More than that.
Isn't it
Depending on-
listed as 8 ton now?
It's
Yes.
listed as 8 ton, but I modified my firefighting operations to like pumpers and no tankers going across. It means
Yeah.
4-inch line stretched for long distance. Because we can't afford to send multi-million-dollar pieces of equipment across something that might sink.
And multi-million firefighters either.
Well, yeah, I mean, firefighters don't come cheap either.
They're gonna ride the trucks down if it goes down. And the former staff person at Wyndham Regional Transportation assured me that we would get I've said this before, that we would get a bridge if it falls into the river.
She said that to me, Joe.
And to me,
That,
We
to
don't want
me,
that to happen.
I'd rather not follow that path.
We'd really not like to see that happen.
that
She said then they would.
alters,
Then they'll fix it.
that alters everything. I mean, if we can't be preemptive on this and we reactive to it, and that thing goes into the drink, and what if it's during the summer, and it's busy time, I gotta evacuate people, and they gotta leave their cars and leave their homes, and you gotta find homes for these people.
How much is a sander weigh?
How much?
A sander.
I don't know, town runs theirs across, they risk their lives running across.
What they generally do is they put it at the end of their shifts, so they got the least amount of, same thing with oil. They bring it over what, the oil till the end of the shift.
They,
They can't take a load of firewood into the state park.
Yeah.
the sewer trucks, the garbage trucks are smaller.
Oh, yeah.
You're limiting, it's limiting the thing. You know, what was it, a couple weeks ago, town of Londonderry was brought to them about Lowell Lake expanding. And I was thinking, the state has found a way to shut Jamaica down and to open up, put their monies and their efforts to Lowell Lake, to open it up to overnight camping, just in case the bridge fails. You know, I mean, the state is amazingly running that campground, and they're not really complaining about the bridge.
Well, they got a copy of this survey as well.
Oh, did they?
So, I mean, that's one of the best parks in the state.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, it's revenue.
One of the
for
most
state.
popular.
They
That's
got
your local economy.
Sometimes the most popular.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$2 million a year in fees.
Really?
They are Karen's business.
Huh.
Yes,
People,
but they make money for the state. That's my argument against what you're saying about Lowell Lake.
but,
That's a
yeah,
different thing they're talking about up there.
but I didn't know if maybe that was an option or something that might be heading that way. But for local economy, the state park, the workhorse,
Yeah.
is busy during the weekends. I mean, there are people out there eating and it's packed all the way up the street. Supplies to Karen, gas, the wood, you know, all the local vendors that benefit from us having that park there.
So,
Well, we're clearly all on the same page
Yeah.
regarding that bridge. I mean, we all know the situation, it's not good. Those of us who've been on the commission, and there's at least 3 of us, were you, I don't know if you were on that commission once before, I know I was before I got on here. And it's been the same thing. Oh yeah, when it drops into the water, we'll fix it. Well, I don't like that plan, nobody does.
not a good plan.
But if this letter, the very fact that they're asking for our input
Yeah, and it has that
is important.
BO number.
And I think we need to respond to it in the way they intended, get some information. I've asked Lex to look at it, I'll have to talk again in the morning, make sure we're all on the same page. But I think that's the direction, just give them the information. I know it's early stages, but it's still very important information.
Yeah.
Because obviously, as you have pointed out, repairing it or replacing it, it's gonna be a pretty traumatic event.
What would you do with the forest fire? Because you know our weather's changing and the likelihood.
Well, if anything gets going, I mean, we'll probably run portable pumps across, you know, light pumpers, we'll run portable pumps down to the river, and we'll just figure it out. You know, kind of wing it a little bit, hand tools, the big heavy trucks, you know, what I plan, any type of fire over there, we drop a water supply point on this side of the river, run 4-inch hose with lighter rigs over to one of our mini pumpers, and we fight with the mini pumper. So we don't have the big pump capabilities, we'll have to fight with a 750 gallon minute pump. You know, we'll make do.
That other one too.
The hand pumper, yeah, the hand pumper would probably, yeah, if the weight limit drops, the thing. But, you know, that's under my term as being fire chief. Maybe, you know, elections are coming up. If somebody else takes fire chief, they may devise a different plan. They may be willing to run their equipment across.
I'm not gonna let you go so easy.
Yeah,
Now I've gone completely off the rails.
yeah, but
Yes.
we'll deal with it.
I'm sorry?
Can I make a suggestion? What if anyone that had input for these surveys
Sure.
filled them out and sent them here, then we could compile them all, take the
Gather
best
them.
information and send it to the state.
Well, we'll give it to Alexa. She is the
Right.
contact in the state in this regard.
But then everybody could have an input, but then
If they
she
wish.
could still
Yeah.
make sure that it's all relevant
Yes.
information.
Especially suggestions. We all know the problem. What we need is suggestions on what to do with it. Certainly, they can come into the town office, we'll gather, Alexa can use that to help with her response together. Yes, okay.
Build a tunnel.
What's that?
Build a tunnel.
There is one section of this, communications on page 3, the bottom. It's just identifying local communication outlets that are available for use in communicating with the local population about this, I guess. Include weekly or daily newspaper, blogs, radio, public access, TV, Facebook, front page forum, etc. Also include any unconventional means such as low power FM. I think that might mean while they're fixing it, I'm not sure.
When I read that, I think that when they start to do this, they're going to want to know what media are available for them to communicate to the
Okay.
public about what's going on.
Then the second part was what I really wanted to read. Other than people/organizations already referenced in this questionnaire, are there any others who should be kept in the loop as the project moves forward?
Yeah. So they're not
It's
just
not really
asking
moving.
for
Yeah,
a few.
it's
Certainly
moving.
anybody impacted by
Yeah.
this.
That's something we
Well,
will figure out
certainly.
anyway.
Sure, and then eventually, they are going to want to be in communication as they make the plans get closer and what's going to happen. Then there's going to be a media flood because that's going to cause a lot of disruption. So they'll need to be able to hit all the little communication networks we have. You know, we can make that out. But
Okay.
it's going to be when it happens, it's going to be a difficult time. But nonetheless, it has to happen, and the difficult time pales in comparison how difficult it would be should it fail us.
Now, this is a hopeful sign.
Hopeful signs are always welcome.
Yes.
The next item is public concerns. Do we have any public concerns? We have no concern public?
We already
And-
said our
I
concern.
think the concerns have been mentioned. Therefore, I would take a motion.
I move that we adjourn.
Second?
I have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion to adjourn, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any?
Aye.
Aye, good. We'll call it
You were in a very powerful position.
7:52. We stand adjourned.
Greetings and welcome to another edition of Montpelier Connection. I'm State Representative Mike Merwicki from the Wyndham 4 District of Putney, Dummerston, and Westminster. And I'm here today with Senator Becca Ballant.
Welcome to me.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks for coming.
We have finished with the 2019 legislative session, so we've been having this series of interviews to kind of rehash what went on and then maybe take a peek of what went on. Overall impressions, I feel like we did a lot.
Exactly.
Got a
That's where I
lot
was gonna
done.
start. We got a
And
lot done.
your sense?
Same thing, Mike. I was sitting down this morning thinking about just how much we were able to get done across the aisle. Both chambers really working together. Very long list of accomplishments, and the one that I know we both are keenly interested in talking about some today is the issue of reproductive rights here in Vermont, because we both have heard from colleagues around the nation who are so grateful for the work that we were able to do here in the state.
I was recently at a national conference of progressive legislators in D.C., and I heard from people in Georgia, Ohio, Tennessee saying thank you, because we want somebody to hold that light up there to
That's
know we
right.
can do that.
Yeah, it's a light of hope, and it's also a very clear statement that we made that we trust women and their families to be making decisions about their own body. And that, as I've said before, that should not be a radical idea, but it feels radical to have to say that. And
that it's not a government decision.
Exactly.
Government has no business in this decision.
Well, that's it. And I brought that up several times on the floor of the Senate when we were debating both the bills in my chamber, which is, I am not a doctor. I should not be weighing in on people's healthcare decisions in this way. And so proud of that work that we did. It was not, unlike what many people thought, it was not an easy conversation to have here in Vermont. There are still a lot of very strong feelings about it religiously. But what we know from looking at national statistics is, regardless of political affiliation, there are either majorities or pluralities within religious denominations that believe the government should stay out of reproductive healthcare decisions.
Recent news, though, is in the same vein. Title X funding is at risk, and this affects Vermont.
Absolutely.
There were some discussions last year, some preliminary discussions as to whether we can backfill that funding. And any thoughts on that?
Well, I think there's a strong sense within the legislature that we do need to try to find a way to backfill that we do not want people to be making choices that are not in their best health interests or the interests of their family because they don't have access to the reproductive health that they need and deserve. And so we're going to have to make some important choices about funding, but I think that there is strong support for that.
Yeah. Well, I hope we can reassure the many women out there that depend on this.
Absolutely.
Thousands.
Absolutely. And it was interesting. You and I were both at that event for Planned Parenthood a few weeks ago, and I stayed afterwards to talk to a bunch of folks, and many of us, our very first reproductive health examinations and care that we got were through our local Planned Parenthood affiliate, and that's true for so many women around the state.
For my daughters who are now in their 30s. But when the time came, it was, let's go to Planned Parenthood, start a relationship, start to get your exams, know what you need to do as you get older.
And get real information.
Get real information.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
and you know, my daughter just had her first child
I
at 37.
know.
And
congratulations.
she was ready to have it. This is what family planning is about.
That's right.
And this is why family planning is so important.
And as you know, Mike, and you're actually a great champion of this, is for us to really talk honestly and openly about these issues. It does no good for us to have whispered conversations about women's reproductive health. And so I really appreciate that about you as a male ally in this work, that I can always count on you, that you're going to be standing up for all the women of this county. And it is critical that we have those allies.
Well, thanks.
Yeah.
And thank you for all your work on this, and for Vermont. We are leaders on this.
We really are, and I want to give a shout out to Senator Lyons. She is a senator from Chittenden County, and she was really the one that said to us last summer, the group of us on the Senate leadership team, she said, we're absolutely going to support the work that the House is going to do going forward on the standalone bill on reproductive health, and she said, I really want to make sure that we are moving forward on a constitutional amendment that really supports reproductive liberty for all Vermonters, male and female. And so that's not an easy thing to undertake, and I thought she did a wonderful job.
Yeah, we have talked about this with other guests, but just to highlight what the two-pronged plan is in Vermont.
So H57, which was, I have to give an incredible shout out to your leadership team as well. Jill Korinsky, Mitzi Johnson, and Emily Long. The three of them worked so closely to make sure that you in the House were ready for these really difficult conversations. And
put together an incredible vote.
Absolutely, such a strong vote.
2 weeks before the vote, we were wondering if he had the votes, and then we wound up with 106 votes, I think.
And you stood so strong on all the attempts at floor amendments, and it was just one after another. And again, you fought people with the facts. It was, this is not a real thing that you're talking about. And so we felt really buoyed by your work in the House. And so when we undertook the constitutional amendment, it was, this is something to protect our rights long-term if, for some reason, we have a governor that comes in, a legislature that changes this focus in the future and can change the statutory language. We want to make sure that we have it enshrined. And the beauty of it is, it goes to the voters. And it goes to another legislature, right? So we will pass it, this session, it will be passed out to the next legislature, and they have to also weigh in, and then it goes to the voters. And I'm really hoping that the voters of Vermont will understand that it is not our role as citizens or as legislatures to weigh in on people's private decisions about reproductive health. So that is my hope.
And basically, H57 only puts into statute what was
Exactly.
practice.
Thank you for that clarification. It codifies what we have already been doing. And that is what was so disheartening about the conversations as it took shape among some of the religious leaders in Vermont. We felt like early on there was some hysterical, I don't want to call it news because it wasn't news, but news alerts for their members in their churches, and it was full of misinformation. What we were doing was codifying what was already in place, and as it should be. And some people said, well, why codify it if we've never had a problem? We say, Kavanaugh has been placed on the Supreme Court, and the landscape has changed dramatically, and we cannot stick our heads in the sand and pretend that that's not true. There are already challenges working their way up to the U.S. Supreme Court. We have to be proactive in saying we believe in women and their ability to make their own decisions, and we believe in families. It's really what it's about. So,
well, thank you. So another concern that has come up or that we have worked on and continue to and will continue to is the idea that we need to continue to work on cleaning up the environment and recognizing climate change. Now in Vermont, going back to when Peter Shumlin was governor, he made this a top priority.
Absolutely.
He brought Bill McKibben in to talk to the legislature and started the ball rolling. So what we're doing in Vermont now is so far ahead of what other states are doing. Not that we don't have to do more, but not many states have the main electric producer who has a 90% green portfolio. Last year we put $160 million of climate actions into the budget. What do you think are next steps as we move forward for next year? Because this is not an easy problem, it's an ongoing problem.
It is, and I'm feeling much more hopeful about our ability in the legislature to get some climate action policy forward, and I'll tell you why. We, in the days after the session wrapped, the Climate Solutions Caucus met off-site, big retreat, many House members and senators there at the end of May, and we said, okay, we all have passion and drive and commitment, and yet our efforts are so diffuse.
Yeah.
And we have to be better about naming, sort of a punch list. These are the things we're going to try to get done in the upcoming session. And in order to do that, we need to break up into subgroups, because what's happening, as I'm sure you well know, we come as citizen legislators to this building and we have our own ideas about what needs to happen. But when you get 75 people in a room who all care about climate change, but they care about different aspects of how to attack it, in the end, we don't get as much done as we want. So we met and we broke up into 4 subgroups, one on green economy and renewable energy, one on transportation, which I serve on the subgroup along with Molly Burke, one on building energy and thermal efficiency, so important to so many of our builders here, and the last one, which was on communicating and messaging, that we're not doing a great job of telling the story to Vermonters at large about why we need to care about climate change. And so those subgroups are working in the off season, which we'll talk about later, perhaps in this interview, on what the off season really means these days. And we're going to come back with concrete suggestions for, both to the pro tem and to the House leadership to say, this is where the caucus would like to go. And we also had a very strong group of House and Senate members who supported the Vermont Global Warming Solutions Act. The number in the Senate was S-173. I'm not sure what the companion bill was in the House. But we will, once again, really be pushing to take that up, because it's not enough to have recommendations or suggestions for how we're going to get somewhere. We actually need some teeth in it to say, if we're going to reduce carbon emissions, these are the things we need to do. So feeling really hopeful about that. But I want to remind folks what we did do, which I think got lost in sort of the drama of the end game. We passed a very strong bill on hydrofluorocarbons, highly potent greenhouse gases. We, as you mentioned, millions of dollars in investment, a lot of it in weatherization. We know that one of the strongest challenges for us is in home heating fuel. That's where a lot of our carbon footprint is. The other, of course, in transportation. And so investments in electric vehicles for more state workers, expanding the infrastructure for charging stations, and trying to expand the program for e-vehicles to lower income folks so they actually can afford these vehicles. And then one that I don't know a lot about, but I'm eager to learn, is on the forest preservation, doing carbon sequestration. And again, some things that are lower down on the radar screen that people aren't necessarily tuned into. But many of the committees have a lens to climate change and what we're going to do about it. And so although there will always be more to do. And I know some of my friends in the advocacy community were disappointed that we really didn't get more done in the first year of the biennium. There's another year, and the Climate Solutions Caucus is much more organized this time. So I'm feeling hopeful. And I think we need to stay hopeful, because when we let despondency take over, then that's what leads to inaction.
There's great opportunities here.
Absolutely.
Both environmental and economic.
Absolutely. And another topic I know we were interested in talking about, and again, might not at first blush seem to relate to climate change, but absolutely does, is the issue of the broadband bill. That we would like people to work more remotely several days a week. We would like there to be an opportunity for people not to be on the roads all the time. And we know that is a huge challenge for us in Vermont. We don't have a lot of viable mass transit. And so one way to engineer that is to say, let's get towns the help that they need to build out the broadband. So that is what we see as a critical component of the climate discussion.
And there will be an event in September coming up.
Yes, I'm so glad you mentioned it. It is going to be, make sure I get you the right date, September 13th, and the Wyndham Regional Commission, I believe, is going to be hosting it. And it is such an exciting thing to finally have somebody at the Public Service Department who's going to be sort of the point person for helping towns to implement their vision. So there's funding available, but there's also technical assistance, because that's where a lot of it broke down. So in the same way that I'm feeling hopeful about the climate change discussion. This broadband bill is not, it's not going to fix all of our connectivity
Yeah.
issues, but it's finally acknowledging if the providers that we have were going to connect these rural areas, it already would have been done. So
Yeah.
can we just admit that and get a different model in place?
And
So,
quite frankly, the free market has failed us here.
yes, it is.
And so government has to step in.
Absolutely. I believe that most sincerely because these rural areas need, not just for the economy, but for their schools, for
Safety.
absolutely for safety. It was a big one out in
Yeah.
our colleague Laura Sebelia's district.
Yep.
And so I feel like people are getting, whether they're Democrats or Republicans, I think they're getting to the point of saying government is the solution. You know, it's the
Yeah.
solution in this. It's not government.
here to help.
We're here to help. Like we're really here to help. And
Yeah.
and the private sector has not been able to do it
No.
because of our population
Yeah.
is so
Yeah.
dispersed.
And we have
So-
a model for how these municipal utilities can work with
Yes.
EC Fiber.
Absolutely. And
Which-
Kingdom Fiber,
Yeah.
there's a bunch of groups
Yeah.
around the state who have really taken matters in their own
Yeah.
hands, and we can use those as models.
Yeah.
So it's very exciting.
It is exciting, and I know people that have been waiting a long
Yes.
time for this, and I think this is some of the best hope we have to hold
Yes.
up for them.
Yeah.
So, and you're right, if we want people driving less,
Yeah.
this is one way that work can happen. So,
Absolutely.
um,
And the other piece that I think, again, that people may not realize connects to this issue of broadband is we have an aging population in Windham County. Many more people taking advantage of telemedicine.
Yeah.
They can't get to, whether it's a psychology specialist or somebody to give a consult. Telemedicine needs good connectivity as well.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
And the concerns of economic development and growth
Yeah.
go hand in hand with this, because this is, I think, one of those factors or barriers
Yes.
for economic growth. And this is something that you've been involved in for a while now. And,
Yeah.
where's the direction we're heading? Because
Yeah.
Vermont's economy is a concern.
Sure. So what I've seen, and you and I were talking about this a little bit earlier, what I really see as the nexus for economic development and for our population demographic issues is the issue of housing. And it is a huge issue for most parts of the state. And it was interesting, I was just talking to our colleague Emily Kornheiser yesterday about how Chittenden County always gets the press on how tight the housing market is. We have a tighter housing market in Windham County.
We do.
We do. And it's not particular to Vermont, but we have a real problem here. And I think many people are coming around to that, but there's still work that we need to do to let folks know that if you don't have the housing at all levels, from modest income to middle income, you are going to have a problem with your economy because there's nowhere for the workers to live. And that is a serious concern. And so right now, I'll make sure I get the right figure here. Right now, over 60% of low-income Vermonters will not be able to secure decent, affordable housing in Vermont. 60%,
Yeah.
because we simply don't have the units.
Yeah.
And if you're in the market to buy, it's not much better.
Yeah.
Most of the units being built right now, again, not just in Vermont, but statewide, nationwide, are at the high end. It's
Yeah.
a great time to be a rich person looking for a home.
Yes.
It is not great for everybody else. And I know these are difficult conversations to have in many communities, but I am telling you, throughout this county, we have a housing crisis.
Yeah.
And we need communities to acknowledge that because it is the future of our rural economies and it's also the future of our schools. Absolutely.
You bet.
And so yeah.
What we're finding, we're seeing this already. I've had people call me and say, tell me where I find an electrician. Tell me where I can find a plumber. People are retiring.
They are.
Medical providers,
Absolutely.
dentists, specialists.
Yes.
They're retiring. We don't have people coming in.
No, there's nowhere in the pipeline.
The
Yeah.
housing shortage
Yeah.
contributes to all of this. It's a barrier to our economic growth.
It's absolutely true, and it's been interesting personally. So my spouse and I live on South Main Street, and we have a very small lot, and great house. We love the house. We always say if we could move the house to just a little bit bigger yard. It would be easier for the dog and for my very two rambunctious children. We've been looking and looking and looking, and there is nothing in the range for us. And it's not only frustrating for us, we want a little bit bigger house, it's a little bit more expensive, not available. We could spend a lot more money for a lot more house we don't need, but we're taking up a house that another family could use as what we say a starter home, but I kind of don't like that term because you could stay in your starter home your whole life and that would be fine, right? But a modest home, and it is to have been looking for a year and a half, and we finally just admitted we're not going to find it. And so I had a contractor come yesterday to look at a crawl space in the attic, like, could we turn this into another room? And so that decision is happening all over this county. And many seniors who'd like to either age in place or move to another home that's all one floor.
Or move to the village.
Exactly.
From the mountaintop.
So it's walkable.
Yeah.
And so it impacts all of those segments of the population, and I feel like the conversation is still too much based in fear. Fear of the too many people moving in. There's going to be too many people draining the system. There is no danger of that.
Yeah.
We are losing people. There is no danger of that. And so what we need are decent, affordable rentals and homes for people to live in. And that's good for all of us. It's good for communities.
I can talk to my 2 adult daughters who are now in Massachusetts, because when they were ready to start out, there just wasn't affordable housing here.
That's right.
You know, and now they're on either end of Massachusetts.
Yeah.
And I wish they would maybe someday be back in Vermont, but it's a barrier. So
it is a barrier. And the other piece that is connected is and I know we don't have too much time to discuss it, but the issue of the amount of student debt that folks are carrying. That is also a barrier.
It sure is.
Matt Dunn's group out of Heartland, Vermont, who they also have one in Springfield.
Yep.
They did some research. What are the barriers for people moving to rural areas? One of the biggest ones is cannot afford to pay my student loan debt because the amount I'm going to make in Vermont in a rural area and the amount the housing is going to cost me, I can't stay ahead of the payments. So they're going to stay in the Boston or New York area, even though they don't want to be there because of that additional burden.
And luckily, this is part of the national conversation now.
Absolutely.
And as we move towards what I think is a consensus about debt-free college, the fact that if you need help with college, you shouldn't be burdened with the level of debt that people have. You should be able to refinance those loans. And the rules are really stacked against people getting ahead on this now.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And it was one of the things I mentioned quite a bit when I was first in the legislature and on my housing committee, is trying to convey to people that I was someone who had a college degree. I had a graduate degree. I had a good job. I was working in the school system. I had good benefits. And even so, I couldn't buy my first home until I was almost 39 because I didn't have the down payment and I didn't have the closing costs. And for me to be able to say to them, but I'm a Gen Xer. I'm not carrying the debt that the millennials.
I can't imagine.
Right? And so, but you have to make it real in that way because people are like, well, I paid off my debt. It's like the debt that you had is nothing compared to what these young people are carrying. And it impacts settlement patterns. It impacts choices that they're making around families. And I feel like we owe them better. I absolutely believe that.
This is the future.
Absolutely. And
let's
we
invest in the future.
Let's make Vermont a place where people feel like they can come here and build a family and build a life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a lot to offer here.
Oh, I love it here.
And it's not going to just happen for us to continue that way. We need to make those investments, as in any part of our lives.
Absolutely.
What we invest in will grow. We've got a couple minutes left. A question about your experience in the legislature. You're heading into your
sixth year. Yes, it'll be my sixth year. Yeah.
Before you came into the legislature, I'm sure you had an idea of what it might be. And here it is, the reality of it. Can you share a little bit about the differences in that experience?
Yeah,
Do you remember what you thought it might be like?
Well, I
and-
have to tell you a quick story. I had so much anxiety about starting that in the weeks before my first legislative session, I had this recurring nightmare that not only was I going to have to serve in the legislature, but I was going to have to serve in the judiciary at the same time. It was like this level of anxiety. Couldn't find a place. Speaking of housing, in my dream, I couldn't find a place to live. And I got there and I felt like I don't know anything.
Yeah.
And so that, I definitely had this fear of not being able to do the job well. And I think a lot of people feel that way with a new experience. I thought there would be more. I thought there'd be more support in terms of folks, legislators all over the country have staff that help them do their job. And just to be clear, here in Vermont, we do not. We have a wonderful team of lawyers on legislative council
who write the actual bills.
That draft all the bills for us, who are incredibly overworked. And I just want to tell folks at home that you may not know this, but at some point this session, we were told by legislative council, do not send us any more bills because we are flat out. We don't have enough capacity. And so that's a structural problem, right? And so you've got constituents that want you to introduce their bill and you say, I can't get a drafter. Okay, so I thought there would be more, a healthier infrastructure. I didn't realize the extent to which the job really is full-time. Full-time, but reimbursed part-time. And you know, it's hard for me to say that because I don't want to be seen as a complainer because I love my job and I'm lucky to have it. And every day I walk in that building and I'm so proud to have it. But now when we come home from the session, people say, oh, it must be so great to like, you know, have
How's your break?
How's your break? And I always laugh. I said, oh my gosh, if you saw my email inbox or my voicemail or the number of trips we've all made back and forth still to Montpelier and meeting with constituents, it never ends. And that has gotten worse, I feel like, over the last few years. And especially since Trump was elected. Because there's this level of fear and anxiety, and then there is the real effects of those policies. Right? So the need is great. And you can't say no to people, right? I can't, I know you can't either. And so you make it work somehow, whether you're meeting on the weekends or taking calls early in the morning or late at night. And so I guess that's what I want people to know is that there's often a lot of fury at us, whether it's through emails or someone stopping me on the street, you know, why didn't you and your legislative colleagues do this right? Why didn't you do that right? And I always try to remind them, we are a citizen legislature. We do our work without staff, and we do the best we can. And we certainly make mistakes, but we are accountable directly to the voters every 2 years. And, you know, this past session, it felt like things got a little nastier, I think, because we were talking about reproductive rights.
There's another piece to it, I think. And especially Burlington's our biggest city.
Right.
And basically, the newspapers there are tabloids. And they act like tabloids now.
In terms of how they report the
They're
news.
looking for what's more sensational than, you know, the reality is we passed a lot of good work. We're being looked at as leaders in some areas around the country. And yet the media's take on it for a while was we were a do-nothing legislature.
Right. And so, so let's name the elephant in the room. We didn't get the paid family leave bill through both chambers, and we didn't get the minimum wage bill through both chambers. We each got those through, and we will get them through. And that, I mean, Jill Korinsky, the House Majority Leader, and I have met several times. That's going to happen. But that became the story. You couldn't get it done. And what I would encourage people to really think about is, to your point, is what you're reading in Digger or 7 Days or wherever you're getting, or even on the Free Press, is that the whole story? There have been numerous times when I've gotten emails from people locally who got the story wrong about what we'd done. And I'd say, oh, no, I know what you're basing it on. Let me tell you what happened in committee. Let me tell you what wasn't in that article. And so I don't want to say to trust us writ large, right?
Yeah.
We have to be
But ask us.
accountable, but ask us. Please don't assume
Yeah.
malevolence,
Yeah.
because we are not, we're not part of a machine
No.
here in Vermont.
And we can do more, for instance, right here, to get the word out.
Absolutely.
And how we share it back home, that's up to us as well.
Right,
But
right.
we're here. And so thank you for that
Yeah.
perspective, and thank you for your service. You've been a great addition
Thank you.
to the county caucus and a great addition to leadership. We have both House and Senate, I think, a very effective, hard-working leadership team, and that's why Vermont continues to be looked at. Again, I was talking to a legislator from Oregon. Oh yeah, we look to Vermont all the time when we want to do something.
Yeah, because we're thinking broadly and long term.
We are.
Yeah.
So thank you for your service there. And speaking of getting in touch with people, if
Yes.
people want to get in touch with you, what's the best way to do it?
So the best way to do it is to reach me through email, bbalint, only one L, BBALINT @ledge.state.vt.us. You can call my home number, and it will give you another number that is just for legislative calls. And I don't have that number memorized yet.
But
Yes.
we'll show that up on the board
That would be great.
when they do the post-production
That
work
would be
here.
great. I'll get that
they
to
do
you.
great work for us.
Because, as we said, the work continues.
Yeah.
I love meeting with constituents.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite parts of my job.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
It's a great place to live, and we want to keep it that
it
way.
is. Yes.
So-
Thank you, Mike.
So thank
Yeah.
you, and thank you to BCTV. Once again, you help us do our work here, and we appreciate that you're having your struggles here too.
Right.
There are some things happening
Right.
nationwide that I don't know if you want to speak to that a little bit
Sure.
before we leave.
Sure, and I meant to mention that earlier. So we are in a situation where the public access TV stations all around Vermont may lose a considerable amount of funding because of an FCC rule that may go through. And so I am chairing a committee that was formed through actually the broadband bill that was passed. We set up a work group to really bring together all the stakeholders who want to make sure that public access TV is viable long-term in Vermont. We know that so many of our constituents get information from BCTV. It's incredible how many people will stop me on the street and say, I saw that interview, or I saw that select board meeting. And so I can't overstate it. And that's not just true for Windham County. And so we're trying to come up with whether it's statutory language that is going to help these various outlets around the state, or whether it's a different funding stream. But we also are taking public comment every time we have a meeting, and you can go to the legislative webpage, to the work group page on public access TV. You can decide that you want to come up to Montpelier and testify. We have 4 more meetings, I think. So, yeah.
So we're working on it. We want BCTV and all the people here to know we appreciate what you do here. You help disseminate this information to people locally, and we're working to help keep this going.
Absolutely.
So thank you,
Thank
and
you.
thanks for tuning in. Bye-bye now.
I want to say thank you very much for coming. and I am delighted to be here. We're going to have a town hall meeting, and among other topics, and I'll start out, is the question of impeachment. But what I intend to do is talk for about 10 minutes, maybe a little less. And then I want to open it up for questions and comments. And we've got 2 microphones. And the hope is that people who want to ask a question or who want to make a comment will keep it to about a minute or a little bit more. So everybody who has a desire to speak will have an opportunity to speak. So let me talk about the town meeting and our decision last week to say that I favor articles of impeachment against the president. You know, it's amazing to be here in the House of Representatives in our state capital. The democracy that we have, it's very durable when you think about what this country has faced, what this state has faced. But it's also fragile. And it really rests on a couple of very simple propositions that are in our Constitution. No person is above the law. Every individual is subject to the rule of law. And there are no exceptions for that. The President of the United States has the same responsibility to the law as you and I do. And second, it's embodied in our Constitution that all of us are created equal. We're equally subject to the rule of law, but we equally have to respect that others are entitled to the protections of the law. And the 2 powers that go with being a member of the House of Representatives that I regard as the most significant is, 1, the power of impeachment. The Constitution delegates in a somewhat undefined way that the members of the House of Representatives are given the authority through the Constitution and from you by being elected to exercise that authority for the impeachment of an elected president. And of course, the second extraordinary power is the power to declare war, something that has withered, unfortunately, in recent years. I have been very hesitant and reluctant to come out in favor of impeachment. And it's for pretty straightforward reasons. You know, we have elections and they have consequences. And I believe very strongly in respecting the outcome of any election because that's the voice of the people, that's the decision of the people. But I respect that, but I don't disregard the constitutional delegation of authority that the House of Representatives, when circumstances warrant, can take the action to proceed with impeachment. What I've seen with the conduct of President Trump that led me to this conclusion was a number of things. Number one, as I mentioned, above and beyond the reach of the law. Under our Constitution, with the separation of powers, the executive branch has significant authorities, but the legislative branch likewise does as well. And one of those authorities is to do oversight and to have accountability. Otherwise, when the president is completely unwilling to respond to congressional subpoenas to produce witnesses, or to respond to congressional requests for documents, whether it's Kellyanne Conway coming in, who we subpoenaed to come in because the Inspector General, not somebody from Congress, determined that she was in violation of the Hatch Act, or when we're trying to get documentation to find out what is the policy with respect to people at the border who are in the custody of the United States and where 7 children have died, and we want to get to the bottom of it. The president has an obligation to be responsive, to let your representatives in Congress hold the administration to account and give you the facts. And there has been a decision on the part of the White House to essentially disregard any legitimate request from Congress. Secondly, and really most disturbingly, our whole country is based on the proposition that all of us are equal. And a democracy depends on mutual trust and mutual respect. We have very challenging problems and contentious debates, and we're in this chamber where many of those fierce debates took place. But none of us have the right, least of all the highest elected official in the country, to attack people because of who they are. We can have a fight about what you stand for, and I may get criticized by some of you tonight for what I stand for. That's fair and square. But no one has the right to tell a person that they should go back to where they came from because you don't like. Well, and no one can tell someone that they're not welcome because of their religion. No one can do that. Or their gender. Or their ethnic heritage. And to be talking about Hispanic Americans or Hispanics attempting to escape from really dire circumstances. And we can have a debate about what the response is at the border. But what we can't do is call destitute people who are seeking a request for some help that they're rapists and criminals and bad people. The reason I came to the conclusion I did last week and overcame really an enormous reservation about taking this step because of my respect for the outcome of elections, whether I agreed with that outcome or not, was because I have become increasingly alarmed that the guardrails of our democracy are under attack. I'm concerned about that. And I've seen it how in this chamber and over across the way in the Senate chamber where I served for 13 years. We can have debates, but we have to have mutual respect. And the guardrails of democracy require that whatever you believe, it can't include attacking somebody because of who they are. That's off limits. And you know, this week, I go back to Washington tomorrow. Wednesday, Mr. Mueller is going to come in to the Judiciary Committee and also to the Intelligence Committee on which I serve and read the Mueller report. My hope is that Mr. Mueller is going to have an opportunity to fluidly explain what's in there. But there is an immense amount of undisputed information about contacts between Trump campaign high-level officials and Russian officials whose goal was to subvert our election. And then there is significant information in there about the repeated and concerted efforts on the part of the Trump administration to derail that investigation. So all of these things that have gone on for the 30 months that President Trump has been the holder of the highest office in the land caused me, as I mentioned earlier, to conclude that that our democracy and its guardrails, its safeguards, our constitutional order is in peril. And with the single voice that I have, and the single vote that I have, I feel it's my obligation to tell Vermonters the conclusion I've reached. Whether some Vermonters agree or they don't. But this is the conclusion I have reached by being there firsthand. And you don't need to be there to see what's happening, but being there, you're shocked, day in and day out, that there's not that respect for the Constitution that is so important and that we all share. So I'm going to stop here and let's open it up for questions and comments. And I say again, thank you all for coming. Go ahead. Did you want to start? Yeah, why don't you announce who you are and make your comment or ask your question. And by the way, the topic is whatever you want it to be.
So my name is Miriam Hansen, and I live in East Montpelier. And I totally agree that Trump needs to be impeached. He has needed to be impeached for a very long time. The issue to me is going to be whether impeaching him and how we do it and when we do it is going to be strategic or reactive. What is most important to me is that we win in 2020. And there are no rules with this individual. So it seems to me very dangerous to go into impeachment early, knowing the Senate will not impeach him and giving him the opportunity to play it the way he is able to play us. He's been playing us for 30 months now. You're shocked, I'm sure. I think we've all been shocked. I was shocked when he got elected. But if we do it, surely we will play into his hands. And I'm very concerned that when I see everybody standing up in response to, you can't tell somebody to go back, or you can't tell somebody according, that is exactly what he does, and it plays well with many people in this country. The only thing I care about is winning.
You know, you have made a very good point. And let me respond to that, because I wrestled with that as well. Number one, I've always believed that whatever decision any of us made on impeachment, it had to be not based on politics and calculation, but ultimately based on what we thought the Constitution required. And that's not to dismiss that urgency of winning. But secondly, let me be candid, because you're right about this. The man in charge of the Senate, Mitch McConnell, well, let me tell you about him. You know, most of us go into politics, or we show up here tonight because we care about getting something done. You don't have to be an office holder to think the reason you put the energy in is you want to get something done. Well, here's what he wanted to do. His goal when he was majority leader and Barack Obama was the president was to make him a one-term president. That was his goal. It wasn't to help the country, it was to make him a one-term president. Well, guess what? He's got a new goal. He wants to make Donald Trump a two-term president. All right? So we're going to have a problem there. In the way that I see us having to do this, I've made my decision here about impeachment. But that is one very important issue, and President Trump has an extraordinary ability to command attention with the latest tweet. But we've got to have an agenda. And, you know, we have a Democratic majority in the House, and I've been of this view since before the election. And let me just tell you some of the things that have passed. It doesn't necessarily get publicity because of the tweeter-in-chief. But so far, we've had two major bills that were inspired by things that were done in this legislature. On prescription drugs, bringing down the cost. Energy efficiency, where we got bipartisan support. Net neutrality, passed out of the House, sitting in the Senate. $15 minimum wage is what we passed last week. Gun safety. Gun safety. It's the first time we've got background checks. The Affordable Care Act improvements, guaranteeing pre-existing conditions. Last week also, we cracked down on robocalls. They're driving people crazy. We passed in the House a resolution to rejoin the Paris Climate Accord, all right? The Equality Act, ensuring LGBTQ rights. The Violence Against Women's Act. We passed the DREAM Act so that people like Juan Conde, who's a medical student up at the University of Vermont, was brought here by his parents when he was 8 years old and really knows no country other than this country, that he'd be allowed to stay here. That's all things that we have passed in the House. Now we've got Mitch McConnell, all right? I mean, what is he? I mean, no, seriously, why do you not want to do these things? And he won't even let the Senate have a vote on these things, all right? And we've got more to do. We've got prescription drug price negotiation. We've got to build out our broadband. We need an infrastructure bill. We've got the Green New Deal. We've got climate change that we've got to take very, very seriously. So my approach here, it's tough to penetrate the media, is that we're there to pass public policy that Vermonters want and need, and we've got to be reinforcing that every single day. So if we have an impeachment inquiry, that's on its own, but don't let the pedal off the metal when it comes to pursuing these policies that we've been approaching. And I'll just be candid, it's tough to get those achievements covered. Those bills I just mentioned were all passed by the House of Representatives, and many of them, by the way, with bipartisan support. I'm working every day that I can with Republicans to help pass this legislation. I want to impeach the president for the reasons I mentioned, but I want to work with Republicans, I want to work with Democrats, and anybody who wants to make some progress.
Hello, my name is Teddy Wazizak from Barrie, and I agree with you that it's ultimately a constitutional issue, not a strategic issue on impeachment, although I also agree that we have to win in 2020. My question is, based on your personal experience, how much does Nancy Pelosi understand that? Because I understand that she's waiting for impeachment to start when the fever is highest for impeachment, but I agree with you that it's a constitutional duty that we can't just ignore.
I got to tell you, I've been really, really impressed with the leadership of Nancy Pelosi, okay? And she gets it. And she has a different job because as the Speaker, she's more than anyone else the one who has to make the call. And she's got to take into account a lot of different factors. But one of the factors that she's always taken into account is what's the position, what's the view emerging in the caucus. And one of the reasons I spoke out is a way of giving another signal, another data point. But she takes her responsibility very seriously, and I have a lot of confidence in the job she's doing. Thanks. Yes, hi.
Hi. My name's Mara Iverson. I'm from here in Montpelier, and I work for Vermont's only LGBT youth advocacy organization. I want you to know, like, the last time I was in this space, every one of these seats was filled with the Vermont LGBT youth. That was in March for our Leadership Day, and they were being spoken to by representatives who are LGBT, and that was life-affirming and wonderful. And I have to tell you that the other story here is that I am terrified, and they are terrified. And I heard you just talk about LGBT rights, and obviously that's important to me. But I'm not even there right now, and neither are the kids. The kids are at, are we going to camps? Do I get to live my life past 30? So I just need you to know that some of us are life or death afraid right now.
she was talking about being afraid and her LGBTQ brothers and sisters being afraid. And what I've noticed, you know, I've been serving in Congress 13 years. It's different this year, this last 2 years. And in the past, there was a lot of engagement on issues where people felt very strongly, they were worried. You know, when we went through the healthcare debate, a lot of folks were single payer, public option, what's going to happen. It's different now. Enormous anxiety. And it's not just the LGBTQ community, but everyone is insecure where the boundaries have collapsed, where it's not just taken for granted that there's mutual respect. And you can't in a family, you can't in a small community, you can't in a state make progress on contentious issues without some boundaries. And those boundaries are mutual respect, mutual tolerance, to seek mutual understanding, to make progress. And that's what's under assault day in and day out. So I know you're afraid, but you're not alone in that fear.
My name's Nicola Morris. I'm from Plainfield, and thank you for holding this town hall. My question concerns interference with the election. You talk about wanting to respect the results of an election, and that had been part of your reticence in calling for impeachment before. But there's been substantial evidence of interference in our election over the last 2 years, confirmed by and expanded by the Mueller report. So I'm wondering what your thinking is about respecting the results of elections and how to protect our elections, and how interference in elections will play out in terms of an impeachment inquiry. Thank you.
Instead of fighting that, denied it and enticed it. You know, Russia, if you're listening, hacked Hillary's emails. And 2 hours later, they tried to go into her server. And all our intelligence agencies acknowledged and stated explicitly that Russia was interfering. And in fact, the Trump campaign, one of the things they did, Manafort through Gates, provided a Russian operative with their polling data. Okay, now I want to explain this a little bit. It wasn't a horse race question. It was what they call the internals in a poll, and that is used when you're making social media or media purchases or buys or hits. You're going not just, and it was all in the target states. So it was all targeted towards the groups that the polling demonstrated might be the most susceptible to that misinformation. And that was done with the benefit of polling information produced by the Trump campaign. So yes, there is interference. What are we going to do about it? Well, we've got to protect the integrity of the ballot box. I think we've got to deal with the Supreme Court as a validation of this extreme gerrymandering. We have to get our social media companies to be more alert about these bogus sites. And it's an all hands on deck. And we've got to make certain that our secretaries of state, and by the way, Jim Condos has been a real leader in this. And every ballot is counted, there's a paper trail. So it's really all of the above. Thank you for that question. Let's keep going. I'll talk loud. We'll try to fix the mic. Thank you. Thank you for that.
My name is Stephanie Fraser. I live in Hardwick, and just a couple, 3, 4 things, and I'll do this quick. Thank you for supporting impeachment. The second thing I want to say is that I don't think it's just Trump. I think Pence needs to go too. Pence was receiving the presidential daily briefs from the day after the Republican National Convention in 2016. He knows everything. I make a joke, Pince nez, Pence new. It's a new kind of glasses. Don't ever doubt that. I think that just a couple more things quickly. Sure. My first political memory is Watergate. My dad was in the military. We came back to the States in 72. 74 comes along and Nixon resigns. Gerald Ford pardons Nixon, and I thought then, at the ripe old age of 10 or 11, and I think so now, that it was a mistake. I think that I understand it was a hard decision and I didn't have to make it, like Truman, right? But it was a wrong decision, and it left us in the wake of an undermining of a basic core tenet of our country, and that is to say that no more kings. And by Nixon getting away with what he got away with, he was a king, and that's what we have right now. No more kings. You know, Schoolhouse Rock. So Trump and Pence, hand in hand, do it, and we have to do what's right. We have to do what's right because our children are looking to us, and if we win or we don't win, that's not the point. And two quick more things. One, I've often been thinking about, well, what are we going to do after, you know, post-Trump stress disorder. And I'm on heart medicine, and I take sleeping pills, and I never did this before. I never had trouble sleeping in my life before this man was selected. And I believe that there'll be a low in birth rates that we'll call the Trump slump. I think that there's going to be Social Security deaths that statisticians 50 years from now are going to ascribe to the stress in this period of time. And who knows how much this all cost us. So I think that how we solve this is that we need to have what are like truth and reconciliation commissions. Mm-hmm. And I've started a website, truthandreconciliation.us, with the intent of organizing events across the U.S. Great. Assessment, education, information, opportunity, understanding, AEIOU. It's what we need to do. Great. And the last thing I will is that at some point I would love to talk to you about my experience where the town manager of Hardwick gave away my house without telling us because there's a big, huge hole in Vermont state statutes.
Okay, be glad to do that. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes.
Hi, Representative, and hi, Vermonters. My name is Gianna. I was born and raised in Southeast Asia. I'm a resident of East Montpelier, and I'm a proud citizen of the United States of America. Thank you so much for your statement. I think it was particularly brave, and it may not be the majority at this moment. I agree he isn't fit for office. He consistently constructs alternative realities out of blatant lies. He questions the free press and our intelligence agencies, which leaves us all in this haze of confusion. He stokes divisions in this country's people. He's invited, as you mentioned, a foreign nation to meddle in our elections and has done nothing to protect future elections, such that our democracy is being aggressively stolen from we the people. This shouldn't be a question of politics. We are a democracy built out of the diversity of many. We need a leader that respects the dignity of all and strengthens rather than undermines our fragile institutions. I am terrified for the future of this democracy and democracy around the world. You have my full support.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes.
Hi, my name is Kara. I'm Kara Montague from Winooski. I agree with you that Trump is also divisive and has consistently attacked Americans who are different from him on the basis of their race, gender, sexual orientation, and ethnic origin. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your work in opposing his agenda. Winooski is the most racially diverse city in the state and an official refugee resettlement town. In opposing Trump's agenda and protecting our diverse town, will you join the majority of Winooski and Burlington voters who have consistently opposed the basing of the F-35 fighter jets at the Burlington airport because of concerns about harmful noise levels, toxic PFAS in the plane's stealth coatings, and most importantly, concerns about increased nuclear threats to and from Vermont? Will you help us resist nuclear proliferation in Vermont?
Well, the F-35 basing decision has been made. I mean, we've got the Air Guard.
We can say no. We can still resist it. Yeah.
Right, okay, let me be clear on this. We've got an Air Guard. There's a new plane. The Air Guard needs planes. There was a process that I know you dispute, but didn't involve me, whereby the Guard here was selected as the place to base the new fighter jet, the F-35. Well, let me finish on this. So that decision has been made. The question now, and I'm hearing from a lot of people who say, just as you have, that they're concerned about the nuclear capability. There's no plans whatsoever for there to be any nuclear mission with that plane in Burlington, or in the Burlington airport. Number two, on the noise, which is real, in the imposition that poses on people in the vicinity and in the flight path, that's real. And Senator Leahy, Senator Sanders, and I, along with local officials, are doing everything we can to make sure that there is in the budget, not 2 years from now, but sooner rather than later, for there to be mitigation to address those issues. And that includes retrofitting the homes, and it also includes, in some cases, buyouts. But I did support the decision that was made to base the plane with the Air Guard in Burlington.
I just think the majority of people living in the area have opposed it consistently. And for our democratic process, it feels like it's being dumped on us unwillingly.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Peter. My name's John Turner. I live here in Montpelier, Vermont. I am I'm a white 73-year-old male who grew up on Long Island, and those are the only things I have in common with Donald Trump. I appreciate your desire to pursue what you want to pursue, but I would encourage you to look forward 16 months to the next election. My concern about doing impeachment here, having lived through the Nixon time and the Clinton time attempts, it will become a sideshow. It probably can't be pulled off. There's a third of this country that will vote for Donald Trump, as he himself said, if he shot somebody on TV in Times Square. There's a third of Americans, I probably would include myself, who will vote for anybody but Donald Trump. But there's a third of at least of Americans living in states like Ohio, Illinois, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, those classic swing states that have to be won over.
Right.
And I think our focus needs to be that the man needs to be voted out of office in November of 2020, and that we need to do everything as a Democratic Party to ensure that happens. And that's going to require that we focus our attention on reaching out to white people in those states I mentioned and swing them back to the Democratic Party in 2020.
That's really well put. And I largely agree with you. I mean, first of all, and take some hope in this, the most important repudiation and the most important impeachment of President Trump is what voters can do. And think about the last election, 2018. That was essentially a referendum on whether people thought Trump was doing a good job or not. And the verdict is very clear. We've got a Democratic House. And by the way, with all the focus on the squad, there were many, many Democrats who won in districts that President Trump had won in 2016. So what that tells me is the people you're talking about figured out two things. Number one, Trump was all talk. What he was saying he would do for working people, he failed to deliver on and didn't even make an attempt. And then second, we do have to focus on a legislative agenda. Now, it's tough to penetrate the media on that, but I just went through a list of things that we passed in the House of Representatives, and as I mentioned, with some bipartisan support. So the impeachment, what happens and how it takes its course is one thing, but it can never become an excuse for us in the House to fail to have a very aggressive middle-class agenda that helps poor people, that helps working people, that it helps our economy. So I agree with that. Thank you. Yes.
Sue Walbridge, Montpelier. I am a seventh-generation Vermonter, lifelong Montpelier resident. I am a proud descendant of Vermont U.S. Representative and U.S. Senator Justin Smith Morrill, a Republican. My cousins, brothers E.J. and Abel Morrill, died in the Civil War to end slavery. I grew up knowing Republican Governor and U.S. Senator George D. Aiken. All these people were of great dignity. I believe they would be appalled of this Republican Party and Trump. We were taught that there are three branches of government to ensure checks and balances on all. President Trump has destroyed what our founding fathers created. He is narcissistic, meaning he only loves himself, not his country, not his base. A psychological examination, not clinical, should be ordered. He is the most significant threat to our democracy. Alliances with Russia and North Korea autocrats, being a racist, mocking disabled, disbanding bonds we form with other world countries, no morals, no ethics, describes Trump. He scammed people with a fake university and bankrupted many of his own companies. He abuses executive power. He is the worst model for our children with his bully tweets. He brought nepotism into the White House. He is responsible for military lives, and yet he goes against the advice of his cabinet, and he found a way to avoid going to war himself. We must impeach Trump for the illegal interference, both during this 2016 run for president and countless other opportunities he has participated in since becoming the president. This Republican Party is not the party of Lincoln. They are enabling this insecure man who acts like and has the vocabulary of a small child. Why? Because they are afraid of Trump and have no backbone. They only care about being reelected to keep their perks. It will be on their shoulders of the weak-minded Republican senators for remaining silent and not standing up for this country. I am for impeachment. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. You know, you could have my job. That was great. But I just want to make one comment. Justin Morrill, because it goes to the question of impeachment diverting us. Justin Morrill was from Stratford, Vermont, and was a U.S. Senator during the Civil War. And we may think we have it hard now, but I don't think, none of us think really there was a more perilous time in our country than the Civil War. And while President Lincoln was prosecuting the Civil War, he was also working with Justin Morrill to establish the land-grant college system. That happened during the Civil War, and it was Justin Morrill leading the charge. So we can do tough things together. In fact, that's what Vermonters do, right? You just keep at it. Thank you. Jimmy.
Hello, my name is James Lease from South Burlington, and I'm really glad you changed your mind about impeachment. That's really a fantastic thing. But Donald Trump, as everyone knows, right now is threatening to escalate or to attack for the first time Iran. It almost happened a few weeks ago. We're seeing much more tension in and around the Persian Gulf and the movement of ships towards Iran. And so here's something, it's connected with impeachment. We have something we can do. It's going to be very hard to get impeachment. Okay, it could pass the House conceivably, but to get a conviction in the Senate will be very hard. But there's something one person can do right here in Vermont, and that's you. By refusing to collaborate with Donald Trump in the basing of these F-35 jets in our state. By coming out against the basing under Donald Trump, why would we give him the gift of basing jets that he will be using? And our F-16s were called up many times for service in Iraq and in Syria and in all kinds of other, Somalia. Look, we've got to stop the F-35 and arming Trump, and we can do that right here, and I'm hoping that's something you will do. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for having this town hall. My name is Lynn Wild from Montpelier, and even though I look like one person, I'm standing here for 4 other people as well. They could not be here tonight, and they had some questions, so I'm going to give you 3 questions. The first one is, if impeachment does not result in a conviction, what will we do with what becomes of our current president and his already out-of-control behavior? That's the first question. The second question is, what can we do from here in Vermont as citizens to reunite families and to shut down the detention camps on the border? I can't think of anything more important to really exemplify who we are as a people than bringing those families back together. The third question is, what can we do to stop the unraveling of the sensible policies that are in place already to reverse climate collapse?
Well, number 1, actually number 1, 2, and 3. Elections have consequences. We have a president who, starting with climate change, denies science. And he's got a veto pen, and he's got a lot of collaborators in Mitch McConnell and others. And we are going to have to get somebody else in that office who is going to double down on the urgent need to address climate change. Second, the border. I was one of the first members of Congress to go to the border. And it was a searing experience, and I could hear in your voice the enormous feeling you have about what's happening in your name and in my name to children and largely to women at that border. I went with Senator Wyden, and what we saw, talk about it a little bit, was people in warehouses. They were like old Walmart warehouses, no windows, and then cages. They really are cages. And the most poignant thing I saw, they were separated by age, sometimes by gender, but we saw 3 brothers, and they must have been 4, 6, and 8. And they have these tiny little mattresses that they're lying on, and it's freezing in there, all right? It's really hot out in Texas, but when you go in, it's like a cooler. And these 3 kids didn't know where their father was. They came with their father. And they were spoon-styled, you know how your kids do that? holding on to one another for dear life. And then we sat, it was about 11 at night, and we sat with 10 women who were from Honduras and Guatemala and told us their stories about coming up here. And one in particular told us about getting her daughter up at midnight. She was from Honduras, and telling her, honey, we've got to go. And the reason they had to go is because the plan was that she was going to become the quote, girlfriend of a gang leader. And her husband had already been killed by the gangs. And she came up here, and she was taken in one room and told she'll be right back. And when she came back, her daughter was gone. And she was begging us to help her find her daughter. And she also told about the trip up, where they got about 2/3 of the way up. And the mother got scared hearing all the stories about getting to the border. And she said to her daughter, honey, we've got to turn back. We've got to go home. And the daughter looked at her mother and said, Mom, I can't go back. We can't go back. And they came in at the crossing near Brownsville. And, you know, whether that mother and daughter have been reunited, I don't know. But what we've done is make it a crime for somebody to knock on our door and ask for help. That's not a crime. Now, let's be clear. There is a crisis at the border. But the answer to that crisis is to not make it a crime to ask for help. The answer to that crisis is not to separate children from their parents. The answer to that, you know, it's not to have people not even have access to toothbrushes. And a serious president would work with us. You know, there's things we could do, starting with aid to those triangle countries, because people don't want, a mother does not want to take her child on a 1,000-mile dangerous journey. People want to stay at home. And if what is being characterized by our president is it's all a bunch of gang members and rapists, that affects how we experience them coming. They're desperate. We might not be able to help as much as we'd like, but that doesn't mean we treat them as mean as you would rapists, you know, and criminals and MS-13 gang members. So we need to be working together on that, but it starts with the president, who's made it very clear that this is an issue that he sees as helping with his divisive strategy. That's what repels me the most. All of us are in politics, we care about things, but hopefully what we really care about is people. You know, when we're arguing for an issue, go ahead.
With tremendous respect, I can't wait for the president to change his mind. What can I do?
All right, here's the question. What can you do? And what I'm seeing when I travel around, and it keeps me going, because in Washington, we're not going to get that immigration bill past the president. We're not going to get him to say, oh, climate change is real. We're not going to get him to reestablish our alliances. And what you can do is do things in your own community that build community. You know, I was with the Winooski, I was up in Winooski, but I'm talking about the F-13. And all the things that community is doing with its schools, with revitalizing downtown. Here in Montpelier, things that people are doing. Community groups that get together and to say, you know, right here, right now, I can try to do whatever is within reach to build community and to strengthen connections between me and my neighbors. That matters. And in fact, it's what's going on at the local level that makes it's going to get us through what's a pretty dark time in Washington. And in fact, I'm pretty proud of what this legislature did this year. They passed a lot of good legislation. Oh, you know, you never get as much as you want, but it was based on a notion that we're in this together and that we've got to take a half step, a big step, maybe 2 steps forward. And it's worth the effort. And so it matters. And what I want to reiterate is that no matter how dark you see what's going on in Washington, and as I acknowledge, it's not good what's going on in Washington, that cannot become an excuse for you to not act where you can, in whatever way you can. So keep it up. So thank you. Yes.
Hi, my name is Asa Skinder, and I'm from Montpelier. So from what I understand and see, it would seem as if you are a big supporter of climate and migrant justice, right?
He's speaking in the microphone, yeah.
So I asked the representative if he is in fact, believes in climate and migrant justice, which...
Yes.
So how could you support bringing in the F-35? The United States military is, if it were a country, it would be in the top quarter of polluters in the world. We're in a climate emergency. We're seeing, the UN has told us we're seeing one new disaster every week from climate change. We're far above pre-industrial levels. We've set off climate feedback loops that we can't go back on. We're set in this. Our military-industrial complex is one of the biggest polluters in the world. Not only that, it's one of the world's biggest state-funded terrorism groups. How could you bring in the F-35 into Vermont? It's clear, you've heard from the people in this room, we don't want it, we are against it. How does that happen?
Well, I've given my answer on that, but if you're talking about climate change, any plane, whether it's military or commercial, it contributes to carbon emissions. Any car, whether it's a military vehicle or any other vehicle, and have a discussion about what's the proper role of the military. We need a military, but not like we have. No, I totally agree with that, and I think most Vermonters do. But on the question of the F-35, that plane was built. The planes that are coming here are not ones that I was promoting. The question then became where they were going to be based, and the decision was made to base them here.
I understand that, but we need to be pushing back on these issues wherever we can. We're in emergency. So would you commit to, in the future, making every effort you can to protect my future, unlike this?
I will definitely commit to trying to help your future. I can't say I'll always agree with you, but I definitely will, and my door's open. I'll answer the phone, and I'd be glad to sit down with you.
Thank you. I was glad to see you supported the resolution for a climate emergency last week, but
let's
put action to words. Thank you.
Thank you. It was very articulate. Thank you very much.
For being here. Can you hear me?
I can.
That is cracked off now. Sorry. Can I do this? You can hear me? Yeah, I broke it. I'm very serious about what I'm going to say. I could rattle off a lot of things. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? I could rattle off quite a number of things that... Oh, my name is Richard Chaplinsky. I live in Warren. I could rattle off a number of things that indicate that we're preparing for a war in Iran. I won't do that, but the biggest one is reactivating the base in Saudi Arabia, the Prince Sultan base, with several troops just recently. The other thing is some carriers are ready to deploy, some are already there. And recently, President Trump has designated the Revolutionary Guard as a terrorist organization. That gives him the okay to go ahead without congressional approval to attack Iran, essentially, because the Revolutionary Guard is really part of their government. And it's done through the act that was passed quite a while back, and I know you're working on this, but it's the authorization for the use of military force. Congress sort of gave its power away, and we really have to get that back. So I'm wondering what you're going to do to get that power back. And all indications are that the president will go to war while you're on recess this August. And I wonder if you have an emergency plan in Congress. What will Congress do when that happens?
Well, Richard's right. I mean, as you remember when we started out, I said the two really awesome powers of the House are impeachment and authorization to go to war. And Richard's absolutely right. Congress has let that wither. and I've been a constant advocate to restore the requirement of an authorization before there's any military action. I've got some good news from last week for actions that were taken in the House. We passed a bill that said the president cannot launch any military attack on Iran without first coming to Congress to get approval to do that, because I share your concern. Now, we got that through the House. We've got Mitch McConnell in the Senate, all right? But what I can do as a member of the House is get it started there. Secondly, we condemned the Saudi war against the Houthis in Yemen, and we prohibited, again, it's the House, but the president is using bogus emergency authority to sell weapons to the Saudis that are being used to bomb innocent women and children in Yemen. And our resolution that we passed prohibits him from selling those arms to the Saudis. And this is, by the way, as you all know, another indication that the president really kind of likes autocrats. You know, MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, he's not only on this war against Yemen that has left that country totally destitute and with people dying of starvation, he's the guy who sent the folks to kill Mr. Khashoggi and brought literally a bone saw along the way. Why are we dealing with him? So you're right on this, Richard, and a significant majority of us in the House agree with that, and we've backed that up with the force of a House bill, and we've got the resistance of Mitch McConnell, but we've got to keep at it, and I know you will.
I have one more question. That decision on the F-35s was taken a decade ago, and that decision on the F-35s was taken a decade ago, and that's a long time. A lot has changed. We're in a cyber war now, not a hardware war. And, you know, we could admit a mistake, and I asked you to do that in some commentaries, and unless we admit mistakes, we won't get very far. We have to do it. So I would ask you to look at that.
And I
if
appreciate that.
it's true, admit the mistake, and let's go on and see if we can make a difference.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Edward Giller Jr. I'm from Barrytown. I want to thank you for the support of the F-35, being a veteran, having served in 2 military branches, September 11th being on a plane. But I'd like to get back to what are the high crimes and misdemeanors that you plan to submit in order to impeach President Trump?
Well, if you were here, you heard me.
Yeah, I have, but I haven't heard any crimes or high crimes or misdemeanors of any kind.
Well, you know that the Constitution does not define it.
Exactly.
And it delegates the authority to the representatives in the House to proceed with impeachment.
So that's why I'm asking, though, what do you plan to submit as the high crimes and misdemeanors in order to impeach President Trump?
Number one, the Constitution requires that we're all subject to the rule of law.
Exactly.
And the president is acting as though he's above the law and beyond the law when he completely rejects the Article I responsibilities of oversight to the House of Representatives. That's when you have somebody who can act with impunity because there's no check or balance. In the heart of our Constitution is limited power of government, not universal power in any one branch or any one person. Second, all of us are equal under the law. Correct. And entitled to the full protection of the law, and we have a president who is treating people who he does not like as though they don't have the same status and privilege as everybody else. You can have a fight about how you disagree, but you cannot condemn a person on the basis of their religion, on the basis of their ethnicity.
Correct. But I still would like to answer, what do you plan to submit? I mean, he's protecting the homeland. He's addressing, I've served with many of those members down in all 4 of those southern states. I did my desert training before I was going to go ship out to Iraq or Afghanistan. Many of those individuals are hardworking, and yet it's a never-ending, dragging feat. You're not giving them the money in order to help address the problem down there. But I still would like to know what you plan to submit as far as high crimes and
You know what?
I clearly understand it.
Number one, thank you for your service.
Well, I appreciate that.
Number
Thank you for
two,
acknowledging
number two, I gave you my answer.
it. Okay.
All right?
Thank you very much.
But thank you. Yes.
Hi, my name is Donna Constantino, and I'm from Williston, Vermont. My family came here in 1665, and my ancestor fought in the Revolutionary War to free us from England. Their ancestor fought in the Civil War. And I thank you, anyone who's been in the military, because I have military in my family as well. Thank you for finally coming to the table and wanting to impeach. But you're a little late to the table because I have been studying what's gone on. And it's not just in this country, it's a global problem. And it's going to be like Germany when people look back and saw the fascism and they were like, what did you do? This is this time. This is the time where we all have to turn to our family in the future and say, what did you do when fascism was on your door? When little kids were in cages? So yes, we need to impeach, and we have to let go of the fear. Do you think if the Republicans had a stooge like this, they would be sitting back, cowering, and wondering, oh, what happens, unintended consequences if we impeach? Get over it. Do the right thing.
Thank you.
And since people have been bringing it up, I am going to talk about the F-35s. I came from Massachusetts to get away from nukes, and like the president of the South Burlington Student City Council, she did the same, and she's a military person. We have to stop the F-35s, because if we don't stop it here, where are they going to stop it? It'll be 23 other places or so in the country. The rules of nuclear engagement, if the DOD sends out a plane and says, you're going to go pick up a nuclear weapon and you're going to deploy it. First of all, you have one guy in this jet. He could go rogue or she could go rogue. Second of all, in the nuclear wars of engagement, when they drop that bomb, wherever the DOD says to drop it, the rules of engagement is then they will retaliate to where that plane, that jet took off from. Guess what? That's Burlington, South Burlington, Vermont. And I live right over the border in Williston. Do you think that is comfortable for any of us? We have to stop it here. Don't worry that you made, and Bernie and Pat Leahy made a mistake in the past. You probably wanted to bring jobs here. However, it has to be stopped now. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a little after 8, and I promise we'd be finished about 8, but let's move along, maybe hear from a couple of people, because I'd like anybody who's standing to have an opportunity to be heard. So maybe you could speak, and then I'll answer, and then we'll get through over here. Thank you. Is that all right? Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Sylvia Knight. I live in Burlington. I have several things that I'm deeply concerned about. And I do want to, first I want to support you in your strong and courageous stand on impeachment of this president. He does not deserve to be in that position. So thank you for that. I'm very concerned about the fear. We've talked about fear among our citizens, and I want to speak to the fear that our immigrant farm workers experience on the farms in Vermont. We have an ICE agency on steroids. People are being arrested. They're afraid to go out and get what they need to live. This is a kind of slavery. This is a violence. It's a social violence, and so we need to rein in the powers or do something about ICE. I'm concerned about the Secret Service in Vermont because they have powers to arrest people without warrants. That's very concerning to me. So that's the second layer of police power that we are subject to. I also want to speak to the F-35s. I'm very concerned, and I know that there's new information, relatively new information, and I hope that you will work with people here in this room to see why this new information is important and for us to open our minds and look anew at it, because the future of our county, Chittenden County, and Vermont is at stake.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll do, sir. Thank you.
Yes, good. Hello. Yes. All right. My name is Will Alexander. I live here in Montpelier. First and foremost, thank you for this decision. Thank you for the courage required to make this decision. And thank you for the work that you've done at the border. Because the heartbeat behind everything I've heard tonight and everything I've considered saying is the knowledge that there are camps. That there are camps on the border and that there are children dying in them. And every time I hear, whether tonight or in national commentary, discussions of strategy and timing and worry and whether or not, and the possible consequences of doing the constitutional duty, the only thing I hear in the background is that there are camps and that there are kids dying in the camps. And I am, and my family is Latinx, and we came here as refugees, and I am very heartened. Thank you for expressing faith in the Speaker of the House. I must say I don't share it. If the Democratic leadership nationally cannot sell the American people on the inadvisability of opening even more concentration camps, then what good are they? Any action that happens now and not tiptoeing on eggshells between now and November is something that may help a kid in a cage who might otherwise die. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
My name is Linda Gravel. I am the Democratic County Chair here in Washington County. My goal is to flip red seats to blue seats and to follow your issues to the legislature. I would like to thank Peter for all the service he does, but he cannot do it alone. The Democratic Party has a lot of deadwood in it. We need more activists to get involved. The Democratic Party is having its own election in September in your towns. There will be announcements about these elections. Go and elect people in your towns that will act on your issues. We need more activists in the party. And it is up to you folks to get off the sidelines and do something about it before we have 4 more years of Donald Trump.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
My name is Kelly Cummings, and I am from Fletcher, which is north of here, by way of south of here, which is Texas. I've lived here 21 years. I don't sound at all like I have. With that said, I am interested in your stance on Medicare for all. It is my opinion that the private sector, the free market, works for some things, but it is brutally obvious it does not work for health care. The ACA, or also known as Obamacare, made some things better, but if it even survives the Trump administration, it is still unaffordable and access is becoming more and more difficult. So we need our elected officials to stand on the side of the people. It's a difficult challenge. We all know this, but it doesn't mean we can close our eyes to this for a minute longer. And something that has inspired me of late, and I'm sure everyone has heard it, 50 years ago, our big moon adventure, and JFK saying, we chose to go to the moon not because it was easy, but because it was hard. And I think that we must take the same approach with healthcare. So just really quick, tomorrow there is a Green Mountain Care Board public forum on health insurance rates. Blue Cross Blue Shield is asking for 15.6% rate hike, MVP 8.5. It's open for public comment, 4:30 to 6:30, and with an informational picket against the rate hike starting at 3:30, Montpelier City Hall. I was going to ask you if you could come and hear the stories of your constituents, but I think you're headed back to D.C., so I guess you can't. But if you can come, they need to hear your stories.
Well, that's great. Thank you. Yeah, just thank you very much for that. I'm a co-sponsor of Medicare for All. The goal, by the way, is to have a healthcare system where everybody is covered and everybody contributes according to their ability to do that. And Medicare has really worked for folks 65 and older, and that's why that term has such meaning, because if it works for you when you're 65, don't you sometimes need health care when you're 25 or 45? So that's really what I see as the goal of having a healthcare system where we're all covered and we all help pay. The biggest challenge, one of the bigger challenges we have in healthcare now is the cost is too much. It's pharma drugs, it's the procedures, it's all of these things where there's no governmental agency on the side of the consumer who just has to keep paying and paying and paying. And those rate increases that you just mentioned, they're brutal. And nobody can afford those. And by the way, even employers can't afford it. And a lot of employers who really care about good health care for their employees, they're getting squeezed because they have no control over the health care cost. And what happens? They maintain benefits, but at the expense of pay increases. So, a lot of Americans are not earning more money today than they were 30 years ago. So this is a big issue, and I'm really glad you're working on it. Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Christian Bradley Hubbs. I'm from the town of Burke. Something regarding the topic of impeachment that I don't believe we're hearing enough about is the emoluments clause broken by Trump. To my understanding, Trump has received hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars from various Saudi government officials through his hotels and other businesses. And obviously that money has been used to support the genocide in Yemen. That's what it is. It's a genocide.
Right, right.
And I don't think we're hearing enough on the emoluments. We're hearing about obstruction of justice for the collusion with Russia. But I think emoluments on its own could be something that we...
No, you're right. You're right. And by the way, just on your point, that Trump hotel in downtown Washington, right close to the White House, I mean, there's all kinds of foreign folks coming in, paying big bucks, hoping to cozy up to the president. And I have a colleague, one of my favorites, he's on the Judiciary Committee, Jamie Raskin. He calls that Trump hotel the Washington emolument. But thank you for that. It's a good point. Yes.
Hi, I'm Carol Conley from Essex. I'm the one who brought this sign.
That is great. Show the sign.
Carol Conley from Essex. I'm here representing many grandmotherly friends of mine and a large group. Back to the issue of the border for a moment, please. Obviously concerned about everyone there, but particularly concerned about babies and children. I know that's been slow for people to be able to go in and see the conditions, but once you hear about caged children and you think about them on the floor with foil blankets, it's hard to not think about that pretty much daily as we tuck our own grandchildren into their lovely little beds. And my question is, why hasn't someone at the federal level of the Department of Children and Families gone to the border and pronounced that as the child neglect and abuse that it is? Because if I had children in my home in a caged room with foil blankets, I would be arrested. Thank you.
Well, you're right. You're right. But you know, I just want to say something. There are a lot of federal workers down there. This is not what they signed up for. Okay? They want to, you know, they have a job to secure the borders. But they are beside themselves, just like you and I are, at what is happening. And they don't have the skills, they don't have the backup. It's not what their job is. This is something where it really is up to the administration to have a policy that's humane. And it's up to Congress to work, but there's got to be a president who isn't using punitive measures as a way of trying to leverage us to vote for whatever he wants. Pardon me? You know, some of them are there. I got to tell you, the president's got a lot of power. This isn't just a matter of people witnessing, because there are people who are there. There's members of Congress who have been there. And they're speaking out, and the press is showing some of these horrible scenes. But what's so discouraging for all of us is when you see something that so transparently is wrong. How does it continue? That's what you're asking. And that is a question from the heart, and it's the right question. And that's why it appalls me that this policy is in your name and ours, in your name and mine, and we want nothing to do with it. So thank you for speaking out. Thank you. And you are our last questioner or commentator. Thank you.
Yes,
Well, you're getting late.
I seem to be the last person standing, and thank you so much for this wonderful session. Can you hear me okay? My name is Robert Lamert, and I'm from Berlin. And I am a history nerd. And there are 3 pieces of history that I would like to share with you very quickly. One is that we just passed the commemoration of the 1-year anniversary of a secret meeting between Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump in Helsinki, Finland, where they went behind closed doors without witnesses for 2 hours, and he emerged looking like a steamroller had rolled over him, and he proceeded to deny the reports of our intelligence agencies about Russian interference with our elections. So that's history number 1, 1 year for that. The other one is 2013, when the Gang of 8 in the Senate passed a complete immigration bill, bipartisan, with 17 votes, and it went to the House, and John Boehner put his thumb on it and killed it. We wouldn't be where we are today had that bill passed.
You're right.
The third piece of history is it's been 60 years since we admitted any states. And I think the people of Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico need a shake.
He's right. Thank you. That was very good. All right. We're going to give you the last word. Whoa. We're going to give you the last word.
My legs aren't good, so that's why, and I don't need a mic.
Well, you were pretty limber there.
Yeah, got a good step. I want to know, excuse me, can everybody hear me all right? Yeah. I got a voice that carries. I want to know, in case I missed it, whatever happened to the situation on the electoral vote? Yes. I haven't heard a thing about it.
What happened is the electoral vote won the presidency for Donald Trump. That's what happened. It could be. I mean, look, this is serious business. And we've got a divided country, and we've got radical gerrymandering. But that election came down to 70,000 votes in 3 states. That's how close it was. But there's something that I'm concerned about. If we have a really close election that we could have, we're going to start hearing President Trump, and he comes out on the losing side. He's going to start raising questions about whether it was a rigged election. Heard that before? So we've got work to do. And, you know, I've said I'm for impeachment, but I am for doing the work that we have to do, because a lot of folks who voted for Donald Trump are hurting economically. They don't think government's working for them. And in fact, a lot of folks who are living in, especially in rural communities, you know, where we see it tough to keep our schools open, where agriculture, dairy in Vermont is having a real hard time. And it's good people. We come from rural Vermont, and we know how good people are in our local communities. They want to help one another. It's a good day when a local banker makes a loan and somebody can get a house, their first mortgage, or they can expand their business. They care about that. They work on the volunteer fire department. And our beef is with Trump. It's not with a lot of people, my view, mistakenly thought he would help them. He's forgotten them. We don't forget them. There's a lot of goodness in this state, and there's a lot of goodness in this country. And as bad as the times are now, and as worried as I am about the guardrails of democracy, these are the times we're in. And a couple of people asked what you can do. You get up each day, you face that day, and you decide you're going to make the best of it, and you're going to try to do something that helps your community be a little bit stronger. That's what you do. There's not a big mystery to it. You don't decide when you wake up and it's dark outside, figuratively, that you pull the covers over your head and you don't try. You keep at it. And I'll tell you something, as hard as it is, and it has been harder in this job than it was in times past. Every time in my own home in Norwich or in Washington, I reach out to somebody else and try to listen, it always is a rewarding experience. We're not going to persuade by lecturing. We're going to persuade more by listening and hearing and trying to find some common ground. And you know what? It's more fun. We don't like to be angry. You know what I mean? We can be clear-eyed about what's going on, but you know what? I don't like being angry. I don't like being discouraged. And the Vermonters I meet, look, all of us have hard jobs, but the 2 jobs I've seen where it's the hardest, Vermont dairy farmers and West Virginia coal miners. And you know what? They work at it. They keep at it. And they've got time to help their neighbors. We just got to remember that. It's worth doing it, even though as we do it, we have no guarantee of what the outcome is going to be. We do it because that's the way we choose to live our life. So I want to thank each and every one of you for being here. These are hard times, but we're going to face them. We're going to move ahead, do the best we can. When we make a mistake, we'll adjust, we'll move ahead, and keep going. And remember that we are, every single one of us, we're all in it together. Thank you all very much.
Planning Commission for August 5th is called to order. I can't seem to get online, which is not good because my agenda's.
Are you usually online here?
I
have cell
yes.
signal.
What, Brooks Public? I thought I was online.
You have to click on it and then hit accept every time.
Oh, okay.
So then maybe like a little action thing.
Accept. All right, so we know the first thing is.
You have to leave the door open.
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it open a
Okay.
little though.
What is the first thing?
Announcement.
Are there announcements?
I guess I'll make two announcements, I guess. The first is that the state announced that the municipal planning grants for 2020 are out, and applications are being accepted until, I think, September 30th, October 1st is the deadline. We have the municipal planning grant for the downtown design plan, and I think at this point, I'm not necessarily looking to submit another grant for a planning commission project. The town is considering it, so we have a lot of stormwater issues. So we might look to that to kind of come up with figure out how we want to manage stormwater. So whether it's setting up a stormwater utility, so it might be a study that we do with Public Works or something. So I'm kind of investigating that, unless there's something that the planning commission can think of maybe wanting to pursue with a municipal planning grant. We can talk about it again in September, but you can use it for studies, you can use it for, writing a piece of the town plan, land use regulations. Yes. Sorry. So, in one of the things I went to, we looked at, there's a part of the A&R, like one of the databases where there's, in some cases for some streams, stormwater management plans have been developed. Like I know Crosby Brook has one.
They have, yep.
We have the language on.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. They do look at how to better manage stormwater along the Crosby Brook. Actually, it's a portion of it, basically just a little south of the roundabout, and then to the north. And they look at areas where maybe they can build some infiltration and stuff like that. I think what we're looking is more of how do we handle it as a town, and whether or not we create a stormwater utility, because the town's responsibilities are increasing with maintenance, with building new structures, and that kind of thing.
What does that mean to create a stormwater utility?
Yeah. You can take it. For instance, all of the residences in town that are hooked up to sewer lines, right, pay for the sewage treatment plant. So it's kind of considered a utility. It doesn't mean everyone in town pays for it. It's only those people that are using that service. So it would be a similar kind of thing. It would include the whole town in this case.
Yeah, so
Probably.
basically, if you are discharging into stormwater pipes, because they still exist, although we're trying to get people to separate from the stormwater pipes and kind of infiltrate, and that's one of the things our land use regulations do, to kind of infiltrate as much as you can on site, because you get better water quality and you reduce the quantity that's running off. So, it's definitely in these commercial and more developed parts of town, they're definitely discharging into stormwater systems. So if you are a user of that system, you're gonna start paying, because the town is increasingly having to maintain and improve that system.
So would that be like a calculation based on the amount of impervious surface on your property?
That's one way it's done, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So essentially an increase in some kind of fees.
Yep.
People will be happy about that. I have another suggestion, in addition to stormwater, not in place of stormwater. But I wonder if it isn't time to do a new plan for West Brattleboro. Seems like West Brattleboro's plans are kind of outdated. And I should do my homework before I suggest that, so before you think I can look at the plans currently there, but it just seems like there's a lot of like.
Yeah, West Brattleboro's plan was last done in 2008, 2007, 2008. It was kind of a lot of visual preference surveying and.
Yeah, I mean,
it could probably.
It seems like it could use, I mean, maybe not, I mean, I think something like what we're doing with the community process for the master plan could serve the community of West Brattleboro quite well. I don't know how many people in West Brattleboro are paying attention to the master plan, but I think we might get more if we were doing something that was focused on.
On West Brattleboro?
Yeah, on that section between Chelsea and the Mama's, whatever Mama says.
Okay, I mean,
Let us know before the next meeting. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to whatever. I don't know, regardless of what the project is, I don't know how competitive Brattleboro will be. Just because we have one now and we're not through with it. And generally, we don't go in consecutive years. But it's not a real onerous application process. So, it's kind of, I'm willing to submit something.
I'm sure the West Brattleboro Association would be more than happy to do some legwork for you on it.
Yeah, so let's think about some more and then we can talk about it in September as to.
When's the deadline?
September 30th, I think. And then just as kind of an FYI, we've been interviewing candidates for the planning technician position that's open in our department. So it's been pretty exciting. So we have a good group of candidates. So I think we have one more interview this week and then maybe we'll have some finalists back.
So like a couple of weeks, probably.
Yeah.
2-3 weeks or something.
Yeah, I mean, before an announcement, depending on who the candidate is.
And that's like an expansion of Rita's job?
Yeah, so Rita was just clerical.
Right.
She had GIS skills, so she could, she could do a map and.
What's JS skills?
GIS.
Oh, GIS skills,
Yeah.
okay.
This position is kind of geared to somebody maybe just coming out of college with a planning, geography, or associated field degree. So hopefully they'll be kind of doing some of the zoning aspects and some of the planning aspects. So you guys will definitely meet the person, whether they come to every planning commission meeting. I don't know. They'll definitely be helping out with research. So.
Cool.
It's good. Hey, I'm excited.
Great.
Can you fill us in on what's been happening with the master plan?
Yes. So right now we're kind of in that in-between time where on the Better Block Challenge. So I have received 2 applications. They're due on the 12th, which is what, next Monday?
Yeah.
So I have talked with several people who have an interest, so I'm expecting to see some more.
Okay.
So yeah, that's where we're at with that right now. We have a meeting on the 14th. I know at the time there were a quorum of people who said they could come. So it's Wednesday, the 14th, to pick the winning.
Can everybody but me go?
People don't remember.
What's it? I remember the 12th is our
12th is
decision.
the deadline. The 14th would be the meeting.
Yeah, I can't go on the 14th likely.
We can move.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm okay with moving the meeting time if we want to do it something during the day, if the evening doesn't work, or we can also do call-in or whatever. Some of you may have said you couldn't come, and so maybe it was.
I think I said I
Jessica.
could, but now I remember that it's my goddaughter's birthday.
I can do the 14th.
You can do the 14th. I mean, I don't think that this will, you know, I'll get you the applications on the 12th, the close of day, and we'll get together and discuss it. Don't expect it will necessarily be easy, but.
Okay.
I will check and make sure that I can get a quorum.
Okay.
Or did we talk about a subcommittee?
I don't think we did talk about a subcommittee. I think we talked about well, I think we had talked about getting some kind of list of the tasks that we were gonna be asked to do and then have people sign up for them, and I don't think that that ever happened.
Okay.
So I think the way we left it was as long as we had enough people on each task, then it was gonna be fine.
Sounds right. Okay.
So we're ready for public comments? Hearing none, we'll move on to the organizational meeting. So we need to elect chair, vice chair, and clerk, review the bylaws, and open meeting law. Nominations for chair.
I nominate Felicity for chair.
Do you have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, I'm happy to do that.
Okay.
Do we want any other nominations?
Were those positions filled in previous years?
Yeah, I think I'm vice chair.
Yeah.
You're clerk?
He's vice
Or,
chair.
I think I'm clerk.
yeah, so
So I nominate Kathy as vice chair.
can I second it or no? Thompson.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, I mean, I think we're gonna vote the slate, so we might as well
Well,
nominate the next person as clerk.
I'll nominate Kate as chair.
I'm gonna now, as clerk.
And nominate Tom as clerk?
I'm gonna nominate Tom as clerk.
Oh, I deny.
You do not.
You don't have to
Respectfully,
You don't have to do
you don't have to
anything.
I know, but.
Easiest job.
You declined?
Yeah, I do
That's
decline.
them.
I'll accept.
Okay.
Okay, is there a
So
second?
I'll
Okay,
second.
okay.
No, I nominate
can't
her, so
second. I'll
Thomas is
second.
second.
Okay, so
Okay.
is everybody okay moving the slate?
Yes, ma'am.
All
Yes,
right.
Madam Chair.
All those in favor of the slate as identified?
Aye.
Okay.
Unanimous.
Anyone opposed? Everybody abstaining? No. Okay. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Paul.
Did everybody get a chance to run through the bylaws?
You probably didn't because
I sprinted through them.
I just put them on the drive today. I was like, ooh, they're right there.
I looked at
Let's
them.
just have a minute to peruse these.
Yeah, I actually had one question. It was on number 6, capital budget. Prepare and present to the select board a recommended annual capital budget and future capital program for a period of not less than 5 years as set forth in 24 VSA
under
section 4.4.
Section 4.
Yeah, section 4, number 6, powers and duties.
Okay.
Well, there is a capital budget that kind of gets dealt with by like you and Peter, right? I mean, there is a capital budget that you're presented to the.
Are we required by law to have some
All
notes
these
in
things
that?
are things that we
No.
may do.
Yeah, it's, there's
okay.
statutory responsibilities, or the planning commission is enabled to do.
Okay.
Brattleboro's capital budgeting process doesn't include the planning commission. I was involved in New Hampshire where it was within the planning board's purview, and it is a very, very different process than what this town uses, and my understanding of how most Vermont towns do it, so it's enabled, it's just.
Okay.
Yeah, it says the commission may, under that title, 24
Yeah.
VSA. So, since it's taken care of by town staff, it seems like.
We're okay with that.
Yeah,
Okay, does anybody else want to go through? That was the only thing I had.
Just another moment to review.
Mm-hmm. Take your time.
Did we not do our annual meeting? It's supposed to be in the first month of July.
The reason we didn't is that the select board hadn't made appointments yet, so we had to wait.
Yeah. We waited.
So we
just deferred
it,
yeah.
okay.
So now Jessica presumably is a
She is
full-fledged
appointed,
member.
yeah.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Okay, is quorum defined somewhere?
Yes.
A
Section
majority of
9,
the voting.
yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay, I was looking right at it and not. Might have been the meeting I just had at the People's Point.
And did you put open meeting law in there?
Where?
Into the drive?
Section 8. Oh, the drive.
Because we're supposed to review open meeting law too.
I did not put any materials in. I can
Okay.
after the fact.
But does open meeting law, I don't know, it's a fairly large law, right?
It is. I just go over a couple salient points as it pertains to the planning commission. I can stick these materials in.
Can I, is this conflict of interest policy taken out of the town? What's our ruling document for the town?
The charter? Don't believe so.
It's very similar to the language of the town charter, which
Is
I
it?
worked on with Bob.
Is it? It may
Yeah.
be. It's been around for a while.
I'm good with it.
So it's possible it was.
One thing to think about, I don't have it memorized, but I remember with reading the Wyndham Regional Commission definition of planning, of conflict of interest, it addresses it in a sort of way of like, if the potential financial or maybe other interest is no more or greater or different than what a regular person outside the commission of that population or neighborhood or demographic would benefit, then it's not a conflict of interest for that commissioner. Like if you're advocating for something for your town, and it's gonna, if I am, and it's gonna result in my property tax being decreased by half, but if that affects everyone in the town the same, then it's not a
Yeah.
conflict of interest for me to vote on it. But if it only really benefits me, or like my family, you know, or like a little subset maybe. I don't know about subset, but if I'm part of a larger group that I'm representing, you could say it's a conflict of interest because it benefits me, but not if I'm part of a larger group.
But ours doesn't say that, but
Exactly.
the WRC
Yeah.
says it, huh?
The
Well,
WRC's done.
we don't need to take any action on this if we're not changing it. We can always bring up the bylaws at any point, so I can bring in the WRC's conflict of interest and see if you like that better, and then I'd probably run it by the town.
I thought it was interesting, I mean, it clarified, because every action we take, if you want to get really detailed down to it, it does kind of affect you somehow.
Right.
You know, so it's like, that brought some reality to the
Yeah, that's
definition.
true,
Yeah.
Alright.
And there's a regulations for how we change the bylaws, so, yeah, we can do
Where is this located? Is this on the website?
It's on the Google Drive now.
Oh, I know,
But no, it doesn't live on the town
Right.
website, it just in our department files.
If I'd seen all this before I joined, maybe I wouldn't
Would have joined.
No, it's fine. No, it's good.
Most of the committees, I think all of them have bylaws at this point. At one point they didn't.
that. So, open meeting law, you're gonna tell us about that?
Yeah, so open meeting law, and just a couple of things. I mean, you have staff, so we take care of most of it. So agendas have to be posted 48 hours in advance. There is such thing as an emergency meeting where you wouldn't need an agenda, but I think it would be a very unusual circumstance for the planning commission to need an emergency meeting. But anyway, if it ever happens, you know, we can do it. Similarly, minutes have to be posted within 5 calendar days, but we take care of the minutes and we get them posted on the town website. So if you go to the planning commission's page, the draft minutes are up within 5 calendar days. We've talked a little bit about this, or had some back and forth over the course of the year. But basically, so a quorum of the planning commission is 4. We can't take action if there's not 4 members here. And it has, and anything that would have to be 4-0, it's a majority. You can all be in the same room at the same time, 4 or more of you can. So if you all show up at a select board meeting, that's fine, that can happen. You can be in a social situation together, that's okay. Good. But you're not supposed to discuss specific business of the public body that is expected to come up later, so you shouldn't, If on the 12th I give you the applications for the Better Block Challenge and on the 13th you're all party together, you shouldn't be discussing it because on the 14th we're going to be acting on it, right? So that's that. You cannot vote by proxy, but you can participate in a meeting by phone or Skype and vote that way. And if somebody is on the phone, on a phone call calling into a meeting, we have to do roll call votes. So that happened a lot at the Regional Commission again. And then new agenda items. So it says, this was a bit new for me. So
Are there changes to the open meeting law?
no,
Okay, so we're just
no,
going
we
over
just
as
go
a
over
refresh.
stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, there were changes about 2 years ago.
Okay.
Clarified some of it. You're not really supposed to take up agenda items that are not on the agenda. You can add something at the beginning of the meeting, but it's really advised against unless there's something critical that is time sensitive, so otherwise it should wait till the next meeting. So. But once the agenda's been posted. But sometimes we post agendas, usually we try to do it 6 days out, so if something came up, you get the agenda and you're like, I don't see this on there, you could always get back to me and I can amend
Still
the
be
agenda.
48 hours before.
Yeah, I can amend it. So those are kind of key open meeting as it pertains to how we run the planning commission. If you're interested in more, I can put more on the drive.
I'd be interested in seeing it up there on the drive. I think it's always useful.
Okay.
Okie dokie. So approval of the minutes from July 1. You already read them, Tom?
Yeah, me too.
I like it too. I shouldn't have to say things in 2 places though. I like it so much.
Everybody good with these?
I am just curious about the term physical sustainability. What does that mean?
Where is
that?
It's
Physical.
yeah. There we go.
What page you on?
It's
First
on the
page.
first page. Members of the working group
The middle of the biggest
were
paragraph.
okay with that. Town manager will advise that physical environmental sustainability will be a major part of their work, but that there are other measures of sustainability that will be considered.
When we were having this.
Do not know.
Oh,
I-
okay.
Is that fiscal?
Yeah,
Fiscal?
no.
Fiscal.
Fiscal?
Fiscal.
Probably.
Fiscal.
Physical's
That
not
makes so
right.
much more
Yeah,
sense.
fiscal, I think it must
Yeah,
be, because, yeah.
Yeah, I was actually thinking, well, maybe he means like the buildings.
Which led me to fiscal. Like, I was thinking
Right.
like assets or something,
Right,
so.
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it is fiscal.
It makes so much more sense.
Yeah.
I think it's Tom's initials on the trademark.
Oh, yeah.
That's under G, so
Mhm.
it's just a funny thing, it's automatically superscript.
Oh, really?
That's funny.
Trademark.
Trademark.
Oh, yeah, Teams.
It's not good. It's like a certified.
That should be
I
my
actually
my
see a
device.
couple other.
That should be your symbol.
I also see a couple of other formatting type things. So sometimes I use Mr. or Ms. and other times I just use the first initial. That's because I often do different minutes. The Conservation Commission uses
Right.
the initial, Planning Commission has always used a title. I don't
What?
know. Maybe I should just go to use the first initial.
That's crazy making. You should decide what's in the.
But I might change that up just so it's consistent because it bothers me.
Doesn't matter to me,
Yeah.
so.
It's probably easier to use the initial.
I think I'm gonna just move to the initial.
Yeah.
Because I've never really liked the Ms. Mr.
Yeah, and as
And
we
it
move
didn't-
into our more
Exactly.
progressive
That's right.
future, that should probably fall away.
Right, indeed. So, all those in favor of approving of the minutes as amended?
Second. Oh, or Tom beat me to it.
Well, a motion to approve the minutes as amended.
Right.
Sarah, you good? All right, all
Yeah.
those in favor?
Tom second.
I second.
And all in favor? Aye. The minutes are passed, and now we are on to sustainability, yes?
You took a lot of notes, Felicity.
Yes,
Sorry.
well, so a little.
Lost our quorum, no.
Oh, we lost our quorum, should we have
No,
to,
it's
do we
okay.
take a?
We're not making any decisions.
We're not making any decisions. So I'll just explain why I did that. And paying attention to the conversations after the select board meeting where the
Yes.
sustainability position was discussed and then a vote was postponed because there were only 4 people there and they were split in 2. There was a lot of discussion in that meeting and post that meeting about the town plan as being really chock full of sustainability initiatives and that the town was doing quite well. So I thought it was worth actually checking on that to see how we were doing. So I read through the whole town plan, and there are some things where I thought those could variably maybe be under sustainability, but I think I got pretty much most of the things. And then I sent it on to Sue to sort of check in on where we were and what the status of these things were. And it struck me mainly because the conversation, now the select board is meeting again on August 20th, and they're going to have another conversation about whether or not they want a coordinator. And I think, and it's just me thinking this, regardless of how it goes on the vote, it does seem to me that all of this conversation around whether or not the plan is strongly advocating sustainability and whether or not it's evidence of sustainability action taking place in the town. It's not, I don't think it's readily clear to the public. I don't think a public person would be able to see how sustainable we are and to be able to take pride in Brattleboro sustainability if they just read the plan. So it just seems to me that there's work to be done there regardless of the vote. And in addition to that, the other piece of the conversation which I thought the Planning Commission should participate in is this notion of how much of the sustainability is on the shoulders of the volunteer community. So members of the Planning Commission, members of the Energy Commission, members of the Tree Committee, all of these different initiatives actually come under the purview of a volunteer workforce, essentially. So those two things seemed like, is having sustainability under a volunteer workforce sustainable? And I don't know how we want to talk about it. It seems to me that we can talk about it for a brief period of time. We can talk about it all night long. And then whether or not we want to write something back to the Energy Committee or to the Select Board, or just to ask the Select Board to look at our minutes before they have their meeting on the 20th.
What was the name of the document that was shared that you pulled out? Is it Sustainability and Brattleboro Responses?
Yes. Yes.
All right,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, I don't know where my copy of your responses are. I have to go in and find it. Because I just
I
haven't.
put them up on the drive.
Okay.
There
Oh, there it is.
They're also
So how do you want to go about this? Did all of you get a chance to read it? Do you have
No,
questions or
I'm
things that?
sorry.
The thing that struck me is that in fact there's only two cases of benchmarks being articulated in the town plan, and that's reduced greenhouse gases 40% from 1990 levels to by 2030, and the 20 times 25% in state renewables, et cetera, which is on the first page. Which Sue says, in fact, those are state
Those came
goals.
from state, yeah.
And so there isn't anything else. There's no sort of dashboard-like items.
And I think wasn't that the thinking when we talked about it? We talked a lot about sustainability and climate change and all these things. And I think wasn't that part of the thinking was it was hard to set benchmarks when the state was in the process of setting those while we were doing this?
I would say
those were going to potentially supersede anything we said.
Yeah, that's part of it. The other reason, I mean, we looked at, so a town plan to planners is first and foremost kind of a land use document. And so we were looking at sustainability through more so the land use lens, and the actions that we were taking around floodplain management, around, and then the other areas it would hit on, obviously transportation. Energy was benchmarking because that was that work had kind of started out there in the scientific community and, within the state and in other organizations. And we had some data that we could look at. But we didn't, because it's, used as a regulatory document, we were trying to be visionary, but not going out too far because it gets used in Act 250. So what good does a town plan that says we're gonna conserve, I don't know, X number of acres? That serves no use in an Act 250 setting. So we were trying to be clear with what our intents were, because you use this document to then justify your land use regulations. And so we weren't trying to have benchmarks for everything. We were trying to have measurable goals, but we weren't thinking benchmarking.
So is the town plan the best document to be using to try to be understanding how sustainable we are? And
yeah, maybe some people get confused about what the town plan is. I mean, maybe it should be called Act 250 compliance document.
Except statute calls it a town plan.
Yeah, right.
Well, I mean, maybe you don't need to go that far, but it might be good to clarify that there are limitations to what has been defined in the town plan based on our understanding of what a town plan is. And that, in fact, while there's only these 2 benchmarks, there could be more. But in the development of the town plan, if we had a sustainability coordinator, they might have helped us think through that. You know what I mean? Like in the development of the, but in the development of the town plan, that was not a consideration. So one of the questions is how do we codify those benchmarks and what are they, right?
Yeah.
Going forward. But I might also argue that that's helpful for somebody to take a look, have us, make some suggestions. We really struggled when the energy coordinator, was giving us these benchmarks. We're like, well, who's going to track all this? Because, so then you get it falls on the volunteers. Maybe it's not the best document. I mean, I think that needs to be weighed. Just because, there are some towns that have climate change plans. State statute is, has really told us what we need to do with town plans. Sure, it can be innovated and we can do different things with it. But we still need to make sure that there's certain language in there to protect the town for Act 250 or to,
right, and that
it could look different. It's what we have now, so I think it is the best document to be looking at.
So can the Planning Commission support the notion that our town plan is sufficient in terms of sustainability initiatives and we don't actually need a coordinator?
I would not say that.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, I wouldn't either, but it's because I don't know that the town plan without sustainability stuff in it suggests that we need a sustainability coordinator. I guess what I'm suggesting is we take the town plan out of the conversation, because it seems like if it's been written for another purpose, in fact, what we need is something different. We need a different document.
Or you can qualify it. I mean, I feel like the information.
So there's this document from 2003. I just Googled it and found it a while ago. The Climate Action Plan, 2003, when Spoon was the chairperson, I believe.
Yeah. So where is that document? And why don't we,
Because it's old, and it's, well, some of that I think, I honestly don't know. I've seen the Climate Action Plan. I think that may have been some of the stuff that was involved with Italy. I'm not sure.
So,
Speak off the cuff, I don't know.
You said some towns have climate change plans.
They're starting to, so I know, and I'm not sure if it's individual towns or if it's more of regions. So I know that the Regional Planning Commission Upper Valley, Two Rivers Ottaquechee in the Upper Valley area, they were looking at some more sustainability plan. I don't know if that was in addition to their regional plan, so.
What about Wyndham Regional?
They do not. They have their regional plan. They don't have
so would it be possible, going back to the first agenda item, for us to apply to the state for a municipal planning grant that actually was a sustainable planning project?
Well, I'm actually going to be taking to the select board. I got approached by this woman that works for, I'm not going to be able to remember the organization, but anyway, they have funding from the National Science Foundation, and they're working with Virginia Tech to, they're basically going to be working with towns on resiliency, and I'll have to find all this stuff. So that, kind of looking at that as free technical assistance, separate from the municipal planning grant.
Oh, wow, so that would accomplish this?
Yeah.
Huh.
So the same night that we talked to the sustainability coordinator with the select board, I mean staff, or it's back before their agenda. That's one thing that I'll be taking to them to get their approval. It's kind of like a grant, but there's no funding, but I still want their approval to apply.
And so it's like technical expertise that would be doing. So intriguing.
Yeah.
Back to the town plan, I feel like what has been laid out here, and just to clarify, the red, like, so there's an italicized question.
That's me.
And then there's the red, and is that you
That's my response.
responding?
Just kind of a brief response about actions going on with the towns, within the town or with the volunteer, not within the town, within the municipality, the big T town.
Yeah.
There's lots of other things going on out in the community that I didn't.
Right, and that aren't necessarily in there. I mean, and that, yeah, yes.
So my thought is that this going through the town plan is very useful, and marking it like this, and this is happening and this is not happening and this is why this is not happening, would be very useful information, I think, for the select board. And I think you could, we could provide this to the select board from the planning commission with like a preamble that also points out or frames the town plan. Like, the town plan is put in place to do this. It does not do this, so that they kind of read it with a framework understanding.
Mm-hmm.
This is not the be all and end all for what the answer should be when you're thinking about moving the town towards sustainability. And I think that would help to inform the discussion for their next, meeting, whenever it is. The other thing is that Dan asked Peter, right? Didn't he say for this next meeting or whatever, like, can you tell us what the benchmarks are and what we've met, right?
On the energy chapter.
On the energy chapter. Mm-hmm. So I'm assuming that that will also inform the discussion.
Mm-hmm.
I'm working on that.
Oh, okay. So I think this will help to provide like a larger, framework.
Mm-hmm.
for possibly the need, and to also illustrate what is actually getting done and what else might be able to get done, depending. And it's interesting that it's sort of synchronized with that free technical service.
Yeah, that's really
Because that
helpful.
could be really informative, right?
So
So I don't know if I need to move that as a movement, what's it called? Suggestion? A motion that we prepare this for the select board, or?
I think can't we just recommend that it gets forwarded to the select board and they can do with it what they want?
Your call, Sue.
Yeah.
Do you want us to be formal about it, or?
I'd like to be clear about what we're recommending, at least formally, just so that's clear.
I think if you want what's clearest, I think a letter, maybe with this attached, that gets distributed.
I'm happy to draft the letter and then have everybody else change it, because I'm good at drafting things, and as long as they're gonna be edited by somebody else, that's fine with me.
I would like to, I can move it along. I would like to kind of stay out of it and let you guys write the letter
Okay,
and edit it,
okay.
and I will certainly, by all means, get it to them.
Yeah, I think, I mean, we voted anonymously, unanimously, to support the definition of the sustainability coordinator. But I think the sort of, the piece that's missing for me in this whole conversation is what else you could do with $100,000. Because if the notion is that there's something else better that can be done with $100,000, I would love to hear that
What is
argument.
it?
What is it? Which was part of why I was going through this, because I thought, well, maybe if there's one sort of glaring thing, that if we could just take a chunk of money and push it forward with this, then that would be great. Move us ahead. Like, say, for example, I mean, if you could get a brand new bike ped system through the entire town for $100,000, I might suggest that that would be a better use of that money, to transform our town into actually a seriously bicycle-friendly, pedestrian-friendly place. But that would take way more than $100,000, I think. Yes. But that's just an off the top of my head suggestion. I mean,
Even if, you could, it'd be an interesting exercise to think of the various things. If you made all of the electricity that all of the town offices use come from solar, that would cost more than $100,000 too. So it's short of hiring a person, it's hard to understand like how you're actually going to really effectively use $100,000 in something that would have
actually
a
make a difference.
long-standing,
Yeah, I don't know I don't know, I mean, I think I don't necessarily think we want to get into that, because we have not yet come out in force to say, we suggest that the select board vote in a particular way, right? We've just said that we endorse the Energy Committee's work.
So I think what we're suggesting doing is that Felicity is going to draft a letter that clarifies what's in the town plan and what the intent and purpose of that is. What I think, another thing that is popping out of it here is there are a whole bunch of things here where it's like a different committee or a different board could be moving on this thing. And I was wondering if separately, maybe there's some way to like sort of also move those things along. I think that also that gets into what we were talking about earlier with, how sustainable is having volunteer people, right? Because it's a bunch of these things, it's like, well, the tree committee could be doing this. It's like, well, how much time do they have? They probably already got a full slate of priorities.
Felicity and I talked a little bit about this beforehand, and one of the people who was actually behind the initial conversation last year to hire a sustainability coordinator had sent an email to several of us with this suggestion of kind of doing a survey to the different boards and committees and commissions and finding out, have they done anything with this? Was it on their radar? Kind of, he basically took the matrix at the end and added a couple of other check boxes. And, I thought that separate from the conversation of a sustainability coordinator, and that's clearly not something that could be done by the next time it's gonna be discussed with the select board. But I thought it was a really good idea, because the volunteers are always turning over, and you know, they might not be aware of actually what's in the town plan. They might not even know what the town plan is. So maybe annually, it's a letter from the planning commission saying, here's the town plan, here's things that relate to you, you know, and it can be, you know, it can lay out what they are and then gauge their interest on whether or not they're gonna be working on it. Is it something they're willing to take up? So I thought that that was a really good idea, and separate from anything that happens with a sustainability coordinator.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah. You know, maybe with the annual open meeting training and stuff, they get this letter from the planning commission that's like,
by the way, this is what currently exists.
Says that is important to the town.
Yeah.
Keep it on your radar. Let us know. Have you done some of this? Are you intending to do any of it? Are you no way?
I think that's a good suggestion.
So then that would be something that we would have to prepare, i.e. you would have to prepare.
But, you know, if we want the town plan to be implemented, I think it's a good thing to do. I mean, again, it gets to the question of the volunteers and working on them. But.
Well, but it also, it's a different way to meet, I think what the, I think one of the needs Felicity was looking at when she started this exercise, which is, you know, how are we measuring up to the things we said we were going to do? So if we're not, if it's hard to set benchmarks and try to use those, then a way we could be measuring that is through this process to, you know, send to the different committees, here are the things we've earmarked for you, and checking in, how's it going with those, you know, have they moved, where have you gone with them? So that is a way also of measuring by tracking them.
But then the question comes, if they don't do them. Yeah, I mean, there's not neither carrot nor stick in this.
I think there's both, but it's more subtle, right? So it's like a reminder, and if you haven't done it, there's a bit of like stick in the, oh, we didn't know we were, maybe we should work on that, right? And if you have done it, it's like, oh, we did that, good. You know, so I think the carrot and stick is there kind of inherently, and probably don't need to worry about it.
And if they don't, and if they haven't had time to do it, then it becomes a question of, you know, what were the priorities, you know, what are the priorities? And if there's an issue of bandwidth, that, you know, it's becomes something that gets surfaced.
But I also think
service,
if
really.
nothing's being done, okay, for example, natural resource inventory, that's been in there since 2012. Conservation Commission hasn't taken that up. Other towns, the volunteer boards have. You know, so then maybe that's something, if everybody feels strongly about, then we look for a grant to do that kind of work, because you can't be getting, you know. So it is good for staff to know what is and what isn't getting done. We tried not to have this long laundry list of actions, because realizing that it is on volunteers. But some of it, you know, is then, well, maybe we need to look for grant funding if it's a project. Sometimes it's just, these are things we're gonna do to keep this policy going, and
I think it's good to know. I'm not scared of seeing a long list of things we haven't gotten to. And I hope that other people, you know.
I mean, the plan's good for 8 years, so it's not meant to be.
And I think, you know, we may encounter people when they see that list, be like, oh no, you know, what are you saying? We didn't get to all this stuff. And I hope we can help them get over that hump, because I think it's good to see a list of things that we haven't gotten to yet, because, you know, like I said earlier, it can help you with tracking those things. It can help you prioritizing your time. So it doesn't mean that you're not getting to enough stuff, but maybe you just get to the stuff in a different order than you've been doing. I think it's good, and it can help with saying, you know, we need more help with things. We don't have enough time, we don't have enough people, we don't have enough money, and then that's, like you said, that can be the way to look for grant funding. So I think it's good to have a list of things, and, you know, hopefully we can help folks feel comfortable with that.
And maybe it gets back to Tom's initial idea, I think back from January or February, of, you know, reaching out and seeing what our board's doing. Maybe it's that might be more time consuming on our part, so we can just start with a letter and a survey, and then always leave it at, hey, would you like one of us to come talk to you? That could be a question.
Yeah. But so in the conversation the select board's gonna have, is it acceptable to sort of say that many of the sustainability initiatives in the town are in the laps of the volunteer members of the town? I mean, that seems like a town-wide conversation. The town should actually weigh in on that. Like, are we comfortable with that?
Is that the conclusion that you've come to by the
Well,
whole thing and tallying it up that most
tallying it
is
all up,
volunteers?
that a lot of the big things are volunteers. It's about, I mean, when you look down this list, almost the majority of these people listed here are volunteer people.
Yeah, I think.
And then initials are all here.
I think that, in addition to some of the other points we brought up, like what is the town plan for, and maybe we need something else, would be very good to get to the select board before your meeting, so they can have a sense.
I mean, I also think it seems like a useful thing for the Energy Committee. I mean, I get the feeling that the Energy Committee is arguing, in part, that a committee isn't sufficient when they're asking for a staff position. But I don't know that
It's a working group, it's not the actual energy committee.
But aren't there 4 members? I mean, when we met with the Energy Committee.
Right, we had a joint meeting with them, but they're not the ones behind the proposal.
But didn't they?
There's some
didn't they
crossover.
vote to endorse the proposal?
They did vote to endorse it as well.
Yeah.
But Oscar and the working group
is a different thing.
Different. Oscar happens to be on the energy committee too, but
I think between the working group, the committee, and all the select board members, there may be only one person there who has read the whole plan. And that person feels like the plan takes care of all the sustainability issues. So I think it'd be very valuable as some other planning experts to weigh in with us, with our opinion that it's not really geared to that comprehensively, like the conclusions you came up with.
Yeah,
because so far what everyone's heard about the plan is that it's taking care of it in every way.
Yeah, well, it was that goaded me onto
right.
page by page.
Yeah. So if you draft something and we review it, is that going to be an open meeting?
Can we
issue
do that?
In between now and then? The 20th select board meeting?
If you do, can we do something like that by email or?
Or maybe only 2 of us will, in addition to Felicity, because that'll be 3 total.
What's our quorum for? So we could have up to 3 without it being a quorum?
do you think you could have it done before the 14th and
Oh, yeah, I can do that.
I mean,
Sure,
I know
sure,
you
sure.
might not be here, but I'd be much more comfortable having it being discussed in that setting. I don't,
Yeah. Is that a warned meeting, the meeting
It
on the
will be a
14th?
warned
Okay, sure, yeah, I can totally have it done.
Well,
by then.
so 14th or another day.
Or
depending
wherever
on
we
when
get that.
we can get a
Yeah.
quorum.
when we can get a quorum.
Okay.
Yeah, I can get it to you by the 12th, so when you send out the applicants, the proposals. you
Yeah, I can send that out
as well.
I asked a question, it's probably mostly a question for you, Felicity. When you were looking at things in the town plan, you were looking specifically for things related to sustainability. Did you get a sense of, if there are other areas outside of sustainability where there are a bunch of things where it wasn't clear, how those are to get addressed or how those are to be followed up on? I'm sort of wondering if there's like more forest here.
Yeah, I mean,
outside of
as I was going through it, I was realizing it was taking me a long time, so I started just paying attention to
Yeah.
anything that I could generally speak toward as being connected with sustainability, as it's been described in the public process. So I didn't really pay attention to the other things.
I'm just wondering if, if it's worth even considering a broader exercise of looking at the town plan for other things, that are maybe getting missed, whether just like a handoff could be made or something to get it on the radar of who really needs to be looking at it. But
it seems like this thing could be this is the town plan implementation matrix. It seems like it could be really better used. At this point, it's just a table that has check marks in it, and you don't really know what the check marks mean. So, and then it says things like long, short, ongoing, that I think you could do a lot better with that. But it's a lot to do.
It's a great job for our new technical person to make them familiar with the town plan.
Yeah.
Read through it from an
Right, read through it
agricultural
and-
point of view,
and-
historic and cultural properties point of view, and then her.
And turn it into a Gantt chart.
I guess there was something you said, and I'm not gonna necessarily get it right. I think that whatever you do, you should qualify that this is the town plan. I mean, the town is, there's other things that aren't in here that the town,
That the
is
town
doing.
is working on
like when
doing.
Public
Yeah.
Works can purchase an electric vehicle or a hybrid, they do. It doesn't always work out that they can because of, weight, not having they don't make it in the vehicle. So it's not, this shouldn't be the be-all, end-all of what the town is doing. It was not meant to be, right? So.
Right, no, I'm getting that message, but I think that message has been a little unclear in the public conversation around the value of the plan vis-a-vis the sustainability board. And all I was thinking is that the commission should sort of clarify that, since this is something that we have purview over. Okay, cool, I'll write the letter, draft the letter. And that's all. So.
That's all she wrote.
Then we did call back up the agenda.
It's potential land use regulation.
Yeah, here we are. There's a handout. Take it away, Sue.
Does anybody, I did put this on the Google Drive, but I also have handouts. I gave one.
It's under the land use regulation amendment?
Yeah. And so some of these are ones that, two of them came from Brian, 1 and 2. So Tom, as I kind of mentioned, Brian is kind of constantly feeding stuff he thinks needs to be amended based on the DRB's experience or his own.
Great example of it.
So the lot coverage in the industrial district, so we currently allow a 60% lot coverage. And if you're thinking about a 3-acre parcel, which is the minimum lot size in that zoning district, if you're creating a new parcel, then 60% is a pretty big, lot, allows a lot of lot coverage. But there are there's several non-conforming lots, some of which are less than an acre, and similar to what we found in the service center, 60% lot coverage can be difficult. And so the discussion here is, do we want to increase it? The way we handled it when we discussed the service center is we wanted to keep it at a 60% lot coverage, but we were allowing up to 70% as long as 60% was the effective lot coverage. So that means if you're going over the 60%, you're going to have to manage that extra 10% on site. You can't be sending 70% off site. You at least have to, 10% is going to have to be treated on site. I mean, we encourage that anyway, but really in that situation, you're going to have to prove how you're treating 10% on site.
Treating?
Stormwater treatment, so it's not running off into the.
So that you have like a rain garden or something like that.
Yep, there's several techniques.
So is that the major impetus for having green space, or for having partial coverage, or is it aesthetics, or?
It's both. I mean, we increased for both reasons, to improve the quality of development, the aesthetic part, to allow for street trees and better landscaping, but also the regulations do acknowledge that these areas can be used to treat stormwater too, and should be. They should be integrated. They should be both. So, landscaping and stormwater.
Is there a mandate for stormwater, or it's just suggested? Like if the land is like sloped like that, but it's grass, it's not going to infiltrate much,
Right. We have regulations that prohibit too much development on steep slopes. So.
But given our difficulty with stormwater, are we okay with the notion of increasing this?
Is the suggestion to increase it to 70% period, or increase it the way we did for the service center?
Well, I'd be fine with an increased period, but we could do it the way of the service center. I mean, it is the industrial zoning district. We're acknowledging that these are heavier
Right. Yeah, and
land uses.
And looking at them.
Sometimes there's difficulty with infiltration in industrial areas because there's contamination.
Some people we don't. Yeah, at least in the ones up by Ferry Road, from the Rotary to Ferry Road, that industrial area. Whereas I assume Exit 1 Industrial Park might be kind of a newer one.
Yep.
So that one looks like it has more green space, but the one, the first one I said, some of those lots are like 100%.
Yeah.
But it's not gonna affect them because they're already built, so this
I
would
know,
be.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, we only have a certain amount of industrial zoning.
We do. And I mean, it's always
not-
a challenge when we
yeah.
find an industrial use and we're trying to find a parcel that they can go to.
Yeah.
We don't have a lot of developable industrial land.
Right,
in the
and
area.
so in that line of thought, I'd say maybe make it 100%.
Ah.
In the industrial zone, we can always shrink the industrial zone. But I
I
mean,
don't
it
think
seems odd to like zone something industrial and then
I-
say you can't use all of it.
You can use it, you just have to deal with your stormwater.
You just have to have a creative, I mean, there are plenty of creative design solutions that you can use to have pervious surfaces and also usable industrial space. You just have to be creative. They're just requiring that you, we are just requiring that you be cognizant of the environment, which I think we should always be.
It's kind of
But,
like more important in the industrial spaces that they're dealing with.
Yeah, I
treating
think
the
that way
stormwater
too.
on their site, you
Yeah.
know, it's like, just because of the nature of the work often, so.
I mean, you know, any larger lot is gonna need a state stormwater permit, and there's no way they would allow it to be impervious anyway. It couldn't be 100% impervious and meet their.
Is there a state standard that, are we being more stringent than what a state requirement would be?
There is not a state standard.
And so does an impervious parking lot count towards the coverage or not?
Yes. Does.
Impervious, yes.
Yes, it does.
It does.
Mhm.
I mean, right here in the industrial, anyway, I'm getting maybe a separate topic, but, I mean, well,
even-
the industrial zone goes right along the river. You know where the boat ramp is?
Mhm.
That's zoned industrial.
Yeah, but even those lots, like CNS,
Yeah.
they have to manage their stormwater. They have big detention ponds. They've been whacked by the state with fines and stuff because
Yeah.
they weren't doing what they were supposed to. I mean,
No,
I
I'm saying,
can't
I think they should, but
I
don't
can't
know.
think of a
The
site,
whole
even in
30%
an existing
support.
industrial site, that is 100%
Mm-hmm.
impervious.
Have we had industrial people who have wanted, who have said, oh, 60% I can't manage? Or is
That I
Brian just
don't know.
imagining that they might come?
I don't know that for sure. I don't know if he's had conversations and it was 60 and they were like, I mean, we definitely did at the service center. We've had lots of conversations in that service center, particularly with the Friendlies and some of the fast foods, McDonald's when they redeveloped. We've had those conversations, but.
So even if you have a 3-acre lot, this new change would mean that you could take 70% of it.
Mhm. And that's gonna be your building, your parking lots.
Right.
And so the argument here is that we allowed an increase already in the service center from 60% to 70%.
We're proposing.
So long as the effective coverage remained at 60%.
Mhm.
So the recommendation is that we increase the lot coverage in the industrial zone to 70%. I'm assuming with the same caveat that so long as the effective coverage remains at 60%.
If that's the way you want it to be, yeah, we can do that way.
What does that mean again?
It means
Effective.
it says it in the top, portions of
Right,
the
I
lot
see.
covered by pervious paving are
Oh.
included in lot coverage unless the DRB finds that it closely resembles and primarily functions as green space. So that difference between 60% and 70% could be that 10% is pervious pavement.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I had the same thought. I think the only flag someone raised is that in some of these lots, is that actually a bad thing if there's pervious pavers and stormwater's coming and draining, into what may be contaminated soil that might be close to the edge of the lot boundary, and then it's maybe like pushing that contamination over the edge? I'm just sort of
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know how much a concern that
Well,
is.
there's probably other, I mean, prevention would be good, but maybe there's other laws that would make that illegal. And I mean, and they should have that dealt with.
Well, if they had
If it's
offsite,
not-
if they were causing offsite contamination, then there are ways you could, that, property owners could pursue that.
Yeah, I mean, should we be allowing them to meet, I'm just thinking about it, but should we be allowing them to meet the coverage requirements with something other than permeable paving? It seems like we're prescribing, permeable paving, but I think there are other ways to do that, like you mentioned earlier, some of them have put tanks underneath to catch the water.
Yeah, infiltration
That way,
systems
yeah.
underneath the parking lot.
I
The
can't
pervious,
remember how-
that's just a way, that's just a,
So that's an
it's an example, it's not, that wouldn't be in the
Because the language where it was like it primarily functions as green space, it seemed a little prescribed to me, but maybe I'm splitting hairs too much.
So do we want to add the phrase, just so long as,
So
et cetera?
I think
I would be more comfortable moving it from 60 to
I'd be
70%
more
if that phrase
comfortable,
is
yeah.
included.
I still kind of want to know like why this came up, just
Yeah, like,
was it-
I mean, I think I lean more towards being inclined to not increase it unless, that you can, like, provide a real example for like what the obstacle is and I'm not seeing that here, so maybe we push it back to Brian to say like, give us examples of like what the actual problem is. And then if we do increase it, I think I would want that caveat. If from my point of view, I think we want to constantly innovate, right? You constantly want to be like increasing your ability to make the better choice. And so I'm not particularly supportive of kind of backsliding unless there's a pretty extreme, unless it's unattainable somehow, which I don't think that it's unattainable, right? I think that if you're redeveloping a site, you need to consider it, and there's 100 ways you can do that. Or if there's some other, economic reason or something that, you gotta convince me.
Is it possible to go to the DRB and argue for an exception on a case-by-case basis?
You can ask for a waiver, you can get up to 5%?
5% or
2,000 square feet more.
Oh, right, sorry, I should have read that.
So it's not. So you can increase it.
Okay, so Tom, how do you feel about this? Because I'm feeling
yeah.
like the movement is going towards kicking it back to Brian.
Right. Well, I like that idea to get more info and examples. I guess, well, like, what's the terminology? Prescriptive versus formative or something? Zoning. I'd like it if it were performance based. I mean, I'd like it to say, capture all your stormwater on site. But as far as saying 60 or 40%, grass or tree cover is like the only real way to do it. I don't think. I mean, I think this kind of leads to spreading out industrial areas, and I'd like to see them, more business, more that is packed in to the zones that we have as possible.
The other thing is,
that's interesting.
I wonder if it's he says many of the existing lots in the industrial zoning district are much smaller than the 3-acre minimum. So is there a question of the size lot, and is there an exception or there's a modification based on a smaller size lot as opposed to a larger size lot where there's some boundary there in terms of
That's what I was
there's
thinking.
an
that if-
allowable
if it's-
waiver,
If you've
right,
got a 1
because-
hour, a 1 acre lot,
Right,
you
and
could
you're
go
trying
to
to work on it.
70%. But if you've got 3, then 60 should do.
Something like that. I mean, so maybe that's a question.
That's something we can look at,
Okay.
the number of lots. I mean, the minimum lot size, I can't recall what it used to be in the industrial zoning district, but when we amended the land use regulations in 2015, what we were trying to do was, because we always had a difficult time when we'd get somebody that was in looking for a larger piece of land to develop. So we were trying to assemble areas of town where there were larger lots and would have the more intensive industrial uses, such as Commonwealth Dairy, that has lots of traffic and coming and going, and they're really cramped on their site. But that was kind of the best they could find at the time that worked for them. So trying to really keep the spread of what we were seeing of commercial uses into the industrial zoning districts. So there was like the VA went into Exit 1 Industrial Park. Things like up on Putney Road, there were a couple of credit unions and stuff in the industrial zoning district. So we were trying to say, hey, we have very limited industrial lands. Let's just like keep these areas for industrial, and let's open up the other areas for retail and make it easier for the retail in the service center and the mixed use, or not the mixed use, sorry, the neighborhood centers and the downtown. So we were trying to segregate the heavier truck traffic, logistic type businesses that we have in town to the industrial zoning districts. So I think it would be interesting to pull up and try to figure out what our lot sizes are. And, you know, in zoning, we don't like to create too many non-conforming lots. Usually that says there's a you know, something off with where you've set the threshold for the minimum lot size. So we can look at that, we can map that. I'm sure we did at the time, but I just would have to try to find that data, or it's just easier to redo it on GIS.
Okay, so kicking number 1 home back.
Can I just bring up an idea while we're on industrial? A lot of the industrial zone borders the Connecticut River.
It does.
And in some of the case by the Ferry Road boat ramp, it's not even a current industrial use. It's just
Right.
forest. There's
Yeah.
3 lots there, so maybe we could make that not industrial. Rezone it so that way industry is not possible there, bordering
It's
the
like
river.
a New England, Middletown sort of legacy where, you know, people built industry on moving water bodies in order to power things, in order to get goods in and out easily, and then they dumped stuff on the site.
Yeah, right, yeah, there's a history
And
of it.
So is
are those
brownfield sites?
No, not the ones he's looking at.
I'm not sure what the ones he's
I'm
specifically
familiar
looking
with
at,
the
but
ones
there are
he's
some that
looking
are
at.
pretty contaminated, whether they're on a brownfield list or not. I know they've come up.
Some of that property actually has been, we've had some inquiries, at least on one of the properties, and had to do with non-industrial type uses. Could you do this? Could you do that? So I know what you're talking about, and I'm happy to bring it back and look at it. What I would say is access to those properties is through Old Ferry Road, or maybe through where Longfall Paper is. I'm not exactly sure where the access would be. You know, those are some of the heavier industrial uses in town. You're near Allard Lumber, you're near the, not that it's heavy industrial now, but near the, you know, working paper plant, or paperboard plant.
Yeah, it's just
So, you know,
upstream.
what are the odors, what are the noise, those kind of things might impact whether or not they're really suitable for
Different kind of zone.
a different zone. So we can certainly look at them.
Didn't we have, I can't remember if it was an overlay, if it was actually a zoning district where we had like recreation and.
Yep, we have a zoning district.
It's a zoning
Waterfront.
district, right? So would it make sense to put those in that zoning district instead?
It may, again, it's the, you know, we tried to go industrial with industrial, then you're kind of carving out something in the middle of it, and what are the impacts of the industrial on those maybe there's not much of an impact, but.
If we had the natural resources inventory, then we could look at that and see whether or not we needed more riverine wetlands, I don't know, open property, and then we could rezone them and add to our inventory.
Yeah, there's also a question of like which of the, like there's a layer, not in our zoning, but there are like prime farmland areas,
Oh, this has to
right?
be one.
And
This must be.
It's
'cause-
probably not prime, it could be statewide.
Oh, well, yeah.
But some sort of importance.
Connecticut River floodplain, right?
yeah, so I don't know if there's a consideration there.
Huh,
We
interesting.
can look at them, look at another meeting, but.
Sure.
It's a whole other ball.
Yeah, because it's another town, but bordering is right, is Dummerston, that farm property, Kathy. And that's, I mean, that has one or two houses and fields, and it just seems like these three parcels, well, one's a state boat ramp, but, you know, the other two are a natural kind of extension of that in theme and, you know, potential use. I bet someone would love, if they could, if it's the right size or possible, I bet people would love to put a house or two there, or leave
And
it
it's
as a farm.
actually not possible right now.
Oh, really?
It
Oh,
isn't.
because in industry it's not
Because
possible.
it's industrial,
Oh,
you
yeah.
couldn't have a.
Yeah.
You could have a caretaker's home, so if there was a non-residential use going on.
If there was a rec center there.
Yes,
Maybe the
because you
state
can
will
have,
pay
I
for
think,
it at their
athletic
boat ramp.
facilities.
That'd be great.
All right, shall we move on to number 2?
Now that I'm looking at the map, I'm like, what about Connecticut River Drive? Is that industrial?
No,
So it's residential along the river.
it's waterfront, I think. It's either rural residential or
Good
waterfront.
stretch.
It's like,
Further south, just south of the roundabout.
there's this
Oh,
road
yes.
that goes
Route
off
9.
Route 9 up the river.
Yeah, it's green.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
All right, you guys, energy.
Sorry.
So this is just a suggestion. Our site plan review doesn't take into account energy considerations, but our conditional use does. And so we could add that as a criteria that's looked at during site plan review. It's, seems to be important to the town. It could, you know, affect things as the building orientation, the landscaping, and it just
Bless you.
would be, thank you, just another criteria that the DRB could be looking at when they're performing site plan review.
Can I ask, like, how we make these changes? So, like, we've got our zoning, right? Can we make, do we add up all these changes and then we make a big change? Zoning
Yeah.
2.1 or whatever?
Yeah.
Like, we don't just stick these in, like, okay.
No, I mean, we're gonna have to have hearings and then the select board
There's
will have
yeah, and
hearings
then,
again.
okay. I know we went through that once so far.
Yeah, but actually, we haven't. We
did one.
We lined up a bunch.
I thought we did one too. But we didn't change anything?
You guys may have done it with an old energy source.
No, I thought we did one.
I thought we did one after
around
the land
after
use
the
reg.
DRB started working with it.
No.
Change.
We never enacted them. We
Okay,
never,
so
we
they're
never took them
still-
through the hearing. Those are still.
Sitting and waiting. Okay.
Those are the
with
ones
these. Okay.
we've already done as a
Yeah.
group, are still waiting for the final
Yeah.
thing. Well, does anybody have any conversation on this one? This one seems pretty straightforward to me.
I think, yeah, I think that's, yeah. And the site plan review is done by
The development review board.
the DRB. So like someone approaches them with the development and then they review this.
There are a
So
couple.
it's just making the DRB consider this in their site plan review.
Yeah. There are some that are minor site plan review that Brian can do administratively, but those are pretty small additions.
Are a lot of the criteria in site plan review written in this sort of way? Like
Yes.
without numbers?
Yes.
Okay, so it's like talking points and ideas? Okay.
Yeah. It shows up in there.
And we encourage you.
And is there lighting, for this energy conservation, is there, oh, you say like, it's
There are
light
lighting.
fixtures, high efficiency light fixtures.
And there's really detailed, specific standards for lighting as well.
Okay, which I remember. What's CUP mean at the end?
Oh, conditional use permit.
To me, this seems fine to add
So
this to our
the way it
docket
shows up in the
things.
document is
Oh, yeah.
there's this whole list of criteria, and site plan only has a couple of them, so it would just be another
checking the box. Okay. I'm good.
So it would add in like another.
Well, energy's on there, it just, look at the conditional use, it's, it's like number 11 or something.
Oh, I see, so you just get a check mark there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
All
that,
right.
so that means that even the permitted uses of a zone need to be reviewed in that way?
Okay, good with that one? Onward.
Livestock, so different animals, people like to have it as pets, and there was a recent DRB appeal, so people had pigs as pets and they lived in the house, they asked to spend time outside. They said they were pets, so originally they were considered to be kind of domesticated pets. But as there were concerns, there were complaints from neighbors about odor and noise and the kind of things that you get from non-traditional pets maybe. And so at that point, the way that we took care of it was to basically say, you know, there's some nuisance issues going on, you need to go before the Development Review Board. And, you know, we don't think that these are pets anymore. And there is a provision in the zoning regulations that allow you to get a conditional use approval if you've got livestock or different, what's the term? Anyway, we had no definition of livestock. So the whole thing centered on our pigs livestock, our pigs not livestock. Anyway, the DRB upheld that the people could keep their pigs. But staff remains concerned that there can still be noise and odor issues with, you know, any non-domesticated pet, you know, outside of cats and dogs and birds and whatever, the traditional pets. So we came across the definition of livestock in state statute that we would like to add, so that if somebody comes and wants a RIA, which has happened in the past, they get conditional use review. If somebody wants to have a pig, and you know, it's great if they live in the house, but they're also going to be outside and have, you know, so we'd like conditional use approval. We think it's the most fair because neighbors will get a chance to come and express their concerns or express their support, and we can solve the issues.
So I would make a suggestion, change horses to equine, so that you don't get donkeys and zebras, which should come up in other towns.
And ponies.
So I would say equine, so that would cover the whole family.
And just out of curiosity, what is cervidae, bratites,
We are,
camelids?
they are deciduous deer.
Cervidae.
So elk, moose.
Okay.
Deer, and then ratite.
Ratites are the big birds.
Flightless
Leopards
birds.
are the ostriches and.
And ryu.
And the camelids is like your.
Or camels and alpacas.
The glossary section's gotta be expanded.
I had the same question.
Yeah, and I would agree with Kate, like, we should say.
My only
equine.
thing with changing it to horses,
Changing it from horses to equines.
yeah, is that is the definition out of the statute. And so if we're changing, it's not a direct.
So I'm gonna say, what about my donkey?
Well, we'll just
Can
get
you
rid of
say
the
a thing at
as,
the end?
we'll get rid of the as defined, and we'll just say cattle.
Oh, I
Equine.
I'm not trying to be like too much pain about it, I just, you know.
No, you're right, well, it's the same thing.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Someone else might.
I think you're right. I mean, it's all a potential loophole that would be in.
And then the other question I had is I was trying to understand, it says conditional use review of pigs would be required. Why just pigs? Could we just say conditional?
I'm just
conditional
following
use
it up as
of-
this is the trigger
Yeah,
that we had, but no, I
And
mean,
so-
it would be any of these.
So any of
prior
these I could
conditions.
apply for conditional use. So the thing I was thinking of earlier was if I have a miniature horse, I don't want to scare anybody. He lives in my neighborhood, because that'd be crazy. But if I had a miniature horse, they can be under 30 inches at the shoulder, so they can be quite small. People house train them. This came up in Springfield, Vermont, right as I was moving away, and I don't know how it got resolved, but someone had a miniature horse on, I think it it was like Summer Street or South Street, which is a pretty downtown street, and wanted to be able to keep his a pet. So it sounds like if somebody were in that situation, they had a miniature horse or anything on this list, they could apply
Yeah.
for conditional
And-
use. It gives the neighbors an opportunity to chime in like how they
Yeah,
feel about
and really that was always here, it was under other livestock and wild animals, and it's saying you could go for conditional use. The problem is we didn't have a definition of livestock, and so when people said these are pets, not livestock, there is, there are plenty of pigs as pets, that's totally valid. And so the initial thing was, okay, it's a pet, you don't need a permit. But then when you start getting complaints, then it's like, well, so I just want to prevent that from happening in the future. I think it's better process, it's not a typical pet.
Is
Might be an
there
acceptable
any
pet.
argument for defining what is a list of pets, so it's a white list, not a black list? Do you know what I'm saying when I say that?
Yeah, but I don't know what that would have.
I'm just wondering, is there any state statute that defines these are the things that are pets that are fine? Because that almost seems easier just to define these are pets, anything not on this list, you have to get a conditional review. I don't know.
Oh, that's an interesting
If it
approach.
was, I think I've seen dogs, cats, and ferrets.
Or, it could become a long list, snakes.
Could be,
lizards,
snakes and birds and rats.
And rabbits
Guinea
fit in
pigs
this.
and rabbits.
Yeah, rabbits.
Well, they don't fall under this
They'd be
livestock, so
agricultural.
rabbits would be
Pets,
a pet.
you can have 25 of them.
Breeding them for meat.
Yeah, and chickens aren't on here.
Chickens are already, you need a permit, if you're gonna have chicken, and there's some specific things about where the.
And I think the state did too, like they had a specific interest in chickens. I remember right.
I'm curious how the conditional use review goes. Like, if a neighbor complains without, it's all subjective, right? But I'll just say, if a neighbor complains without basis, how is that followed up? Who overrules who? Or
Complaints without basis.
yeah, I mean,
Well,
if there's 5 neighbors who support this pig and 4 who don't, does it go through, or if does one loud
No, because the
person
neighbors don't
complain?
vote, I mean, it would be the DRB.
Yeah, no, the DRB is strictly looking at
They take-
the evidence they
yeah.
have. I mean, no, they'll take evidence from the
Right.
butters, they don't,
Oh, yeah,
what
so
weight
there's-
they wanna give it
I
is up to them.
Okay. I'd almost like to, this isn't like an idea for action or anything, it's something to think about. I'd almost like to not see, if we're going to give all these sorts of animals sort of, for lack of a better phrase, guilty until proven innocent, I'd almost like to see that for dogs too. Or not for pigs, because dogs that are pets often are just barking incessantly. In close neighborhoods.
It's true, but you can,
And
but
from my
this is-
bedroom window, I can hear
Right.
other my close neighbors complaining about how the dogs are always barking
Yeah,
from
but
another neighbor.
that's a nuisance. That's
Yeah, I think that's a
nuisance thing.
nuisance.
This is a real regulation that,
So is it an advantage to having it tied to the Vermont state?
But I can't
thing?
imagine pigs making
Is-
noises like that.
What's the advantage of
Well,
tying
it was
to-
just-
I don't want to
we-
propose tweaking it.
No, I mean,
Just
it was just, we were able to find one that, or I was able to find one that was clear, that in this situations, pigs should have been treated as livestock in the very beginning, and then it kind of, just, we didn't have a definition of livestock, it kind of worked, and it seemed reasonable covering what we've seen Rhea, they came for a conditional use approval.
Yeah, I think one of the things that needs to be done, probably not now, is the notion of numbers, right? Or the notion of care, but that seems to me to be a civility issue.
So
that
if somebody
Yeah.
has like 50 dogs.
50 dogs, or, if you have one pig who lives in your house and sometimes goes and does something out in the yard, that's probably not a problem.
Mhm.
But if you have 10 pigs that go in and out of the house, that becomes a problem. But anyway, I think we should move on to housing density. Are we all in agreement that this seems acceptable? Do we want to change horses to
I
equine?
think it's
or-
acceptable the way it is.
I'm okay to put it to equine. I think that makes sense, like if it covers the donkeys and other things.
And I think it's acceptable, and we can all think, I can think of lots of like, here's some way somebody could worm in around this, and maybe they'll come up and maybe they won't, but we'll address them when they do, so, good.
All right, on to housing density.
Okay, so we had talked in late December. I've been concerned that we have too many controls on, in certain zoning districts. So we have bulk and we have density regulations. So bulk is controlling the size of the building and the height of the building. And then the density is controlling the number of units. And it seems, to me, it seems really tight. And so I had been looking at, first it was maybe we should raise the density. But the more research I did, it seems like the suggestion is to just control the bulk and get rid of the density. You maybe want to put a cap on it, like maybe 12 units per building or something like that, but there's not a need to have both tight controls on the bulk and the density. You kind of let the market figure it out. And there's other controls, so like parking, lots of the Congress for New Urbanism says get rid of parking altogether. Well, we know that doesn't work in Brattleboro. They're not ready to go to on-street parking in the winter. So we do need to provide parking on site, and we want to make sure that there's enough parking on the site so that it doesn't become a neighborhood problem or they're parking all over the place. So my suggestion, actually, after doing some reading, is that we actually get rid of the density in our more developed parts of town. So that would be the urban center. We had no residential density in the urban center, but we did have floor area ratio for non-residential or for mixed use. So we use that as a density control. We allow 5-story buildings. We allow.
That's the max?
That's the max, is 5 stories. I think you can get up to 1 story more with a waiver. And if the fire department. Yeah, it's due to what they can handle.
Yeah. Okay.
We don't allow residential on the first floor in the urban center. That doesn't change. So, if you want to build micro apartments or you want to have 4.
And there's state building codes that
codes like
dictate
safety.
Minimums
Yep,
that are
so
habitable and safe, so it's like that takes
Exactly.
care of that.
In the village center, I think right now we've got, you can have 12 dwelling units per acre. But in the village center and in the neighborhood center and in the mixed use neighborhoods, most of the lots are way under 1 acre. So if you have, approximately a 12,000, but you get 6 units, and then you're forced into a footprint as well. I think that we want to just let the market respond. I think it opens up, and we know we need housing in this community. I think it could be a positive thing, and it's kind of it's a big step, but it's kind of a small step because we also have all these other controls. I think it's the first step.
So it just removes.
Yeah, it removes that. It's kind of a concept from the form-based code, if you've ever heard of form-based code, because you're still controlling the form in the bulk of it.
So I have a few, I'm sort of mulling it, I have a few thoughts about it without really drawing a conclusion. I think where you'll probably run into pushback will be in the residential neighborhood, which is a pretty significant chunk of what I consider downtown. And is a lot of older buildings. And there are issues with, trying to cram a lot of people into older Victorian buildings. It's not safe. They burn really easily. There are other ways we can address that, but I have some concern about that. I definitely think that we have a housing problem in our Rochester in the first place. Rents are I watch them all the time. I don't have to worry about them. I own a home, but I watch all the time just to see, you know, what they are. I mean, they're just, but yeah, I mean, I think where we'll get pushback is maybe that area, because I think people have concerns like that. I think people also have concerns about parking. You know, already I think we had people come in before at one point and express concerns about, you know, the buildings on my street are having more and more units, and now I no longer have anywhere to park. So I think I'm cautioning. I think that's where where pushback will be if people are paying attention.
So my response on the first part is that that's where the life safety codes are going to come into effect, as to, you know, there's requirements for firewalls and for sprinklers and that kind of stuff that I think is going to control a bit of packing too many in. And then I was just trying to pull up the parking, so I still think it's important that they meet our parking standards, and so we have 1 space per dwelling unit. And in my mind, that has to be accounted for. Your parking lot is part of your lot coverage, so if you have a 70% lot coverage, you know, you're gonna have to fit those parking spaces there. Previously, where we've had a lot of problems, that wasn't always the case, or it wasn't clear, and therefore the DRB would allow 7 units when they really only had 4 parking spaces, and people are parking on the lawn in the winter because they can't have the street parking. I don't disagree. I mean, I think that could be where the pushback is.
I think, and the other thing I think you may run into, which is more of a long-term thought, is if we're pushing, if we're moving some of the things that do allow people to push to put more units into traditionally older neighborhoods, then you will be you will be faced with the possibility that tearing down some of those buildings is an easier way to meet the requirements versus retrofitting those buildings. I mean, I can see personally someone who's got an old Victorian home and it's a single-family home. I mean, I have no idea how I would make that, like, you know, okay to apartments, because they're not, they're tinderboxes. So if you, and this is a little bit personal too, I like old homes. I also like housing people. Housing people in old Victorian homes doesn't really work. So I think there's going to be pushback, you know, maybe in that area too. It's like then you're going to be encouraged to tear down what I think are really beautiful Victorian homes that give Brattleboro a lot of its character, because, you know, people might run into, like, it's not economically sustainable for me as a landlord, right? I mean, to make this home safe and also have the number of units I need to make it viable. So I'm proposing that I'm going to pull it down and build something new that meets what your requirements are for viability. It has the right number of units for me to make my living as a landlord, but you're losing a Victorian, you know, historic home that, you know, just maybe had some architectural and aesthetic value and historical value. So that's another, like, just a thing that's in my mind.
It's interesting because the state, the Agency of Commerce and Community Development is doing a big housing study. I kind of write about it in the little memo. And they're supposed to have tools out in 2020. Did you?
What page is
that?
that?
Not the memo.
Right here.
Oh, sorry, not the memo, the parking thing?
Oh, the parking is 3-37.
Okay.
Yeah, so this zoning for great neighborhoods project that they're doing. So, you know, if we're not comfortable making, this is a big change. I said it's small, but kind of big. You know, we can kind of wait and see what they come up with for Vermont, and look at some of those tools then and decide as kind of a bigger housing. I think, I hear what you're saying about the neighborhoods. I think that there's potential that maybe there's some neighborhoods that would be better served by loosening up the density, and others maybe not. So there might be the creation of a new zoning district.
Well, and that also seems like a conversation for that committee that needs to get, once we get certified local government,
Yeah,
To have the conversation around, well, what are we gonna?
what do we want to
ma-
preserve? Yeah.
Yeah, what do we want to preserve, and how do we decide? Because ultimately, any town is gonna have to lose some of its historic fabric as time goes by.
This is true.
But the key would be to to preserve the ones like this one that wasn't,
Yeah.
that we really would be sad to lose.
Regarding parking, is there like something like the Brooks House, which doesn't have parking? Where is like an exemption for that written, or is it just?
Brooks House
case by
actually
case?
does, half of the Harmony lot where they have the
Oh.
covered carports is actually, it's their property.
So well,
And it was always,
Yeah.
they always had parking there, I think they leased it to the town, or it just,
so does every building
I
comply? now?
think-
And that comes up for, all the downtown ones that are commercial on the first floor?
no.
With resident apartments on the,
Most downtown buildings
they don't need
have
to?
parking. They don't need to, because there's the transportation center,
Oh, okay,
so.
that's written in here
They're in
somewhere,
the-
or?
Yeah, the urban center.
Yeah, the urban center,
Oh, okay. I
you
figured, I
cannot
just hadn't noticed
create
it.
new surface parking. You could, if there was a new building being built, you could have underground parking, something like that, but you can't create new surface parking.
I would
Right.
be, I don't wanna like make more work, but I'll look at this great neighborhoods thing, and I am kinda interested what other towns do with this, like Burlington and, any towns that have experienced a lot of need for growth and housing, and how they've balanced these things.
I don't think anybody's figured that out yet, but,
But what you're
We're asking
suggesting,
around.
if I understand you correctly, is in fact, this isn't really gonna change anything because we've just sort of overregulated that.
I feel like we have overregulated.
Somebody's gonna use this to get around and put in more units than we think is feasible.
I'm comfortable that they wouldn't, because we still have lots of other control. We still have setbacks, we still have lot coverage, we still have building footprint, we still have building height. So, maybe you can only build a 4,000 square foot building. If somebody wants to use that to create 4 or 5 executive apartments in there, okay. If somebody wants to use it to create 10 more affordable units, like, that's fine. I mean, whatever they think the market can handle.
Okay. But if they were to make 10 units, they'd have to have 10 parking spots.
Right, and that
That
is
would
still
make
part
it-
of their lot coverage, and if you're only
And
allowed,
you only have 60%, then you're getting parking.
so maybe you're gonna
requirements.
have 10 smaller units. If that's what you want, or instead you can have 6, of which they're all a little bit bigger.
Right, okay.
Because you're still working within the footprint of 4,000 square feet, or 6,000, or whatever it is.
We also have a different height restriction in the residential. I'm just trying to remember. It's not the 5 or 6. It's
3 stories max.
So do we want to kick this back to you to do more thinking on it, or are we okay?
I'm okay with it.
I'm okay with it too.
I mean, it's not moving anywhere yet.
And
I
then
can
we'll have
put
public
more-
hearings on it too, and
Right,
get more
so we
feedback,
can-
so I think it's,
Yeah, I'm okay with putting it out for public hearing with the other things. Like I said, I think you'll get the pushback on the things I mentioned, but, so, maybe having an understanding of how we would answer those questions.
So just to summarize, we kicked back number
Kicked back
one.
Number one.
Because
we
we're
wanted-
accepting
We wanted examples.
energy, livestock, and housing density. Super, good work.
I think that is pretty much, I need to go through my list. I think that might be it. This was the big piece that I had to bring back, the density.
So then we're ready to go to the select board with our collected amendments?
No, first, I'll put them all, get them all together, and we have to have a public hearing.
And then we go to the select board.
And then we bring them to the select board, and they have 2 public hearings. So it's still a process.
So, anything else?
I think we're done, right?
Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I will make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I'll second that.
All those in favor of joining the meeting?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you.
Todd, I think you seconded.
The time it is. Entertain a motion to approve the minutes from July 23rd, 2019.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from July 23rd, 2019, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Additions and deletions, we need to add under new business, 2 requests for the use of the town hall. Are there any other additions or deletions? Okay, hearing none. Moving on to the warrants.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1, payroll, in the amount of $12,301.92.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 1 in the amount of $12,301.92 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2, payroll tax, in the amount of $5,044.35.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 2 in the amount of $5,044.35 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3 out of the general fund, in the amount of $9,975.41.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 3 in the amount of $9,975.41 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4 out of the general fund, in the amount of $2,450.
540.
Yeah.
3,000.
No, 450. Okay, so the numbers are reversed. Okay.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 2 in the amount of $2,450 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the general fund, in the amount of $1,374.65.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 5 in the amount of $1,374.65 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6, $898.99.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 6 in the amount of $898.99 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 7 out of the highway fund, the amount of $62.67.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying highway warrant number 7 in the amount of $62.67 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 8 out of the highway fund, in the amount of $2,050.45.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying highway warrant number 8 in the amount of $2,050.45 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 9 out of the equipment fund, in the amount of $115.19.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying the equipment warrant number 1 or number 8 in the amount of 9, in the amount of $115.19 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 10 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,332.63.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying equipment warrant number 10 in the amount of $1,332.63 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. All right, we're moving on to reports, the highway.
We're currently working on the Grafton Road. We're doing shoulders when the roads are dry, and when they're wet, we're doing tree cutting and chipping. Also, the library parking lot is scheduled to be repaved this Thursday and Friday. It'll be tore up on Thursday. It'll be paved on Friday. I've been in contact with both the post office and the library, and I believe Carla put up some notices. And also, our new truck arrived, and it's scheduled to be brought up to Viking in about 3 weeks.
Okay.
So we're on schedule.
That's exciting. Good. Any questions about highway? No? Alrighty, then moving on, counter report. I didn't see one, so I'm assuming there wasn't a counter sheet today. Treasurer.
Sweep account, you have $820,607.21. Your checking account is $28,868.62.
Are there any questions? Then moving on to correspondence. Okay, we received, or there was done a walkthrough recently, an assessment, risk assessment, done for VLCT of all the buildings in town. One of the things they did recommend, or they recommend some changes to the buildings themselves as far as fire extinguishers, etc. But they also came back and recommended that the town garage be changed, the value changed. They're recommending, or they're saying, they're claiming that our town garage building is currently insured for $593,000 and it should be insured for $1,100,000. The difference in premium to make that kind of change is $2,650 per year. So I don't know if that's something the board would like to consider doing. We currently have replacement costs up to that $503,000. But they're saying that we can, for that extra money, we can go up and get guaranteed replacement costs, which means that even if it were to exceed, there's actually no cap on the amount of money that would be spent to rebuild it if it were to be destroyed. So that is something that they recommended, and they sent a package back. I don't know if that's something you want to entertain, think about, whatever. Any thoughts?
It doesn't seem necessary to me.
Is it just the structure, not the contents?
Just the structure.
Not the contents, not the.
Kind of high for
no,
just
no.
the structure.
Yeah.
In budget, it's not in the budget to have that kind of increase.
No.
I would say we take their chances.
All right.
Yeah, I would move that we leave the insurance as is.
You actually gonna make a motion to do that? Okay, is there a second to the
Second.
motion? Okay, is there any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor of leaving the insurance on the highway garage as it stands, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes. All right. So then we also received a letter from the new sheriff. And it says, "Dear Select Board, as some of you no doubt read in the papers, I was appointed by Governor Phil Scott on July 11th, 2019 as the Sheriff of Windham County. While new to this particular role, I am entering my 16th year serving Windham County, and it's likely we've already met or at least conversed in some capacity." Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Anyway, the Windham County Sheriff's Office is an organization of dedicated, motivated, highly trained professionals. We provide services both conspicuous and discreet throughout Windham County and Vermont, including but not limited to community policing, prisoner transportation, civil process, regional dispatching, functioning as a county fingerprint station, and coordinating regional crash reduction efforts. Via this letter, I'm hoping to make clear my intention to both continue these services while possibly expanding them to meet your own individual community-specific needs. Already, I've identified new and better ways to serve Windham County than in the past. We've begun to reduce municipal costs in emergency dispatching, enhanced our staff to handle criminal investigations and quality of life policing issues, and we're helping to place the county at Vermont's forefront in responding to opioid-related deaths, specifically training our staff in responding to this crisis and developing interdisciplinary relationships with partners. These are only some of the issues that we've identified, but I am sensitive to Windham County's diversity and the many unique needs of the towns within it. As such, I would like to make this open-ended offer of dialogue with each and every town or village, whether Windham County Sheriff's Department has an active contract with you or not. I would, in short, like to make this transition of leadership an opportunity to hear issues that affect you and to tailor whatever services we can provide you in the future. Yours in service, Mark Anderson, Sheriff of Windham County. So, I guess the question would be, would we like to invite the sheriff to come speak to us before we actually begin our budgeting season in October and see what the Sheriff's Department might have to offer?
Sure.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, somebody want to make a motion to extend an invitation to the sheriff so that we can have Carla do that?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So if you could be in touch, Carla, and you've got our meeting scheduled. Most any time would be okay that he might be free. And we'll just schedule a time to have him come and speak to us. Okay. Then members of the public, Mrs. Davis, you have anything to say? Okay. There's nobody here.
What was that?
The ghosts are
If you're not
talking
here, raise
today.
your hand.
Tap mowing bids. We didn't receive any via mail. I know Carla did have a couple of people who expressed interest, and we have written, I guess it would be a bid, it's not sealed, but that's okay, from Rob that said he'll mow all the field out in the Tap Mill area for $1,400, if we would like to consider that.
That's the only bid we received.
That's the only one we received.
I'd like to consider that. Grass is getting kind of high out
It
there.
is getting, no doubt. So would someone like to make a motion?
I would move that we accept Rob's bid to mow the Taft Meadow fields for $1,400. That's for the single season, correct?
10 years.
For this season.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of engaging Mr. Rob Wright to mow the Taft Meadow fields for $1,400, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
All right.
The motion passes. So, I guess what? You get to mow the field. Yeah, here's your letter back. You're gonna get that later. Okay. Then fire extinguishers. I spoke to the fire chief, and he was in touch with
Code 3.
Code
Code
3,
three.
yes. And they were supposed to have been in contact with us. Evidently, they've spoken to Anita at some point in time, but we still have had no action on getting these fire extinguishers taken care of. Have you had any luck at the garage, either? No.
Nope.
So, I don't know what more to do. I don't know who else.
Is there another company that does that around here?
There's one in Robert.
In Rutland? Know the name off your top of your head?
No. Call Ronnie Green, he could tell you.
Okay.
9778 is his slide. Or no.
Okay. Well, maybe we can give somebody else another call, because I know all the buildings in town are in the same boat.
Yep.
So we need to follow up on that, particularly as we continue getting into the winter season, number one, and number two, also have the rentals going on in the town hall. So Carl will, one of us will follow up on, see if we can run down that number from Rutland. All right, and, oh dear, I don't remember seeing that. There it is. At the last meeting, we accepted a bid from Brown's to replace the big old furnace downstairs that you see upstairs. And we accepted a bid for $4,900. We did the math after the fact, and in the budget, there's $2,500 that was set aside for repair and whatnot for the town hall, which leaves a balance of $2,400. So the question becomes, do you want to do a $2,400 deficit in the building, in the town hall, or do we want to use part of the RDAG money to actually offset that furnace expense?
Yes.
I think I would move that we use the RDAG money.
Yes. Second.
Okay, is there any further discussion on that, or does everybody understand what we're doing?
Have you thought about replacing the windows or somehow?
The problem with trying to replace the windows in this building, this is a historic building, which means you have to replace them with exactly the same type of glass.
Very expensive.
Yeah.
Cheaper for the workers to wear gloves.
And boots and hats and scarves. Well, see, the upstairs isn't heated in the winter. It's completely shut off and not heated in the winter. The only part that's heated is this downstairs area, and that's been, I know the vents have been looked at and numerous other things to try to make this a little bit more efficient. The fire doors help immensely, keeping the heat down here, so. All right, any other discussion on that? All right, so then, hearing none.
Yeah.
All those in favor of using $2,400 from the RDAG fund to offset the cost of the new furnace to heat the upstairs, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So that's a note that will have to go to Elaine, Carl, that we'll need to move $2,400 out of RDAG to help pay for that furnace. Oh, I'm getting way too many pieces of paper here. All right, where's that? Okay, then under new business, let's do the additions first. Seems like one of them. Additions first. We have a request from the West River. What is mine? West River Modified Union Education District wishes to hold their board retreat in the town hall on Wednesday, September 4th, from 8 a.m. to 5:15 p.m. And they're asking permission to do so. At this point in time, that date is open.
I have no problem with that.
8 a.m. to 5 p.m.?
8 to 5:30, or 5:15, yes. So it's one of their full-day board retreats is what it sounds like.
Is that going to interfere with anything we have going on
I mean, where
day to day?
Where does Carla end up working?
Right.
And then Elaine is in there as well.
Possibly, maybe. I mean, this is what we get into anytime, even on Thursdays when the clerk's office isn't open. If somebody is here during the day and there's an event scheduled, it disrupts regardless. So the question is, do we want to approve them using it during the day?
I would say yes. I don't see, I mean, it's sort of dependent on what else is going on in the building, but if it's quiet and it's just,
Well, I'm assuming it's
you know, a regular work day for Carla.
We'll see.
Fun icebreakers or something that you could be part of. You never know.
I know too many of the board members. I would have to completely avoid coming in. Absolutely. But, you know, basically what they usually do is sit down and do just the brainstorming and try to come up with where the board wants to go, et cetera, et cetera. They usually cater it, have some kind of a luncheon.
Oh, I'm staying here then.
Oh, okay.
I would say we allow it to happen. I mean, it is the town's building supposedly, right?
Sure.
So we need to make a motion, and we need to also decide what to do about the fee.
So I make a motion that we allow the modified Union Education District to hold their meeting on September 4th from whatever time to whatever time?
8 to 5:15.
8 to 5:15.
And for a fee of, you know what it doesn't say here is how much of the building they're using. They may be upstairs. That's a what is it, 15-man board? 13, I don't know.
I don't know.
I can find out more information tomorrow.
Well, that really depends, if they're using the entire building as opposed to just the downstairs, as to how much would be charged.
Right.
So we could set it either way, if they're
We
using the
could-
downstairs,
yeah,
it would be
yeah.
the standard fee,
Yeah.
if they're upstairs, it would be the fee for the upstairs.
Isn't the standard fee is usually only for, is it that for just a whole day?
It's for an event, I think. It's an event rental, right?
Yeah, it's per event, it's not specific times.
Event.
So the motion so far is to allow them to use the building on September 4th from 8 until 5:15 for a fee of,
Well, the standard charge for the downstairs and the standard charge if they use the whole building.
okay, so we will need to know, Carla, what they want to use.
Second.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on this?
Just to make things clear, what's the charge downstairs and not for the whole building?
It was
I want to say it's 100 and
101
I
and
think it's 101, 100 and 150, right?
Right, I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
This comes up a lot. We should know this by now.
Maybe we'll start writing it on the calendar.
I know.
Just so we can remember.
Town hall rental.
get it to.
I don't have the answer to that for you right in this breath, Mr. Wright, but I can get it for the minutes. Maybe if we can find a piece of paper.
Is that something that would be acceptable to put on the application, so people are aware that
It's in the written document that they received.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, this is just the part that they turned
Right.
in, but they actually get a copy of the policy, which has the amount in it, and
I
I'm.
wonder if we should amend the form to reflect using just the downstairs of the whole building as an option.
We could leave it as,
25, oh no, that's a common. $100, a $100 fee payable to the town of Townsend will be required of any individual, group, party, or organization using the town common.
that's just the
Town hall.
common though.
Right.
Okay, we can
We have to clarify that.
We can certainly look it up as to what it is. I think it's,
Yeah,
it's
I
fif-
think so.
it's 50 for the downstairs, and I think it's 150 for the entire building, as I recall.
That sounds right.
But we'll have to verify that. All right, so then, is there any further discussion on that? Hearing none, then all those in favor of allowing the West River Modified Union Education District to hold their board retreat in the town hall on Wednesday, September 4th, from 8 a.m. to 5:15 for a fee, for the usual fee dependent on the amount of building to be used or utilized, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes. So,
Downstairs and kitchen only is $50. Downstairs and auditorium is $100.
so it's $100 for the entire building then? Okay,
That's
so
all.
it's,
Sorry.
all right, so today's the 13th. Okay. So it's $50 for downstairs? For the whole building?
For the whole building, because it's prior to October.
And we'll need to make a copy of this to send back to them, Carla, as well as this copy will go into the book. So we have it, and we'll need to get it on the calendar. Okay, so that was West River. Make sure these don't get lost. The next one is a wedding. Kelly Johnson and Nathan Thomas on September 14th, and again, that day is clear. That's for, it actually says for a wedding reception, and they have both the common and the town hall marked. So I don't know what that means. And then at the very bottom, it says, is insurance an absolute necessity?
Yes.
Oh, we went through that, yes.
Yeah, it is.
I think there's some kind of liability if they burn the building down.
Yeah.
I'm guessing the comments for the actual wedding or.
Yeah, ceremony and pictures and stuff, and then the hall for the reception.
Or the double dipping in case it rains.
That could be.
That could be, sure.
But again, I don't know how you'd like to.
Well, I make a motion that we allow the wedding to occur on September 14th at the standard fee structure that we've already established for the town. So it'd be $100 for the use of the common, and $50 for the use of the building, unless they use the entire building.
And then it'd
And
be
it's
$200 for the total, for the
For
common.
total,
and-
correct.
Okay, so is that the motion?
Second.
Okay. All right. So the motion, as I understand it, is to allow the town hall rental for a wedding on September 14th. Let's see, the common and/or the town hall for a wedding on the 14th for a fee of $100 for the common, how am I going to phrase that? $50 for the for the dining room of the town hall, $100 if in fact it's the entire building, or a total of $200. I mean, this is getting really confusing. I don't know how.
Right, the standard fee structure to range
Yeah.
between
Okay.
$150 and $200 depending on the utilization.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any other discussion? And there was a second, was there not?
Yes, there was.
Okay, all those in favor of approving the use of the town hall on September 14th for a wedding, town hall, town common on September 14th for a wedding reception, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes. Okay, so again, that's 8. And I'll get this filled in later, because I'm not going to take them right out. All right, then, moving on. Okay, so the next thing on the agenda is, I don't like getting mail from the Department of Defense. I did, the Department of the Army, see? And it was made out to me, but that's scary. Okay.
You think they're not watching you?
Evidently. This is a renewal of the 5-year lease for the Dam Road, being DAM Road.
Yes.
Okay. With the Corps of Engineers. And we have to go through and renegotiate the lease every 5 years, and that's what this is a renewal of said lease with the U.S. Army. So I will entertain a motion to sign the supplemental agreement number 4 to extend the term of license number DACW 33-3-98-10 through December 31st, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Are there any
What
changes?
What is this giving us permission to do?
Keep the road?
Use the road.
For us to use it or for them to use it?
For us?
For us to use it.
It's their dam.
On our land. Or their land.
They bought it.
Of course they did.
Of course they did. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the supplemental agreement with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions, motion passes. I got a lot of signing to do, so that one get put somewhere important. Okay, whoops, that goes with that. I'm gonna have to go through all this. Next thing on the agenda, you should have all gotten a copy of the proposed tax rate.
I did not.
You did not. You missed somebody. I don't know if anybody has any questions about how it all came together. We were waiting at the last meeting for the hold harmless number that did come in, that came in a little higher than we thought, we anticipated from last year.
Well, then I'm glad we didn't estimate.
So, if there are no questions about it, I'll entertain a motion to set the tax rates at the highlighted numbers.
So moved.
No, state them.
I move to set the tax rates for the total municipal and homestead rate at 2.3890 and the total municipal and non-resident rate at 2.1197.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion on it?
So the homestead rate is actually a little bit less than we thought it might be from our,
Right,
from the last.
but if you look, oh, you've got it's still up, roughly 3 cents.
From last year.
Yeah. Not quite 4 cents, I guess. Most of that is the schools. It was offset with the CLA in the school. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of setting the total municipal homestead rate at 2.3890 and the non-residential total rate at 2.1197 for FY or tax year 2020, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So, that takes care of that piece. Okay, let's see. We have to find the right clipboard. The next page, or the next thing that we need to discuss is the health reimbursement account for retirement benefits that we had talked about briefly. And the fact that we needed to have a special account to be able to reimburse those out of, to be within IRS rules. Carla did the research on it, and we are able to set up that appropriate type of an account through, what was it?
Health equity.
Health equity?
Health equity.
Okay. And the total cost is $250 to set it up, and it's $4.95 per person per month charge to do that.
And how many members are there? How many persons would there be?
One right now with a potential of 2.
We eligible for this?
No. What, you on Medicare?
I might be.
Oh. Disability.
Yeah,
Okay.
mentally.
Yeah,
Yeah, there you go.
You can see what happens.
And is this the new, this is a new request?
No, this is, what this is the extension of the discussion from the last meeting about covering spousal benefits. And we found out that it had to be done a different way than we had been doing it in the past. This is the correct way to do that, per our policy.
I would move that we contract with Health Equity to set up the HRA for retirement benefit accounts as needed currently.
Second.
Is there any further discussion on what it is or how it's, what it's for?
No, it's basically, it's to reimburse for reimbursements.
Right.
Right.
All right, then all those in favor?
Reimbursements?
It's kind of circular logic math, but.
All those in favor of setting up NHRA for retirement benefits through health equity, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes, so that we'll need to get that paperwork taken care of tomorrow. All right, I had hoped, next thing on the list, I had hoped to have an update before our meeting tonight, and it didn't happen. But we had received a call, or I received a call, from a resident complaining about a failed septic system, and the request was made that we contact the health officer to do an inspection of this particular piece. The health officer was on vacation last week and was unable to actually comply. And Carla has left a message for Dr. Schaefer to see about going out and doing an inspection of the ground. Supposedly, the initial problem has been solved by pumping the septic, but there's a lot of concern about the fact that it may have actually failed. The system may have failed. So at this point in time, we're kind of in the mix and in the loop, waiting to find out what the inspection reveals, whether or not we have to move forward on with the Board of Health on this particular issue.
This is a private parcel?
Yes, it is. What's the next one here? Is there any other business or any other discussion that needs to happen?
Would the board reconsider maybe taking the entire payment for the new for the new boiler out of RDAG instead of hitting the taxpayers? And you can still have that cushion if you have to repair the town hall?
The money's already in the budget.
No, we'll leave that alone, but wouldn't it be nice to just take it out of the 4,900 and then it's clear, it's all together? It's one unit?
Well, we could certainly do that, but at this point in time, we already had we're gonna raise that money regardless of this tax.
Yes, but if you don't, but if it's not, but it'd be raised for it'd be raised if something else happened in the building.
Well,
That would be nice.
That's very true.
That'd be nice, and if not, it might go back to the residents. You
That
might,
must have happened a long time.
but I didn't
Yeah.
know, it's kind of neat, taking one to ride Peter and Paul. Would you take a serious look at the speed of Route 35? From Simpson Brook all the way down? They're not doing any of the speed limits we have posted.
No, they never have.
No, but I don't know.
They never have.
Yes, but it's kind of getting worse, sir.
But we have no law enforcement here other than the state troopers.
Other than the state trooper, but yes, I understand that.
So they can't be here
We,
doing traffic.
no, we have lowered them, and I just wanted to present the issue to
I
you.
agree with you, Cynthia, it's terrible. People use that like a drag strip through there.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, and I don't think many people know Grace Cottage is a hospital.
Yeah, we just invested in those. Have you seen those blinkers?
Yes, I know. Did you get permission?
So we have just put those up because
You need,
we can do something.
okay,
And we have permission. Did you put the blinkers up?
Yeah.
Like that,
from where?
from here.
Oh, from the town?
That was all approved, yeah.
Okay.
We did our due diligence.
I hadn't seen it anywhere. That's all. And I don't leave the hill often, but I'm quite constantly seeing somebody climbing over the gate to throw away their trash. 3
Yeah.
times this week, yes. Before they're, I don't know who they are or anything, but also they pull it. I'm going, why are they pulling in? Because the gate's down and they're bringing their I didn't see if it's bottles or cans. Yeah. Yeah.
You know what's interesting is that raises the point. Someone asked me the other day, we used to have a banner on the side of the barn.
It blew down, as I understand.
That would tell people when it was open,
We
when
got
it
it.
was open, like when the garage was open for recycling.
Yep.
And the stop sign was kind of exciting to see the stop sign and go, not supposed to be there. I didn't know. But I've noticed it, and I don't usually notice things like that.
Okay.
But they pull in and I'm thinking, it's not there. That's all. I will sit down. But I do like hard act paying for the boiler.
Well, it would, like I said, we were just looking to see what was in the budget, and that was the 25 that was already approved for building repair.
Yes, but RDAC's sort of free money.
It is, but it's also a nice cushion to have for those major expenses as well.
Yes, but 25, if you have to do something here would be helpful. That's all.
Okay, anybody else? Anything else? All right, then I will entertain a motion to move into executive session under 1 VSA 317C4 to discuss correspondence from the town's attorney.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of moving to executive session at 7:07?
7:10 actually.
Okay, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? All right, we'll take about a 5-minute break and then they come back for executive. There probably will not be a complete resolution tonight, so.
Dan French, Secretary of Education.
Janelle Farrell, St. Catherine.
Kyle, Georgia.
And speaking of that, Kyle, today is your first official day as a voting member of the State Board of Education, and we have an oath for you to take. So if do you want to stand up and make this official here? Is that okay? So, do you, Kyle, solemnly affirm that you will be true and faithful to the state of Vermont, and that you will not directly or indirectly do any act or thing injurious to the Constitution or government thereof, under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
And there's one more. There's an affirmation of office. Do you, Kyle, solemnly affirm that you will faithfully execute the office of member of the State Board of Education, and will therein do equal right and justice to all persons to the best of your judgment and ability, according to law, under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
All right, you are officially now a voting member of the State Board. That's it. So it's a good thing to put on your summer resume. Yeah, since you're first. Excellent. So any amendments needed to make the agenda?
I think we should add a few more topics to the agenda. Yeah, or either that or a strike all on item K.
Well, I just say K, it's the pre-K, but if those were all reports, so people have been asking for the different reports and underneath the strategic vision. And part of them are, 3 of them are all to the same report. So there's interim reports that go into the final report. But any other adjustments? So seeing none, we could move on, and I believe we have Patrick here to walk us through high-level review of the state successes and areas for improvement for the annual snapshot, and then opportunity to train with the tool. And if people have their computers, and Maureen, with the Wi-Fi, is it just the public Wi-Fi? Okay. Okay, so we'll maybe as the presentation is going, can try a couple of times when we get to that part, maybe have some help. So, and do you want to just introduce yourself?
I will. Patrick Halliday, I am the Division Director for the Education Quality Division at the Agency of Education, and previous to that, and still somewhat continuing, I was part of the team who assembled the S-Estate Plan. And part of that S-Estate Plan that came out of that was the development of the annual snapshot. I was in front of the State Board maybe 3-4 months ago, something like that, kind of giving a preliminary look at what we were going to be coming forward with. And hold on, let me get my computer set up. And it is now live and active, the first version of it, and I appreciate the opportunity to come back and talk about it in a little bit more detail, and also give you guys, give the board the opportunity, if they would like, to spend some time exploring and making sense and asking some questions about specifics of the tool itself. So again, thanks for this opportunity. I appreciate it a great deal. I'm going to...
Just starting.
Oh, okay. Hopefully folks can see that okay. Right. So when I start these conversations, I very often come back to this this graphic. And I think what's really important about this graphic is not the stuff in the middle, the annual snapshots and the integrated field reviews, and which is how standards are measured. But I think it's really the stuff, the boxes on the far left and the far right, the education quality standards, which define good teaching and learning in the state, and then the continuous improvement plans, which is how we're going to do a celebration of what we do well, and then a design on what we want to do better. The annual snapshot integrated field reviews are two tools that the state has to help assess a school's success in meeting the education quality standards. And that's also, those are the state tools. Individual schools, supervisory unions, and districts have lots of other tools as well, from comprehensive local assessment, anecdotal data, that they, so I don't mean to say that this is in any way intended to be the full extent of the data. This happens to be the data that the state has available to help schools in that process. And I also think it's important to talk about where this started. That this is actually people talk a lot about the No Child Left Behind, and people seem to, there's a general feeling in the education community that was the beginning of federal input into what our public schools look like, forgetting that it actually goes 30, 40 years before that, back to the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965, Great Society War on Poverty program, and ESSA, the Every Student Succeeds Act, is the reauthorization of that law, just like No Child Left Behind was the reauthorization of that law in the early 2000s. And I think it's important to remember that the reason that this exists, the whole reason that the Elementary and Secondary Education Act was born, was a way to get federal dollars. There's nothing in the Constitution, U.S. Constitution, about education. There's a way to get federal dollars into schools to help poor kids. And this is the goal of it. It had an equity goal at its outset. And in the process of putting together the ESSA state plan and then the annual report card that's grown out of that, we tried to remember that equity was there at the beginning, and it was maybe first among equals and whenever we had to make some decisions. And we've tried to build in that equity framework throughout this. I think looking at what the snapshot is designed to do, it is it's a series of thermometers. This is not a tool that is a really, really, really deep analytical dive into everything that's going to tell a school exactly what's wrong. It's going to kind of hold up some data to it. Maybe it's a mirror, maybe it's a heart rate monitor, to say, here's some data, this is what we're seeing, this might be something that you're interested in looking a little bit further to. In most all cases, it's not intended to be something that says you have a specific issue and problem that you need to address or else. There are some times for schools that are having some particular challenges, that there are additional supports that we're providing to them or that are available to them. But when we say it's a series of thermometers, or maybe a heart rate monitor might be the better way, that it's not meant to be a tool that says this is what is wrong. You can have an elevated heart rate because you have a bad diet and sedentary. You can have an elevated heart rate because you just went out and ran 5 miles. Both of those are going to give you the same data. It's up to the schools to really look at that data and make sense of it and see if this is something important for them or not. Ultimately, although the first version that was just released of the annual snapshot came out almost a month ago now, about 3 weeks ago, ultimately, it's going to provide a more holistic view of school systems. In the NCLB era, there was a heavy emphasis on testing. What you're going to be seeing, what you can see today that's live, still has a heavy emphasis on testing. That was the data that was available. We are getting pressure from the federal government to say, you need to get this out. We have subsequent releases of this in September and then again in December, which is going to give a more holistic picture of what's going on in the schools. I'll be candid and say that what's out there right now is heavy on kind of the historical ways that schools have been measured through NCLB, or the same measurements, not the same outcomes, but the same measurements. But we are adding a whole bunch of additional indicators to that to provide that more holistic view.
So can you just clarify if this
Sure.
year for the schools that are being identified as needing supports, it's solely based on test scores? And it
It's
really
not
doesn't-
solely based on test scores.
And graduation rates.
And graduation rates. A small bit is based on a science score, and then for those schools who have a large enough group of English learners, their progress towards proficiency is also included in that too. Yeah.
What percentage is graduation rate?
So this is actually, that's a good question. It's a question without a satisfying answer, because it depends on the school. If you're in elementary school, it's 0%, because you don't have any schools that are any students that are graduating. Beyond that, it really depends on the makeup of your school. If you don't have a large enough percentage of English learner population, that graduation rate is going to be a little bit larger than if you do have English learners in your school. But what's the law, and I'll get to this in just a second, the law says that graduation, ELA, and math, which we use the SBAC for those, have to be substantially weighted. So those tend to be, at the state level at least, those are, I'm trying to think right now, about 20%, no, about 25% each of those. 20, yeah, I have to, yeah, each of those are, I think, 28% at the state level. And it just depends on on the individual school, what indicators are available to be used.
We've been going through this for a couple of years, and the whole thing, in terms of the snapshot, we're basically talking about one of the 5 indicators.
Yes.
And one of the things that was really good about the EQS as we adopted it was because it got away from the testing, but yet we're making our first release, which is virtually exclusively test scores.
Well, our identification for schools who are eligible for comprehensive and equity supports by federal law are based on our academic proficiency domain only, not all 5 of those domains. That's the way that our SS state plan is written. So we're really looking only at those for eligibility. We did not want to come out with something initially. Our best of all possible worlds would have not, our first release wouldn't have been so heavily on the academic proficiency indicators. With the delay of SLDS and the backlog that we've had because of that, this is what's available for right now, and the federal government was saying, you really need to get this out, and so
Tell me
we got it
a
out.
little bit more about what you pushed with the federal government, what
Well, let's get, because part of the presentation, if you look forward, goes through and talks about when the data is going to be released, and so maybe if we could save that question so we get to that section, because I think it's in there. So let's make sure we can get through there, but hold that question for just a minute because it's in here.
The other things, just real quickly, I wanted to say is, building on, I think, what I've said earlier, that there's really an intent to focus in on equity throughout this, and as we look at examples from this today, I think we'll see it. And I also think it's important to think about what the snapshot is not designed to do. By design, it is poor at ranking or comparing schools to each other. You probably could come up with a way to do it. It would not be statistically particularly strong, and it really wouldn't be a good use of the tool. Unlike the NCLB era, this is not a blame and shame schools. As I was talking in the beginning, this is really around continuous improvement and helping schools identify what their specific needs are going to be. And ultimately, it's moving beyond defining accountability as assessment scores only and looking more holistically at the schools. So it's not designed to look only at assessment scores. And I think that, importantly, that this is not meant to fully represent a school system. These are 20 indicators, ultimately, that we will have in this tool. Schools do more than 20 things, and I think it's important to recognize that these are the indicators that we feel that we can have some data for, ultimately. But that is not the full story of what goes on in an individual school, nor with good, with quantitative data like this, it really doesn't provide as an explanation of why. And I think that those are important things to keep in mind. So as we do a quick dive into it, I just want to give a couple of qualifiers. The data that we look at when we're looking at an SU or a school level, that it's made up, because I don't want to present individual school. It's not even a real district. I made it up. And for anyone who taught upper elementary, you can see a few ties to, or a few Easter eggs for Vermont history thrown in there, so you're welcome to see if you can find those. This is important, that the data that is in the snapshot right now represents academic year 17-18 academic data. It is not the year that just completed, it's the 17-18 year. It also represents school organizations from 17 and 18. So as we start to see consolidations and other sorts of organization change as account of Act 46 and otherwise, this is as organizations existed in 17-18. So sometimes you'll see something that says, and we had this question, it says, well, Montpelier School District doesn't exist anymore. Montpelier School District does not exist anymore because it's now Montpelier Roxbury School District. So we see this, it says Montpelier School District closed as such and such a date because it was reconstituted under a different name. And so it shows up here as 17 in the 17-18 data, separate from Roxbury in that case.
Do you have any indications with the student groups smaller than 11 that are suppressed? How many are currently in this data? And how many do we see that actually disappearing as we move forward? So if this is from the 2017-2018, how many different districts had to be excluded from public view?
Well, I don't know for sure. My guess would be every single district had data that was suppressed because of, if you look at going to our largest districts, if you're looking at the Asian population in 4th grade, you're going to have suppressed data in that situation. Or if you go to, so there, depending on how thinly you slice the data, you're probably going to get some sort of suppression that's going to take place for every single school district that we have. And it just depends on, again, how thinly you slice
category?
It at the category that we're looking at. And I think I'll be able to explain that a little bit better as we go through. This is what the landing page will look like. And by the way, please interrupt me at any point with questions like this. This is much more interesting for me, at least, if I have, as opposed to just talking.
Give me that invitation.
Oh, I saw you
It's a
smile at that point. This is what the landing page will look like. You'll see, as you've seen versions of this before, just like with the integrated field review, we're organized around the same 5 domains. Right now, as I mentioned, the data that's out is strictly on the academic proficiency domain. Let me just talk a little bit about some of our terminology. We have measures that lead to indicators that lead to domains. So, for example, we have an education staff stability indicator. There are 3 different measures for that. So we have a measure of teacher stability. This is looking every 3 years, over the course of 3 years, what percentage of teachers or what percentage of educators have stayed in their current placement. We have both looking at teachers at the school level, we're looking at principals at the SU level, we're looking at superintendents at the state level, and all of those feed into creating the education staff stability rating. Under the high quality staffing domain, though, education staff stability is just one of 4 different indicators that we're going to be looking at, and ultimately all 4 of those different indicators determine the score for the rating overall for that individual domain. So just a quick vocabulary lesson.
So just to recap, so if we're looking at the domain, then you're looking at the indicator, go into the measure. So just we have the same vocab. Okay.
Yep.
Just
John.
a question about efficacy of professional development, efficacy of evaluation.
Yeah.
How will those be measured or described?
Yeah, so great question. So this is something that's actually not going to be included until in the snapshot until December of 2020. It's a series of questions that are going to be embedded in the school climate survey, which will be rolled out for the first time. I'll say late winter of this coming winter. And there are a series of questions both around professional development and evaluation for teachers, looking at both effectively their understanding of, or their belief in how efficacious the professional development and the evaluation system that exists in their school was both in, did it reflect their work? Did it push them to, did it reflect their personal goals? Did it push them to be more successful in the classroom?
So this will be a survey of teachers.
Yes, this is teacher data, right. You know what, I'll say that a little differently. It's educator data. It's not strictly, it wouldn't be strictly teachers. Perception.
Their perception.
Yep.
Of efficacious.
Yes. Yep. Absolutely. So for each one of the indicators and each one of the measures and each one of the domains, there are both a performance and a change rating. The performance reflects current year's performance. The change is, what does this performance look like compared to last year? Did it go up? Did it stay the same? Did it improve a little bit? Did it improve quite a bit?
Can I just
Please
ask about the language? Am I right in understanding in the ratings of performance that there are two kinds of performance? They're meeting or they're not meeting. And then within each of those, there are two subcategories, one called meeting, the other called exceeding, in the case of meeting. And in the case of not meeting, there's one called not meeting and one, I think, euphemistically called approaching. What does approaching mean?
Well, so I think that in an era where we're really talking about when we had, strict percentage of students who met a particular proficiency mark, that was the case. This is really meant to be much more on a continuum, to not necessarily say it's moving away from looking, strictly at what the somewhat arbitrary proficiencies that existed for for SBAC in the past, and when schools were being ranked strictly on what percentage of students met this and what percentage of students didn't meet this. Instead, this is, this really is meant to be a continuum. So there is a particular standard, because this comes from the education quality standards that we're thinking about. But an approaching could be a signal of both success and failure. If you have a student or a student group who was exceeding 2 years ago and is approaching this year, that's something you might want to look into to figure out more sense of why we saw that change in performance. Likewise, if you had a student group who was performing very slowly, struggling, a couple years ago in that not meeting range, and now they're in the approaching range, that might be an indicator of some sort of success. So I don't think that it's necessarily looking strictly at those, yes, no, and then how much yes and how much no. That was how it was designed under the NCLB era, and we really moved away from kind of those proficiency markers to instead looking at scale scores for this. And there are a couple reasons why we've moved towards scale scores. The biggest, there are two reasons. One, you can have a large number of students who are, at proficiency, or a school where all students are proficient, but all students are actually declining, and that doesn't show up in the data. Likewise, you can have a school where all students are not proficient, but increasing their performance, and that's not reflected in the data. The other thing is there's kind of a perverse incentive that educators need to fight, that you cherry pick those students who are closest to making those jumps to the next mark. Whereas if you look at scale score, in these cases for the SBAC math and ELA, whether your student is a high-performing student and improves, a low-performing student and improves, or a high-performing student whose performance decreases, low-performing student whose performance decreases, that's all going to affect what the overall rating of an individual school is.
And John, so I think students around the state ask that too, because this is now what we're using when you look at graduation requirements. And so proficiency-based graduation, are you meeting, are you exceeding, are you approaching, or you're not meeting? So that's the same language that's used with students when it comes to graduation requirements.
Yeah, my issue is that approaching implies a dynamic. Approaching is something about motion. The other three are not about motion, they are about a status.
Yeah.
So there's this inconsistency in the terminology, and approaching generally would be the way it's used here. It can mean you're approaching not meeting, or you're approaching meeting.
Yeah.
most folks think it's approaching meeting, but it's not. In fact, you can be getting worse and still be called approaching.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's actually, I
So-
think that's a very good point. And
so
it wasn't a
the-
conversation that came up when we were.
There's just got to be a better word than approaching, one that is a status, not a motion.
Yeah, yeah, that's a very fair critique.
And I just, it's a sort of a softball word.
Yeah.
But in truth, schools can be getting a lot worse, and we can call them approaching.
Yep. Yep.
Can I just follow up on that point? In the change category, they all seem pretty clear, except for not improving. Did you consider no change?
We did. We were actually trying to be grammatically consistent by using a gerund with all three of them, and that was really where, you know,
Not improving seems.
Well, we not changing. We could have used yes. We actually had lengthy conversations about all of the words. I mean, like
These
really
must have been
lengthy
interesting conversations.
For the English major and me, yes, they were really interesting. Although this idea of approaching as being reflecting movement where the others were status did not come up, and I think that's a good thing for us to consider in the
And
future.
not improving just seems like it almost is kind of negative, whereas that one seems to be kind of neutral. Not improving. Improving is a positive word, and then you use the not before it versus no change. No change just seems to be you're stagnant.
Well, static is an alternative word.
Yeah.
That it might be used.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's not a gerund.
Yeah, staticking, I don't think would have, you know.
You can
was
make
not
up
a word.
words nowadays. It's
That's
okay.
right, that's right, that's right. No.
Tell me what scale score means.
So on, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
What do you mean by scale score? Is that in essence a dependent variable, and how do you measure how it's changing?
So the scale score for the SBAC assessment is simply a point value that each student is getting, and the change on that is how much did that scale score go up or scale score go down. In general, they're in the neighborhood of 2,000 for most of the tests, for most of the grades. You know, the lower grades, the bottom level is, you know, dips into the thousands. The higher grades, it dips into maybe 26 or 2,400. I can't remember the exact top scores for all of those. But ultimately, what we do for ELA and math is we look at the scale score for every single student who is in the student group of interest, whether it's at the state, whether it's at a supervisory union or an individual school, and we average all of those, you know, those. We don't have any data people in here because they would take issue with my use of this word, but the raw score, the scale score that comes out, and they would average those, and then that gets translated into one of those performance markings. The change is just representative of how much that scale score has moved from the previous year.
Yeah, it says in the papers that they average percentiles rather than using the scale score on the SBAC, and you don't average percentiles.
So, actually, I'm gonna put that question, ask it to set aside. I'm gonna come to that. This actually gets into a kind of a complicated and detailed statistical argument, or not argument, but discussion, because really the SBAC is comprised of two different measures. We talked about domains, indicators, measures. And one of those measures is the scale score, and one of them is a growth score, which is where we look at percentiles, and I will jump into that in a little bit to try to explain it better.
Okay, Oliver?
And apologies for arriving only, but it just seems, I'm looking at the change range here, and it just seems odd that we have sort of one negative, a neutral, and two positives. So it just seems like to keep it balanced, either you go to 5 or you go to 3 with an equal balance on either side. And just a suggestion for not improving, maybe just holding. So declining, holding, improving or ascending, and maybe accelerating rather than excelling.
Thanks. And we are. This is, you know, with the continuous, improvement framework in mind. This is a work in progress. So we appreciate the feedback. Like, we honestly do. We want this to be a tool that is useful for folks. So.
I think it's hard because it's when you get stuck into the conversations, like you've had these for months,
Yeah.
and then when you're putting it in front of somebody that hasn't had those in-depth conversations, you're getting the view of when people are looking at this is what they see, and they
Yep.
get a little confused. They get confused about some of the verbiage that's
And you know, it makes perfect sense to me, but I've been living this for the last 2 years, right? So, but it's making sense to me isn't the goal of this. The goal of this is to making sense for schools and the public to do it.
So I think it'll be interesting to hear the feedback from common just people that are logging on to see what's going on in my school. Are they understanding that? And that will be, I think, a helpful process.
Yeah, and it just the excelling really bothers me. That's not. That just doesn't
Completely unnecessary. Improving is
yeah,
sufficient.
I get the other ones, but excelling is not a measurement of change. That's
It's very qualitative.
Thank you. Come September, the state, every school, every supervisory union district will have a report card that looks somewhat like this. The landing page will come to the point where you'll see both a performance, current performance, and a change in performance for all 5 of those domains. Some of those domains will also have an equity index where this is representative under that category under equity index current. This is how pervasive or how big is the gap in performance between historically marginalized groups and historically privileged groups. And then the far right-hand column is over the course of the last year, how much has that gap grown or shrunk? How much has that gap changed over the course of the last year? The reason that those bottom 2 domains under high quality staffing investment priorities do not have anything for equity index. The equity index we can only figure when we're looking at specific student groups. All of the indicators under high quality staffing and investment priorities are building level or SU level indicators, so they don't reflect individual student performance. They reflect trends that exist at the building level, so we can't disaggregate them by student group. You know, we'll see some examples later. I'm just going to dig in quickly through a couple of different things. This is what we're going to be looking at right now is a couple of screenshots from the state version of the snapshot. I think it's important to recognize that the platform for whether you're looking at the state, whether you're looking at an SU or SD, or whether you're looking at a school is largely the same. They look almost identical. The only thing that really changes are the data, because that's going to be dependent on where you go. So right now, we have just the academic proficiency data that we have that's rolled out. Come September, we'll have additional. If you land on this page, click on the academic proficiency data to drill down further. I know you can't see this, but I just want to give an idea that you can see all of the different indicators arrayed for academic proficiency. Ultimately, there are going to be 8 of them that will be in here. There are 6 here, a couple more. They didn't want to make it so small that people couldn't see. Zooming in a little bit at the top of this page, what you'll see are a handful of different things. One thing I think that probably jumps to mind is the weight bar. And this gets to the question that you were asking earlier, Bill, that each indicator has a specific weight, and those weights really depend on the individual school based on whether or not that data is collected at that school. As I mentioned, ELA, math, and English language and graduation rate, according to the law, have to be substantially weighted. The way that it works out for this one is 28% for each of those. For this year, we also have to, and those 3 are required, as is English proficiency for our English learners. Those 4 indicators are required by the federal government. Also required by the federal government is a 5th indicator. Ultimately, just because we are, in beautiful government speak, we will have 3 5th indicators, but we had to have 1 5th indicator for this year, which was science. It was originally supposed to be, and the U.S. Department of Ed said, yes, you have to have a 5th indicator starting in this very first year. We had a choice of either coming up with something completely different and new that we would use for 1 year, or to use the new the new science assessment that just debuted in the 17-18 school year. Originally, it was supposed to be a field test. We used it, but we counted it really, really, really small, so it really wouldn't have any effect on what's, the outcome of any of these. But it's in there. U.S. Department of Ed was happy about it. In subsequent years, the weight for the science indicator will increase.
So for graduation rates, so I guess this is one thing that bothers a lot of people in government when things come down from the federal level to the state level.
Mm-hmm.
In other states, graduation rate might be a better indicator, but in Vermont, because we don't have any centralized graduation standards, right? I mean, in some states like New York, you've got the Regents exams that you have to go through and things like that. So there's certain standards that you have to get through in order to graduate.
Mm-hmm.
In Vermont, we don't have those.
Mm-hmm.
So it just seems like a classic top-down approach that doesn't really lend itself as well to Vermont as it might other states. Like Massachusetts has the MCAS.
But I would say that Vermont has answered that with Act 77, is that they want flexible pathways to
Mm-hmm.
get to the same end, and EQS lays out these are all things that you have to be proficient in, and there's no one test at the end, but there's lots of different ways to get there. But we do have a set of, everybody needs to have this collective, what's outlined in the EQS. So I guess it's not as clean as having a MCAT or some sort of test.
Yeah,
So you can look at
in
the
other states, it's just
graduation
that,
rate.
there's this thing that you have to do that ensures that everybody's at least at the same minimum standard, and here we don't necessarily have it. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing, I'm just saying that when you take the federal legislation and apply it to Vermont, it might not be, it's a heavy weight for a standard that's not really a standard. There's no standard to it.
You know, and I think the more problematic is that states define graduation rates different ways.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not about, is it about a cohort of students who started as freshmen who complete together as seniors?
Mm-hmm.
And my understanding is a group of states that have embarked on using that common definition, but other states use different definitions. Like how many seniors who started in the senior year actually finish in the spring? Okay.
Yeah.
So there's different approaches to doing it.
So you can get the answer you want probably state to state.
Well, the good news, I think nationally, the bigger issue is that the graduation rates have increased nationally, but I think the bigger variable, I would just argue, is how we define it.
Yeah.
Oliver?
So on ESL, how do we account for statistical significance? I wonder, that's a pretty significant weight of 14%, which might make sense in Chittenden County, but in another area of the state, what if you only have one or two students in that category?
So for the data to be displayed, there has to be, in whatever student group you're looking at, whether it's all students or a subgroup of students, there have to be a minimum of 11 students in that student group for it even to be displayed. And that's really for student safety more than anything. Statistical significance, yes, but more you can identify individual student scores if it gets below, much below that. Additionally, what we're looking at right now is just all reported data. Additionally, we have all of these measures are used for accountability determinations too. And for accountability determinations, you have to have a student group of at least 25 for that to be included into that formula. So if in those accountability determinations, that would be eligibility for comprehensive or equity supports.
So just so I understand, so just to run through an example, if there was a school district that didn't have an N size greater than 11 for that particular group, that would be excluded completely from the calculation.
weight bar, and that 14% would be more or less equally distributed to all of the other indicators. And I say more or less. Science is not going to, this year is not above 2, so it's not going to be proportionally distributed to science. We've just said for this year, science is 2 no matter what, because we didn't even want to include it, but we needed to do so.
One thing that Tom, just to clarify, so when we're looking at this data and we're going through, you can't just compare one school to the other. You really have to look at the academic proficiency and really look at the weights.
Absolutely.
To see what's being weighted. So when we're looking at it, it's making sure you're not just comparing different schools, but seeing how things are weighted. John?
Is the takeaway from this, one of the takeaways from this slide, that the overall performance in academic efficiency statewide is exceeded?
So I don't know. I don't believe, actually, this is a screenshot that I've taken here. I'm not positive that this is actually even the live screenshot from the live website right now. I kind of actually believe that this is an older slide that got put in by mistake just for showing here. I believe where the overall performance is at the meeting level right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at all of the constituent slides
Yeah.
of data behind this,
Yeah.
there's not a single one of them.
Yeah, I think that this is a slide that was in here for demonstration, not for looking specifically at the
It's a real
at the school.
feel-good slide, but it's.
Yeah, it wasn't. That wasn't meant as. That's an oversight. So yeah. A couple other things, just that individual schools and the public might be interested in. You can see next to academic proficiency, it says 2017-18. It's always going to default to the tool will always default to the most recent set of data. In subsequent years, there'll be a drop down so that you will be able to look at older data if you want to look at the 17-18 data. Also on the right-hand side there, you can see a little printer and another download icon. You can generate a PDF of this, or you can print an Excel sheet that has the numbers behind this if folks are interested.
Is this digital services or AOE? Or
No, this is an external contractor.
Okay.
They're based in Columbus. Patel for Kids. Is the
Okay,
name of it.
just curious.
You said accountability, determination, and what the public would be interested in. But if each school basically has a different way, then we're having different standards. It's not a uniform standard.
Which is part of the reason why I was making the case that earlier this is not about comparing schools to each other. It's about giving schools good data to drive their own continuous improvement. It's not about saying, well, Barry got this, Barry Town got this, and Barry City got this. Ha ha ha, we're better or we're worse or whatever. It's intended to be consumed by the people who are going to be making decisions and have students who are in those schools to say, what are the things that our particular school, our school system are doing well, and what are the things that our school system needs to be doing better? Not how come we're not like Montpelier.
But you see the contradiction. If you have an accountability determination and it's not uniformly applied, you got a problem.
And the accountability determination is, just for comprehensive schools is a very, very, very small number of schools in the state. It's 15 out of the about 300 schools in the state who are eligible for those comprehensive supports. And yep, it's not it's not a complete apples to apples comparison because of our small school numbers and our small school size. And when you have to include graduation rate and you have to include SBACs and you have to be looking at elementary and you have to be looking at high schools, every place in the country is going to be having this problem, because if you're comparing an elementary to a high school and one of them has a graduation rate figured into it and one of them doesn't, the data are always going to be different.
I think that was, as this law was coming out, that was some of the criticism this board had, was that it still relied on creating this list of schools and that was still the objective. That didn't go away from No Child Left Behind, and so it was a hard way of doing that. And that was some criticism that we discussed at the board level.
Sure, sure, and it is a federal law that we don't really have. We could say we don't want to take any federal money and then not be subject to that federal law. That's a decision that the board would be able to have some input in. That's I think probably wise, but yeah.
May I just ask more about the comprehensive supports?
I'm actually going to jump into that quite a bit later on to talk about how we got there.
Can I ask one question? If you have an answer later, that's fine.
Sure.
Were there any challenges with independent schools in reporting these numbers?
So independent schools are not included on. There's not a report card for an independent school. Instead, the students who are paid, and I'm not an independent school expert, so if I get my language wrong, I apologize. Yeah. The students are reported back to their sending school, so it would show up. I think this would be right. I haven't looked at this particular example, but
you mean sending districts?
Sure, sending districts. That's what I said. My language will be imprecise in this, and I apologize for that in advance. But it should, so if I'm looking maybe at Kingdom East, there will be some data for students who have been tuitioned into Linden or tuitioned into St. Johnsbury Academy. But that would show up at the SU level.
So I think maybe that would happen in specialized schools, that if kids are sent to the treatment school, or like very specialized, but it does show up for St. Johnsbury Academy has their own.
I think Burton does too.
It's possible that the four public-private
I think they
academies
have
would
their
be, yes, they are a different one.
Well, they
too.
cause some, it's apples to Macintosh, is it or no? Is it?
So this is where someone who's really a deeper,
Okay.
knows the data better than I do. I believe that this just reflects the tuition students at those schools as opposed to the boarders at St. Johnsbury Academy.
Yeah.
I'm not positive.
Okay,
I'm really not over my skis on talking about the details of that.
All right, sorry.
No, it's all right. They're very, very good questions. I don't know the deep data on independent schools.
Yeah, Kim?
I'm just looking at like Burton right now, and the only weight it has is graduation rate. That they don't have any of the standardized testing reported. So just as I look at it.
Yeah, we can.
It may have a report card, but it's not. Is that the same for St. J?
For the academy,
Yeah, so it seems to capture just
graduation rate.
the graduation rate,
You're doing
not
awesome, by the way.
any
Yeah,
testing.
Yeah, because I don't think they do any of the standardized testing. I could be wrong about that.
Yeah.
My recollection is
They do.
Oh, they do? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna, I'll go out of my skis too,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I'm a couple years rusty on that, but these are good questions to surface as we
Yeah.
go through.
Yeah.
And certainly if they were doing the testing, there'd be no reason for it not to be reported on the report card,
They should.
one would think.
Yeah, I will ask that question. I'm actually having a meeting with our developers this afternoon, and why that's not there and where it actually does show up.
Or whether there's some delineation that has to be made when somebody's looking at the data. I don't know.
Yeah, and you have to be careful, like, I know like FRL is another one you'd have to be cautious on because they don't participate in that program,
Yeah.
so you're not gonna get data there, so.
But some schools do.
Yeah, some
Right, so
schools-
that's where
yeah,
there's
yeah,
not a
yeah,
universal.
But that one I know for certain
Yeah.
is not, so, they pay for all that, you'll see them.
Did you say that the independent school scores of the individuals go back and are aggregated in the district?
Yes, it's, yes, that's ultimately where they're going to be. It's there right now. There was a little bit of a design issue that we didn't realize, and so we're cleaning up for the December release to make it a little bit more clear so that if you have, if you're, say, a K-8 supervisory district, supervisory union, and you tuition all students out, that there would be some sort of fake high school that would exist so that you could look at that 9 through 12 data for all of the students that supervisory union or district is tuitioning, so that you could see, we're paying for these kids to go, what is the performance of those kids who we're paying to go to the independent schools?
But then it gets attributed back to the district of residence.
It gets attended to the district who is paying, right, for that.
And I think
Because-
then it would be the role of the board to question if they're not seeing substantial, if they're looking at this data, and then they can do that deeper dive. Like you said, this is to allow people to do a deeper dive. If they're seeing
Absolutely.
certain data for their elementary and they're seeing very different for the secondary, that's when they can start having the questions.
But
and
look at it from the perspective, from my perspective, if I'm a taxpayer and I'm in the BRSU, I wanna know how is the money that I'm paying as a taxpayer being invested well, and are we getting a return on it? Now, if I'm saying, where am I gonna send Daisy to high school, then suddenly I wanna look at BBA versus Long Trail. So there's different kinds of data that even I would wanna look at as just a person who's cruising the website and trying to make decisions, or trying to deem whether.
The challenge though is, like, let's say Taconic and Green is a great example, right?
Mhm.
So you've got, all those kids in high school are going to 15 plus different high schools,
Yeah.
right? So, and sounds like some of them may participate, like BBA may participate in some of that standardized testing, I'm not sure, but certainly not all. So, and then you start getting into N size issues, right? So a lot of times, there's only one kid going to one school or two kids going to one school,
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
It's gonna be a little tricky.
One thing that I think is I will talk about this very, very briefly later, and I can do it now. I think one thing that is built into this, we've talked a little bit about the N size for data that's suppressed. If you're a principal of a school, you can see the unsuppressed data for every student in your school, or not every student, for every student group in your school. But not for any other school in your supervisory union or district. If you're the superintendent, you can see the unsuppressed data for every school for student groups in every school in your SUSD, but not for neighboring SUs and SDs. So it is a tool that that those who have an educational need to know can see that unsuppressed data, so that they have access to that to make decisions and to be informed on the decisions that they do have.
But they couldn't use that they couldn't use that data in public meeting.
They certainly shouldn't,
Right.
and we have some barriers built in for them to use it. Like that print function is disabled when you're logged in, so you can't accidentally print unsuppressed data. And there's a big orange banner that goes off the top that says you may be looking at unsuppressed data right now. So it's meant, someone could be willfully doing something poor, but you have to be fairly willful. You could still take a screenshot of it and print it out, but that's willful and intentional.
Okay, thank you.
So looking a little bit more closely, I want to looking at the ELA reading. You can see this is a close-up of this, a closer up of this slide that we had before. We can drill down and look just at the ELA, and what we're looking at right now is the all student data. You can see under student group in the top right. I hope you might be able to. It's kind of small, I know. We're looking at all students. We're looking at all grades. Under grade level, you can pick a particular grade, and we're looking at all grades right there. You can't tell so well in this in what's here, but the grades in this case, as we're looking at ELA SBAC scores, the grades in which that's not taken are kind of grayed out. You can't click on them. They still show up, but you can't click on them. A couple of other things that we're looking at here. You'll see this is the question, I think, Bill, that you were asking earlier. There are actually two measures that build the ELA indicator. One is the scale score, which we talked about a bit earlier. The second is the growth score. And the growth score, not to be confused with change, growth and change, I trust me, I see the confusion there. The growth score is looking at the amount of growth individual students have made over the course of 3 years compared to their educational peers 3 years ago. So if I'm in 5th grade, I look back at all of the students who scored like me in 3rd grade, look at all of this, how those students are scoring at 5th grade, and they're arrayed on a percentile. And so I was in the 43rd percentile of all students who scored in 5th grade of all students who scored the same as I did in 3rd grade. That's when those percentiles are more or less averaged to get that growth score, each individual student's percentile of the student group, which means statistically when we're looking at the state, the growth has to be meeting because it's got to be the 50th percent. The growth here has to be meeting because we're looking at all states, we're averaging all students. But at an individual school, and within individual student groups, we see some big changes in what that growth means. And the whole intent of the growth, first of all, it's a requirement, more or less a requirement. It's so onerous to not follow that requirement under ESSA that it makes a lot more sense to get in. And it's also statistically a pretty rigorous method. I can share if anyone really wants to see the research behind it. It's referenced in the ESSA state plan on page 45, or no, it's a little earlier than that.
Send that directly to Bill, I think. Right?
If you want to, I can point you right to the growth. And the idea is saying not just how is a student doing this year, or how are students doing this year, but how has the school been doing and improving performance over the last 3 years compared to students who looked like them 3 years ago.
How can you attribute causality?
We are not attributing causality. We are saying these are the data. It's not saying that there's a causal relationship. There could be lots of reasons why. There are a few protections built into that, One, it has to have 3 years of data, and it has to be 3 years of data in the same school. So if I show up in the fifth grade, I'm not going to have a change, a growth indicator for me as an individual student until I'm in the 7th grade, because I need 3 years of data. If I'm here in 5th grade, leave in 6th grade, come back in 7th grade, it's not going to show up because I need 3 years of consistent data in an individual school. That's not to say that it's the school who is doing it. There can be all sorts of different reasons why something's happening, but we're looking for general trends that are existing across a school or across particular student groups within a school.
That's a bigger and longer question than probably we have time for. Slight technical thing. How come they use percentiles when they could have used NCEs?
Let's move a little bit away. I mean, just
Yeah,
because, well, I
there
know,
you
but
go.
right now, I'd like to push forward a little bit, because that is something, why didn't we do it a certain way? We have to try to understand the system that we have right now. Like, that's the goal of this session, is to really understand what we're working with. And so I think that's a great intellectual exercise. And as we're looking at, do we need to change what we're looking at? And that's a conversation, how do we make it better in the future? But for right now, I just want to make sure we get through all this. And that's...
And again, I'm not a statistician. I can represent the model. I can't represent the quality of I'm not going to be doing the equations behind it to look at it, but I can point you to the research.
But I guess,
yeah.
Send him the information, and then that might be something, a future topic that we can bring up.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Okay, thank you.
A couple other things to look at. Down in the bottom, you'll see that there is a change metric for both scale and, well, not for growth, but I can explain that in just a second. There's a change metric for both scale and growth, and that's just how has the scale score changed this year compared to last year? How has the growth score changed for this year from last year? The reason that there's no growth score for the performance change, or there's no growth metric for the performance change, is that you need 3 years of SBAC data. The first year of SBAC data we have is 15-16. So to get the growth, we would really be looking at data from 14-15, when we just didn't have the SBAC for enough years. So come in December, that we will have a change metric for both growth and scale. And then over on the right-hand side, the current equity index, this is saying what is the performance gap on each of these metrics between, in this case, our historically marginalized and our historically privileged students. How big is that gap? And this is indicating it's pretty big. It's pretty substantial. And I think this is really where the value of this tool starts to get, is that it identifies performance gaps. We can take issue with the individual numbers behind them, but if you start digging through this, you'll see these gaps again and again and again and again. And it's something that we should be aware of.
Yeah, Kim?
Thinking about the capacity at the state level to identify practices that are improving that equity index, is that an exercise that at the AOE would be beneficial, or that you intend to use this tool for? So can you sort it by who's doing better in various very granular categories, so that you could start to explore
absolutely
how this is
absolutely
working better?
Absolutely. And I would say not just at the AOE, it's the responsibility of the AOE to look at statewide data. It's the responsibility of the AOE to work with individual supervisory unions who come to us asking for help to look at their data. But it's also the responsibility of SUSDs and schools to do that same work locally, to say, what is our specific local context? What are we seeing that we're doing well, and which students are really succeeding and which students are not succeeding at the same rate? And that's why digging down. So, for example, it's a timely question. This is almost the same picture we had before. Now, instead of looking at all students, the data that's being presented right now is only students who are on free and reduced lunch on this particular slide. And in this case, the equity index is comparing students on free and reduced lunch to students who are not on free and reduced lunch. Likewise, we could do students who are on IEP to not on an IEP. We could do it by gender. We could do it by racial ethnic group. We could do it by maybe we'll be able to do it by military affiliated. We're trying to get that data from the military and having trouble doing it. Foster, migrant, homeless, English learner. There are probably a few that I've forgotten there.
Can you cross-reference with multiple markers?
You can't do multiple markers. You can't do multiple markers. And we looked into the crosstabs, and we're looking at actually several $100,000 to be able to build that sort of cross tabulations on it, just because there are so many different permutations that are going to come up.
So, I'm sorry. So, you're either free or reduced lunch or a non-English learner?
So in this case, you're either, what we're looking at for this particular group is all students who are eligible for free and reduced lunch. And under the equity index, it's comparing the performance of students who are on free and reduced lunch to those students who are not on free and reduced lunch. Likewise, we could choose, instead of free and reduced lunch, as English learner, compared to non-English learner. A student could be free and reduced lunch and English learner, but they would just show up in the particular
would they also
group
have
that's being selected.
A race and ethnicity marker?
Yes. Yep.
So an individual student would have multiple markers. The capacity for cross-referencing our free and reduced lunch students who are also non-English learners and whatever, like taking those, an individual student does have multiple markers, but we can only see the data by one marker at a time.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
But at least they are tagged as being more than one marker.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
So I just have one more question. I may have missed this. And it plays probably more into the area that I live in. When you go to Home Depot and you go on their website, you want to buy light bulbs, you can compare multiple light bulbs.
Mm-hmm.
Is there an ability on this to compare multiple schools on one layout without having to print them out and look at them? You know what I'm talking about, where it gives you kind of a chart and shows you, okay.
And that actually was by design, because it's really not, it's the intent of this tool is to look at the individual
And I did it
school.
mostly to bait Bill, the question that I just asked.
But I mean, I think that goes
That's
back
the
to what
contradiction.
we just looked at.
I nearly got you.
With looking at how the breakdown is different per school.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, Kim.
And I think that was sort of where my question was going. Individually, on our boards in our districts, we can look at different schools, if your district is big enough, that are serving the same age group, and you can try and identify where you see some successes. I think a lot of us are finding in this free and reduced lunch category, as is indicated by the state results, that there's not a lot of success happening right now. And so finding the needle in the haystack as a local district on where it's happening well really, I think, is a request of the state level analysis to point the field towards better practice where it's working well. And so I'm hopeful that is a utility of this tool that will be exercised and shared so that we can get more of that improved practice by learning from others.
We did that last year as a board. So there were 3 schools that stood out, and so that was Albany School, that was Underhill, and Saxon River, and they exceeded in the categories of they had the greatest. Looking at their free and reduced lunch, they had some of the. It was Albany that had some of the highest free and reduced lunch, and that they were getting some of the best results around the state at Equitable. So that was a real highlight. So we tried as a board to highlight those schools, and because they were reaching in all those categories.
I wonder if those 3 same schools will show up this year.
Right, and that's something we could as a board look at, is look at where the successes are, and so, and highlight those successes, and we've done that in the past. That's what we did last year.
I think one of the nice things of the model, though, it's giving a broader composite view than just focusing on practice, because I think one of the things, particularly when we talk about demographics and the demographics of our staff, that domain, we're going to find that there's a correlation, I would suspect, between performance and turnover of staff. So folks like to go to, the practice, but really if they're having a volatility in their leadership and their teaching staff, it's really, it's hard to establish a good practice when you have vacant positions and difficulty recruiting people.
Probably is more the system,
Yeah,
and
so
that's where you would
Yeah, as a
wanna be
board, you would say,
identifying
oh, look, we have
systemic.
an issue with stable staffing here, we have to
Right.
address that issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the design of this tool is not to say, oh, my particular school has low math scores, we need to go get a new math curriculum. The design of the school is to say, or of the tool is to say, we have a problem with math, let's figure out where it could be. It might be an issue of teacher stability, and we have lots of turnover. It might be an issue of disciplinary exclusions because we're suspending our poor kids at a higher rate than we are our more well-off kids. You know, there could be lots of different things that this is pointing to, and it's not just to say, oh, got to fix math. There may be, we have to fix math, but not how do we fix math, and that's where the local data and the broader data becomes essential to using this. A couple others. We mentioned before that there is an English language proficiency, progress toward proficiency. Additionally, graduation rate. Graduation rate is also made up of two different measures, both the 4-year graduation rate and a 6-year graduation rate. Both of those are equally weighted to create that overall rating.
Can I
Yeah.
How sensitive is the data? So graduation rates, it says that in this particular case it's declining. Is it even like a very small tick down? Like if it was like 1/10%, that would show declining?
If there is a decline at all, if it's lower than 0, it's showing decline.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
The no change or not is, there is a little bit of a window in there. I can't remember what the exact scale is on it, but there is
Okay,
a little bit
there
of a
is a
window
little
there.
bit of
Yeah, but
wiggle
any
room there.
decline shows up as decline.
Okay.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, it's just kind of interesting, like 1/10% is much different than 20%
Yep.
decline in.
Yep, absolutely. And that would be
Yeah.
that would be the work of the school, the state, whatever, to say, is this something that we're really worried about, or is this
Mhm.
something that's just statistically, explained by,
Yeah.
just annual variance that's going to exist. Coming in December, we have at least one, hopefully 2 additional measures looking at college and career readiness. The first one is asking the question of what percentage of students at graduation have demonstrated proficiency on one of a number of different indicators: SAT, ACT, a certain AP score, dual enrollment grade, early college, the ASVAB, which is a military readiness assessment, an industry recognized credential for students who are typically in CTEs, career tech ed centers, and it's just how many have demonstrated this in at least one of, I think we have 6 or 7 different measures there. And then the second one, we're having a little bit of problems gathering all of the data, so we're trying to work through it and make sure that we're able to get everything that we need for this. But this is looking 16 months after graduation to say what percentage of students 16 months after graduation are enrolled in a 2 or 4-year college, are employed, are in the military, hopefully, are in a trade school. There's some problems with these data. One, the military won't share with us enlistments, so we don't know if they're enlisted. We're working to see if we can get that. Second of all, we're working with the Vermont Department of Labor still on an MOU so that we can actually get that data to see who is employed. We have a definition of employment. It's not just 10 hours a week. We have a specific definition of employment. But even if once we complete that memorandum of understanding, that we're still going to have some problems because that's only for students who are working in Vermont. If I cross the border to New Hampshire or New York or go to Texas or California, I'm not going to show up in that data. So we know that's a problem. It's going to be an imprecise measure. Likewise, if I'm a college student anywhere in the U.S., we can track it. If I decide to go to McGill in Montreal, we're not going to have that data. So it's going to again be an imprecise measure. We realize that.
Inside the U.S.?
Inside the U.S.
We'll get tracked. Okay.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And so, we're building that based on knowing that it's a little imprecise. Schools really want this data. They don't have a good way of tracking it. Quite honestly, most schools that are using something akin to Facebook groups to find out what their students are doing. That's not a particularly rigorous way to track anything. So, so we're trying to do that. And I just want to say that you can see there's other 4 domains over there. We are developing all of the indicators on a particular schedule that are going to completely fill that out. And I'm just going to jump ahead here to see we have 4 different releases coming out right now, or that will be coming out over the course of the next 16, 18 months. The highlighted yellow or orange ones there are the ones that are out in under version 1. Under version 2, we're going to be adding, like I mentioned, 5 additional ones. One coming out of the personalization is the percentage of students who have participated in a flexible pathway at graduation. I'm going to just scoot forward to the next slide, and I can come back. A couple around teacher licensing and teacher staff stability, disciplinary and exclusion, which I alluded to earlier, and then we're going to have a staffing ratios one, and how well are schools and the state doing in meeting the suggested ratios for staffing in the ed quality standards. And then coming out in December, you can see 2 additional under our investment priorities, the per student expenditures and return on investment one. And then I don't know if people are going to be able to see, oh yeah, here we go. We'll have those 2 college and career readiness assessments, and then another one just saying, this one is asking what percentage of kids participated in a flexible pathway. This one is asking the question of how many different pathways did a school actually offer. So if you could have 100% of kids participate in a flexible pathway, but they all took a dual enrollment class, and is that really a flexible pathway if you have, you can have a car in any color as long as it's black, right? Or are schools really buying into this idea of flexible pathways and presenting multiple options for students to do?
So could you just, going back to Bill's question from
Sure.
earlier, just talk about this, because the ESSA plan was developed by the state, and the state board actually never voted on the ESSA plan, and we were not invited to vote on it. It was seen as it's the, looking at ESSA, it was asking the agency and the administration to come up with a plan, and we did not sign off. But when we were going through our small school metrics, we spent a lot of time looking at these metrics, so trying to piggyback on those and using what was in here to look at small school grants. And we were told that every category would have something by December, this past December.
Yep.
And so that's what we were told when we were creating the small school metrics. That's why we chose the metrics that we did. And then things didn't come out for December. We're getting this now this summer, but we're only getting 1 category.
Yep.
So could you just walk us through, we were told as a board we're going to have this holistic view. I think to Bill's point earlier, we're not getting that holistic view for this whole first year. So what happened? Besides the delayed system,
this is really what I mean. I'll defer to Dan on this, to the secretary on this, but this really is an issue of the delay on SLDS. We did not have. We had the system built, and ready to go, but we didn't have the data to populate the system because of the delays in getting the data through through the new SLDS system, and what we had time. Our data team had time to get out quickly under the guidance from USED, are these requirements that USED is saying. And so we got something out as quickly as possible, knowing that it was incomplete, and that as quickly as possible our data team went immediately to start working on more fully fleshing out the report card.
And I'm just thinking some of these indicators, things like the EQS staffing ratios.
Mm-hmm.
So EQS has been on the book for almost 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
So has there been no data being collected on those staffing ratios for those 5 years? And so there was nothing to put in, and we don't see anything until not even this September. But so is that data sitting at the agency and it's just waiting to put in here? Or just what's the status of the data?
It has been reported in previous years, but not in a way that reflects how it's defined in the ed quality standards. So if you go onto our website right now, and I hate it when people say, "Oh, go to the website and find things," because you can always find whatever you're looking for on the website, right?
I think Al Gore said that all the time.
That's right. It's on our website.
It's on our website. Yeah. Everything was on the website.
Yeah. So I can point you to it, and In fact, I was looking at it
Yes,
early
I
this
got
morning
lockbox of
on this particular, the staffing ratio question. But what it does is it just says, here are the total number of teachers, here are the total number of students, what is our staffing ratio? As opposed to what EQS is asking is, there are guidelines for librarians and nurses and principals to teachers, and there are different
Teachers to
guidelines for,
students.
but there are different guidelines for K3 as there are, and then there are for 412, and the same with school counselors. And so that is the work that are new reports that are being created for the first time right now. In fact, I was this morning before I was here, I was working on the mock-up for what it's going to look like for this to send to our developers to look at. And so it's not that the data didn't exist, it's that the data didn't exist in this form to answer the questions in the education quality standards, to meet what is being asked of the education quality standards. And I think the other thing I failed to say, I've probably said it at other times to most of you, but is that this work was in progress before ESSA passed. We were looking at coming up with something like an annual snapshot before ESSA passed. And then when ESSA passed, it said there were federal requirements, and we had to make the decision of do we come up with dual systems of accountability, that this is the thing you do for federal and this is the thing you do for state, or does federal supersede state or state supersede federal? And ultimately what we decided is we'll continue forward with the process that's been developed and adapt it so that it also simultaneously meets the federal requirements. And we'll meet the federal requirements, but that's not the only thing that we value, because we're really trying to reflect the education quality standards, not definitions of that the federal government is how federal government is defining quality.
Okay, John?
Patrick, the preceding slide, it's actually the one that comes after this. I'm sorry, the one that comes.
Yep.
What is return on investment?
I was afraid someone was going to ask that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said I was afraid someone was going to ask that. Yeah.
That was the hardest one.
First of all, it's probably poorly worded, and this is actually a conversation, again, we had yesterday morning trying to figure out exactly, I can tell you the logic behind it. I can't tell you the equation because we're trying to build the equation for it right now, and it's a politically fraught question that I would welcome.
So what is the logic behind it?
Yeah, the logic behind it is to basically say, to turn the indicators, all of the other indicators, into some sort of score, divide it by we have to determine what is the numerator and what is the denominator for here. The per pupil expenditures, how much money a school is using, and to say, ultimately saying, if my school is a is a meeting, and we're spending $10,000 per student, is that as good as a school that's exceeding and is spending $30,000 per student? And that is kind of the question that's being asked. Exactly how we have all the data, how we organize that data to report it is a complicated question.
That's not ROI.
Yes. Yeah, I understand.
You're really talking about cost effectiveness.
Sure. Yep.
To what extent is weighting happening in any of these indicators? So appropriate weighting for various categories, and when will that be reconsidered?
So I think as we have with, we've looked at with academic proficiency, there'll be an academic proficiency overall rating that we talked about the different weights for that. Likewise for personalization, which is that second domain down here, there will be an overall personalization, but the work on it is going to be just a third, a third, a third. Each of these will count. Each of the indicators will count 1/3 towards the personalization, overall personalization indicator. Unless, are you talking specifically about the ROI one?
ROI. And
I don't know.
Until the weighting is accurately reflecting the cost to deliver services, the per pupil spending and how you divide that by your 3.2 or whatever it is, is going to be flawed. So I'm just wondering where in that process the weighting study and adjustments are likely to happen and how it'll impact ROI or the however else
Sure.
it's better
Yeah.
labeled.
Yeah. I guess this is what I was referring to earlier, is that we have all of or we will have all of the numbers. But we don't have the equation to figure out exactly how we have to do it, and those are conversations we need that we need to be pushing forward to really make sure that we get an answer on it.
I feel embarrassed to ask you a question.
Sure.
But, so the point that Krista made, it's come up a couple times, like this was all ready to go, and it's the SLDS that caused the delay. It sounds like, though, we don't have the definition of ROI done, so just to tease that out, I mean, was this thing all ready to go, and it's the SLDS, or are there places in the system that aren't done yet and were scheduled to be rolled out? Because I've heard kind of a mix of
Sure.
things.
I think the ROI is that one that just kind of got pushed to the back to figure out exactly as we were continuing to do the build and dealing with that. I think that's the one that we don't have a good definition.
But like staff survey, I mean, the climate survey, excuse me, that was not scheduled to be done. I mean, when I arrived at the agency, that was going out to an RFP, so it wasn't like that was ready. So I'm just saying there's more than just ROI elements that were not ready yet to go.
Yeah, the staff survey initially was going to be,
Or the
I know
climate
there's
survey.
a change, it was going to be during the 18-19
Right.
school year, so that was originally going to be first released in December of 19, but now with a delay in that. But I think that's absolutely fair. It's not everything SLDS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bill?
Yeah. On return on investment, we did talk about that some time ago when we were going through this, so.
Yep.
And we did have that discussion, but I think it'd be good to look at the research literature on this. It doesn't work too well. The reason being that the variables are too soft to be very predictive. Like using teacher surveys on school climate is pretty weak kind of measure. And when you put about 20 or 30 of those into an equation, it gives you a bunch of nothing.
Yep. Absolutely.
So.
And I think that was when we had the conversation earlier, that's why there was no definition yet, because no one could agree on what does that actually mean.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think, the reason I mentioned perception data before, I mean, it depends what you do with the data though, right? So if we're doing something at the state level with that, I would say, yeah, weak measure, but if you're giving the staff and the faculty of the school that information to say, look, here's how we're perceiving our professional development, that might be very useful, So it depends on what level you use it, and part of the challenge with a tool like this, it's designed to meet the needs of a variety of stakeholders, including the people at the building level who might actually make the differences in the program. So.
Yeah, professional development, for example, is a no-brainer. You have to do that, but it's not going to show up very much on this.
Yeah, I mean, so if we measure staff development, the research or best practice model would include perception data, but also include, like, did it actually make an impact on students? So we'd have a variety of measures to see if that's working or not.
That's going to be a nice problem to try to solve.
Well, it's we look at, that's the challenge with a tool like this. Can it do everything? It's designed to do some things, and we need to probe where the edges of it, where it's useful, where it isn't. But I think it might be very useful to a school to say, how are we perceiving our professional development?
And just looking at this, so we have December of 19, only 2 of the 5 categories will be fully realized, and it's not until 2020 that we're actually getting all 5 categories fully realized.
Correct.
So it's a much longer rollout than was initially told to the board on how long that would be. So that does affect what we're looking, because we were told December, like last December, we could sit down and really dive into this and really think about how is this looking at equity around the state, but it makes that conversation harder when we don't have that data.
Yeah, originally what is now September 19 would have been December of 18. Or those 10 indicators were originally going to be included in the first rollout in December of 18. But those were the ones that were most affected by this delay.
So it's not really a 6-month delay, it's really a year delay.
It's
Sure.
It's a multi-year delay
yeah,
now. 'Cause
yeah.
I can remember my last meeting as a superintendent at the state level being told the SLDS was gonna be turned on next month. And I was on the board for the SLDS, so I was kind of surprised to learn that, but I think there's been a series of long delays on the whole project.
I think
And
it's
that's led
something we
to
as a board consider when we're asking for data and looking for data. What can we look for in the absence of these reports?
And I was thinking as a logical follow-up for your subsequent meeting, if not your next meeting, is to bring our data people in there and share the data vision, so you could hear a little bit about the infrastructure, and that work might be useful to you as you're thinking about your retreat, your vision.
Because there is, like you said, there is a lot of information on the website, and you can go through and you can look at staffing and looking at ratios for the school building. You can look for male to female. You can see how many genders are they, male or female. If you look at kindergarten teachers, are they male or female? You can see the numbers. So there's a lot of data there. We just thought it would be compiled in this nice version for us, and we might have to do a little bit more digging to get some of that data that is on the website.
Sure.
Just one quick question. So is there a perceived lifetime of this? I mean, are we just assuming that this will go on forever, or just? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Like, obviously the website. Who knows what? I mean, that'll have to be updated at some point. But is this through ESSA, or are we just assuming that this will be here?
So this was actually developed with the intent that the agency would come to own it, and so it was a custom build by this organization, and then starting in December of this year, it's going to be, or actually not starting, but completing in December of this year, it's going to be handed back to the agency for us to continue to run, and until someone determines that we don't use it anymore, or something else comes. I'm working under the maybe naive assumption that for the next 8 to 10 years, something at least like this is going to be looking out like that. It makes me sleep better at night to feel that this work has gone into something that's going to be used.
I think that's part of what we could provide in the terms of the data vision too, is thinking more long term, and a lot of that conversation is really about modernizing infrastructure. But I think we can assume we will always have a need for some sort of state level reporting on school quality, and so I think it's we're heading down that path, thinking of long term sustainability.
It's always nice when you have data that goes back a long ways, whether it's census data or whatever.
Well,
that's the problem.
That's part of the challenge too. Is we there's a lot of some of it the federal
ahead, though,
things change.
to your presentation.
Yep.
Do people feel, because it goes through just the
Sure.
Birch SU.
Doesn't exist.
Rich is just a nice name, but has not been used yet.
Yep.
If people are feeling okay, I think getting to the Vermont trends
Yeah,
would
absolutely.
be really important. So if people have any questions about that sort of operation, very high overview, but other than that, I think getting to those Vermont
Absolutely.
trends.
So all I really wanted to say here is that what you looked at the state level looks more or less the same for every SU and SD. This is all made up data, that we put in here. And following the exact same logic that we had before, that you can drill down. In this case, this weight bar does not have ELA students in it, English learners in it. I'm sorry. And then you have a layout that looks largely like we did before, with the one difference being that you have Vermont and SU, or if we're looking at a school instead of an SU, you'd have school data there to put next to Vermont. We're looking at all students right here, just as we have before. We could look at an individual grade level, change our group. I picked a group of Asian students, and you can see this is how it would be displayed for that particular group, because it was an N that's too small. And you can actually see the numbers here, that that growth number is suppressed because there are only 8 students. We run into, remember, it has to be fewer than 11. The logical question is then, why are the 13 students suppressed as well? We run into this issue quite often with what's called complementary suppression, where you have to suppress another group. By not suppressing that group, you tell something about the group who you're trying to protect for that. The example for this is, imagine you have 15 students in the class. One of them is eligible for special education. Obviously, you suppress the special education report, because that'd be one student you'd know. But you then would also have to suppress those 14 students who are not on special education, because if you know the 15 students and you know the 14 students, you can figure out what that one student is. So we run into these issues of complementary suppression quite often, particularly with our small
Kim,
N
quick
sizes
question.
Yeah, it was at the SU level. Is it possible that you would get the data at the SU level, because at the SU level, you're not suppressed, your N is large enough, and then when you drill down to a particular school within an SU,
Absolutely.
that's when it's suppressed.
Absolutely.
So as a system, our districts, SUs, can be looking at this statewide, can look at systems data better than you can a school-based set of data.
For the public,
Yeah.
for the public consumption, again, with this was the next slide, is there is administrator login, they're able
And
to
you'll
look
get
at
all of
the
it as an
unsuppressed data in
administrator.
that situation
Okay.
there. Yes.
Thank you.
Isn't, I mean, when you talk about equity, one of the concerns that I have is that you've got 3 or 4 elementary schools in a town, and one is very high performing, and the other 3 are very low performing. I mean, that's really, that's
the data
equity
the board
issues.
needs.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
with that answer that you just gave, it would be tough for somebody from the public to drill down and say or elementary school A is doing really well, and B is doing okay, and C and D are doing very poorly.
It would depend on the individual schools that we're looking at, and what can be displayed, and for what kind of, again, how thinly we want to slice the data. In general, the higher up, from state down to classroom, the higher up you can see more data because there's less suppressed, and there are lots of things that can be of value, but ultimately it's about both what's legal and what's moral in protecting the rights of individual students, so you're not reflecting something about their individual scores to the public.
All right, so moving on, I
Sure.
think we should get to the Vermont trends and looking at from the state level.
Yep. So overall trends. This is a couple of my colleagues and I went through and dug all around at the state level and just kind of pulled out a few things. This is not exhaustive, but there are general trends that we see here. Students are meeting most academic performance standards. They're higher in some than others. English language arts is performing higher than math, but in general they're meeting or close to meeting for most of those standards. Overall performance is a little bit lower for all of the standards in 17-18 than they were in 16-17, according to the data we have. The English language arts performance from 3rd grade to 9th grade stays more or less consistent. There are bumps here and there. 9th grade is a little bit lower than 3rd grade, but it's a pretty straight line in what that performance looks like. Math performance, however, declines steadily from 3rd to 9th grade. So 3rd graders are performing much higher at the state level than 9th graders are. And that holds for all student groups, whether we're talking about our general historically marginalized group, except for girls. Girls are still having a decline, but not nearly as sharp of a decline if we were to map this out as the boys are doing. And then the achievement gaps persist all over the place. We see these achievement gaps again. Probably at some point in the past I've talked about historically marginalized student group. This is kind of a super group of students. Any student who is on an IEP, who's eligible for free and reduced lunch, who is a racial ethnic minority, English learner, homeless, migrant, etc. And that's just that we can show more data. It's a way to suppress less data that as we're looking at it.
So just one
Sure.
quick question. So if you take those groups out, then what you're left with is the historically privileged peers. Yeah, I think we have an idea of what that group looks like. So immigration status is put in there as well.
English learner status, but we don't have anything around whether we don't collect data as to whether students are citizen or not.
So it's not like you've got in some cases I see people show up who are not English speakers, and then they're put into that category. And then you've got somebody that moves here from England who has no, except for the fact that they keep wanting to use S's instead of Z's or Z's. They really don't have any other real English learning challenges. So you're not tracking that kind of information.
We don't have any information on legal status of.
So those people wouldn't be put in one bucket or the other.
No, I mean, they would
No.
have to, I mean, for English language learners,
True.
you have to be, there's a certain test you have to take to be an English language learner, and there are some people that test right out of that. And
Okay.
so that's where it's, and they wouldn't be included in those
And
numbers.
I don't think so. I think it's a question when you enroll your student.
It is.
What's your
Yes.
primary language?
Yeah, what's your primary language? Yeah.
Yeah, we start with that, but then to qualify for the
Okay.
program, we're
It's like
required.
I show up
Right,
here from
and then you have to
Germany.
go through the, yeah.
German,
Yeah.
German's my
You might.
first language, but then I also speak
Yeah.
French, English, Italian, and 2 of those fluently.
Yeah.
They would initially check off that English is not their first language, and then they would test out because they're fluent in English.
So another
anyways.
part of this is we talked last month around
Awesome.
who's actually reporting the demographic information. So if it's reported when a student walks in the door to a registrar, and then a test coordinator picks it up, and some things maybe not.
So for
accurate
this,
all the way through.
for this purpose and for equalized pupils, just putting a check that English is not your first language is not going to put you in this.
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, so what you do, if,
Yeah.
I think that depends
Yes.
on who is.
And how they're recording the data.
Yeah, so there is, and we can get it, and this would be the conversation for next time, is how do we improve data quality?
Yeah.
You know,
But
and
the
where
answer
these-
is they shouldn't be.
So when you enroll in a school, yes, you're sort of voluntarily disclosing that information.
Yeah.
And that information populates automatically over to the testing aspect. So it's not like a testing coordinator is making a secondary judgment.
Yeah.
But issues like race, for instance, race is subjective.
Yeah.
And someone can voluntarily disclose their race, or the secretary of the school, whoever the registrar is, can say, I'm going to put you in this category. And actually, that's our best practice methodology at the federal level to do that. So there's a lot of variability in that quality of data, and whether you qualify for an ESL program based on a score, whether you need remediation or not. So there's a lot of aspects to it.
Right. If you say I'm not an English learner, you take the WIDA Access 2.0 screener. If you are not an English, if a teacher could also say, I think that there's an English learning issue here that hasn't been identified, and then that teacher can kind of put forward a screener for it. You get many students who are born in the United States, maybe even have both parents who speak English at home, who still that still could fall into that for a variety of different
But we have to
reasons.
keep in mind too that people aren't making these people are not making these decisions based on our snapshot here. They just happen to take that data and pull it in there. They're making these decisions at the ground level.
Yeah.
Right.
And then it happens to just get flipped over into this eventually.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a great point, because I've seen this is a problem with the data collection, is people don't understand the upstream impacts.
Mm-hmm.
And this is particularly prevalent with free and reduced lunch data. If you go down and you look at the FRL statistics across the state, they're all over the board because they're different. Yeah.
FRL is a particular problem.
Yeah.
Statistics, you were mentioning your school, your town is 100% community-based universal. So,
Yeah.
what does that mean? Now,
exactly.
and the FRL is really a proxy. It has been used as a proxy for poverty or socioeconomic status,
Yeah,
and
it's not a good-
we don't
it's
have
not
a
a good
good.
metric.
So
And-
everyone in the country is struggling with how to deal with that issue.
And your elementary schools always have a higher FRL because the high school students, there's either a stigma or they just don't return the sheets,
Yeah.
because it gets
Yeah.
Or the kids just don't like eating hot lunch.
Right. Yeah.
And you're not allowed to carry it over in the gym area, and you're required each year to do that, so you lose
Those kids who
That's
are
true. It could
fighting
be
the
as much a
stigma.
measure of the quality of the cafeteria
Oh,
food.
yeah, no, it totally is. I mean, if you look at the data, there's a huge drop off from elementary to.
So even looking at, there's issues with the quality of the data, but even with the data that's being reported, we're still seeing
These equity gaps.
These equity
They
gaps.
are there, they're pervasive, they're
Across the state.
For every single historically marginalized group, not every single. There are a few that don't, in Vermont, that don't show up where we have big gaps. Actually, in Vermont, our students who identify as Hispanic are actually outperforming our students who identify as non-Hispanic.
Mhm.
That's not the case. Most places in the U.S. it is, but that could be because of a small N size and the particular population that exists in Vermont of that. So, but in general, we see large performance gaps for our historically marginalized populations compared to their historically privileged peers. The growth metric, however, there aren't as big of gaps. In general, the growth metric, the growth performance is much closer, which suggests that students who are historically marginalized are starting lower. They're making progress, but they're not catching up to their historically marginalized peers.
That's what the national data shows as well.
Yep.
And there's not a lot. Can you go back to that last slide? The ELA performance is generally consistent, and that it's more of a universal thing, which is not strictly school-based. The math thing is more school-based, but there's a lot of definitional problems in there. And in terms of the achievement gap persisting, why wouldn't it? Our categorical money that we put into that is nowhere near what is necessary to happen. We haven't focused on it. And until we do focus on what we're doing about it, then we can expect to see them stay where they are.
Which is a major reason that we have this tool, is to draw attention to where those gaps are so that schools know that they're there. If you don't know problems exist, you can maybe pretend that it's not there.
We know this problem exists.
But this is data showing you that in your school, this is actually, because a lot of times you can explain it away, or even right now if we're looking at, well, is the quality of the data good? But regardless of the level of quality, we're still seeing these issues. And I think it forces schools to look at that. And this is a public document, that there are these equity gaps within your school. And so how are you trying to address those?
Well, I think it's a bit of our obligation to push those questions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kim?
The trend, and I apologize if I missed it, and this may not be the forum for the question, but lower performance this year over the previous year, and the curiosity that raises, and what sort of the why. Is any of that identified in having looked at the data? Or was there a change that we're not thinking about that made that look that way?
So, I mean, it's a fantastic question. And this is, I think, the use of the tool is to say, as with our equity gaps, to say, we're noticing that performance this year is lower than last year. It doesn't say why performance is lower. It just says performance is lower. And it's the responsibility of folks at the state, folks at the SU, whatever, to try to make sense, to see if there's a way that we can try to understand why it is. And also, the question I think that John was asking earlier was that how it's lower. How much lower is it? Is it lower for all groups? Are we looking? It's not just saying it's lower, but is it lower for girls and for boys? Is it lower for African Americans and white students? What are all of the different places that we're seeing it, so that we really can target where that need is, and where that decline has been from last year to this year, and is that decline is the magnitude of that decline the same for all of those different groups?
Well, that's interesting. I mean, if you have one marginally historic group that increases from one year to the next, I mean, is it really something that we did, or is it just that there was an anomaly? So suddenly African Americans 1 year go up, but all the other marginally historic groups go down. It's not that suddenly the schools did something to benefit African American students, is it? I mean, doesn't that seem unlikely from one year to the next?
But what if there starts to be a trend? I think is where we really need. And this tool works best again with multiple years of data.
When's 18-19 coming? The SBAC?
December. SBAC. I think October is when it's out.
Well, we should have, at the point, there should be the third year of data available sometime this fall in the system, which will be helpful, to sort of look at those trends.
And
nationally, when you look at the DAPE scores over a long-term period of time, they both go up. The privileged and the historically deprived, if you will, both go up, but the gap itself doesn't close.
Mm-hmm. I guess, and I don't think it's a question for this presentation, or maybe not even, not pinning it on you, but, and I apologize if I should know this or you all know it, but that question, that trend identified as a downward trend in performance, when, is that something we would get to as a board, hear more about what is being seen in that?
We did actually last time the data came out. We had somebody from testing from the SBAC.
So maybe after
scores,
the new SBACs, we'd look at 3 years worth and unpack that information. I just didn't know if that's something
so we
would
have,
normally do.
Yeah, so we have, and it was nationally SBAC scores went down on average in all the states. So there was a lot of discussion about, was there something in the test? Was there something going on? So we looked at that data, and it was hard to draw conclusions from why nationally it was all going down. And but there was, and
then we changed when we did them
and
for
we,
9th graders now.
Yeah.
So there, I know there have been some changes. I'm just very curious and concerned about if that type of a trend that was noteworthy enough that it becomes a trend that is seen in the data. I'm appreciative of the tool to reveal the data, and I just didn't know process-wise when we get to unpack that, because at the statewide level it seems like something we'd want to know more about.
And I think when we did the comparison, from the testing that came in, we compared closely to Utah. I think was that basically, and how it was aligned in when students were taking the test, because it's not only just what states are using SBAC, but what grade level, as you said, and we moved from 11th grade to 9th grade. So it was, we may have a cohort, are we down to 13 in SBAC at this point?
I'm not sure.
Statewide, different
12
states.
or 11, I think.
12 or 11 now, and you just can't say you're taking SBAC, you're taking SBAC, we're going to look at them together. It's when are you taking SBAC, and some are doing just English, some are doing math, and so it's doing the combo too. There was very few states that we aligned with, but we tried to align ourselves and look and see what was the data trends in the states that were similar to ours, and that's something that we could revisit again. Yeah, John?
I think a lot of this discussion and the importance of being able to do year-to-year comparisons argues in favor of a consistent policy and practice with regard to what testing we are doing. And it's fashionable for states to switch from one kind of testing to another. And lots of states have left SBAC and gone to something else. And basically what they've done is prevented themselves from seeing any long-term data. And that apparently serves some purpose, but so we made a change from 11th grade to 9th grade. All I'm just suggesting is that there's great virtue in consistency, because it allows you to do year-over-year comparisons, long-term trends, and every time you tinker with some detail because of somebody's burning need to make a change, you've just undermined the consistency of your information. So that's just by way of saying to people who are making decisions about what testing we do, consistency is a virtue in and of itself, and an important one.
There's good, I see this all the time when you look at historic data. Like at one point in baseball, they decided that the batters weren't hitting enough, so they lowered the mound.
Right.
Significantly, which has a huge advantage on pitching. And so when you look at guys back then that were hitting 400, and now you look at today's batters, you're looking at two different things simply because of that decision, or you change the testing method. So over time, consistency does have that. You have to ask yourself, are you looking at the same data? Sorry about the baseball analogy, but it's summertime.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Is the AOE going to offer any framework or best practices at the SU level to encourage schools to take a deeper dive into that historically marginalized grouping? Because there's specific strategies that don't apply to every category, like in determining best practices.
So I'll at risk of jumping ahead too far here, though, there were a number of schools, and basically not all, but most all schools who had a large enough student population are eligible for what we call equity supports. And part of those equity supports is really looking at what sort of instructional strategies have worked and providing that support to schools, or those options to schools. It's ultimately up to the school what they're going to do with what's provided to them and what they choose to take advantage of, and their implementation and all of that. But there are a number of different things for those schools, and to draw attention to it. It's also with our integrated field reviews, which we mentioned in the past, that are more qualitative work. We will use the annual snapshot to say, we noticed this gap. Tell us about what you're doing and how have you been thinking about it, And, you know, it's a way not to scold a school, but to be generative of good, thoughtful questions.
So do you want to, just looking at the time, just the potential next steps, and go through that?
Sure. So, so these are, I don't want to say they're made up. What's here is all real. That, you know, the next steps. This isn't something that the agency has decided upon. This is again to generate a conversation. One of the things that if I were looking at this, I might say, what's going on with the math decline? You know, we need to make more sense of it. Not to say that, you know, it doesn't mean that we need to have a jump to a conclusion as to what the solution is. One thing that might be instructive is to look at why is it that the girls are being the only ones who appear to be consistently successful or more consistently successful across grade levels. You know, it's a very interesting question. Is there something we can learn from how girls are being taught, how girls are being socialized? Why are girls outperforming boys in math at a later grade? And it's an interesting question that might be a place to look, that we might be able to learn from to go further. Look at some of those schools who have been successful in having that have either no gaps or they have very, very small gaps for the historically marginalized population. So one of the tools that nationally tends, and I don't have information on any individual school in Vermont, but one of the trend nationally that we've seen is having at least one historically one faculty member who's from the historically marginalized community makes a difference. And that if you have a school that has a large number of English learners in it, having one teacher who grew up as an English learner makes a difference, because that is an ally that the students can have, or someone that the students can look to. So is there something we need to be thinking about with recruitment, potentially? And again, these aren't solutions, these are kind of generative ideas. I glanced over it here. One of the things that we're seeing is graduation rates are pretty high and consistent. The one spot that we're seeing is our English learners have a much lower graduation rate, until we look at 6-year graduation rates. And so that's saying something about flexible pathways are providing a path to graduation. So that how are we making use of those flexible pathways? Should we be expanding those flexible pathways? Are we doing a good job of communicating those flexible pathways to all of our students? So those are potential next steps. This is not like putting forth policy proposals. It's kind of the thoughts that were going on in my head as we were looking through kind of the findings that were there.
And so, just looking at the time, what does the board want for next steps when looking at this? As Dan suggested, the snapshot is maybe having data people coming in, but what next steps do board members want to use this data? And this was really so you could start becoming familiar with the system itself, understand what you're looking at, the vocab. And so, as a board, what would you like to do for our next steps when it comes to looking at this data? And that's something we can think about and talk about calendar, but I think that's where we need to go, because it's good to get the presentation, but then it's also good to do our own deep dives.
Absolutely.
And we're hoping, we always built in extra numbers, like 2 hours, it's going to be, we're going to have more than enough, but the idea was that you were going to be able to have time to go into your computer and go into your district, a local district, and start looking and doing that while we're all here together. And that may happen later, but just seeing that the time we went through that time very quickly, we started a little bit late, but that way we can all be familiar with the system itself and the limitations of the system. I think
Absolutely.
we talked about that. So but as you talked about, there is, by just looking at the data, even if it's imperfect, you can start seeing that there are some wide gaps, and it's really our job to start asking the question why. And it's not going to be answered by this tool, it's just revealing those gaps.
Sure.
Well,
Yeah.
if you're looking for topics that might be of particular interest to the board, I'm just not going to use the ROI term. It's just junk.
I understand.
I mean,
it's been a placeholder. You're right.
No idea
You're
what
right.
it means.
Yeah, no, you're right.
It is
you're right.
cost effectiveness, as
Sure.
Oliver suggested, and I would encourage you to
Yep,
move over
absolutely.
to something like that.
Yep.
And it's an important metric, we don't wanna say that's
Yeah.
not.
No, I understand. No, it's been a placeholder, it's been put in, and we actually had this conversation yesterday. We said, that's a bad term, we need to update it.
To get to something about cost effectiveness involves some pretty important kind of philosophical leaps that some people on this board may not be willing to make. To get there, you need a numerator and a denominator. Denominator presumably is something about cost per pupil or something. That's pretty easy.
Yep.
The numerator is this index, and it would be essentially a kind of comprehensive index of the overall, quote, effectiveness of the school.
Yep.
So cost effectiveness is measuring effectiveness and cost
Yep.
and getting some sort of relationship between the two. I think there's going to be some political unease about doing that, because then that gets into ranking schools in the state by effectiveness, and I think people get the willies with that. Personally, I think it's just fine, but I'm sure a lot of people don't. This may be some ways, though, to finesse that by using quintiles or something like that. So I guess I'd like to see us somehow stay in touch with this conversation, contribute to it in any way that might be useful, because it could, in fact, wind up being a very important and powerful indicator, not of specifically this school compared to that school, but truth be told, we know that there are some highly effective schools in the state. We know, it stands to reason. In any distribution, there are going to be strong entities and there are going to be weak entities and those in the middle. And we're sort of keeping our head in the sand if we're not willing to recognize that and talk about it. So all I'm just getting at is that I can see why you haven't solved this problem, because it's probably the politically most charged discussion to have.
Sure.
Bill?
What I'd
For the
like to
board?
see the board do
Yeah.
is open it up and look at all of the variables that affect learning. And there's a whole literature on this, and we need to look at outside the school variables as well. There's no amount of tutoring that's going to help a kid who's from a very bad home environment, and we need to look at that as well. The research literature is going to show you that 2/3 of the variance in test scores can be accounted for by outside the school factors. In other words, the actual effect of the school is going to be small compared to what these other things are. That may lead us to conceiving of schools in a very different way than what we have before, which would be dealing with psychological services in some cases, support services, and pedagogy is not going to be the whole answer. And so that's where I think we should focus, is the whole range of things, and that's where we could maybe get on the bully pulpit.
And you're really looking at causes of the gap.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And John, thank you for the ROA,
I think,
return on investment.
I keep going back to the one group that's done better over the years, the girls' relative success in math. I know people like Bill have struggled to figure out why this is happening. As a parent of two daughters, and then at one point, not as long as John, but many years ago, I was in high school, girls are socialized totally different today, to the point where they are told that they can beat the boys. And I see that in sports, and the level of physicalness and competitiveness has increased significantly since I was in school. And I think that's the one thing that's influencing girls to increase their scores in math. And I know nobody wants to say that, but I definitely see my daughter's peers in every single event, whether it's gym class or math or whatever it is, they actually take great pride in beating the boys. And that did not happen in high school when I was in high school.
Well, so it'll be interesting to see, because we do have now girls go to high rate, go to college, go further on. but at the same time, in the state, they're economically not achieving as high as male counterparts. So we'll see if that will change.
Yeah.
So that's where you look at the change the data.
Wait till we solve that.
Yes, I mean, that's when I think it's interesting. We start looking at this data and we see girls moving forward. We're actually not seeing that translate into dollars in the state. So when we're thinking about
In the country.
in the country,
Yeah,
right?
that's true,
Well, I mean, but even in the state, I mean, there's been some great data that's done in the last couple of years with change the data or change the story and looking at all that Vermont data and what does that mean for our girls. So I think it's part of a much bigger question again around equity and how are we setting up schools so girls are being successful at school but not in their economic lives. So that may be a larger part of that conversation.
So by way of analogy, if I can use that to look at this. So I think digging down deep is really what's important for this, and not saying, well, okay, this all looks great or this doesn't look great, but really trying to find more. So at this point, there are more females who are going to medical school than there are men.
Yeah.
Male doctors continue to out-earn female.
Yep.
Women are choosing primary care specialties, not radiology, not surgery. So like that's a question of why, but it's just like saying, so it's important to get that qualitative data to underpin everything that's in here, as opposed to just saying, well, girls are better than boys at math, or boys are better than girls at math, or whatever it might be. And so it's kind of a caution in the limitations of any of these quantitative tools.
But the question too, though, is if you can find out why girls are outperforming boys in math,
sure, can
you replicate that
Possibly.
in a different group? Couldn't you replicate that among African American males or girls? I don't know.
And I think that's where the next step gets to. And so at this point, I do want to thank you for coming in. And I know going through that at the state level with your peers, and love to have you back when we get the next data dump in December, just so we can understand this and unpack it. Because once we hit December, we are going to see a different level, at least 2 of the 5 coming in, and we might start seeing different pictures come out, and just to understand how that's all set up. So thank you. And I guess at this point we're running a little bit late, but I think we may have a little time. If we could just do 5-7 minute break, people can just be quick because we started a little bit late. So we'll just go on break right now. So if we could reconvene, come back together. Thank you. And we are continuing a presentation from last month. I think we started to try to go in depth into the 173 with the rules. And at our last presentation, you had I forget what was her first name. Elena, who's now gone from the agency.
She is. I feel like Robin without Batman.
Right.
To be honest.
So.
So.
So thank you, because I know.
I consider myself Robin in the relationship. Yeah. Yeah.
And it was her last day 2 days after the
really
meeting.
Has a lot of subject matter expertise in the area that we're searching for another resource in that area, but we'll get there.
Okay.
Yeah, Elena was a member of the rulemaking team, and just really knows a lot about the details and the movement of the money and sort of a lot of the fiscal implications. So I will do my best to answer questions, but there may be some questions that are technical that I might have to get back to the board on, but I'm happy to identify that. I don't have any pride around that.
Okay, well, thank you, and calling yourself Robin. But your real name, do you want to go on just the
Sure,
record?
yes. Judy Cutler, and I'm on the legal team at the agency.
Okay. And so do you want to pick up from last meeting? Or
Yeah, I was trying to remember where we left off. The first thing I'd like to do, though, is actually, unfortunately for me, correct the record. So last month, Kim had a question about the essential early education rules and whether the Act 173 advisory group had a chance to review those. And actually, I said at the time that they did, because I thought we had given them a mostly complete draft, but we did add a couple of things at the last minute before we sent it to you that we'd been working on. So I just want to be really clear that the advisory group did not see those essential early education revisions. That said, I've spoken to the early ed team, and I can provide some clarity in those areas that I think will provide a little more context for those revisions. And if that's a good place to start, I can just start there. It shouldn't take too much time. So where we were, I don't know if you're working from the last draft or the new draft that I sent, but you should be either on page 77 or 78 of the large document here. And those revisions in Rule 2361.2, those.
Can you say the page number?
Sure. It would be either 77 or 78.
Okay.
In the most recent draft that I sent, it's 78. And those rules were mainly to provide some cohesiveness between the transition rules in Part C and Part B. So they really echo the rules that are in Part C already, but just emphasizes the transition and the IEP requirements and eligibility requirements from Part C and clarifies that process a little bit. And then the other spot where there were a number, and I think this is where Kim's concern was, where universal pre-K was referenced, and that's on page 81 in Rule 2361.3. And those rules are a result of the developing pre-K laws, and what they do is really they're pulled from and aligned to the pre-K rules, which are in the Rule Series 2600. And what they do is they provide a bridge or a nexus, just acknowledge that children can receive early childhood special education within the universal pre-K context. So they aren't universal pre-K rules, they just provide those guidelines that a child who is receiving special education can receive it if they're participating in universal pre-K programs. Okay. So I hope that answers some of the questions. And I apologize for misrepresenting who's seen them. According to my notes, we had finished our conversation a little bit on excess costs, and we had the local education agency plan left and the evaluation rule left. So that's where I'll start, and then I'm happy to move on from there.
Okay.
So the evaluation rule is interesting, and this came as a result of the directive in Act 173 that the agency needed to provide rules around processes for reporting, monitoring, and evaluation, designed to, and I'll just read from the Act, designed to ensure the achievement of the goal under this Act of enhancing the effectiveness, availability, and equity of services provided to all students who require additional support in Vermont school districts, and that supervisory unions are complying with IDEA. So, I think our interpretation of that directive has been, at some point, the agency will be required to evaluate how this is working, and it needed to write a rule in response to that. And so the rule is pretty straightforward. It basically just says the agency will have, by the time full implementation takes place, the agency will have a plan in place to evaluate whether we're achieving these goals. And that work is already in place at the agency. We're really spending a lot of time cataloging the areas where we currently collect data. We're trying to organize, we're organizing those data collections under 3 main categories, which are leadership, support, and oversight. And we're trying to get in place at least a structure of what we would want an evaluation to look like, and the I guess, the points that we would consider in an evaluation. So the rule is fairly brief, but that's the work that's going on behind the rule and the reason for the rule. And then, I'm sorry, I skipped local education agency plan. That rule was taken from the current 2366 rule, just as is. And what that is school districts every year just sign an assurance that says we have a system in place to provide FAPE, and we're operating according to all of the required federal and state regulations.
Mm-hmm.
And it really, I've seen it, and it really is just kind of a checkbox and an assurance. But that is not a new rule.
Are these areas of dispute or controversy?
Yes, and that was my next. So those are the rules, and I think what I did not get to, although they came up in conversation last time, is the areas of this. I'll call them challenging decision points, but areas that were highlighted particularly from feedback from the advisory group that were challenging to resolve, and in some ways still haven't been resolved, but that the advisory group expressed concerns about. And I think, I'll say there was consensus on some of them, but not on others of these, even within the advisory group. But I think that at some point you will interface with that group and can get more context on that from them. So the first was, we were involved with the advisory group really since I became involved, and we started the rulemaking process. Because of the timing, the advisory group really only had a chance to see, first of all, a very incomplete draft, and then second, definitely a more completed draft, but not a lot of time to really dig into it like we've been able to. And the reason for that was the timing. We were working on a November 1st, 2019 deadline, and we hadn't had a delay enacted, although a lot of discussion about the potential of a delay. So the advisory group had a chance to review the rules, but not in a really meaningful depth, I think.
And I did ask that the minutes, so people could read the minutes from the advisory group that were included in the packet. And it did seem like a lot of the time was being consumed by, is there going to be a delay or not? And so the focus was about the delay, not about the rules themselves. And really, we've gone through these rules, but it's the experts in the advisory group that need to go through the in-depth process. And really, they're the ones that are the consumers, users, and the ones that understand these technical situations and really have those conversations. So I guess that's what was disappointing to see. How little they were able to go into the meat of what are in this body of work and really make meaningful comment. And just in between last meeting and this meeting, I was able to talk to Megan Roy, and we want to make sure that we have time to allow the advisory group to advise us. And that was what the law asked them to do, is not just advise the agency, but advise the state board and the legislature, that there's a threefold there. And we can talk about this. I was going to put in my chair's report. I know it was just handed out to you, but just looking at the schedule, because a lot of this has gone back and forth now is between the state board and the advisory group is, well, is there going to be a delay? Is there not going to be a delay? And it's not about the content. So
Right.
It's really slowing
Right.
it down and making sure we're having meaningful, thoughtful policy conversations about that content. And so John and I talked about mapping out a schedule for this. And what we came up with, I think, is around here is really having board members time to review the law, rules proposed by AUE, and then census-based funding advisory group. Then at a retreat where we can talk about our sort of different visions, but really for 173 in October, actually having a joint meeting with the advisory group And between now and then, having the advisory group really grapple with some of these issues and come to us with proposed language. So if they disagree with the agency, if so, where and what's the language that we could then adopt? It can't just be we don't like it. And I understand the advisory group is very diverse, and the power of the advisory group is when they can come to some consensus and advise this board on this is something that consensus of us don't agree with the way it's worded in this in the agency's rules, and this is a different proposal that we would have. This is how it should be worded. So we'd hope to have a joint meeting with the advisory group in October to really have them present to us what are those recommendations, and to have them being concrete and meaningful. And again, not just we don't like it, but this is what we would like to see otherwise. Then in November, really having this board discuss and vote on alternative language put forward by the advisory committee. So we are going to be advised by them, and then at our levels going through and that's why we put 2 months, because it may be some things that we agree with and some that we need more information or need more deliberation, but having some time to make those decisions. And then getting to December, that's October, is it joint meeting, November, December is the discussions and voting, and then January and February really taking testimony on the SBE draft, because at that point it's our draft. So when we start making changes, the agency has put forward a draft, but if we start disagreeing and adding different things, then it becomes our draft, and as a state board of education, and at that point are things if we're changing, adding, and taking some public testimony on, and then in March reflect on any of that discussion, make any revisions as needed, and then in April warn to vote initial rulemaking. So, and that's why I heard a lot from this board in the discussion that in the past when rulemaking has initiated, sometimes we've just taken the draft and said, let's just start, and we're going to take whatever the agency gave us, and then we'll change it during the process. But this board has become more and more uncomfortable with that procedure and talking about what we'd like. And now with the delay issued by the legislature, there is time, because it does not actually have to be initiated until next August because of what the legislature put through. So this is even much faster than that even allows. So we could slow it down even that, but this was just a proposal because we need to have the advisory group advise us.
Yeah, I think the delay just changed the whole landscape of the process, and you know, I'm glad to hear that there will be more of a comfort level with the content of the rules. I think I'm happy to do what I can to help with the process. Yeah.
And you're saying you feel like Robin, and you deal with this all the time, and so we're jumping into, as Dan was saying, a very technical nature and rules.
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
The part of making it better policy is really the state board is being the arbiter between all these different interest groups. And so there's the agency, there's the advisory group, which is made up of so many different interests, and then to really ask those tough questions and to push people, and so we have the best policy that we can for the state around 173. John?
Yeah, I really applaud what the chair's just outlined for us all. For it to work, at least as we visualize it, we need to have the advisory group arrive, meeting with us in October, really deeply familiar with the plan as the agency has drafted it, and prepared to present to us alternate language. Not complaints, not we wishes, but real language that we can hold up against the agency's language and make an informed judgment as to which better reflects what this board wishes to do. So for that to happen, of course, it requires that there be some real quality contact between you and the advisory group, much like you've done with us, where you've walked us through the really important stuff and alerted us to the sensitive issues. It sounds like not a lot of that has happened so far. Do you foresee that you can facilitate that happening with the advisory group?
Well, I don't think that's really Judy's job to decide to facilitate. I know I've reached out to Megan, who's the chair of that the advisory group, and that is the plan that they are going to be going through. I'm going to be going to the advisory group meeting on the 24th and be bringing this forward. This is how the state board would like to proceed.
and really
Well,
emphasizing that fact
I
that
guess my question is, will the agency cooperate with the request of the advisory board to provide this kind of walkthrough and briefing that you've done for us?
Yeah, I mean,
I'll let my boss answer.
Yeah.
Jeez,
I'm hesitating because I'm a voting member of the advisory group and a non-voting member of the State Board of Education. So
Yes.
so I have to advise myself in one capacity and vote accordingly. But certainly,
Contradictions?
yeah,
You can always have a designee.
Yeah, right.
Designee, right?
No, it's an interesting construct, but yeah, certainly we're trying to work collaboratively if possible with the advisory group. But I appreciate the articulation of a schedule. I think that's going to help us all. We're endeavoring to do the same, is to create a work plan for the work, so all the stakeholders are clear. We have other deliverables other than rules on 173, so we have to lay it all out. It's a complex project.
My one question for you in the agency work is, we talked about how we lost somebody that was working on the finances. Do we have a CFO? Are we in a position to even make this October date realistic?
Yeah, I mean, we will schedule out our work plan, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's just to make
We
sure
don't have a
it's-
CFO yet, though, to answer your question.
Okay. Because I know just working on finances and there's some big lifts in the
Yep.
173.
Yeah, that's what we, once again, I think our endeavor is to advertise to all the stakeholders, here's what we think our work plan would be, just like you've articulated out a schedule.
Yeah.
We have other deliverables on 173 that require stakeholder involvement, even if they're not rules, so we want to just figure out how to do that.
And I hope I captured what was in the conversation from the last meeting, that the state board wanted there really a draft that was a state board draft by being advised and really taking some of that to heart, and that it really isn't our draft yet, and to not even initiate rulemaking until we're comfortable with the draft. Bill?
Krista,
Yeah.
if she's feeling like Robin, I wonder what we are. Are we the Joker? I like what you've laid out here. I endorse it. But what I would like is, what are the issues written out clearly, succinctly, 1 through 7, or however many there are? I feel that I'm in this cloud or fog of 200 or 300 pages of paper trying to figure out exactly what the precise issues are that we need to attend to.
And I think that's what's going to come from the October meeting with the advisory group. Here are these 7 areas. This is what we disagree with the state's plan, and this is what the language we'd like to see instead. I know that there's some talk about, is the state, is it being asked more at the state level than is required at the federal level? And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but kind of the concern is that people want to know the policy before they vote on the rules.
The specific issue of documenting cost is
Right.
what we're suggesting through this construct is something that would go out with guidance, not rules.
Right, and so that's causing a little
What's
bit of
in there,
tension.
and rightfully so, we need more specificity there, but that's where we would say, we will deliver a draft of these guidance documents on this date, and how that interfaces with the rule adoption would be important to consideration.
Right,
Yeah.
and because I know that's a hang up within the advisory group too, is do you have one without the other?
Yeah, can we really consider this generic statement on cost without seeing the specific approach the agency is going to take on it?
And could that also be as a statement as simple as the state will not have more onerous requirements than the federal IDEA? And I know that's hard to define.
You're saying putting that into regulation.
Into rules.
Yeah.
And so that way the rules, it gives more, I think, the insurance that different members are looking for within that advisory group. So what are some small statements that could be put into the rules that would alleviate some of these, I would say, different stakeholders at the 173 in that group from coming to collaboration? That could be a way that the group could come together. What are some general things that they want added? But one more thing I want to add is that Oliver has agreed. He had to step out for a phone call, so it's good he's not here, so he doesn't know what he's agreeing to right now. But we already talked about that he is going to phone in to all the advisory group meetings from now on. So he will be sort of being another liaison from the board to that advisory group, just because it is so technical, and just making sure that the state board has a close relationship with the advisory group moving forward. So just so he can hear and be part of that, not obviously not talking, but just hearing the different conversations, and Bill, what you just asked, having a more a state board view on that. Because as Dan said, your view is conflicted. You have many different hats that you're wearing. So it's very difficult to be like, well, I'm a voting member of this board. I'm not here. I'm trying to advise you as a secretary. So there's a lot of different things going on. So trying to make a tight connection between the state board and that advisory group. And he's agreed to take that on. And I know I'm going to the meeting on the 24th, and you may be also. So we're trying to make those connections, and again, just to get to, I mean, I really see our role as asking questions, because we're going to ask questions of the agency and of the advisory group to really help us get to a policy that will be better. So, yeah.
I appreciate this timeline and these suggestions. I appreciated Judy's comments. And my sentiment was broader than just that particular area of the rules. And this addresses that, because it was more broadly what areas are conflicted, where is there consensus, where were the challenges, and have they been spoken to versus silence being accepted as complicit and is fine. So I'm appreciative of this. I guess the one question I might have for Dan is the guidance, if not provided in the rules, but rather in guidance, the actual accounting for time or otherwise. Can this timeline be contingent on that guidance being provided?
That's why I think we're going to try to publish out our work plan, and certainly, try to bring these things together so you could see that, so all stakeholders could see it, but then make some decisions about how you proceed.
Move into
right.
rulemaking officially.
Yep.
We would expect that the guidance would come along with
be
the proposed
useful,
rules.
to have the coordinated approach
Yeah.
to doing both.
Yeah, it'd be great. Okay, thank you. And if that, for whatever reason, should be hung up anywhere, it sounds like we have time before we must begin rulemaking. And I just would ask that if there's any reason why that can't happen, that we don't enter into rulemaking until we have it. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that's where correct me if I'm wrong, but on the advisory group, that's been the hard, because people want different
and
pacing
I
of this.
We have, once again, we have a number of deliverables. It's a very complex project, so I think it'll serve everyone's interest. And you might disagree with the schedule, but we're going to put some things on the front burner versus other things. So I would argue probably documenting cost is a front burner issue relative to the rest of the process unfolding. But we also have rule issues, for instance, on the independent school, which is something that's articulated in the law to bring on later, but we're starting, sort of to dip into that now. There's other aspects of coordinating and implementation of this policy that we have to sort of flesh out a bit from our side and share that with people. But I think it would be useful to try to coordinate them as much as possible. And we certainly be looking for input on saying this should be a priority and not that, but we'll make that judgment based on our capacity and what we see that would be the best interest of the policy going forward.
So would you have that work plan by next month?
Yeah, yes.
So that would be something that we could.
And we're endeavoring to do this with other policy areas as well,
Right.
but we particularly would have the 173 deliverables articulated out here, hopefully by August 1st.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So next meeting. All right. So other questions for Judy about the rules in particular? I mean, I know this is, this is really technical, hard things to go through, and so it's just.
I just wanted to just highlight a couple other areas that arose during our discussions with the advisory group. Beyond, I think, the major area was what will cost documentation look like, allowable special education expenditures, to what extent do those need to be in the rules, to what extent should those be in policy and procedure documents, and then also the actual documentation, so around the fiscal monitoring. Another area that kind of came up was, to what extent will the board want to take on some more substantive programmatic issues that may be on people's minds that aren't necessarily census-based funding related to, but something like adverse effect. That was one area that came up, and around child fine, for example. So there were substantive issues that came up that people want to address that, aren't, it's not to disregard them as important or necessary, but the scope of the work, like how will the board want to control the scope of the work? That was, or, at the time, how was the agency controlling the scope of the work? So that's another thing that surfaced as a conversation point. And then also...
Before you move on from that,
yeah.
I would like to say, for the advisory group, it's one thing to have 3 or 4, but you really need a majority. So I think once you have a majority, then that's when it becomes the discussion.
Yeah.
So it can't just be 3 or 4 people holding something up. It really needs to be half of the group plus 1 thinks that this is an issue and we should go this way. And I think that's when the power of the advisory group to advise this board. Otherwise, really during that vision I just handed out, you have January and February to take public testimony, and people can come as public testimony, but the power of the advisory group is that you're a group of stakeholders, and it's if the majority see that it should be going in a different direction, they need to advise us on that. But it has to be a majority. And that's where I think the most clout comes from, that group working as one in the majority.
And sort of relatedly, Act 173 addresses MTSS to a certain degree, and there was some discussion again whether MTSS, to what degree were rules necessary around MTSS and that system within schools, and the agency's position on that has been that MTSS is a general education system, and special education rules, the special education rules are not an appropriate place for that to happen, but there's an undeniable nexus, right? And the success of Act 173 is intertwined with the success of schools' MTSS programs, and so it's not, I don't think, an irrelevant conversation, but it was a discussion of where do we draw the line with rulemaking, and how do we make that decision. So just highlighting the areas that came up within our discussions.
And I think, again, that goes back to if there's a majority of that group that thinks that they disagree with the agency, that would be the one of the things they'd present to us in October, that we disagree with this direction and we think it should go here, and here's some of the proposed language that we think we should see moving forward. Yeah.
Is there an even number or an odd number on the
There's 12. There's 12.
Okay.
I believe 12, correct? On the advisory group?
I don't remember exactly. I tend to abstain for things that are like
count it.
advising myself.
Okay.
Right.
So I do.
I was just curious because
I
that
don't-
a split decision
I don't know if it's an
may
odd or
be
even.
enough for us to want to hear
Yeah.
versus the +1. I would just imagine if it's that divided that we would want to hear.
And if it's that divided, they might want to have both sides get together and propose different languages.
Right.
That-
14
So I
members
guess I just wanted
Is
to
it
make
14?
sure that we
Okay.
were allowing a 7-7 to be heard. If that were that contentious, we may want
If it's a
it
close
to be
yeah.
okay that it's not a majority, 8-6. So I just offer that. It doesn't have
Yeah.
to be the case, but since we said majority a few times, I wanted to
I would say-
clarify our group think on it
Yeah.
and
If
see
we
what you think.
Put it forward, just, if there is a split on this, and it can't be just, if it's 14, it can't be 3 people
Right.
that say.
That seems really
right.
clear.
But in October, if there is something that's really split, they, as the advisory group, may want to give each other, if one group gets 15 minutes, this is why we think it should be this way, another group gets 15 minutes, and this is why, the state board, you decide.
Right.
I mean, that may be very useful.
And in all cases, the party or parties making their cases need to give us written proposals for language. No, we're not telling you that, that's not your job, but that's what we're after, and Krista's working with the chair of the governing advisory group to make it very clear that you have to give us specific proposals to that we can adopt or not. And just as you're giving us specifics all the time, and we don't have the capacity to invent new language. We want to adopt well-proposed language from the agency and or recommendations of other groups.
Yeah, Kim?
Is it possible that, and I can't tell whether the process would allow for it, that in that the advisory group hasn't had the walkthrough we've had or been invited to provide specific feedback, so provide the language that might inform the agency language, is it possible that the agency may move their language based on that more engaged exchange? Or is the agency language the third option from whatever, or second option from whatever we might get? Does this process anticipate the possibility that the agency language come to reflect more engaged feedback from the advisory group?
So
there might be other information coming to us. I know there's a few other pieces out there, but we're not sure. I mean, we haven't really met since the delay's been enacted, and we'll have
Just
to
realizing that from the minutes
Yep.
that input hadn't been sought. If that were to be sought.
I've been at the meetings and the input has been sought, so
Okay.
I
So
think
the
it certainly could be
invitation for
embellished.
specific
Yeah.
language or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
But we'll certainly open to a certain point of
Yeah, I
trying to
wouldn't
do
want to
that.
prevent the agency from editing language based on what happens
Sure.
over the course of your meetings with the advisory group, if it seems to make sense that that happened, so.
Well, and I think, because Judy, you just gave us another updated one.
I
These are
did.
continuously being
Well, and yeah,
tweaked.
incorporating
Yeah.
some of the changes we discussed. Yeah, I consider it a living document,
Right.
and I'm happy to.
Great, I just wanted to, it seemed
So-
like
so
you guys
long
are
as
being
my-
a little bit cut out of
Well,
that.
if we establish a sort of trajectory of
edit.
when expectations for deliverables are, we will hit those.
Okay.
You know, and we'll share what our demands are for our work, and we'll coordinate that, but that'll, to bring some finality to it, yes.
But I mean, the way the advisory group can advise the agency, but they can't tell the agency change this right now.
That's right.
And so you have a draft, that's the agency's perspective.
Yep.
If the group doesn't agree with it, they can come to us.
But they might provide us some new information or
That's what
new insight.
that's the piece
Absolutely.
exactly,
We'd
Dan,
move
that
it.
I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure
Absolutely.
wasn't cut out of this
No,
process.
we're trying to get our best
Awesome.
thinking around it,
Thank you.
including everyone's.
All right, so you want
I've got a quick question.
Yeah.
Has I've heard just talk about this, but I hear a lot of the feds say we have to do this, that, or the other. Has anybody talked with the feds and tried to negotiate some of these points?
Let's say negotiate, we do talk with the feds. Yeah, absolutely.
We've had a number of conversations with, the acronym is CIFR, C-I-F-R, and I'm not gonna be able to remember what it means.
CIFR?
CIFR. And that is the federal organization that provides technical assistance to state education agencies around IDEA requirements, fiscal requirements. So we've had a number of conversations with CIFR. I've been in some of them, but our finance team has been in close contact with them around these processes, yeah. I'm not sure, we negotiate with them. We look to them for guidance, and they,
I was with you up there
and they
trying to
give us
We're trying to figure it out
committal
piece by-
answers.
Well, if California can strike a deal, we can strike a deal.
How many electoral
Maybe
votes?
not.
Yeah. All right, well, Judy, thank you, and
Thank you.
We'll continue.
Appreciate your
Yeah,
time, thanks
thank
a lot.
Thanks, Sue.
All right, so moving on, we have a consent agenda with one item, which is the minutes from the June 19th meeting. So is there a motion to be made?
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the minutes as presented.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Kim.
I do have some discussion.
Okay.
In the minutes, it will often say this topic came up and it was discussed for a long time. But it doesn't tell me what was discussed, so if we can aim a little bit more towards content on that.
At one point, though, I would point out that we have it videotaped. I got to watch it online. There was 106 other people like me that had watched it online. That's because you can see who else.
Nerds.
I know, like who else is out here watching this? But they're saying this. I think with the minutes per law, we actually put in a lot more than we're required. Required is just if we're voting on different things, but the discussion's put in there. So if you do care to hear the whole discussion,
No,
you can go and.
I have a specific question, not 8 hours of videotape. You know, if we're preparing, we want to see what we did last time.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be good to be able to hit that.
To what specificity are you asking?
Well, actually, the minutes of the advisory group that were circulated, I thought were pretty informative.
Okay.
So that's a level of, and I think they were done by Suzanne or Maureen, pardon me. They were very instructive, I thought. So that might be an example.
Okay.
Let me give you an example from the minutes that are up for adoption. Cutler highlighted the substantive programmatic changes and the reasons that justify the proposed changes. No changes, no proposed language. So in doing my homework, I didn't really have any idea what was there. And Cutler and Berube reviewed the document and highlighted where stakeholders may not have agreed, but it didn't say what they disagreed on. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay. So even if it's not about the discussion, just naming it more
Well,
specifically.
Content would be good.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, discussion? All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and Kyle had his first vote, right? Consent agenda.
Yeah, that's
No, Kyle.
Yep. Yep. Any exactly. It's hard to sit at the table and not get to say anything for a whole year. So it's nice to have you. And on that respect, we are still waiting for our next student rep to be appointed. We don't have one yet. Okay. Any board announcements? All right. That may be one of the things, as John was saying, things that do we need to do all the time and more specific about announcements, but and what we expect for announcements too. Okay, so that being said, do we have public to be heard? Do we have some people in the room? Anybody here for public to be heard? Oh. All right. Not seeing any takers. We then could have actually Emily come up, even though she's talking right here, and go over the review process for hearing appeals. And this is in document F. And so if you want to just introduce yourself for the record, and we can talk about sort of what's in front of us at this point.
Emily Simmons, Agency of Education. I was just asking Judy Butler to see if retired Judge George Belcher was wandering around downstairs. I know this room is hard to find, and he will be the hearing officer for the matter that I'm going to describe to you. He offered to come and appear before the board, and I thought, what a shame if we finish up and then he shows up because he had trouble finding the room. So we'll see if they
do you need us to delay a little bit, and I could start the chair's report?
This agenda item was scheduled for noon, and that's what I told him.
Yeah.
That's totally up to the chair.
If that's fine with the rest of the board, I could start the chair's report. And I guess we can start just by, that's what this item was supposed to be for item H, is the vision planning for the year. And what I would like to do, I just started doing this work plan for ourselves as a board. And at our last meeting, it was talked about having the idea of equity, achievement, student wellness, and sustainable system, and getting away from some of those, the 3 E's. And thinking about auto retreat, the agency has already said that they can give us information on these, the idea about equity and achievement and at least sustainable systems. Not so student wellness was something we just threw in, so I'm not sure if that's really part of that at this point, but that have been working on gathering information for us for data to review. And thinking that retreat, we may want to really dig into, I think, the last meeting, coming up with what do we mean by each of these categories. That's what I took away from the discussion. And then hosting in the different months, having people come in and speak to these issues. And so if we're going to tackle one, say if we look at equity, we might want to schedule a couple months in a row where we're bringing in different stakeholders around equity. And we mean equity, are we going to break that out in equity in pre-K? And then are we going to look at equity and dual enrollment? So these different things that came out of last meeting. So I would think at our retreat we'd want to go through and really define that a little bit more. Those were just the categories, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's what I took away from the discussion, that to expand and maybe change from that efficiency piece to sustainable systems, and then take some different months through the year and dedicate time for that. And I also heard that people would like to spend more time taking those topics and going more in depth. And to that point, John brought up that if we're going to do that, what are we not going to do? And one of the things I sent out was the minutes from the last year to put out to people. It's not the agency telling us what we need to do, it's actually law. So law is saying we must do certain things and that we're required to do. And as we've discussed before in Act 98, there was not a clean break all the time about roles and responsibilities between the board and the agency. There's still things that the board is responsible for, writing reports on statistics around bullying, which is done by the agency. So that would be very much something in law that should be corrected and assigned back to the agency. We don't have a staff collecting data and writing reports. That's not appropriate. So the challenge I have for you is, if you look at the agendas, are there things that you don't feel like we add value to? And if not, if you could start compiling a list, so our next meeting we can talk about that. I know one of the examples was, if a school doesn't have 175 days, they can come to us and get an appeal. Would it be much more efficient if the secretary who makes the recommendation just makes that decision? Do we bring much as a policy board to that discussion? And with that lens, looking at what we've done last year, and if there are things that this board doesn't want to keep doing, then we need to advocate to the legislature to change that. So it's not a matter of really agency dictating to us, it's law. So that would require a law change.
I think the other question too is, does the secretary want to make, like for example, the 175 days, is that a decision the secretary really wants to make? Just taking our grenades and chucking it into his foxhole doesn't.
Well, he's already making that recommendation. So
making
if you remember,
the recommendation, but I think sometimes you want a board to back you up and say, no, we're not gonna give you an exemption.
and that could be a discussion about when we're thinking about what is it that are there things that we don't want to keep doing, and it may actually be more work for the secretary to then have to write a green sheet advising us and an action that he would have taken. So it actually could create more work and create more inefficiency for something that we don't really bring a lot of value to. So when we're thinking about what do we bring value to in that discussion. So that's just a lens to look at the agendas. And I will say, I did go looking for our agendas online. It's actually very difficult. And I know I talked, there's a solution coming through at the agency, but right now, if you try to look on our website, it's actually very difficult to even find last meeting or even what's coming up. And there, I just went on, I was like, why can I not even find my agenda from last month? And I can't find these things online. And so there is a fix that they're working on. So that's why I sent just all agendas for the last year in one place, in one email, so you can actually go through and access them, because it's a maddening process trying to do it otherwise. It's really difficult, but they are working on that. Yeah. And Kim, did you have your hand up?
I was just
Thinking about the example of 175 days and exemption for whatever reason. And whether or not we had value on it, it might be if we were to see that there were a spike in the number of them, is there a move towards not getting the requisite number of student days? And that would be, so if it were to be removed from our responsibility, it might just be that the request is annually let us know how many of these you've had and the outcome. So maybe it's a spreadsheet that we just get a report on versus each individual situation. So we could have sort of eyes on systemic movement that might be counter to something that we would care about. So each individual one, right, when are we going to disagree with the Secretary's recommendation? So I would just offer that, and that is just being one example. As we think about things that maybe are not ours or we don't add value to, they may be canaries in the coal mine for other things that we might want to have a summary about at some point.
So it maybe even in a recommendation that we would recommend that this maybe something that we're doing would be better placed in the agency, but at the same time making sure that we are still
An annual
reviewing
report's
the data.
provided to the board or something.
Bill?
Some of the things probably could be eliminated completely. And, but that begs another question, which is, what do we define as our role? And we should start with what our role is, and which is part of the September agenda, and clarify that, and that will help lead us to some of these things that we could either forced off on Dan or forget about.
I think a review of Act 98 would actually be really helpful, because I think it's pretty specific about what our role is. And so we could review that, and so the role of the board, and then some of these things that don't fit into that role.
There's one other thing. There's a list of every reference to the state board in Title 19 that somebody had pulled together, and probably redistributing that would be good.
Yeah, where is that list?
I think
Try to find it on our website. It's impossible. I think you came and brought it to us in the Middlebury meeting. So that was
your Blue Mountain meeting, which
Blue
was
Mountain.
March.
March.
February or March?
Could you resend that, please? That was very helpful. And Oliver and Bill had prepared some analysis, I think, in January.
Yeah, which seemed to disappear down the black
Can
hole.
we pick that up again too?
Oliver was lead on that, but I'll talk with him.
All right.
Okay, so I can pause in the chair's report, if that's okay, seeing that our guests has arrived. So at this point, I'll continue after lunch, but we invite Emily to talk to us about item F, please.
Thank you so much. So I want to orient you to where in the Vermont statutes the subject matter that we're discussing is located. It's in Chapter 51. It's a standalone chapter. It starts around, let's see, section 1691 is the first section of Chapter 51, and it's not very long. So you've got 1691 to 1708. And I only mention that because there's not much reason for a State Board of Education member to visit this chapter, but it takes up a lot of work of the legal team and the licensing division at the Agency of Education. So it's a very agency active chapter of the Vermont statutes. It governs the licensing process for professional educators and spends a lot of time discussing the enforcement of the licensing standards for professional educators. So what it does is it describes some grounds for not granting a license that the Secretary can use to deny a license, and also states the grounds for misconduct for a person who holds a Vermont educator's license, and gives the agency the enforcement of those rules. To aid the agency in the enforcement of those rules, there is a separate body that is called the Licensing Hearing Panel. And I call it separate and emphasize that because it is separate and distinct from the State Board of Education, from the agency, and also from the Vermont Standards Board for Professional Educators, which is the group that writes the lengthy regulations about which licenses Vermont has and the code of conduct and the process. So there's many layers of rules and regulations around professional educators, and the State Board of Education appears in one very discrete and important role. And that is once the licensing hearing panel has had a hearing about misconduct, made a decision, that decision is appealable to the State Board of Education. And from the State Board of Education, the decision is appealable again to Washington Superior Court. So the State Board is, you could say, a gatekeeper between the highly regulatory environment that the Agency of Education administers and Washington County Superior Court. And there's a lot of due process for licensed educators before their license can be impacted all the way up to revocation, because as we all know, individuals have a right to an occupation and earning a professional living, and it's a very serious matter to take action against a license that a person holds. So with all of that foundational material, Section 1707 in Title 16 has the State Board of Education's role in the appeal. It's got some good detail in there. It tells you that the appeal to the State Board is an on-the-record review of the appellant's case, except that new evidence is narrowly allowed to point out what the appellant might feel are alleged irregularities in the hearing process below. So what you have below is 3 people on a hearing panel working with an attorney hearing officer who's contracted through the agency to hold what essentially looks like a trial, a licensing trial, if you will, and then the record is transmitted to the State Board to hear the appeal that the appellant is making. So a few other pieces of information is that the proceedings of the hearing panels, as well as the appeal to the State Board, is subject to the open meeting law, so it's an open process, except that, as with any quasi-judicial hearing, such as this one, the body can go into deliberative session to consult with the attorney who's advising them before they render their written decision, which has to be public. So you'll notice that I'm not talking about any specific appeal. There is an active appeal, or I wouldn't be talking to you about this process, but I'm being very careful not to mention the specifics because I wouldn't want to impact your view of the case, prejudice the case, or have ex parte discussions with you about it, because I prosecuted the appeal below with the assistance of the rest of the legal team at the agency. So I'm a party. I'm just flagging that for you.
And so just to clarify, part of what we've been working on is behind the scenes is trying to get legal counsel to advise us that it cannot be from the agency. So we do have counsel secured at this point, correct?
Great transition. That is why we paused this, so that George Belcher, big drum roll. Do you want to, can he come join us up here?
Sure.
Is in the very final stages of reaching a contract with the Agency of Education to provide hearing officer services to include appeals to the State Board of Education.
Thank you for coming and joining. And can you say your name for the record, too?
Sure. My name is George Belcher.
Okay. And so that's been part of the work, is that finding legal services so we are supported in that. And so I guess today what we would need to do is assign a board member to go through this hearing process and then come back to the board. Is that correct? The process would be that we've only done this since I've been on the board once before. And we have one board member that goes and works with legal counsel and goes to the hearing and then comes back to advise the State Board, and the State Board takes a vote. Is that the correct procedure?
So I'll just put it this way. Last time the board had an appeal, the process that the board chose to use was to appoint one board member to hear the appeal, work with the hearing officer to reach a decision that was then presented to the full board for adoption. Or they could have changed the decision. My understanding is that the decision as worked with the hearing officer was adopted by the full board in that case. You used one person the last time you did it. There's nothing in the statute that gives you a number or that specific tool. I think the reason that was chosen is to just for simplicity of scheduling, the cost of the per diems of board members. I think it was just seen as efficient to limit the number of people involved in the hearing.
And yeah, John.
So let me just be clear. The hearing officer that Mr. Belcher is going to be retained to provide is with regard to the board's review?
Yes.
Not in connection with the original review by the agency?
There was a different individual who also holds a contract as a hearing officer with the agency. We had two. We've added Mr. Belcher as a third because we needed to diversify our stable of hearing officers to avoid some conflicts of interest. But a different individual heard the hearing below, and you have a new, fresh hearing officer for your appeal.
And so, let me just understand that this is a hearing on the record in all respects, except the exception where the board shall allow the presentation of evidence regarding procedural irregularities, but no additional evidence with regard to the substance of the matter at hand. Is that correct?
That appears to be what the statute tells you to do. I'm also happy to have Mr. Belcher weigh in since he's here and is your neutral party to work with you on the statute.
I think you stated it correctly. Usually, additional evidence is only allowed as to irregularities. As the statute says, if evidence shows that the decision is arbitrary and capricious, or there was ex parte communication or something outside of normal process, then evidence could be presented as to that. And of course, arguments can be made as to the law to the identified board member who is conducting this review hearing. And then the review hearing is reported to the full board, and the full board gets to decide yea or nay about that.
But if I understand correctly, the law is silent on whether it's one member or 9 members of this board that actually participate in the review hearing. Is that correct?
That is correct. I told Emily the other day, I also work for the medical practice board, and when they assign hearing panels, they often assign 3 people, just so that there's a broader look at what has gone on. But this board, because no number is required, you can do what you did before or do something different.
And in the case of such a hearing of 1, 3, or 9 board members, with you facilitating the discussion, I presume, does one expect to hear from the appellant party? And also does one expect to hear from the agency that made the determination?
Yes. Since the appellant took the appeal, I assume they have something to say to whoever's reviewing it, either on the law or the facts. So I would expect that they would appear, make argument. They might ask to offer evidence, or they might not. And of course, the agency, the legal team that pursued the case would also be present.
Do they typically submit a brief? Or mostly oral?
I can't answer about typically. I've never worked with this board before, so I don't know.
This is unusual.
Okay.
Yeah. I believe there was briefing the one other time in recent memory that it's happened.
Okay.
The statute says that the board must not substitute its judgment with regard to the weight of the evidence on questions of fact. It then goes on and says that it may reverse or remand. But in that case, it says only on the basis of procedural error or trespass of some sort. Is that right?
That is right, and thus it's a high bar for generally the facts that are found at the hearing level are established, and the person appealing can't come in and argue about that. The board, of course, and it says the board should not substitute its judgment for that of the hearing panel as to the weight of the evidence on a particular issue.
Right.
But the board has the ability to reverse or remand if the decision is deemed to be arbitrary or capricious. For example, if the findings of fact do not support the conclusion, then the board, of course, could reverse or remand.
But it's largely binary.
Excuse me?
The decision's, it's not issuing a new decision, it's largely just yay or nay. I mean, with facts
I'm
as well.
reluctant to couch it that way. It's a thoughtful review of what was done below.
Right.
And if the board determines that something was either done procedurally incorrect or the findings do not support the legal conclusion or the order that's
But
made.
no new decisions.
Excuse
You're
me?
either affirming what was previously done or overturning it.
Usually that's.
Usually, okay,
The choice.
Sorry.
Does this kick off of 1752? And the reason I'm asking is whether under 1752 they can be an executive session or not at the choice of the person making the appeal, if I remember it right.
That's jumping into chapter 53, which is employment of educators rather than licensure. So that's processes that supervisory unions run with their employees.
Okay.
Luckily, I had it open to that page.
You're talking about dismissal, or district's ability to dismiss employees.
Yes.
And the process around it. It's a different process than the licensing.
So this process would be a public process?
Yes.
There's no option by the appellant?
Deliberations, maybe.
Yes, yeah, but the actual hearing, the hearing of facts would be open regardless of.
With the normal exceptions for executive session, which are mostly subject matter based, you might have, for instance, confidential student information. Which
Okay.
you go into executive session.
So at this point, we have it on for discuss vote. John has said that he would be our hearing officer if that would be to liking of his board. No,
He's
sorry,
now
his
representing
board
board
representative. Sorry,
representative.
thank you for correcting me. So the board, yeah, he's going to be the hearing. He's going to jump right in. Sorry.
Where's his law license?
We're going to promote you. So has volunteered with some encouragement. But if the board, if that is acceptable to the board, I would need a motion to have that happen. So moved by Bill and
I'll second and would like to discuss.
second by John. Okay, John.
I would advocate that 3 members of the board serve. Not that I haven't the highest confidence in our colleague, but it just seems to me there's kind of a constructive synergy that happens when you have 3 board members to discuss this. Of course, you'll be able to discuss it with the hearing officer too, I think. You're, in effect, the board's attorney for this matter. So I would propose to amend the motion that the board agree to have John O'Keefe chair a group of 3.
And are there individuals, because we'd need to vote out their names today?
Before you make that amendment, is it the amendment made? Sounds like there could be 2. John might be interested.
Well,
I was thinking that 3 I would have done my motion to make it 3 as long as their names begin with J.
That works. Oh, poor John.
Let's see.
So,
I mean, on the board that I work for, we normally appoint people who aren't at the meeting for these sorts of tasks. I'd be Peter and Oliver.
Peter did do it last time.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah, so that was the last
So he's
in
off the
recent
hook.
memory.
It's kind of like jury duty, right?
I think so. That was Peter was the one that was the last one to do this hearing.
But we put the motion at 1 to 3 and aim for 3, and if we don't get 3, 1 person could do it or 2 people could do it.
I think we need to decide as a board if we want 1 or if we want 3. I think that's a big difference. So do you want 1? Yes.
Is it just 1 or 3, or is 2 an option?
And I think anything.
It can be any.
Okay, that's what I
Because they're
guess
not
I'm
voting on
wondering.
anything, it's still coming back to the full board.
Just
Right.
recommendation.
So is there somebody
It's
else
just recommending.
interested in serving in that role?
Yeah,
I guess
I'd
is a
be
question.
interested.
Okay, so it
Yeah.
sounds like we got 2.
Well, that's fine, I think. I'd
Yeah.
love to have John.
Okay. Is there anybody else interested? So
Kyle?
before we make a motion.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Bill, do you want to withdraw your first motion?
Sure.
And do you want to make a different one?
Well, I was going to say at least 1 so that we would have some flexibility in the future. And don't want a motion that's gonna set a precedent in the wrong way.
None of these are precedents.
Yeah.
Invent it and know every time.
So, would somebody like to make a motion for 2?
I'll make a motion for 2.
Okay.
And I'll second it.
All right, so we have a motion to have John and John,
In this case.
he just said no.
Oh, he said no.
You
Oh,
said
he
no,
yes.
correct?
Yeah.
That's, I was like, I'm pretty sure I watched him say no.
Oh, I don't hear no so well.
John's a good salesman.
Yes, as I get.
You just can't hear no.
Okay, so we have a motion for 2, John and John, representing the board. And that was put forward by Bill, seconded by Kim. Is there any more discussion?
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and you'll be working, Mr. Belcher, and so that way we can move forward, and probably thinking by October-ish would be.
I think that gives us enough time. It will come back to the board, let's say in the fall.
In the fall. Okay, perfect. All right, so thank you, and at this point, we're back on schedule, time for lunch. So we will take our lunch break and see everybody back here at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we have David Young here joining us to give us an update on the Military Interstate Compact Commission. And thank you again for serving again. We just reappointed you, I think, a couple of months ago, and giving us a little bit of an update on what's going on.
Awesome. So, yeah, thanks for having me. It's one of those other duties which I'm happy to serve, but often don't give enough attention and give enough feedback to folks, you know, I think around the importance that the Military Interstate Compact Commission, or in short, it's MIC3. Of course, everything in the military, you know, we like to kind of shorten up and give an acronym. We're good in that in education too, as you know. But again, since its founding, the compact since 2008 has been a pretty important part of legislation around the country. For us in Vermont, it's pretty, I would say, infrequent around the questions that come up. But again, for any military deployment that renders children coming with them, then there's acts that are put in place to ensure that children aren't put at a disadvantageous place. For instance, kindergarten entrance age, sports programming, giving kids the opportunity to continue their education without significant disruption. Again, when I say athletics, that does not mean that they can go from, you know, a big school in Vermont and then go to a big school in Texas and think they're going to be the starting whatever position. But it does give them the opportunity, if they've missed, you know, a tryout, it does provide them some opportunities to participate. As you know, in Vermont, as I said earlier, we don't have a lot of folks that are currently fall under the compact that are often, you know, in situations. We do have some deployments that are temporary that does bring along some students, and we have a couple examples of them. One of the unfortunate pieces, which we're trying to get legislation to change through Department of Defense, is to get identifiers on all of our students. And again, as you know, through ESSA, and Dan probably knows more than I do in this particular piece, but that's one of the requirements, that we are able to do that, but yet we don't actually have the individuals or the children that might qualify under that. So that's some of the work that we're trying to make sure happens.
So, you know, I think of deployments as you're going over to Afghanistan, but this might be a National Guard person from Chittenden County who's going down to Fort Bragg to provide logistical support for maybe an overseas operation, and the families might go with him.
That's correct. Her. Again, depends. A lot of these positions depend upon, you know, if you've been in anything about the military. Sometimes there's unaccompanied and accompanied assignments.
Okay.
In your particular example, that would be an unaccompanied assignment where your family could come with you, and it may be that you're working, you know, while deployment is happening, you may be working in a particular sector in Texas. But like that example, your child was in kindergarten here, September 1st, but then when they moved to Texas, there were differences there. What we want to make sure is that kids aren't put at a disadvantageous place where then they wouldn't say, like, no, we can't let you into kindergarten. The compact prevails, and every state currently has a compact commissioner like me whom we try to really make sure that this, stays in play. One of the things that, I've been continuing to work at is make sure superintendents are aware of, the compact. And also through through VSA, all members, but also within the Chittenden County area, which I'm also there, which tends to be a little bit more of a higher focus. And I think this is important for you all also to make sure that anytime there's a deployment, whether inbound or outbound, that there's conversations around wanting to ensure that children are not put at a disadvantageous place. So again, I can be doing more of this, but sometimes when I'm talking to superintendents and they're like, it doesn't really, I haven't heard this, it's not come up, so why are we wanting to spend half hour or 20 minutes talking about this? I do think it's important that I stay after it. I've also connected with our military officials, including the new AG, and they're very interested to try to get us in the know around what's happening with deployments. And again, that's something, I'll continue to work, through Dan to make sure he's aware of too. If there's a big deployment that could impact a large number of our students, then we want to know that.
So would you go to, so if there's a company that's being deployed to North Carolina, would it be the Agency of Education that goes actually to the company and informs them of their rights, or does the military do that?
Well, I'm an arm under you folks as the commissioner of the Military Compact Commission, and so yeah, I would be working with Dan to say when we got a large number of deployment, we need to talk about resources and making sure, in this case, families and guardians are informed about what rights they have, and that's generally, I think, the bigger one. One of the things since I've been on the commission, and we have annual business meeting, which everyone comes together. And I'm part of the training component, and part of my desire is to get kind of these frequently asked questions like, what about, somebody's deployed, similar example, and, their child is in or involved in, what can the compact do, right? And so we've listed out a lot of these questions to help either new commissioners or just to, again, keep building on those frequently asked questions to make sure.
So in a lot of cases, if I was being sent to Texas and I had a kid who was on the cusp of kindergarten.
Yep.
I show up in Texas, I say, oh, here's little Jimmy, ready to go to kindergarten. The school's going to say, oh no, he's too young.
That's right.
And then that's when
the compact kicks in. Again, it's to make sure that families, children of military families, are not put in a disadvantageous place, right? And that's we often will get that also at high school record change. It could be that there's a Carnegie, they're coming out of a certain state where Carnegie units are required, yet in Vermont they're not, so there can be this back and forth, like, no, you can't graduate, so you transferred as a 11th grader, you started your 12th grade year, and the next school is saying, oh, you got to do a whole nother year because you don't meet the credit requirements. So there's a fairly involved transcript review process that can also move along. In general, I think we've gotten a lot better across the states, the United States, around making sure that there's no significant loss to students, and we're doing the right things for them to prepare them for their next step, but not in a punitive way.
Now, earlier we talked about the ESSA plan and also trying to track numbers, and there was really no good data. You said that we're working on having a better understanding.
We have to exploit getting cooperation from another federal agency to work out a memorandum of agreement so we can have an identifier.
And so, with that, do you have a sense of how many students in the state are impacted by the compact?
Not really. I mean,
Okay.
again, some of this is self-reporting, and that's part of the problem. And when somebody goes on military orders, then it's much more accurate in those numbers.
How long have you been doing this, David?
Let's see, I came on, this is at least 5, I think, Dan.
Yeah, so like 15 or 16. I remember there was a big deployment at one point, and we had to, I remember every superintendent getting heightened awareness.
Yeah.
Because it was statewide too. It wasn't just Chittenden County, because there were families.
But I am working on that, and actually, I've sent, and I can forward to Dan some of my more recent. Like I'm wanting to push on some of those issues because, it would be helpful for us to know, and us being able to, discreetly track.
Yeah.
I don't like that word necessarily, but discreetly account for our students that are of military families to ensure that when they're coming to us, that we make sure that they're aware of their rights. Otherwise, right now, the way we're doing it is, hey, everybody, the military compact, you know, and hoping that each one of you might share that with a family in your school, a student, etc., or happen to be you, the person I'm happening to connect with. But it's kind of hit or miss, is what I find, and so my desire continues to just be this, you know, I got to keep reminding, where I would much rather say, hey, you know, Krista and your spouse, I understand you're deploying, you know, confidentially, we know that, and I want to make sure you're aware of the compact so that your child or children aren't put in a disadvantageous place.
So heavily weighted towards the Guard in Vermont?
Well, again, the biggest military component is certainly the Guard. But again, as you know, for the military, the most highly taxed group has been the Guard in Vermont, has been heavily deployed. But there's also, you know, small components of active duty groups that are also, you know, going as well. And typically those are unaccompanied, but on some occasions where some are coming to us, they may not be. Maybe a, you know, 7-8 month position where they might be, you know, again, bringing their children. We want to make sure they're, you know, well served and welcomed and well educated in Vermont. Yeah. So I don't know what other questions. The next all member meeting is coming up in October, and so again, I'm part of the training component of that. It's about a two-day business meeting, and you know, we're really trying to make sure that some of the things like the ESSA requirement happens, and that would be actions out of the Department of Defense, and we're trying to really make that happen.
What happens to oversee deployments, like in non-combat roles, like England and Germany and other
Yeah, so if we have students go there,
yeah.
So the compact really doesn't prevail in the same way if you're on an exchange in that manner. Again, you're really under the Department of Defense and the schooling that's associated with them. You know, for an American, I'm drawing a blank on the nomenclature of the foreign school programs for Americans.
It's an
School.
acronym, I bet.
Right.
Yeah, it is.
They have like some of the highest performing schools.
They have good ones and not so good ones.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah, it depends on where you are.
They
and
operate a whole school district, basically.
Yeah, and you know, we see that
Oh, yeah.
within some of our business.
Oh, yeah.
Some of our business community, IBM or Global Foundries over the years had, you know, Germany deployments and things like that, which were they have American high schools, essentially, American schools that do that.
Is there anything else that we should be, besides waiting for ESSA, because that was one of the identified groups that there was no data for, is there anything else that the State Board should be looking at in order to be more helpful around this besides just getting the information out? I think that's even just helpful, as you can see, it's being recorded, and people that watch it either on TV or online, we were talking about that earlier, can see that information and get that out. But is there anything else that we could do that would be helpful?
No, I think just knowing about it, and again, you know, the good thing about Vermont is a lot of things travel by word of mouth. So people that are watching, people that are talking to you, military families that you may know, come into contact with, or have other folks, just spreading that word. And again, I'm listed in there around the military compact, but like so many things, if you don't know where to go, you'll never get there.
Right.
So just by word of mouth is really probably the best. And again, I'm doing the very best I can to try to get information out to the superintendents, principals, and other leaders to make sure that, you know, as they make these relational connections with families, they're able to say, oh, you know, to make that. Ideally, we would much rather have it be that we're provided it and we can do a nice reach out and welcome with the identifier in place. Yeah.
Well, it would be a lot easier if they
Yeah,
give
it would
you some
be, but
information.
you know, there's a lot of stuff in between here and there, I think, to get
Yeah.
it. But we're going to keep working on it.
Okay, and just really quick, so when you're meeting with the other commissioners from other states, so is there any state that is very similar to us that is sort of working through some of those same? I mean, some states, they must have a larger operation because of the nature of the bases that are in their states.
Very much.
So what other states are we comparable with, and do you work with when you reach out?
We're definitely on the smallest side. I think we're like in group 5, you know, with being the smallest, and I forget who else is in with us. I should remember that, but I don't at the top of my head. Obviously, we've got some of our mid U.S. states, you know, Oklahoma, you know, there's some large military employers that have huge numbers of families involved in this, and coming and going all the time. So, you know, that said, it doesn't make it any less important for us to have the information that we need, you know, to support our students. And so
I think it makes it harder
Yeah.
because if you're in a state that's the norm,
That's
there's
right.
much more of a community around that and
That's right,
information,
Krista, yeah.
and it makes it harder when we are in a spread
right,
out
it was
state.
if it was much more active, then it would be much more known, and
Right.
it would be advocated and shared more broadly. And we don't have that. But again, that's always the worry. Sometimes, as you said, is the 4 or 5 children that might be really significantly helped and advantaged. They don't get that. This past year, probably about 10 cases I've probably helped, you know, navigate through. Some were real simple and quick. Some were a little bit more complicated. So that's better than the year before and the year before that. You know, the calls and the reach outs, you know, were fewer. But I think as, you know, the superintendent corps has either been able to pass that on, and the military has helped as well. Our continued work with the AG's office, they're really open to that. As part of their welcome packet, or they don't necessarily call it a welcome packet, but their orders receipt. You know, I'm trying to get stuff included in there about the military compact. But ideally, that's what I would really like, is that when military folks receive their orders, I'm going to be very paper oriented. I'd like for a slip to be put in there that talks about the military compact. You know, that just provides them with information and a contact. So when their orders come out, even on the bottom of their orders, to say, Military Compact Commission allows for, go to, or reach out, something like that. And that's also, you know, not easy. So far, I haven't been able to be successful with that, or we haven't yet, but we'll keep trying.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you.
Awesome.
And I know you've been busy planning a new school building.
Oh, geez, I know.
So
I know. It's so many things going on, but so do you, and I know you have a busy schedule.
Yeah.
So thanks for what you do, and thanks for taking the time, and have a good rest of the day.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So we can continue on with the chair's report. We had started earlier. We had some extra time. So let me just check off my list here. So we covered the 173 timeline discussion, and anything else that needed to be added to that was just looking at the August through April, looking at that timeline. Next, Tammy Colby from, the 173, just another reminder that there's the advisory meeting next Wednesday that I will be going to and sharing the outline with. And then Oliver, you were out before, but there is the phone-in option, so he can really help close that gap a little bit, and the technical details, and try to keep us on the right track. And I think Emily just pointed out, if more people go to the meeting, if we're there to listen and we're not taking any action, it doesn't have to be a warned meeting. And I guess that was a change in open meeting law as of last year. So we were just concerned if more people were coming, is there a quorum? And if so, we just had to warn it. But apparently that's not an issue at this point. So if you wanted to go to the meeting, it's going to be in this room. So if you want to come back next Wednesday, the 24th. So, it's not McFarland? Oh, okay. All right. She thought it was, okay.
It might be remote, I'm not sure.
Okay. So somewhere in Barry, Montpelier. And what?
I was just possible. Anyway, but is there a call-in number?
Can we get the call-in number? Because there is a call-in number. Yes. I can just send that to the full board then, if people want to call in and listen. Okay. Anything else with 173? Sorry, just a little disjointed. Then next, Tammy Colby has contacted me to come in, and they're working on the waiting study right now, and wanting to reach out and talk to different board members. So she contacted me, and you may get a contact from her just to let you know. And she's just trying to schedule different appointments. And so I'll meet with her, and she may need some more after that too. But that's Tammy's meeting. Yeah.
Having no expertise in the area except to know that the challenges that are presented when you get to school board level around the cost to provide and the weight of the student count. So I wouldn't be a great person to call because I understand it from a different perspective than really to give specifics on weighting. So I didn't know to what she would be looking for in reaching out to any of us.
It's
for that matter.
Yeah, and it's really just interviewing stakeholders. It's not that you have all the answers, but even interviewing what your knowledge. Yeah, it's more interview based. It's not do you know the statute and how this be used, but getting different perspectives and a series of questions that she has. Yeah, Oliver.
Dan, question for you, just to make sure we're talking about the same weighting study. This is the one that was supposed to be done several years ago that your predecessor punted on?
I don't know that far back in the history. This is, I think there was some political controversy over it. This one, as far as I know, is on schedule for.
But it's one and the same, right?
I don't know. Because I wasn't really paying that close attention 4 years ago. But this one's going to be delivered to the public in December of this fall. There's, to Kim's question, there's a quantitative approach going on with some national level researchers. Tammy at UVM is sort of the coordinator of that. And she's probably reaching out to add some qualitative color to that, or to focus some of their findings. I get a draft of it in September and get 30 days to sort of provide some feedback, me, the agency, and then they take that back through October, and I think November, December-ish, they're going to publish the final report, so which will go back to the legislature. So there's a highly technical aspect to it, but I think they're also trying to wrap some context around it.
Yeah, and if it's the same one that I'm thinking of, I remember when I was actually one of the people who.
Yes, I would say
sponsored
it's representative from your area of the state. I often refer to it as her study.
Yeah, no, there were 3 of us that worked on this, and the impetus for this was really trying to get at the whole issue of the imbalance or the inequity between rural versus more urban areas because of the just the nature of the economies of scale and what you're able to deliver and
transportation costs.
Yeah, not even so much transportation,
well,
but
just
the
different
ability
pieces
to put
of
a large number of students in one building within a reasonable geographic, creates some inequity, and that's really what the impetus was behind trying to understand the weighting.
A rural weighting is what you.
Well, that was one of the things that we wanted to take a look at is to really try to understand, is that weighting. So that came up in the conversation, and it was specifically looking at that was the genesis for the whole thing, just to be perfectly blunt about it.
Yeah.
And I think from our neck of the woods, I would imagine that genesis was more in the weighting of, and I like I said, don't know the technicalities, but in is it the proper weighting for English second language
Yes.
and
special ed.
And special ed, so that are those weights accurate anymore?
Correct.
And reflecting the cost to provide the service.
So it started out with a rural versus urban inequity question as it relates to weighting, and then it was sort of expanded to just we need to look at the whole weighting formula because most people don't realize, but it has the biggest impact on education funding, and it just sort of flies under the radar, and people just say, oh, equalized pupil. Not many people really take the time to say, well, how does weighting actually impact that? And it does in big ways.
But I'm sure a topic for another time, and not knowing what the study will produce with respect to rural versus urban, if you can consider any part of Vermont urban, weighting or otherwise. I'm just wondering if the rural factor isn't accounted for in other ways, like small schools or the other pieces.
Not anymore.
Yeah,
not anymore at all.
Interesting conversation. I think Oliver's character. They have before them a wide open question. They have very specific questions to evaluate the current system, so they're gonna, I think it's an interesting mix of researchers as well. I also would say the 173 group is very interested in, this gets back to the rules, so this would be another sort of milestone on that schedule of work. Can we really comment on this part of the rules until we understand what the weighting's gonna look like, so it's.
That came up in the
ROI,
minutes.
ROI, right? So,
Yeah, all of that.
And because I actually did a presentation on the floor of the House, and to illustrate the point, I took, I think it was the Burlington School District, or maybe not even Burlington, it was one other one in Chittenden County. It was either Burlington or another, very large school district. And I looked at their costs per student, per equalized pupil, and I just pulled out their course catalog, and it was like this. And then I said, okay, here's a high school in a rural area. Their cost per pupil is multiple of 1.5, and their course catalog is this. There's a question we need to answer here.
I mean, there's a reason I teach women's studies as a elective course in the school where other people don't have access to things like that. Okay, so that is out there. The study should be coming out this fall, and so it's something that I know. Actually, reading the minutes of the advisory group, there was a lot of discussion of this study, and should anything be done, or should the delay happen? That was kind of the question too. Should delay happen because of the weighting study or not, and how does that play into funding? So this study will be, I think,
we'll have it before the end of the year and before the legislature reopens.
Yeah, I think my interpretation, sort of anthropologically, if you will, of the policy process was this was put on a schedule to inform a legislative process. Yeah. It's now coincident with 173 and everything else, but it's certainly designed to give them
long
food
awaited,
for thought.
I think.
Yeah, it'll be a piece of the puzzle going into the legislative session next year.
Absolutely, a big one.
Yes.
Another piece of this, maybe the small schools grant, you were talking about
Well,
morality.
we have other mechanisms, right? So we have to evaluate the whole portfolio, I think.
Right.
But it plays
Especially in the
together.
context of unification, frankly.
When you look at what happened
because there could be efficiencies gained and offerings available that weren't before unification. There's a lot playing.
Yeah, it's an exciting time.
Dynamic time in education.
The total formula got more regressive when you took out the small school grant.
Because now it's you apply every year. It's not a guarantee at the small school grant.
No, I'm just looking at the theoretical effect of taking that money away.
Yeah,
the
bigger
statistically not significant. It's $6 million, $7 million compared to 1.7 billion.
You have to look at the whole thing.
I agree, and I think the researchers they call rurality a sparsity indicator, so they are looking at this. But I think it's we have time this afternoon to get into it. It's interesting, those that are familiar with the weighting, and to your point earlier, Bill, about the difference between the disadvantaged groups and that trajectory. There's always an assumption, I think, understanding the equalization, that somehow we give districts with more disadvantaged students more money, and that's not what happens in our equalization process. So the theory would be if you choose to spend more money because those students need more, your tax rate would be lower. But it sort of requires you to make those investments. And that's one of the issues I think we're going to surface with our report card, is that in some cases, rural districts aren't making the necessary investments because they just don't have the organizational capacity to do that, And so we shouldn't assume necessarily that the equalization is resulting in greater investment. All it's doing is saying if you spend more, if you choose to spend more, your tax rate will be slightly lower than your differently.
The other question, how we define equality and equity, is it horizontal or vertical equity? In other words, we're asking everybody to meet state standards. For some, it's going to take more effort and more money than it will others.
I think that's a great discussion for September.
Retreat. There you go.
Right? About when we talk about equity, what are we looking for in a state, and what would we want to advise looking forward to the legislative session? And that segue. Also going on is the Compass School visit, and we have confirmed a group that is going. So it's going to be chaired by John Carroll. We have John O'Keefe, myself. We have a member from the AOE. we have not met Deborah yet, but she's a new employee. She is now in.
Not a new employee,
But
she's
she's
newly
new
assigned to
position.
this role.
Yeah,
Yep.
new position.
Yep.
And this is, she's now, instead of outsourcing,
Yeah, remember the general ed review for independent school approval, where we decided to not contract that out anymore, and that was a decision made prior to my appointment as secretary, but Deborah's in this position, newly created position essentially.
so she will be joining us, and also Jennifer Ryan from the Department of Financial Regulation, and maybe an assistant. We're trying to find out. And so right now we have set to have a prep meeting on the 30th. So that's July 30th. And then the school visit being August 13th. So we just secured the dates. It's very hard summer trying to find someone to be at Compass to turn on the lights. Also to be there, to meet their schedule and to meet the schedule of people that are able to go. So we've just come up with a schedule. Yes.
If you're only a few weeks out from the start of school, any reason why you wouldn't schedule your visit when they're actually in sessions? You can actually get a feel for what's going on at the school.
Well, I think this is about financial capacity, and so it's.
Yeah, I know, but it's still, I think, while you're going down there, I think it's probably worth trying to just get a sense of what's going on in the building when the lights are on.
I can see. I mean, the board can, but this is really not a visit about the school. It's and how it's functioning. We don't. I mean, the board has not expressed any problems with. They've not, and this board has not said anything that's wrong with curriculum, or there is anything with climate or anything like that. It was merely financial capacity. So that was the direction from the board, was about financial capacity and really not being diverted by being like, let's go to this class and have a great time. It's more about, let's look at the books and see if we feel this school really does have financial capacity and where there's no question.
I think that was our charge in this. And
Yeah.
separately, they're being evaluated for, isn't this their cycle anyway, to be
Yes.
evaluated for reauthorization or whatever it's called?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so it is
else will be
multiple
going when the
visits.
lights are on, probably.
Yeah. Okay, and lastly, we have a bill, and this is kind of the interesting part, discussion from the state board for NASB. So NASB, to be a member for this year, is up to $25,000. So if you look at, I believe you've got it in your packet, was looking at our budget. Last year, the dues were almost 19,000, and we've got a bill here for 25. So in the past, we've negotiated down. We've also questioned whether or not we should maintain our relationship with NASB. So that's something that has come up, and you can see our total budget is shy of $100,000, so this is a quarter of the whole budget. And so at this point, we could take a vote on it at our next meeting, but I wanted to make people aware that this is out there now. I know John has been the heavy user of NASB, which is interesting because you're the one that said, if we're going to pay for it, we have to use it. So I'm just wondering.
Bill, you're on the editorial board, aren't you?
Yes.
You are on the editorial board. So in the past, we had Sean Marie, who is a former board member, doing negotiations. Would either of you like to contact NASB and see if we could get a price, first of all, that's closer to what we paid last year? Right now, it's a $7,000 difference. And regardless of what the price is, next meeting, we'd have to take a vote on whether or not to send that check and if we want to continue our membership.
I'd recommend that my senior colleague make the approach to them. He seems to be quite liked down there.
Well, I'm certainly willing to negotiate a price, but I think I'd like to know what price do you have in mind? Because if I get a good price and then you say, well, we don't actually want to do anything anyway, well then let's not put me in that position.
I mean, you could, the dues that we paid last year was
really $18,841.
But I guess the question is, do we think even that's worth it to us?
And what are people's thoughts? Yeah.
John uses it. I don't really know to what extent.
I went to the new
What value
member
is added?
training when I was a new member, which was last week. And that was interesting, you know. I mean, it didn't blow my socks off, but it was interesting, and you got to meet other board members. And to me, the interesting thing was to learn about how other states and their state boards work, and it's way different than us, and that's instructive. I think maybe you two maybe could do that if you wanted to, and that's, I think, free. I spoke at a conference in Colorado, and they paid for all that. And that's actually all I've done. I did not do the equity thing.
Oh, you didn't do the equity thing.
No, in the end, that didn't look like it was going to be as instructive as I had hoped. Bill is on the editorial board of the monthly magazine. Is that right?
Yeah,
Whatever it is, quarterly, whatever.
It's a very demanding task.
You know, I frankly don't know that we get very much out of it. And if I had $18,000 to spend on some staff work, I'd...
Or a lawyer.
Yeah. Well, I
Independent counsel.
Hate spending money on liars, but anyway, so I'm not so sure that this is a good use of 20% of our budget.
Yeah, Oliver.
I mean, I look back in the time that I think it's been a year now. I think I've been on the board, and not once have we had any, that I can recall, have we had any discussion about this organization or anything coming out of the organization. So I struggle to see the value we're getting out of it. You know, if you were to tell me this was $500 a year or $1,000 a year, I'd say, you know, maybe. But $25,000 seems a bit rich for something that it probably isn't. Sounds like it's not super relevant to what we do.
So because we had this discussion last year, they came and visited us at our retreat last year, and they did bring data, but they didn't have a lot of help to offer. We were starting the Act 46 process and didn't really have a lot to offer. And last time it was a split vote, and since it was a split vote, I voted to say let's continue because it was half the board. But if I had to go back and do that again, I would vote the other way because I haven't seen the worth there. I'm just thinking the work that we do, I would see it as a better use of having independent counsel that we can access and not have to go through. I mean, I feel like we put more work on the agency because when we need independent counsel, then it has to go to the bidding, and it's onerous to do that, and it's. I mean, every time, right, and it does, and it's time of the AOE staff that could be doing other things when they're securing legal counsel for us for these various things that pop up that we need to have, and I think that would be a lot more effective use of having some sort of money for independent counsel that we could keep some on retainer, and that way, this last bit, it took 2 or 3 months just to get a lawyer to secure the legal services, and we'd make this board more efficient, I think, if we had just somebody that we could call. That there's something that came up and we, you know, the AOE can't service us for whatever reason. It could be conflict of interest or whatnot, and that we need to have some sort of interest in that. So we can discuss this in our next meeting, take a vote, but I wanted to make sure people were aware of it. But John, then Bill.
Yeah, so while I'm inclined to forego this expenditure in its entirety, I do want to say that my hope for NASB had been that it would broaden our horizons. When in my service in the state Senate, I was always struck by how parochial we are in Vermont. We always think that we're so special here, that no other state can possibly have the same challenges that we do. And that's basically a statement of deep ignorance. And in fact, many other states are way ahead of us on many issues. We like to think we're first in the nation about this and that. And frankly, it's a conceit. And this public entity, as well as the General Assembly, I think would benefit from a much more Catholic, in the lowercase c, universal knowledge about the way the world of state governance works. But frankly, NASB isn't doing that for us, or put another way, we're not using NASB in that way. And so while I think it'd be better for us to spend this 20,000 or even 25 in ways that's being described, I must say I remain wishing that this board had a way of getting out of its own shadow and finding out what's going. Take proficiency-based learning, for example. You know, we think we're the bee's knees about proficiency-based learning, and several other states are in various stages of agony and contortions and excitement and discouragement about proficiency-based learning, and you'd think we're the only people doing it to hear us talk about it. But this board, like many state entities, just doesn't seem to have the curiosity to go find out what's happening elsewhere. And if we do get that curiosity, we can do so without, I think, going to NASB. I mean, you can just call other boards. You can go to NCSL, which is a really good source. So I think we ought to pull away from NASB, but this is at the same time a plea that maybe in our strategic thinking we might think about being in contact with some kind of sister states that are doing good things that we might need to know about. I mean, certainly Massachusetts and New Hampshire both do a very, very high quality job by most measures in education. Maryland, Minnesota, New Jersey. These are very high-performing states, and perhaps we could begin to sort of establish some sort of networking relationship with one or two or three of those. But that's a big, I think that's a heavy lift.
Well, if you're thinking about equity work, Washington and Oregon.
They have done some good stuff. Right.
So, yes.
Yeah. It could be that if we get really serious about convening advisors and stakeholders on a strategic topic of great concern to us, whether it's efficiency or equity, it's conceivable to invite speakers from other states. I mean, the legislature in our summer committees used to very often invite speakers from high-performing states in the areas that we were concerned about, capital investments, for example. I remember we had the people from Maryland up, and they really had it down cold, and we learned so much from them. So it could be that as we get more proactive in our way of convening discussions on topics that we ought to be paying attention to, reaching out to other states could be part of that.
Okay. Bill?
I've got to preface this by saying my business is educational research on a national basis, and so I look at these kinds of issues. And I have to confess, I look at NASB a little bit through those eyes. I've found that they fall suspect to educationese. There's its own language and its own code, which is very much based on what's popular rather than what's research-based. And it's not really deep. And when they would bring speakers in, they would bring people in from think tanks. Well, think tanks are in Washington for a particular reason. They want to influence legislation, and they do a very good job of it. But I had problems with going to vested interest groups like that. And also, in terms of the workshops that I've attended, I found they weren't terribly up to date. And I've been the advocate for NASB on this board, but I guess I'm having a little bit of a reservation.
And I guess that leaves us around the table thinking about, I mean, John, you're right, we don't want to ask you to negotiate something we don't intend to pay.
Yeah.
So I think maybe just our next, we can warn it as a discussed vote, and it may be something that either we decide not to join, or if we do, we'll only pay up to a certain amount. We could, and then negotiate with them at that point.
Right.
So we can do that. So in the meantime, in the next month or so.
It's been a year since we talked about this.
Yes, yeah. Yes, it has been. So
We're already buying the plane tickets to Vermont again.
I know, that's
We're
it.
watching this online.
Right. Maybe they're the 106
Last time we
views.
talked, they
Maybe
flew here.
because they watched our
Nasby.
tape NASB,
They
because
watched
they
the
saw
tape.
our
They
discussion.
came up.
Yeah, and they came.
Yeah.
So
Do we know, would we be the only state board of ed not part of the
No.
organization? Okay.
Some of the biggest ones, right? California's not a member?
No.
I think there's
Do they
something
do
like
regional
35
cohorts
or
or whatever?
40.
Like,
I don't think
I'm
Massachusetts
thinking,
is in it
They do
either.
have
okay.
regional.
I was just, they do have regional cohort.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the value of the the National School Boards Association, and that, for the VSBA, they do access some support on legal matters and, federal
it used to be the
legislation.
case.
But that
the AOE
isn't
had made a
the
case for us years before. I think this is still under Armando that we should stay because they were using it. But I mean, you could let us know.
Anybody using it?
Well, under my report, I'm just going to mention a parallel conversation with my activity in the Council of Chief State School Officers, which is an organization that has probably come online since Armando. It's a more, it is that place where we network with other states, and I can give you.
And which
There's
one's
opportunity for you to participate in that as well. I'm
Which is
sure.
good.
Okay.
Maybe that's
good
what
to
it
know.
is.
You're not dues paying, we pay dues, but, like I just came back from the national conference on assessment, essentially the report card conversation nationally. You could have gone to that relatively inexpensively, not all of you, but we probably could have afforded that under your cost, certainly under the $25,000 mark,
Right,
for you to
I
go to
mean-
a couple national conferences like that and mingle with chiefs and hear what's going on.
Yeah, and even
It's
I'd
just-
say one of the most beneficial ones. I mean, I've been to a couple of NASB, and to me, the most beneficial was the ARC, the Atlantic Ring Collaborative, and that was
Yeah.
with the governments of Finland and Scotland and
Mm-hmm.
Ireland and and talking about equity, and that was so much more meaningful and helpful than some of the trainings I've been to. So if we could use our funds in a better way, where we could get, as John said, that outreach
Yeah.
and get outside Vermont, but in a way that we're actually getting something and not just advocating an organization and giving them clout.
Is there a regional, either New England or Northeast Association of Agencies of Education?
Isn't it New England Secondary School
We have
Consortium?
other, not of SEAs, but we operate together on other issues.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you guys do huddle up at least on a
Absolutely.
New England
Yep.
basis? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, it's very useful. As John mentioned, we are a small state, so our, something I've always promoted as a superintendent, first thing we should do before creating the wheel is to go out and reach out and find out what other people are doing, right? So it's,
And then
we should be the best at doing that kind of instinctive,
It was really interesting seeing Iceland, because Iceland is actually really parallel to Vermont.
Sure.
And so you
Yeah.
have Reykjavik is like Burlington, and that's for population and how you serve the
Sure.
rural schools. And so it was really interesting conversations about equity when you're talking government from Iceland. So.
Yeah.
Are we members of ECS, Education Commission of the States?
Don't know.
That's a good resource.
All right, so that's, we'll put that on the agenda for next time, so you're aware. So if you want to look and then reach out to NASB, NASB might send you a nice email now, advocating, but that's it. And then so for the Secretary's report, last meeting, you had asked for a purpose statement that came out of the discussion that you said that you want, the board wanted to hear that purpose statement. And then the systems approach to 173. So
Yeah.
I'll turn this over to you.
I'll just, happy to do that. Just to pick up on the Council of Chief State School Officers, my experience today has been very positive with that. We basically have 3 meetings a year, and in the spring we have our policy meeting. That would be a useful one for you to attend. Other state board members do go to that. It's in DC. it's a convening of, you know, sort of folks involved in policy across the states. I found it very interesting. Recently I just came back from the assessment conference, which was really not so much for chiefs, but for SEA staff like Patrick, the folks that are actually working on the machinery behind the report cards. It's very useful. I found it very useful to hear what other states are doing. And there's a lot of, you know, we're coming out of the end of No Child Left Behind Act. We have ESSA, which theoretically is imparting greater flexibility to states. So there's a whole new landscape of innovation and, you know, creativity happening at SEAs around the country to figure out what to do. So it's a really interesting time to reach out and find out what other people are doing. But I'll try to make it a purpose of publishing those CCSSO events out in advance to you if they are of interest to you. But keep in mind the April policy one, you might find it interesting. So I know you have a copy of this presentation in your packet. I just thought I'd walk through it and provide a little context. This came out of our conversation from last time talking about 173 as you were getting basically some foundational information from Judy, as you saw a follow-up today on 173, and then we also were after lunch last time we were talking about visioning. So for me, those two things, it prompted me to think about the series of presentations. I did two of these that kind of bring, from my perspective, the two things together a little bit. But just some context on this presentation. I was asked probably February or March by the Superintendent's Association to make a presentation at their annual meeting in May, which they do a combined annual meeting with the special ed directors, the special ed administrators. So this audience, this presentation was directed third week in May at a combined audience of superintendents and special ed directors. And the charge given me, the topic back in March-ish, was could you speak to 173 from your perspective as a superintendent / systems leader, a multi-district supervisor perspective? How would you embark upon engaging with 173 to improve schools in your organization? And I just mentioned that because when looking at the report card today, that's one of the things we talk a lot about increasingly in the agency is like, what is our theory of action of how to improve schools? What is our role in doing that? What's the state board's role? How do we use data to actually improve schools? So ultimately, for me, the usefulness of the report card, if it's useful or to what extent it's useful, is to what extent we can improve schools, you know, and certainly inform different stakeholders. But this presentation at that time, when I was thinking about this was before we were like just starting to talk about the delay inside the legislature. So this was an interesting time historically in the narrative on 173 because we didn't know there was going to be a delay at this point, you know, and I was holding off on weighing in on that until I had additional information from a couple different resources. So at any rate, I set that because it does also get into some of our, I call it purpose statement work of the agency. So what I start out with doing in this presentation is firstly, you know, and this is sort of just my typical methodology, is to first get an accurate read, like what's the context about. I'm not trying to interpret what's going on. I just want to understand what's going on. So in order for me to do this, I spent a lot of time reading 173 and then reading the DMG report and reading the UVM report. So I thought this also might be useful since we have a couple new state board members. But I too, you know, because I was appointed in August, so I wasn't part of the deliberative process that created 173. So I wanted to go back and just really, before I interpret or sort of apply, you know, the findings of these reports and the legislation, I wanted to just understand what are actually in them. And it's kind of interesting, particularly because at the advisory group we had a moment, and it was probably in the minutes, where people were talking about what's the purpose of 173, and a lot of it was to have greater flexibility, but actually the purpose is about saving money. I mean, it really jumps out at you. I mean, that was the major purpose. But anyway, I just throw this foundational sort of idea out there. We'll talk about tier one.
That's real, because I mean, when 173 was being discussed, it was about money, but it was also about getting kids the services they needed before it got. The thing is, right now you have to qualify, and you can't qualify, and in between that hole, you don't get any services. So actually getting kids what they need, and by actually serving kids' needs, it would cost less. So I think that was I didn't want to go in knowing what the legislative intent was. I just picked up, you know, I picked up the law, and I certainly picked up the UVM study, which I'll talk about. And the UVM study is about saving money.
You know, the DMG report, I would argue, yes, gets into that other part of it.
But
And the two do go together.
Right.
But the starting point here that really drove a lot of this was the cost issue. You know. Anyway, when I was speaking in May, everyone in the audience knew what these three things were. We throw them around, you know, a little bit in education, but this is the basic idea that's been around for a long time in Vermont. This idea of Tier 1 instruction, meaning that's the instruction all students receive. Tier 2 is like, well, we're going to target some interventions for students. This might be the beginning of special ed services. Tier 3 might be an out-of-district placement, you know, very intensive. So I'll refer to these things a little bit. So these are, you know, I just pulled out of the UVM study. This was the charge from the legislature to UVM, you know, develop a comprehensive profile of special ed costs, examine Vermont's current structure of costs, what's involved, what are the impediments, identify, prioritize design considerations for funding formula reforms, and specifically looking at the census-based approach. You know, so there really was a target to the UVM. There's two reports under 173. The UVM report was largely focused on examining the efficacy of a census-based funding model. These are quotes from there, you know, just some takeaways. I sort of cherry-picked these, but also this is, I think, the fundamental logic findings of the UVM report. One, there's something going on in Vermont that's probably out of whack with our identification of kids. You know, we're particularly in emotional disturbance. We seem to have either we have legitimately have a larger number of students with emotional disturbance, or something's going on with their identification. Number two, increased demand, limited capacity for community-based mental health social service has shifted these responsibilities to schools. And that three, these kind of 1 and 2 flow together to 3, then the hypothesis is then districts are identifying students for Tier 2 interventions because that's the only way they can get services for kids. You know, basically special ed is the only way we can add additional resources to these needs. So therefore districts are over-identifying, but that's leading. That's the sort of the conclusion, okay? Those are just verbatim quotes. Once again, I'm not really trying to interpret things here. I'm just trying to sort of lay out. I went on this excursion. Okay, if I'm going to come up with a explanation of how a system might deal with 173, first thing I just want to wrap my head around what's in 173. Here I do editorialize a little bit. The bolding is mine. So I'm just looking through the DMG report. There seems to be a pattern that, I mean, I was hearing a lot of in the last year was there's a focus, something surfaced in the DMG report specifically about literacy instruction in the state. So it's just like, huh, what's going on with that? Investing in the effectiveness of Core 1 or that Tier 1 instruction, particularly reading instruction, is critical. Students with mild to moderate disabilities who struggle with reading may not be basically taught by teachers who know how to do that well. Some special ed teachers report having that, but a lot report not having a strong background teaching or reading. In this last bullet, you know, a couple things I pull away from that, which I'll expand upon. 2015-16, you know, says our results in literacy aren't that great. But the other thing that's interesting for me is that that's like the only measure we have. So I'm a little concerned, you know, back where I'm going in this is looking at a systems level perspective. Most large school districts in the state have other ways of measuring literacy. They have this thing called a benchmark assessment. This is our only source of really knowing what's going on. It's probably inadequate, you know, so I'll talk about this, but I'm a little concerned, you know, initially just doing my... NAEP?
Yeah, there's a square with NAEP.
Well, I don't know if the performance indication would be the same, but I would argue NAEP is also inadequate in terms of it doesn't come out frequently enough to make decisions at the local level fast enough to make improvements, you know.
I'm just looking for
yeah,
some kind of
I didn't go
corroboration.
back and see it. I just sort of pulled this. This is all DMG didn't talk about NAEP.
Yeah, the cutoff points are arbitrary and they can float.
I was just reacting basically. This is the only measure that's sort of undergirding the finding, you know. So, you know. At any rate, once again, we have this idea of MTSS in the state. This is what MTSS is. We throw that around a lot. I'm not sure how familiar you are with that. But the point I make with that, it's been around for a long time. You know, so we have basically pulling out the findings behind 173. We have an issue with cost. We have some issues with perhaps Tier 1 instruction, in particular literacy. And at the same time, we've had this practice of how to do this going back to at least the late 1980s. I was, coincidentally, when I was putting this together, I had a visit from a former long-term member, former employee of the Agency of Education, who reminded me that at one point Vermont had a census-based funding formula in education, special education, and we abandoned it, in favor of the reimbursement model. And he remembered why, and he was like, well, it's because some districts wanted to spend more. So it was breaking the bank, basically. So we decoupled from the census-based model and moved to reimbursement so people could spend more. At any rate, he made the point, I had originally said like 1990s on this because I can think back to when MTSS was implemented in the 90s. He said, no, we've been working at this since the 80s. So we have this idea of MTSS. We have it actually in state board rule, that each school shall have a tiered system of academic behavioral support. There's also in rule a connection to personalized learning plans at MTSS. Districts have this idea of a comprehensive support plan. So we have, I would argue a long-term commitment to doing this. We also have sufficient policy and statutory frameworks to do it. So here's sort of my summary of this piece in my presentation. UVM study indicates a shift to block grant funding would be a better idea. Best practice recommendations largely focus on improving Tier 1 instruction. So like Krista's point, the idea is, yeah, there's savings here, but there's an opportunity to make some investments on the front end. High quality reading instruction would be, when we talk about Tier 1, this is a place DMG is suggesting we go. When we think about improving Tier 1, we need to probably focus a little bit on literacy as a state. We have a long-standing commitment to doing this as a state. This is not anything new. When we talk about what might be the potential cure, if you will, or the intervention, it's not something new. It's a question of really just getting it done. So in spite of our long-term commitment to MTSS, its implementation is not consistent around the state.
Just a question.
Yep.
There's been this sort of subtext about moving away from paras and moving back to more reliance upon trained professional educators. Is that implicit in this talk, for example, about strengthening education and literacy?
Yeah, it was explicit in that bullet I had on the DMG slide,
Yeah.
where they were talking about teachers not necessarily the most skilled,
right,
in reading instruction, working with those students who had the greatest need.
Yeah.
They've identified, and I should say the DMG report was really an analysis of their work that they were doing with pilot districts in Vermont.
Right.
Sort of some findings based on that pilot work, and they were finding a pattern where students who had the greatest need were not necessarily being served by teachers with the greatest expertise.
But this was in Tier 2 as well as Tier 1.
Yeah, that's where that would start to happen. You're pulling students out for instruction, and instead of putting them with someone who's overt reading instruction, you're putting them in a para and maybe doing a reading group.
Right.
And can you just clarify the advisory group? There is some discussion about whether opening this up to rules for MTSS. Was that part of was that what you were saying earlier? That
no,
there was some.
Judy mentioned that earlier. It's like there are adverse effects. There's other topics that aren't necessarily overtly represented in a charge before us on 173, but since we're opening the can of worms of the rules,
Okay, I knew she mentioned.
There's advocates who, I don't want to say advocates, we surface ideas all the time related to that. It was like, is this an opportunity for us to do that? It's a good point. The challenge I would make, or the challenge there is we already have rules on MTSS.
Right.
Whether they belong in special ed, Judy's point was, so far as a state, we've parked that in the general ed environment intentionally. Should they come over into special ed's an open question.
Okay, and was that discussion at the advisory group? Was that, I was just trying to contact.
I haven't heard that as a direct sort of agenda item. I think that's sort of off on the side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just trying
to your
to
point
understand
about
that.
like 3 people, I think you used.
Okay.
It's sort of a 3 people kind of conversation.
Okay.
Not to say it couldn't come center, but. So anyway, that's sort of just foundational information. If I kind of move then into a systems approach, first thing is when I think about systems, I fall back on, well, what tools, what regulatory tools do we have? So the first observation I make, and remember the audience here are superintendents and SPED directors, is to say, look, we already have regulation in 3 critical areas in the UQS, basically, that are directly tied to MTSS. These 3 I have on the screen correlate pretty tightly to 3 of the 5 bullets in MTSS. They're also directly related to Tier 1 and improving Tier 1 instruction. So the point I make with all 3 of these things is, as much as they're in regulation, they're also kind of new ideas in that Act 153 in 2010 basically put these things at the supervisory union level. So while all these things are being talked about, we're going through significant governance reform in the state. So we're talking about voluntary consolidation of school districts. These elements were essentially the virtual merger provisions of 153. Peter would remember that. So the idea that we're going to move curriculum responsibility from local school districts to supervisory units, so that we be thinking as a system, K through 12, having curriculum envisioned K through 12, right? Likewise, needs-based professional learning, moving that to the supervisory unit level so that we're having a coherent plan in an SU. Local assessment plan, an idea that's been around for a long time, but the idea of having it as a single system. And I'd mention also, I didn't pick up on it here, but in Act 46, there's a shift to make the supervisory unit the LEA for accountability. And that's going to, when I start talking about systems change, these are important assumptions.
Could just real quick
Yeah.
on that last slide, what is the agency, what data do you collect to ensure that that's actually happening? Because as we went around the state with 46,
Yeah.
we saw that that was
I
not
think
always the case. And so what is the mechanism now or in
Yep.
the future that will be there to ensure that curriculum is actually being written at the SU
Yeah,
level?
so once you hold that thought, that's exactly where I think I want to go with
Okay.
this, but the idea was I'm looking for things I can grab onto as mechanisms to structure a systems intervention. So what I discover is we have some systems things in place. Curriculum coordination, there's a requirement that SUs have a policy on curriculum coordination. Do they have such a policy? What does it mean to have formal curriculum? I've had that conversation with our curriculum directors in the state. Under that framework, do we have a coherent approach to literacy instruction? So is there room for us to have a literacy plan in each SU or require that? There's a recommended policy for professional learning. How do we tie these things to use of data, more than just sort of perception data, but our investments, not to use return on investment, but our investments in professional development actually having an impact on student outcomes.
Do we know the answer to any of the three questions?
No, I don't think so, and I'm just raising them. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you speak about policy, but what about practice? I mean, there may be many district supervisory unions that have policies, but on the ground it just doesn't work that way.
Right.
And we certainly heard that when we were.
I'm going to keep going. That's sort of
Sure.
parallel to me, Krista's question, like what's our role in making sure that's happening or not? It's both one of support and of oversight. Same with local assessment plan. This has been in regulation for a long time. So, how do we know what's going on? Particularly on literacy. I talk a little bit about literacy in my little slide here on checking the oil. We have most districts, I would argue, I think it's a fair conclusion to say most school districts in Vermont have a well-established benchmark literacy approach. Sometimes that's not necessarily as valid and reliable as we'd like it to be, but is there room for us to start thinking about that more systemically in our state portfolio of assessment? Instead of everyone doing their own literacy benchmark, is that something we should be doing at the state level?
Can I ask one quick?
Yep.
Really, I bet you Bill knows the answer to this. When we talk about the state helping to coordinate education, how long is the Department of Education, the Agency of Education, how long have they been around for?
Oh, there's a history paper written by Bill on this.
Is it before the war, Second World War, or first?
Which iteration? Do you want the fourth? We're the
Before or
fourth
after?
version of the State Board of Education.
1906 or somewhere around.
1906. Okay, I'm
No.
just curious. Is this
In its most recent iteration, it was taken down and reestablished.
In the 20s.
Supervisory unions are like, I always say 1911-ish, somewhere in that.
Actually, it was 1906.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just curious how long we've been at the whole helping to coordinate statewide.
Yeah.
1892, the Vicious Act, or was it Vicious Act?
I feel like I'm going to get a forward tonight from
Yeah.
Bill on
You are.
paper.
So I make this, that we need to think about a literacy assessment here possibly in our portfolio. This is an element I sort of bring to it. Once again, I was asked to sort of think about this from a school district systems. I think another place where we need to think about, particularly, we pride ourselves on local control. If we are going to delegate to locals some authority over governance, and very critical that we do that in the state, then what's the role of school board governance in improving Tier 1 instruction? In my experience, moving a large system forward, it's critical, that we need boards directly involved in doing incremental monitoring of how kids are doing, So SBAC scores come out once a year. That's insufficient to improve a school. There's some stuff that needs to be going on locally.
And I would break that down into having the boards engage their communities to identify outcomes, creating a monitoring system that they're doing that incrementally with that benchmark assessment tool, then embedding some mechanism in the superintendent evaluation process to ensure the superintendent's being held accountable for student outcomes.
Same question. How do we know that these bullets will achieve?
That's the theory of action that I'm going to promote here in a second. We don't. Okay?
But I might argue that if we're not doing those, however you call it, whatever you entitle it, we're positive it's not.
Yeah, yeah.
Because we aren't even checking.
I was asked to give my sort of humble opinion on this.
That's your hypothesis.
Yep, yep. One of the most important resources, and you know, creating more time. This idea, when I go out and talk with teachers, I hear a lot about systems fatigue or initiative fatigue in the state. My hypothesis here is that that's where we find districts that aren't working as a system. You know, they're struggling more so than districts that are working as a system. So creating systems can help us deal with that, create more time in the system. So next thing I go on, now this is where I'm really just, I'm keep moving along here because I want to get to some of these higher level questions. So when I start contemplating this as my role as secretary, I'll arrive on this slide, which is probably the, I would argue, the most important slide that I kind of put forward at this presentation. The sort of theory of action of what is the AOE's role, what is the school district's role, and what is the school's role. So prior to, in No Child Left Behind Act, we talked about a lot about improving schools from the state level. I think one of the things we need to think more about, particularly with Act 46, the theory of action under Act 46 is that we put one board in charge of multiple schools, that they will better address the issues of equity in their system. You know, that it will become less tolerable for a system if one board's looking at all the elementary schools to tolerate elementary schools not providing equal opportunity. You know, you're familiar with that theory of action. So our job, you know, if we start thinking about is the state's fundamental commitment, and I say the state, the AOE, our fundamental commitment is to ensure high quality instruction equitably distributed across the state. We need to ensure that happens more often than not. How do we do that? Well, one way we do it is to cultivate systems, to build school systems, you know, out of these newly formed entities, to make sure that they then can address the local work in their own schools. So attending to strengthening school districts, and then ensuring that they then address the issues of schools. So we still have, as you heard Patrick talk this morning, we still have federal responsibility to talk about individual schools, but we're kind of shifting our conversation to also think about talking about school districts, so that school districts are then doing what they're supposed to be doing for schools. So this gets back to Krista's question, well, how do we know they are, you know, do they have these policies? Well, Bill, it's my theory of action, but you also put it in regulation as an important requirement. So you also must have that theory of action. You know, the state board has a theory of action that it's important for districts to have a curriculum. Yeah? My job is to, as secretary in the agency, is to figure out how are we holding people accountable for doing that and providing the support so they can create the curriculum.
And that was just when we were going through and doing small school grant work, when we asked that question, how is it measured? We got, well, the superintendent signs off that they're meeting it. No data, just a signature.
Right.
And that's all that was required.
Yeah.
And I think that was a shock to this board that
yeah.
nothing else was being collected besides the signature saying, yep, we're doing what we need to do.
So I'm gonna keep playing this out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So meanwhile, we're having a conversation inside the agency about what our purpose is. And I sent you an email through John's prompt of a conversation last time, a little history on how we ended up framing it this way. When I was talking about mission, vision versus ends. You know, are we employees of the agency, or do we have the latitude to define our own mission and vision? You know, where, you know, our roles, like your role, is defined in statute.
Yep.
You know, it's not something we can just go off and say, well, here's what we want to do. And furthermore, I mean, we would surface pretty quickly through the Vermont Constitution, through Article 1 of Title 16, or Section 1, that we have a commitment to high quality education and equity for all students. So our purpose is really to make sure that happens, you know? So we arrive at the term purpose statement as opposed to mission, vision, or ends pretty quickly. So we went through a process internally, and this is still a draft. This is our first draft of sort of the bigger global purpose statement, if you will.
in that first paragraph, first couple of sentences, our job is to implement law, policies, and regulations to ensure all Vermont learners have equitable access to high-quality learning opportunities. So the idea there is that equity, quality don't happen without us doing what we're supposed to be doing. You know, so following the laws and implementing the law isn't necessarily a dispassionate activity on our part. It's actually a very passionate and mission-driven work that people count on us to do this work so that these things will happen for all kids. And we've surfaced these sort of three levers that we do that through leadership, support, and oversight. And as I mentioned in the email, what we're in the process of doing now is taking this down into individual teams and divisions inside the agency to figure out how they interpret that. And we'll get that data back at the end of July. And then we're going to go back and revisit this whole thing. But we'll certainly try to expand out those three statements there to be more specific. So I bring this up in the context of the presentation because what I'm suggesting is that, okay, if this is a construct and here's how we see our role, when we start thinking about 173, which most of us think is probably the most important policy initiative we have in front of us in terms of improving outcomes for kids right now, how do we gear up to enact this? And what are the levers that we can, where we can really get change to happen? So once again, I'm asked to comment on this. A couple of qualifiers I use in my experience as superintendent based on this gentleman from the UK, David Hargreaves, talks about scaling change in organization. This idea of high leverage, so we focus on things that can have a big impact on kids, and the idea of also attending to scaling things. So that makes me come back to those regulatory things that we already have in place. The idea of it's not so much implementing 173 it's not about creating some new practice per se. It's about firstly getting tight on some of the essential foundational elements that will allow those practices to happen, meaning coordinated curriculum, local assessment plan, professional development. So what can we do as an agency to enact those things, you know, to really, and then also tending to scale. So can we be attending to a conversation about how we develop curriculum in the state? You know, that isn't necessarily top down, but could be organic from the grassroots up, and then we agree as a community, here are the 5 best ways to teach literacy, and then we promote it from the top down, you know. And I was struck when I was at the national conference recently, Louisiana has done that with their ELA curriculum, essentially. They built something from the grassroots up, but they call it their guidebooks. And now it has a pretty high adoption rate among Louisiana teachers. They built their own curriculum statewide. Teachers developed curriculum that's now being used statewide by teachers, you know? It's a model that other states are doing. Basically, could we take time, create more time in our systems by spending less time on curriculum development with the assumption that every Vermont teacher has to be a curriculum developer? And could we somehow spend more time on instruction as opposed to development? Iceland, other countries, you know, when I was in Finland, Finnish teachers have a lot of flexibility to implement the national framework of curriculum. They don't create curriculum on their own, you know. So could we do that? Could we do something from the grassroots up and build it down? Same with PD. Could we focus on those needs, use our data to find out where we could put greater emphasis, for instance, on literacy, which the DMG group has identified as a need. And then can we do more on our data? You know, the report card's sort of a first stab at this, but you know, this benchmarking activity that goes on locally in each school district, could we scale that? I think a lot of people nod their heads when I talk to teachers about that. They all know they're doing that. But there would be benefit statewide to put one tool in the hands, or a couple tools in the hands of everyone, you know, so when we bring people together, they'd at least have a common tool set to react to.
We've talked a couple times about Iceland. I think you're thinking about
Yeah.
immigrating. In Finland.
They have great gender equity.
Oh, no, they do. My question is, I know
I
Iceland.
think they have more than gender. Don't they
Yeah.
have
High alcoholism and, you know,
Do
they
they
have
really?
some issues.
Iceland doesn't, but does Finland have any traditionally economic or traditionally disadvantaged groups?
Yeah, there's quite a bit of diversity. I mean, they're struggling with
That's
that
what I
now.
thought. Okay.
In Finland, they've had more immigration.
Iceland?
Yeah, they're struggling.
Okay, maybe.
They have a constitutional commitment to teach students in their national, what they call their mother tongue, because they're sort of, they have 2 national languages, Finnish and Swedish. But
Okay.
with the new immigration that's come in now, that's really challenged, we have people coming from all over the world, Middle East in particular with the immigrants.
Okay, I was just curious
refugees.
if they were tackling the same issues that
Yeah.
we do here.
So anyway, this, just to share out, to get back to the purpose statement idea, where we're thinking now, and we're in the process of formulating technical guidance on 173, to think that we need to start, the AOE needs to attend to monitoring or holding, supporting and holding people accountable for those basic elements that are in the quality standards that we haven't really visited in a while. So the issue of curriculum, for instance, if we think about equity issues, in districts, and, I think of my school districts, even in the last one I was in, where we had pockets of poverty and pockets of wealth. Which students are at the most disadvantaged when there's not a written curriculum? The students who don't have literacy at home or books. The curriculum plays a critical role in achieving equity. It really does. So the fact, this is where Vermont systems tend to start to be a little more vulnerable as we start to act like systems, because we've gotten by, I think, to a certain extent, having a decentralized approach to that. But as our student needs have increased, and I think there is something going on mental health-wise with our kids and so forth, that the systems start to shake down a little bit or not respond as well when we don't have formal systems. So that's where a lot of the stress, I would argue, is coming from now.
And what about so much of students' literacy is shaped before they enter the school system?
Yeah.
And so really that 0 to age 4, you can only double after age 4
Yep.
what a student is getting. And so right now we have this bifurcated system within pre-K
Yep.
that rules in all different places, and people are getting such different inputs in that early critical years in literacy. So how do you see that playing into the purpose statement that you've come into, something that really you don't always have control of, but is really dictating what students are bringing with them to school?
Yeah, it's a great question. I presented a different version of this at the Vermont NEA conference that was convened to talk about mental health, essentially mental health needs of students. And it was a hard conversation, in my breakout sessions. I had teachers basically, saying that. And I basically divided this conversation into two parts. One was like, here's what we can do. Let's talk about what we can do. I'm definitely in the second part of the conversation, I'm going to talk about these other things that aren't really not the school's responsibility, right? So we have to have an integrated system of social and educational services in the state, better integrated system. We also have to talk about pre-K. But let's first half of my presentation for them was, let's talk about the things we can control that we have responsibility for.
Before with pre-K. That's
before,
the thing.
As teachers, we start talking about becoming mental health clinicians. Let's talk about our role of having a well-articulated curriculum, local assessment plan, and making sure we have targeted interventions. And just, just throw anecdotal observations in. As a superintendent, I had a school in my district that continuously operated at 50% free and reduced hot lunch. And it was continuously my highest performing elementary school. I had another school that when I started there in 2007, had about a 22% free and reduced rate. Went to 39 once the economy fell apart. The sky was falling in that building. They did not know what to do. So it's not so much the rate, it's that change. If they had just gone up the street and talked to the people that operated at 50%, they would have learned what that looks like. You have to be very systematic and, intentional at what you're doing at those early grades. Yeah. And the school that could get by at 22% was sort of like, these kids come in, they can do all kinds of stuff. It's a totally different setup. So at any rate, it's a good question. The point I just make, when I had to address, and it was a challenging conversation with the teachers at that conference, was to talk about what can we do ourselves, firstly, before we go down that path. But we do have to ramp up the integration of other services, and pre-K is a critical piece of how we do that in the state.
Done?
Can you flip back to your fifth slide?
Fifth slide.
The fifth one. And the first statement around emotional disturbance. So if you kind of start here and have as a great finding and an accurate finding.
That's just numbers coming from UVM.
Right.
It's just
So
3 times.
So I don't know, how does the AOE look at that statement in terms of curriculum as well? And because we can jump right into literacy and go right there. Sure.
Yeah.
Great literacy instruction is
Yeah.
not going to
Yeah, I know, and
hold
I
kids with
remember
no
your
concerns.
work at the St. Johnsbury School too. Yeah.
So
yeah, is one a precondition to the other? Right.
right. So I just wonder around curriculum.
We're gonna shut down literacy instruction until we resolve from a Maslow hierarchy kind of approach.
I would never shut it down.
Yeah.
I would never say shut it down.
Yeah.
But I wonder
Yeah.
what kind of conversations have you had, if any, around curriculum,
Yeah.
intentional instruction, around emotional social
Yeah.
learning.
And I don't know,
at
you know,
our
where
schools in Vermont at age 4.
Yeah.
All the way through.
Yeah. So I can say, firstly, you know, this first slide is really the most critical one. I think, you know, it's coming from me right
Mhm.
here in May. So I was asked sort of individually, as much as I can do anything individually and not speak for the agency, to reflect
Uh-huh.
on my experience as a superintendent and speak to the systems lens aspect
Mhm.
of this. Where we are, back to the purpose statement as an agency, and particularly responding to the challenges of providing guidance on Act 173.
Mhm.
And if you think, you know, like today we talked about the financial aspects of 173, there's sort of been a dichotomy with 173 about finance versus the instructional piece.
Right.
So we are required to provide technical guidance on the instructional sort of side of the house. So we're in the process of formulating that. What we're initially doing now is just sort of, if we come to that framing where we say, you know what, it's probably useful for us to think about those things that are in regulation right now as a
Mhm.
starting point. Like,
Right.
we're basically thinking of announcing to the field, we're going to spend some time on curriculum coordination.
Mhm.
And we're going to invite a conversation. I mean, that's all we're at now, is saying
Right.
at the state level, we would convene a conversation of practitioners around what does it mean post-Act 46 in the state to have a coordinated curriculum? What would it look like? What do we mean by curriculum? I mean, I've had that conversation with curriculum directors, like, we
right.
can't even define what curriculum is. I'm like, well, we got to do
I
that.
know. Yep.
And then
Right.
figure out what does that embody? Where's the emotional aspect
Well, I
of
think
the
that's
curriculum?
that's the question.
Yeah.
Like, does social emotional learning fit into a curriculum? What does that
Yes.
look? Yes.
And so we would be saying, as the agency, back to the theory that our job isn't to teach kids. Our job is to improve school districts, which improve schools, which
Mhm.
teach kids.
Right.
So our job would be to convene that conversation, you know,
Mhm.
sort of with these questions we've raised to see if they resonate
Mhm.
with the field. We're going to we think we need to put some emphasis on this as a precondition of improving Tier 1 instruction.
Right. That's what I was going to
Okay.
say. And that's the second part of it, is that social
Yeah,
emotional
so if
curriculum is
we're
Tier 1.
thinking, we're testing a theory of action to Bill's question, that this is sort of an essential foundational piece of having a
Mhm.
strong Tier 1 instruction. We're going to convene a conversation on this to answer a couple questions. What does it look like?
Mhm.
Are there some people doing it well?
Mhm.
And if we were to hold you accountable for it, what would a good monitoring process look like?
Right.
You know?
And
Could
other
we-
states that,
yeah,
that are
could we
doing
do
it.
a needs assessment right now and find out the people that have a well-articulated system? Could we
Mhm.
scale it? And if we were to develop some assurance for the state board that people are doing this, what would that tool look like?
Right.
You know? So similarly with professional development, we would basically, this is where we're pointing to at the end of the summer, is to come out with sort of a framing of how we're going to approach improving Tier 1 instruction, knowing that our role is to improve school districts.
Mhm.
And school districts then would approach the equity issues and quality issues of their member schools.
Kim?
Not to sound impatient, but timing-wise, as districts are unifying and beginning to unify their curriculum and all of those pieces of their puzzles, yesterday would have been awesome. And as they put the work in individually in their districts, it's going to be that much more challenging a year or two out to ask people to embrace a statewide suggestion for these things. It may be exactly the right time, though, while people are working on it, to introduce this idea so they might be up-feeding their work in unifying around this. But it's sort of like, is it the chart of account thing, like all the things that have changed as we've
Yeah.
been adopting things in unification and then told, okay, statewide it's going to be this and it's not what it was that
Yeah.
we chose. That's going to get old for people, and I would hate to have something as intentional and purposeful and potentially effective be railroaded by just people being done with this don't go change one more thing while we're
Yeah.
trying to change things, so.
Well, I think, the
sensitive.
point, I don't want to necessarily say a statewide curriculum, but I think, the issue of, is each system, each newly formed district under Act 46, are they addressing the issue of
Yeah.
coordinating their curriculum?
Yep.
They should be.
Yep.
And we want to help that,
Yep.
so we want to emphasize that work by highlighting it.
Yep.
And if there's people that are doing it really well, we want to identify that and scale it. So not, we have that's the advantage, I think, from the state lens, is we have to think about designing guidance that can address districts on a wide variety of organizational capacity continuum. We have high-flying districts that have a lot of capacity, curriculum directors, and then we have others that are really struggling with those issues. So we, not necessarily promoting a statewide curriculum, but we want to think about at least people working with their neighbors in their regions on things. Proficiency-based, learning is a great example. We have people working in total isolation sometimes on that. In other areas, we have well-developed collaboration going on among districts in a region. So I guess basically we're saying, as the agency, we're concluding that we want to perhaps put some emphasis on this, like using our convening authority to say, this is where we want to go. There's a logic here, to Bill's question, there's a logic here that these things are conditional or foundational to the establishment of a good Tier 1 instruction.
How is this differing between elementary and secondary? Because even within a district,
Yeah.
there are now many districts that have multiple elementary schools.
Yeah.
But when it comes to many SUs, there's only one high school.
Right.
And so you really, the curriculum is just being created in the building, and it is also in isolation. And
Yeah.
so it might be in a department
Yeah.
of 2, 3, 4, 5 members, or depending on the course, it could be much smaller than that. So how do you envision this playing out differently for elementary and secondary?
Well, I think that's where we could identify some models where this is working pretty well. But I think particularly at the elementary level, I think this is where the pre-K piece comes involved heavily. We need to have a solid conceptualization of what I think, if a third of our elementary schools in the state, or a third of our schools are less than 100 kids, we need to have a solid conceptualization of like early literacy, handoff between pre-K and, that transition. That needs to be rock solid. Likewise, as we start talking about middle schools in our state, like what do middle schools need to know and be able to do? What do those kids need to know and be able to do? What does that start to look like in a multi-district supervisory unit that's gone through a regional consolidation, if you will?
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of small K-8 schools, with middle schools with 12 kids in them, stuff like that. What does that start to look like? But I think, we could probably, through that, by raising that conversation and convening that conversation, we're going to be able to identify some districts that have a good handle on that issue. Like how do they work out the high school versus elementary issue? I think where it becomes somewhat of a challenge is we've had so much emphasis on the high school end for proficiency-based learning without connecting that conversations to the elementary schools, And it's, I think that's fruitful ground for us to have a conversation about like personal learning plans starting it much earlier than just 7th grade, So I think we have a lot of work to do in that area, but I think this is where we need to go to address the issues of improving Tier 1. But I think Tier 1 at the elementary school looks a little different. I mean, those foundational skills need to be well established, right?
John?
So as you've been presenting, I've been noting that this is a pretty bottoms-uppy kind of approach, even though ultimately you advocate a fair amount of unification or consolidation, say curriculum, for example. And it all makes me wonder what's the connection between this and the blueprint that you put forward.
Yeah, they're the same ideas. I mean, they're, for me, and I know when I was invited to give this presentation, people who invited me to do this are familiar with my work as a superintendent, the models that I was involved with school reform are bottom-up models, sort of open source models, but then imposition of community values from the top down, and that worked fairly successful for us as a system of districts that beforehand were largely independent from one another. So how do we unlock the innovation and expertise of all our teachers by getting them to work together as part of a network,
Bill?
I'm reminded of the swamp metaphor. You forget that your objective was to drain the swamp when you're fighting off alligators.
Okay.
And ponder this and wonder how this is going to work. We've got SPED in 173 to be implemented, which you've just said is the most important piece of legislation. We got some things to deal with. We got pre-K and all financial and management problems with that one. We got the database, which isn't quite there. EQS we looked at this morning at 1 out of 5, and we got work to do there. And then curriculum, which you see a big role for the state, as I do myself, but I don't see the staff there or the promise of the staff to do that. So I'm just thinking, asking myself, well, how do we drain the swamp under these circumstances?
Yeah, and I think, you know, part of it's got to be working together more. You know, we're not going to attack these issues like a curriculum development working in isolation. You know, my example, you know, back to the open curriculum design, we were contemplating implementing a new elementary math curriculum in our district, and we were going to start from scratch. You know, like build our own or take a program and build our own. And one of the things we started to look at, well, let's look at what New York State did, Engage New York. It's an open curriculum model. They hired some folks to build a framework. Could we take that and leverage it to our own ends? So there's things you kind of make those decisions as a system to either start from scratch or to embark upon a coherent system or leverage other people's work. And I think increasingly we have to start to do more of those kinds of things. But this, to your point, this is a response to 173. You know, this is not a thing on your list. This is like the place where we start to drain the swamp. Yeah, and so the purpose of sharing this with you was to sort of wrap some thinking around your preparation for your retreat, where you're going to figure out how to drain the swamp, right? But I just want to share with you kind of where we're coming from in terms of developing a theory of action around responding to the need for technical guidance for 173.
I suggest we move away from drain the swamp.
Yeah, it has limited utility. But it's interesting to contemplate the need for systems, you know, and that the point I make, you know, based on my superintendent lens, it's important to acknowledge that the landscape in the context of school systems in the state has fundamentally changed with Act 46. You know, a lot of the work I was doing as a consultant in between my time from St. Langston here was to help districts work through the opportunities as a result of merging, you know. So unfortunately for many of our districts, just the act of merging itself has taken all their capacity. So they haven't had a lot of opportunity to think about what new opportunities come with that, you know. So I think whatever we can do at the state level to acknowledge that and to design a guidance and support system that acknowledges that the idea now is to work as a system of schools, you know, where before it was sort of voluntary, or, you know, in the virtual mergers you might have done that. We had districts that had curriculum or not, but now really you have the governance structure to support that. And I think we do need to talk about governance and what role school boards can play to advance that work. You know, we haven't been very clear, to my knowledge, as a state, as to what the role school boards play in improving instruction. There's no real statutory guidance on that issue, you know.
I'm very struck by the governance slide and operate from that place in my head in how the choices you make around investment as a school board are driving the impact you can have on students in the building, and those should be driven by the outcomes the community is seeking to have, and then evidence that's provided that tells us we're getting there. So that loop is continuous. It's critically important, and no piece of it can be missing if we're not holding the systems accountable to the outcomes that we're seeking. If any piece of that is missing, we're missing opportunities.
Yeah, it's a huge lever. And you know what, I just listened to your deliberations on the Compass School. You know, you as a group identified pretty quickly a governance failure, you know, or your concern around governance. Looking at a report card today in our domains, the first time I saw that, I said, where's governance on that? Yeah. You know, we are not holding boards or measuring board effectiveness in terms of achieving the education quality standards.
Well, and I think, I don't know what our role is at this table in figuring that out, but I think continuing to shine the light on that report card as it is built out and contains
Yeah.
a tremendous amount of data, so that school boards are looking at that as a tool and using that as an accountability measure with their administrations. I think that's a real opportunity. It's a source of data that hasn't been as cohesively in one place.
Right.
And it is in theory reflecting the values of the Agency of Ed, of the state of Vermont education lens. And so the more we do focusing on that and invite the School Boards Association to continue to have school boards understand how to use that one way or another. Either superintendents are going to share that data through that lens, or school boards are going to ask for that data through that lens and ask the why questions, the trends that were noted in decline over year at the state level. Well, what are we seeing year over year at our local level? And whatever model of governance that happens under, it just has to happen. And I'm appreciative of the tool being in place.
Bill? Yeah.
Yeah, I want to play off your point a little bit. Dan was asking, you were asking who's accountable. And in the original conception of all of this, it was school boards.
Mm-hmm.
They were the ones who oversaw the principals and eventually superintendents and teachers. And if something was amiss, they were to take care of it. Worked pretty good. But lately, we've done this centralization thing, and I'd like to throw this out for a little discussion. But policy governance, for one, takes power and authority away from the board and centralizes it with the superintendent. Act 46.
I wouldn't agree with that.
I wouldn't
Well,
agree with that either. Just having practiced in it just has a single point of accountability for the board to hold a single person accountable for the outcomes of the
Hear
system.
me out.
Okay. Just having practiced in it.
Okay,
That's
because
my
this is
experience.
only one read that I'm thinking of, I'm still trying to formulate this, is that you do de facto do some centralization, just accept the tenant for the moment. Act 46 very clearly centralized. And your plan, the blueprint, also was very heavy into centralization. And what I worry about this is it's public schools and it's public money and it has to be accountable to the public. But the more we unplug the public from the governance of their schools, the more we're going to lose the support of the people. So the question is how do we maintain meaningful involvement of the public and not some play pretend stuff that they wrote in an Act 46 application? I think it's a very serious concern.
Well,
Yeah,
I think going back to what Dan said, a lot of this goes back to 153 in 2010, the idea of centralizing curriculum, which never happened. So it was supposed to be at the SU level, and by going through Act 46, it really, because every district kept operating on their own and doing their own thing, and when they started having those conversations, noticing, well, why our policies are so different, and we have different opportunities and different outcomes for our students, and now that they're all looking at that data, because before they weren't looking at the data for their neighbors, but now having those conversations, I think they can actually get more involved in within the different schools. So I'm not sure if I agree that it takes more voice by having a centralized curriculum. It may take more voice about, we think that they should only teach French or something like that, but I don't know if that has as much value as having a strong curriculum and then not fighting over curriculum, but actually thinking about instruction and how to make that better and spending the time there.
Bowling alone, think about that book if you've read it.
Yeah, it's classic.
Think about how many people went to your last town meeting and how does that compare with 20 years ago? What does that say about public involvement and what are we doing to deal with it?
It's a great question. I think, what I'd point to is just, a couple elements. One is to acknowledge that with the Brigham decision, the state was determined to be ultimately responsible for education. And the state can delegate its responsibility to locals and needs to, but it's a fundamental act of delegation. So if the state delegates, the state should insist upon some assurance to the public that the boards are achieving those outcomes. So where we were with Act 46 was right on the precipice of saying it's the structure itself that's causing inequality and inefficiency. So the state, if we are going to delegate, and I think we do need to delegate to local boards to achieve outcomes on kids, what's the assurance that the state board or the agency is going to put in place to assure that's happening? Is it okay to allow that be a haphazard issue? You know, firstly, is the role of school board governance important to the outcomes of kids? I would say absolutely, it's essential. Is it sufficient to let that go to mean whatever people want to do locally, they can do locally? Especially when we know about 95% of the school board positions, elections happen with uncontested elections, meaning if you want to get on a board, you can, and there's significant turnover in those elections. You know, if I look at vulnerabilities in the system, if we focus on, you know, our definition of equity and quality for kids and where the vulnerabilities are, we need to make governance stronger. We need to make that stronger. You know, we need to make sure we have an assurance system that what's happening at that function is actually attending to the equity and quality issues we need them to attend to. So it jumps out for me as something that should be, the point I'm making, it should be in the report card somehow, you know, that we should be defining through local boards what they consider to be good governance practices and trying to scale that.
Well, interesting you bring up the idea of longevity of board members. And so you have the idea of turnover of teachers, principals, superintendents, but there's nothing on there for
Should
boards.
be on there. I mean, it's just we gliss right over it as it's a critical vulnerability of the system.
John?
Well, so many thoughts.
Yeah, I'm going to move away from this location and back to my.
I just wanted to. Are we still talking, or?
Yeah, he's just moving to come with us. He's just.
Okay.
He doesn't like being the center of attention, right?
I used to, with the previous secretary, lived in the same town as I did, so we often carpooled to meetings. And we were sort of the yin and yang of the world, and often I would hear really powerful, very sophisticated analyses of what we need to do. And this sort of reminds me of that. And equally often I would say, after 45 minutes of taking this on board, if the governor said to you, what are the 3 things you're going to get done? In this particular case, I could never get an answer to that. And I guess to you, the incumbent secretary, who has a lifetime of some indeterminate amount, but it is finite, you have a period of time to get something done, to be able to go away and say, hey, you know, I got this done. And so my question, or maybe challenge to you, is to sort of say, so what are the 3 BHAGs? What are the 3 things that are just the central, most important things to get done in the time you have? I mean, I think it's in here. I think it's buried here. Not buried. It's intimated here in many ways. I think for me, as really a layperson about all this, it will help when you bring this to the point of saying, these are the things, come hell or high water, we need to focus on. And we can talk about all the interconnectedness and all the consequences, but really to sort of sharpen it up is these are the levers we're going to turn and leave the state a different place than when we found it. And it sounds like governance, it sounds like teacher performance or effectiveness is among them perhaps, but it really gets to be more specific than that. How's the world going to be different in 3 years?
Here's the challenge. Can you answer the question shorter than the
Yeah,
question?
that is what
Jenna's like, that's what I was thinking.
Just to place in that context, fortunate for me as secretary that I've arrived at a moment in history where we have major fundamental policy issues in all major areas of our education system. So a lot of what the themes here are just making coherence and trying to deliver on what's already been established as policy. You know, Act 46
had a certain trajectory to it. 173 is arriving to be when I say the most important, it's not about special education. It's our most important construct into which we're going to envision improvement of instruction and equity. You know, I really see it as the policy vehicle by which we get at some of these issues. So I don't necessarily have proposed new policy initiatives where we have major ones in pretty much every area. I think where we are going to, as we are seeing a broader, let's say, collapsing or reconfiguration of our infrastructure as a state to address the demographic challenges, which are manifesting themselves in all areas of our economy, not just education. You know, it's more or less just the canary in the coal mine in many ways. Where we have to, I think, get tighter on integration, which is on the bookends, you know, the early ed and the college and career. You know, those aspects we really need to figure out as a state, how to deliver an integrated model on a regional basis. You know, what does pre-K look like on an integrated model in Rutland County versus Chittenden County? We need to figure that out. So we have a lot to do. This exercise was really about, okay, so what does 173 implementation look like from your perspective as a superintendent? How would you approach it? But I did weave in the purpose statement work, because I think at the same time, one of the things we're definitely trying to do is to bring coherence to the policy. One of the ways we do that is bringing coherence to our work inside the agency. So how do we get coherence inside an SEA at this time of really complex policy? You know, so it's challenging.
So with that in mind, let's take a little bit of a break and come back and thinking about our own vision.
Yeah.
Right.
So that was just supposed to give you my 2 cents towards your vision setting process.
All right. So
you still didn't get an
take
answer from the secretary.
Great.
So if we could we're running a little behind. It's good because I realized in the agenda we put a half an hour break. We didn't. But if we could just take 5-7 minutes, same thing, just kind of come on back. That way we can get going. All right, thank you. So we can get started again, and we are thinking about strategic vision work. And at the last meeting, you identified really different areas to look at. I'm just looking at my notes right here. The idea of equity, achievement, student wellness, and coming up with a sustainable system. And really talking about wanting to focus more on these topics on larger chunks of time. And even what I heard from you today is thinking about even maybe engaging with other states, is that, you know, from John, or maybe even other countries around some of these topics and looking at how do we address that. And again, also stakeholders here in Vermont. One of the major ideas about equity, achievement, wellness, and sustainable system really comes about in the pre-kindergarten education study, the final report. And so this, I was hoping to use as a way of having a discussion by using the different lenses that you identified last meeting as being ones that you care about and being thoughtful and thinking about as we are moving forward, how do we interpret some of these reports. So the agency put together reports that have been handed out this year, and some of them pertain more to some of the other work we're doing. The 173 I thought was actually helpful. The number 3 on the agenda here, the student to staff ratios. So that's when we're thinking about something about sustainable system. I know that's come up. But really the pre-K, there's been a couple of interim reports and then the final study here. And I'd ask that we just prepare looking at this pre-kindergarten education final report so we can at least start having the discussion about what's in here. And at our retreat, we're going to be thinking about next steps and what to do with that. But
when's the retreat again? September?
September, and I was actually, John and I were just looking at quotes. So we're still working on some prices. Manchester is proving to be very expensive. Surprisingly, it's double the cost in a lot of places. So we're going to be looking. We have a couple other
They're all
places.
very wealthy down there.
I know. That's it's
we have to
one
pay for the golden roads.
Yeah, one place you have to pay a spa fee for everybody to go to the conference. So it's a little bit expensive.
I can imagine which one.
So we're looking around there.
We'll
but
just stay at Dan's house.
Everybody?
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Okay.
couches.
So when we look at the pre-kindergarten education study, we could do that at John's house. I think John has bunk beds even for all the grandkids. So when we look at the pre-kindergarten education study and thinking about how we could use this as a way of informing our own work. And I know that the legislature is interested in what to do with pre-K, and that's why I initiated a lot of these studies. Is historically what we see is there's a study put together by the legislature. There's going to be some sort of action on that, and so we should be well informed about what the study is and be able to inform decisions on that. So I'm hoping you had a chance to go through this study and be able to comment. And I know that I had asked to, as I was going through this, I had asked the secretary, and he said he could help us out with this. But just trying to get the picture around the state, this tries to tell the picture, but to try to tell it visually by town and what opportunities there are. Because I know, Jenna, last meeting I was with you, and you talked about how in St. J you have all these options. And I went online to look at what areas are pre-qualifying. There's 12 of them in St. J, and then even within my whole SU, it's only one per town. So, and it's only the school option, and so it's a lot different depending on where you are in the state. And so I was asking if we could get a map, and looking at that, like what does that look like? So we see different pockets around the state by town, so that could try to help us tell the story. I don't know about you all, but going through this, one of the things I thought was interesting and a little perplexing, was hard as trying to make a policy, is to look at that they broke everything out by county, which our school districts and SUs don't align by county at all. So I thought that was I'm sure a more efficient way for somebody trying to do research, but at the same time as a policymaker, it was hard to look at that data and see what is that truly telling us, because some of our districts cover different counties. Hardwick has 3 different counties. So I know even school I work at, there's 3 different counties that play, and so if there's anything that happens, we have to notify 3 different mental health counties. I mean, there's all sorts of so to do this by county, I thought was an interesting approach. And the one question I had for the secretary, just to give us a little bit of clarity when we're looking at this, one thing I also found a little bit confusing was that 3, 4, and 5-year-olds are listed in here. And so at what point, and are students getting more than 2 years? Because this whole idea of redshirting, that you keep your student back, and that's what I was curious, is it the 3, 4, and, no, it's very...
That's what they use as a term?
Yes,
Oh.
yes. And so you, so my daughter's a summer birthday, so she turns
We
3.
don't use that term. Someone.
Right. But you hold them back,
I've heard of it in
so
other
that way
contexts.
they're more advanced.
Yep.
But is the state paying for 3 years, or is it they're only paying for 2 years per student? And that was just as I was going through that, I thought that was I couldn't quite tell, because I know when, so if a student is 3 years old, and then the 4-year-old, the 5, I was trying to figure out how that played in.
So there's no, and Emily's still here, there's no, my understanding of the statute, there's no discussion of like 2 years or 3-year limit, where the tension, or let's say the point of contention, is around 5-year-olds, because you're,
right.
The definition of a legal pupil in Vermont begins with, meaning for the public school system, begins with age 5. And in the way that language is written, it's one of my favorite elegant phrases in the statute. It's something like turns 5 January 1st, next following the beginning of the school year, or whatever that means, right? However, school districts may establish an earlier date prior to December 31st. So most school districts have an kindergarten entrance policy that requires students to turn 5 before the start of school. So we have this issue of where 4 and 5 fit, and we had guidance from the agency that anticipated a change in statute that never happened. So we wrote guidance that said 5-year-olds are not eligible for pre-K, essentially, thinking that the law would then be changed. It never was changed, but our guidance remained. So we had to sort of backtrack this spring and say, we can't write guidance that doesn't support what the statute says. So there's nothing, my understanding of the statute, there's nothing in the statute that would limit a parent whose child was not enrolled in kindergarten to take advantage, who their child was also 5, could still get pre-K.
So I can get 3 years of pre-K from
Yeah, Emily, you want to?
To put it very simply,
Yeah.
I think it's a mistake in the laws that Title 16 has a general definition section at section 11. There's like 50-something items in that section, and pre-kindergarten education was one of the defined terms when Act 166 was passed. That was codified in Section 828, much later in the statutes, and has its own definition section. When you're reading statutes, the more specific governs over the more general, and that definition actually defined pre-kindergarten child in conflict with the definition of pre-kindergarten education in Section 11. So our legal opinion was that we had to follow Section 828. It was later in time, it was more specific, and it actually was a tighter definition to talk about child. So I still think it's a conflict in the statute. I don't like that much confusion. I don't like to have a law degree to know if you get 2 or 3 years of pre-K education, but that's the substance of the guidance we put out this spring.
And I mean, it becomes an equity issue who's taking advantage of getting 3 years of pre-K. So that's where some
looking at the policy, we were reading the law.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, just for
Yeah.
us to think about, like, what is the implications for that?
This is where we get into a need to revisit 166 to address these. What are the intentions? So when I'd go before the House Committee on an issue, I'd say, well, what's your intention? You know, we can give you advice on if we can get clarity of the intention, but I didn't see a consensus on, well, 3 year, 2 year. I mean, there's none. You know, there's all kinds of opinions on that. But we need to get clarity. It's really hard for folks to implement or to even design these programs. Even if you're a private provider and you want to operate, you need to know what the guidance is so you can operate in a business model. And we don't have clear guidance on it.
But I would see if I can afford to stay home and get another year pre-K,
Yeah.
and then the state will pay for that. But maybe somebody that has to work has to send their kid.
Yeah.
That would be okay. It was just a clarification that it was interesting. It was
Yeah.
glaring to me that it was just
But
the counties.
It's that point over that definition of the date. It has nothing to do with like you get 2 years or 3 years. It's where that transition happens for people.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Kim.
Just strikes me that speaking about ROI, like, have we thought about what is coming, what this is doing, the financial cost for the return, and whether it's not deepening the divide because those who can afford it maybe don't need it, and those the time wise. So I didn't feel like that was specifically addressed, and that was frustrating as I read it because it feels intuitive to me, and I don't know where that data can come from to inform any changes that might happen, because it would be just do all 4-year-olds in public schools or something. Like, there are probably ways that spend the same money and have a more equitable result, at least even on its face as you think of it.
Almost preschool basis.
Well, I think on page 29, just to get towards that, it talks about how 74% of kindergartners went to pre-K the year before. So I think that's when you can start diving into that data. Who are those 25? I mean, we're still missing 25% of Vermont students. So 25% of Vermont students are still missing pre-K. And that's quite a bit to be missing. And so then that's where the deep dive goes. Why are those 25% missing? And that's why I found this report very interesting, because it focused on who got to pre-K and how they talked about how it worked for them, but didn't reach out to the people that didn't get to pre-K and what were those barriers. So I thought that was, for me, I would have liked to see more of that in the report, is to focus on what's keeping people away. John?
Well, if I recall correctly, 16 months ago or 18 months ago, we had a presentation where it was very clear that children of low-income families were underrepresented in participation in this program, going to your very point. So I don't see that kind of data here, so I was surprised, but that seemed to be in our discussion last month. That was a couple of you brought up what seems to be the program-driven inequity, program sort of enhanced inequity in the pre-K program, and has something changed, Dan, or is it because I don't get that sense from this report.
Yeah, I think, you know, the design of this report was written at a different place and time where we are today. I mean, one of the issues we're dealing with subsequent to the drafting of this and commissioning of this report, we have, as you're familiar with the conversation of the SLDS, Longitudinal Data System, there was an additional extension to that project, and one of the reasons that also contributed to its delay was to get a better handle on our pre-K data. So we have that on a schedule now because we have data that resides at the Agency of Human Services and at the AOE. So we want to get an unduplicated count, essentially, of these students so we can start to identify these trends a little better. So this report was commissioned at a time when some of these data were not well organized to draw those conclusions. So I think going forward, I think the report serves a useful purpose in terms of describing not only what's happening nationally, but also what's going on in Vermont to a certain extent. But we'll have a much better handle on our data the next time we take a look at some of these issues. Right now, we don't have a good data set on those things.
Well, I mean, some of these differential patterns were apparent in the data that was available to us 18 months ago.
Right.
And it doesn't seem to show up here.
That was so. This was and it was Deputy Secretary Heather Boucher that gave us the breakdown for all of these, and it was a really comprehensive looking at dual enrollment, pre-K, and breaking that down. And it was Heather. It was in Essex. I remember it was by the place, and so in Essex, Vermont. So maybe you were there, and it really went through looking at comparing different historically marginalized groups and how they were accessing these different programs. So that was, I think extremely helpful while going through. So that was, it was data that, and I'm not sure Heather still has that.
I thought we were talking more about longitudinal, like tracking the students over time and where that was going. We're building that capacity now.
I was going to bring up both, this obviously doesn't look at linkages to kindergarten, right? So what's the impact moving forward? And then what you're talking about, page 13, it starts on 12, but it has that graph around who accessed pre-K, and the numbers are staggering. If you look at children who are not eligible for free and reduced lunch, doubled, or had access more than kids who were eligible, and kids who receive special education program versus non. I mean, the numbers are hugely inequitable with who needs the most and who gets it.
So
yeah, Oliver.
So on it's in this same graph, I think. On page 30, and it's one of the findings mentioned on page 29 on the IEP programs versus non-IEP in kindergarten. And is that not perhaps a bit misleading because you have the EEE kids in there?
What?
Because
EEE Oliver's referring to kids who are receiving special ed services prior to the age 5 definition. So are they being counted already somehow or not being counted?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, so once you've a child's, part of a EEE program, they're sort of by default in pre-K, right? So it just, and if you don't, without that nuance being understood, the data, the finding there is a little misleading.
Yeah. I'm not that familiar with the data to draw that distinction, but it's a good question.
Other points I know for me on page 39, I thought it was interesting that, in going through the report, that most students are accessing through public schools, are accessing pre-K. But then it talks about on the bottom of page 39 that that 166 created more challenges for public pre-K programs than for private pre-K. The vast majority of the public school programs have found it redundant and inefficient to ensure that pre-K programs comply with two sets of regulations, those required by the public school system and that of the child care licensing regulations. And I think this really gets to our thought of looking at sustainable systems. And is it really sustainable to have rules in different places? So you're writing rules in different places and you're trying to answer to both, and instead of thinking of a more coordinated approach of looking at pre-K, I know this is trying to be addressed between the two agencies, but we really need more clarity, and I think this report points to that, is that if we're going to do something sustainable, that we really need to think about it as a system and is it ever efficient to have two agencies doing different work? I'm not sure. But that's what really stuck out to me, was this idea, if we're thinking about sustainability, what tweaks would be needed to this system, what policy changes would be needed to create something that is more sustainable. And if most students are accessing through public pre-K and it's actually making it harder, we need to break down some of those barriers. But that was just from my reading. Anybody else?
So ultimately, the legislature that has to break down those barriers, right?
But I think that's our job, is to advise and to, again, this report I think is a great piece to look at and pull out what are the inefficiencies within the system, what is making a system unsustainable, and it's having two agencies doing rules. And it really needs to, I think we need to have a philosophical conversation in the state of Vermont of where does this fall under? Is this education or health and human services? And where is the real distinction between the two? And it was an interesting foray in going into pre-K, and we've made that jump, but now we've made that jump and we've seen the inefficiencies. What do we do to fix that? Oliver?
And we also, I think, and it might be heretical to say this, but we have to look at this also in the context of childcare, right? Because there's a, when you're dealing with that age group, there's an educational component to this, but there's also a child care component to it, and there's a real need for quality, child care. So there's a close link there, and it's a question. I think the fundamental question, if we take a step back, is at what age do we draw the line between child care and education? And that's I think that's the threshold question. And until somebody's willing to have that conversation, we're just going to keep skirting around this issue.
And I think that's the problem when you have 10 hours.
Right.
I mean, that's so limiting. This is really an economic issue also, and it's economic development for the workers in the state of Vermont. If you're going to be able to work, you have to have access to childcare, and it has to be high-quality childcare. And so if you have 10 hours of pre-K and 30 hours of childcare, I can speak to you, it doesn't work. Right. I resigned my job. Parts of it, because I had to go part-time because it doesn't work. And so,
What are we saying about what is an educational program look like for 3, 4, and 5 years? Like in preschool, that they get 2 hours a day. So some centers don't have on-staff teachers. So a teacher literally comes into a center and does 2 hours, it's 120 minutes of direct instruction to a 4-year-old. Right. And then they leave. Like, that's not like how kids learn, right? Like, that's not even best practice for a 4-year-old. And that's set up in a lot of these centers.
And you talked about the social emotional learning, which is key for that age group, which you can't, like
those 10 hours are delivered by a licensed teacher who may or may not be embedded in that program.
It's easy to define the problems in terms of the socioeconomic difference, the 30-10 kind of split, and so forth. But can anybody think of a solution that doesn't take cubic dollars?
Doesn't take what kind of dollars?
Cubic.
Oh, okay.
Not just squared.
Yeah, yeah.
Big bundles of cash.
Buco.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think that's
Maybe.
Is that ours to do?
Yeah, that's to start thinking about. And I know for me, I've been in, like I've told you, I've been in the 166 mess, and it's really difficult. One thing that for me, and this is just my own personal, I would love to see for the state of Vermont, and I've told this to Dan a couple of times, is that we really need to start thinking about our youngest Vermonters and investing in them. And I also, when we were going around the state and hearing about Act 46 last summer and last fall, people really want their small schools and in their towns. I think, to me, which is maybe not the most efficient, but making sure every town has age 0 through 4th grade in their town and having access. I'm just, around the state, we're having difficulties with childcare and pre-K, and how do we start thinking, we're small, but we need to have some big ideas about how do we guarantee kids being able to stay close to home. One thing I couldn't, this report really, I kind of cringed reading it. I was like, well, maybe people need to have more options outside their SU. And it's like, well, for me, I had that option. I am actually going to pre-K outside the SU. But to even access, if I didn't access that one, the next one is an hour away. And so it's not a matter of if I want to drive my child an hour each way to go to pre-K. So it was the opposite of what I was hearing, right, for 2 hours. It was the opposite of what I was hearing of the community and what people wanted when they were talking about 46 and having, especially for the youngest, to having options close to home. So right now, and that's why I was asking Dan, a map of availability around the state, because a lot of people don't have options. There is no option. So it's one option in town, and that's it. So I personally would like to see what is the availability around the state, and this is something that I don't think there's a one-off that we can fix, that we need to have multiple solutions, and maybe that's where the local control comes in. These are your 3 options to deliver pre-K. So you need to figure out. So St. Johnsbury, like I was looking at that, they have it figured out, and there's options, and kids can move around, and you know, much more so than other parts of the state. You go to other parts of the state and you look at this and you're like, oh, there's only one in all of that SU. There's only one per town. And so how do we, trying to make one policy for all these different areas around the state, I think is being really problematic. So we might need to start thinking about various policies, not just a one-off, but it's my own personal. Other people's and
Yeah, I think it's, one of the things I picked up at some point, one of the reports this spring was that 40% of our pre-K population's in Chittenden County. So before we contemplate building out an elaborate infrastructure, we need to think about where the kids are and what that starts to look at. But
Also where the jobs are.
Yeah. And it's, I do, just wandering the landscape, and I used it in my designing, and I mentioned it a few minutes ago. I would agree with Krista that we need to have a good understanding of a learning center. I call it a learning home, similar to a dental home for children at the really critical foundational piece of their literacy development. So every community or within an easy commute should have an early learning center up through 4th grade. But where I put emphasis again as I was wandering around, as I want to do, I think where our system starts to fall short in terms of opportunities for kids is at the middle level, as we see too many of those schools are being used as regional middle schools with 11 kids, 8 kids, and then when I go down the road and I see a comprehensive middle school program and what they can offer kids just in terms of the arts and so forth, it's a huge equity issue that so we're going to have to rethink K-8 schools, particularly in some of our more rural areas, and try to address probably more aggressively this issue of expanding services for literacy at the early grades.
But I do think people, that's what they want to ensure, so they don't want to see their K-4 go away.
Yeah.
But if you expand it to 0,
yeah,
to
I
age
don't know
4
0, but yeah, it's something we but the point about infrastructure and where we build it out, if 40% of our kids are in one area, then we need to address that issue pretty quickly.
I was just trying to look in here. Didn't even in Chittenden County they lost 10 pre-K centers?
Yeah,
I was trying to find that data.
It's something like the shortage issues are more significant on
right.
that.
Yeah, Kim.
Thinking about unification and the fear of losing small schools and reimagining the use of our facilities, I think, is really important. And I don't know the mechanics of incenting that, because it falls out of public education domain, but it would be an economic driver for many areas to be using their resources differently and, draw people to their communities. The big picture makes perfect sense. The logistics of how to get people invested in those ideas of bigger and different thinking around their shared assets now that they're unified, I think is harder, maybe. But so I don't know what our role is in that. But that idea of birth to 4th grade may be shifting buildings. The idea that middle schools are too small to support a collection of offerings that would be appropriate for that age, again, likely creates space in a building that wasn't there because now people are coming together in one building to offer more. So I hope that as we, in theory, turn the corner on Act 46, that's the spirit that people look at their collective resources with. And I don't know enough about how we might help that conversation, but I would wish that we could like think about whether it's a menu of ideas or breaking down the barriers to even using those resources for age groups that fall outside of public education, or sharing that expense with the community. I don't know the mechanics, but it seems obvious that if those mechanics were not barriers, there are solutions. And I don't know if that is enhanced by saying public education will take 4-year-olds, and that's a universal pre-K, that's what that means. And our buildings become available as we've got declining enrollment for a more robust birth to 4 or whatever it is, because if that were done more systemically, to Dan's thinking, there might be capacity for better salaries or more incentive for qualified people to come into that arena.
Well, I wonder if there's...
Because we don't have the capacity right now.
Well, I mean, three things. I wonder if there's, school procurement rules are different than municipality procurement rules in Vermont. And whether there's barriers there to actually have a school district offer up a surplus building.
They do that. Jeannie Collins, I mean, that was just a big write-up. I mean, they rent the space to the private providers, so that way they're getting the services, but it's in a building that is certified. Yeah.
Well, and then the other two thoughts are, if you were going to, as we get on Act 46, and if there were buildings that were surplused at some point, I would think that the buildings would be those that have the most deferred maintenance, likely, or that they're the buildings that are in the least centralized locations, maybe. So those are just a couple things that kind of come to mind that in our district that Oliver and I sort of share it to some extent. If they were to open up a school, I would venture to guess if they were going to open up a school, it would be one that would not be so centrally located. So then your core population would still be traveling to a neighboring town to do it. I don't know. They're interesting questions.
Yeah.
Or whether they would obviously close the school that had the most issues. The school with the oldest boiler would certainly be on the top of the list.
I think what Dan is saying is that if you expand and down, it's every school could keep that at their local level. There wouldn't be that closing of school, but then the upper grades would come together in middle school and have a more robust offerings. Instead of having 6 kids in a middle school, if you have
You'd
even
have
50, you could maybe have more offerings, and the standards that we've approved as a board become more rigorous in 5th grade. If you go through and look at them 5th grade, it does become a lot more rigorous.
It just points to us being really, I think as a state, once again, we have to think very systemically about how we're going to do this. It's like, yes, we have to consider the public school infrastructure. We're going to contemplate some renewed interest in school construction. Do we provide that just across the board, or we try to target these very issues? We have to figure out how to maintain private providers in some of these regions. And many of the regions, they are struggling staying in business because of the regulatory framework we've created. So we need those small businesses to deliver these services in many places. I met one night in Bradford with a group, 17 providers from the Upper Valley, and they told me in certain terms they cannot survive in this regulatory environment. And there's no one else in that landscape providing those services. We need those folks to do their work.
Perhaps a partial solution is you talk to the governor and convince him about the administrative issue. He's the guy that's got to solve this problem.
Yeah, he's convinced of that already. He's charged us with figuring that out. But it's a complex issue, and we quickly move from pre-K into regular ed, into economic development, and we have to. That's the kind of stuff we have to do as a state. Is really, I think, and my bias, having worked in different parts of the state, is that I always immediately gravitate to sort of regional solutions. I'm like thinking of my experience in the Kingdom versus Rutland County or Bennington County. We need to figure out a way how to each portfolio of assets from a state perspective needs to be considered in an integrated basis. And that's to the point of multiple policies or whatever, but I think, it's like regional economic development, regional social development has to go hand in hand with regional economic development. And we need to think about these things together.
is, once you convince the governor and everything is taken care of,
Yeah.
how about adding, since we have a waiting study going,
Yeah.
how about a 0.3 or some such number on the waiting study? And if you offer daycare, it goes up to a 0.4. Or you'd have to model the coefficients to get them right.
Yeah.
Voila.
Simple, but we do 0.4 right now, right? So, yeah, we'd have to figure that out.
You know, in at least in my part of the state, if you took the students that are in the new school district and put them in a room, and then you try to allocate square footage, we have more square footage than we need already. I'm pretty confident of that, even just looking at the numbers of my
We should.
school. Well, yeah, I mean, the school is built for a lot more kids than it currently houses, and when we have each one of those schools, so there's square footage there. Somehow, it's just a matter of how the policy decisions are made to free up that space.
In my white paper, I did contemplate building one school and putting all the kids in one school. I thought one school district.
Where would that be,
easier.
Montpelier?
One principal.
Be somewhere in the middle of the state. That sort of support. I mean, I like Bill's streamlining of the political process too, where Dan convinces the governor quickly overnight.
It's a heavy lift. I mean, it's really the two agencies.
Well, the challenge for me in this environment is I have not encountered anyone that needs convincing.
Yeah.
You know, everyone's in broad agreement this is the right thing to do. So the interesting challenge is then how come we can't move? I mean, I would say the nice thing about the report, we should be pleased that we've made significant progress in this area. I mean, we have, but like most states, they're all trying to figure this out, you know, and every state has this dual regulatory issue, if not dual, sometimes three agencies, you know, so we should feel good about that, but to John's observation about parochialism, you know, we need to think on, you know, this is, I would point to the design issue, but we have to think more on an integrated basis of these, and that's where the challenge is, because there's a lot of turf wars on these issues. But the policymakers are in broad agreement. I mean, I haven't run into anyone in the State House or in the administration who believes pre-K is not a good idea, you know?
Yeah.
Is the cradle to career idea being approached differently from a structural standpoint? Like, we've got a couple of agencies. Is that a federal construct that has us having multiple agencies overseeing that journey?
It's a great point. I think somewhat. I mean, we're about to have a conversation on Medicaid, for instance, you know, and how Medicaid is deployed through the various funding streams kind of creates silos by definition, you know. So we have sort of, we're swimming up against the current to sort of break down silos sometimes on these issues. But we look at the provision of mental health services and what role Medicaid plays in that, whether it's through designated agencies or through school districts. You know, we have some silos to deal with, you know.
That'd be an interesting, I mean, that's in the language of the governor's priorities around cradle to career.
Right.
So thinking about how that journey is about the student and family or the youth and family versus how that is passed off from agency to agency.
Yeah.
What is unnecessarily in the way of that journey?
Yeah, or even starting
Maybe
with,
that's
we've got
the place
space in our schools, how we could reuse them. You know, that it solves a problem, but it's not necessarily the starting point.
Right.
It's just it's important to keep on our list or our surveillance as we go forward.
Well, I think
be curious.
Why build infrastructure? You know.
Well, we just asked the state to try to work on governance issues, and we were just talking about governance being an issue. This almost seems like the state taking a step back and looking at how they arrange themselves agency-wise. And we've talked about this before as a board, that all these different, there's overlap, and it's different from DCF, what the DCF map looks like, opposed to the school map, what that looks like, opposed to mental health and what that looks like. And really, this would take a higher level cabinet fix of looking at how do we regionally look at different areas in the same way and actually work together. So that's always the interesting thing to me, that, again, because this report was written by counties, we don't educate our kids by county. So that's why it's great data, but not as helpful as it could be.
The state issues are even greater than that. I mean, AOE doesn't have necessarily different divisions, but the state police and agency of transportation, their districts don't match up. So I'm in one district for highways and another one for state police, and you have different people talking about different things. I mean, Vermont's not so big that we couldn't actually, I mean, it's the size of a large city. You know, why can't
Small
we?
city.
In each region has a different problem. So I mean, in order to do what you're saying, you'd really have to break the state into regions and have like Dan in charge of one region, where he reports to the governor. He's in charge of all the different services that are delivered, because you always end up, everything goes in Vermont, everything goes to Montpelier and then comes back down. It's different than other states, like in the highway department. They can't put up a sign without going to Montpelier first and then coming back down. And there are all these different silos that are created, not just at the cabinet level, but also right down into the field. Like mental health, you know, in probation might be in two different, you know, one courthouse might be in two different districts, depending on what agency you're talking about. It's the same thing with anything else.
I think that may be part of our role is advocating for some of those silos to come down, and I think it goes to our sustainable system. If that is our goal, and how do we create a sustainable system? We can't have duplicated rules. We can't have agencies doing little pieces of different things. So either education needs to get involved in childcare, or childcare needs to be involved in education. And it seems to make sense that education should be involved in childcare, and it's that early learning.
I think it has to be integrated one way or the other.
Right, it has to be integrated.
It'd be interesting to find a child that has some challenges and actually figure out how many different agencies have been involved in that child's life.
Yeah.
I mean, you could have 10 different agencies that are involved.
Absolutely.
Yes.
That's another good example where the overlap is crazy.
But the thing is the child has challenges.
Yeah.
And one of those challenges is dealing with 10 different state agencies. I'm just making up a number.
But
But
my point is that you could have, like, within an SU or a school district, there's depending on what town that child lives in, the jurisdiction of AHS is different, and the designated agency boundaries are different.
Oh, yeah.
So we have that in our school district. There's, I think, at least 3 different designated agencies that serve our school district. So depending on what town, it's just crazy.
Well, even take a look at from our perspective, you know, from my town's perspective. We host the regional school, and when that child has a challenge at school and it's elevated.
Is this the Agency of Education?
The State Board of Education.
State Board.
Right, and then we have a 4 o'clock.
Yeah, come on in. Well, make yourself
We
at
can
home.
come in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks so much.
They interact with our police department. When they go back up to Oliver's hometown, who doesn't have a police department, then they interact with the state police. So you got 2 different policing agencies that don't necessarily talk to each other either. Same thing. And that's sort of an elevated. That's when things really turn bad.
Kim.
I'm wondering, because we probably don't have the authority to break down those silos ourselves, and
We
you
can
know,
advocate
the
a
highway
policy.
agency might get outside of our domain, but within the domain of education policy in the state, what if any authority would we have, or the agency, to ask that there be some reporting on the journey of the child cradle to career? So that would, if it's important, you monitor it. If you monitor it in the way that the language is aligned with the governor's goals, then we have to ask the agencies to come together and report together in that way. Again, I don't know the scope of our authority, but that might be one way to get to what
that's what we're building out now. That's what I was alluding. I mean, I think it's essential that we be able to do that, you know.
Yeah, and it not be about, you know, and they're this group until here, and we're going to get that report from that group, and it's going to be completely discrete from what we get on pre-K 3, 4, 5, and then what we get the remainder of their career to 13, 16, whatever grade is being reported on. So I wonder if we can think about that idea to push the part we could get if we can't get the breaking down of silos.
I think the other silo, since we have a representative in the audience lurking in the background, we are working. We work on an integrated basis in the cabinet, Governor Scott. I think the other thing that's what I found was coming out of that experience in the fall, then going into the legislature, which is still in silos itself. So, you know, I would have to go how many times, like a pre-K report. I talked to 3 different committees on the same report.
Right.
So as much as we're thinking across agency boundaries, the policymaking process is still very siloed. And to what extent we could convene a joint committee, if you will, of human services and education, or if there was one such committee basically enforcing an integrated look at policy. But it's still, we come at it from an integrated basis, then go into the legislature where everything is still very much siloed out. And that's dealing with different constituencies who, as much as they represent diverse opinions, often have a common interest in maintaining the status quo. That's where you really run into some headwind.
Do you think we have the capacity to look at reporting 0 to grade 16 or whatever?
We're starting to build that infrastructure. I think next month you'll hear that vision of what that's going to look like.
Because
I think
if
that's
we
a
were to
critical
have
piece.
that and imagine that we could offer that through your voice and Krista's voice and whomever to the legislators and indicate the value of that in aligning with the governor's goal of cradle to career, then they might see the value in not handling these things in pockets and come to some sort of joint work together. I'm just not. I just wanted to make sure we're not going to offer something we either can't do or don't feel we have the capacity or will to do. But I don't know what other levers we would have for breaking down silos.
It's such a reasonable, having worked in New York State, but I don't even know how many people are in the state now, in Massachusetts, in Vermont. If there's one place that you can do this, it is Vermont. This kind of talk in New York would be crazy talk. It's just so big and so massive, they don't even know who's working for it. But Vermont is like a small government laboratory. It's 640,000 people, and there's not that many state employees. It is, if it can be done anywhere in America, it's pretty much here or Wyoming.
Well, so to answer Kim's question too, our role is to advocate policy. So the Act 90, we're directed to think about policy and to communicate that with the legislature and to the governor's office. So I think that's the role that this board has, is to aid, if Dan also shares that vision of sort of breaking down these barriers, is to think about what vision do we see for our Vermont students and really create that from 0 to age 16, and what do we see that as a vision, and then take that vision to the governor's office and the legislature and see what levers that they can pull. We necessarily can't pull those levers, but we can advocate for policies that would pull those levers. And so we can't tell the governor, you go and rewrite all these districts, but we can advocate that. And then that's where it goes through the more of the mechanics. So that's where it might not seem completely satisfying and that we can go through and change it. But I think part of the satisfying part is coming up with a real vision that will work for Vermonters, for our kids, and also as a Vermonter, as an economic development. You really need to have that 0 to 16 thinking about being cared for so the older generation can work. And then the second is preparing them for a future that they have a lot of options and preparing for a future, here in Vermont. Exactly. Any last thoughts? And this is just initial, I thought it'd be a good way of thinking about our priorities, but going through an actual study that tries to focus those ideas more. And so I think it's really hard to say we're going to have a summit on equity. It could be we're having a summit on pre-K and looking at these different lenses and asking people to come in and talk about these different lenses, or we could just, so this is where I want us to think about as we're going to approach the fall, when we have these summits, is it on the topics, or is it looking at something like this and going more in depth into these different areas? And would that mean one meeting just looking at pre-K and bringing all these different avenues of equity, achievement, student wellness, and sustainable systems? Or do we spend one whole meeting just looking at sustainable systems of pre-K and just doing that? Or do we want to look at 2 at a time? So those are some things to think about as we're moving towards the retreat and post-retreat, is how do we take what we value and put that into policy, and then advocate for that policy to the legislature and to the governor's office. So any final thoughts? All right, and also now you have all these reports. And so there's a lot of good information in the reports too to help facilitate future discussions. I thought those would be a great place to actually have data. And this is what the legislature is looking at. And again, they usually commission something in order to then do something with that. So we should be familiar with the material that they're also getting. All right, last on our agenda today is Inspire. And if I could ask Emily to come up and lead us through this, because it wasn't able to make it to our packet, but we have the item now. So if you want to just introduce yourself again for the record, and we will start.
Yeah, Emily Simmons, Agency of Education. Yesterday, or the day before, but in the afternoon, we emailed you a memo with my name at the top, which was a short summary of a reminder about the statute that is still relatively new in 166 about financial reporting events or triggers that require us or schools to let the state board know that these events have occurred, for you to review what's happened and determine whether you'll take further action. So this is the same statute where you heard from members of the Compass School and where you eventually appointed a review team that you talked about earlier in this meeting. So I gave you a little information about that, but here in the middle of the page, I let you know that the agency had information that we've now decided we needed to share with the board, and it was a bit of a sensitive timing issue. So in October of 2018, agency staff were working on a confidential educator licensing investigation and determined that there were, outside of those licensing questions that we were investigating that I can't talk to you about, they're confidential, there were operational issues at the school.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, because the memo says licensing investigation. So I just want to be clear, and you just said educator, so we're talking about a specific individual, not the school going through an approval process. We're talking about an educator.
So this convenient. So yes, all I'm able to tell you is that there was a confidential investigation. I can't even tell you with what school, right? But we came across information that we needed to tell you about at the school, Inspire for Autism, an approved independent school. So the investigation at the agency has been ongoing, and sort of as an ancillary matter, determined that financial reporting events listed in 166 had occurred and that the state board should be notified of those events. Another issue was a criminal investigation that we wanted to be respectful of and let get to a place where it would be safe to talk about these issues in a public setting. So that's now occurred, and that it's hard to get into too much detail with you, but I hope sort of explains why there's a really long delay between the first knowledge at the agency and the state board meeting where we're coming to talk to you about it. But there were multiple sensitive issues to take into account. So if you want to be mad at somebody about the delay, you can choose me. That was a lot of my call, and I was keeping Krista in the loop as chair. So the events are numbered. The 1 through 4 here, failure to file tax returns, failure to meet payroll obligations, including a lapse of medical insurance, the use of designated funds for non-designated person purposes related to alleged embezzlement, and failure to maintain retired requirement contributions are all specifically in the statute. So I've listed those separately. Also, we thought that you should know we found reason to believe the school did not keep current with insurance, which caused the school to need to be closed for a week in February or January perhaps.
What kind of professional or liability insurance?
On the building, I believe.
On the building, okay.
The school enrolled a student who did not have a disability category for which the school is specifically approved, which shouldn't be happening on the SU side or the school side, and failed to report to the agency any of the major changes in enrollment programs, policies, staffing, etc. During the period of its approval. John?
Emily, are you able to give us an approximate estimate as to how much public funding goes to the school annually?
This is an approved independent school for special education purposes rather than being a general education school where students might choose to enroll. So the students there would be almost entirely there on a publicly funded basis.
And do you know a total?
What's that translate to roughly?
I don't know the exact breakdown. I don't know if there are any students. You can ask the folks here whose family pay the tuition rather than the school district. I would be surprised if that were the case because this is a very specialized special education purpose school. The districts, the SUs in the area are placing students there for the specialized instruction.
So this, is this a day program versus a residential?
Yes.
Okay.
And how many students?
I don't have that information. in
So
front of
we,
me.
after Emily presents, we can invite some people.
So then the last paragraph, I don't think I need to go over because you only have 30 minutes for this section. It outlines the steps that you can take in 166 that you have fresh on your mind.
So again, just, I mean, so it has to be that reason in writing, and then we can do the visit,
So yeah, good. I will highlight that for you. So in the last paragraph on the first page, this is important language that the school lacks financial capacity to meet its stated objectives. That's the finding that you may or may not make that then would trigger some due process.
All right, and anything else from perspective before we?
I'll be right there if you need me.
Okay, all right, thank you. And we do have some representatives from the school. Do you want to come up to the table, please? And would you just please introduce yourself for the record?
My name is Craig White, and I'm one of the founders of the school, and I'm co-chair of the board.
My name is Michael Bandler. I've been engaged by the organization to handle the financial affairs of the organization. I'm a CPA.
And for how long, sorry? Did you just begin?
I'm on board a couple of months now.
All right, so this is if you want to just even start with some just basic information that John was asking, how many students, how many state dollars do you take?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I can. Do you want to answer some of those questions, or would you like me to?
Sure. I'm better off with the financial numbers than I am with the educational program, which I'll leave to you, I
Sure.
guess.
Yep.
Though I generally know the answer. We have a fiscal year that ends in June 30th.
Mm-hmm.
We're just getting the final numbers together. At the 11-month mark, we had about $1.4 million of tuition and transportation billed.
Is that public dollars? How much is private, how much is public?
Virtually all of it comes from school districts, not from the state directly, from various states. Some is in New Hampshire, some is Massachusetts, and some of it are Vermont school districts.
So state dollars.
Yes.
About 1.4, and you don't have a breakdown to how much in Vermont dollars that is.
Per student?
I
Mhm.
could
Per
estimate.
student?
No, just
I'm
Vermont
sorry.
total.
Oh, I mean, no, I don't have that, but.
So you're talking about approximately 1.6 million for a
For the
12-year
year.
period.
That would be correct. The majority is not Vermont.
Not Vermont.
Not Vermont.
Roughly, what percentage are Vermont students and what percentage are non-Vermont students?
I'm estimating, if you want a specific number, I'd be
just
happy to submit it, but if you just want some ballpark to
Yeah.
give you an idea, I would estimate that less than 25% is Vermont. The majority is New Hampshire.
So a little over $250,000 might be
That's a
from
rough
Vermont
number.
sources.
As a very rough, loose number,
yeah.
that would be a good guess.
And has the state of New Hampshire begun to inquire about any of this?
I have no knowledge of any such investigation
I
or
don't think
inquiries, to
anything
use your
triggers.
word.
Yeah.
Yeah, so before we go too further into detail, maybe if you could just give us a little bit of an overview of how many students in total, you're, you know, I think you're a nonprofit, but if you just clarify that, how long you've been around, and I know our legal counsel can't really comment on beyond this memo, but I don't know if you can provide a little bit of a
Sure.
picture of what's
happened,
gone on.
what's
Yeah,
gone on.
that-
Okay, so we started the school, this would be the beginning of our 12th year. And the school was started very small, 3 students. One of the other founders of the school had a son with autism and was trying to find some services for that child, and that's how the school started to grow. So what's happened is we've run this school, we've helped run this school for the last, 11, 12 years. And this year we ran into a, pretty bad situation. We had a business manager and an executive director, and the executive director was responsible for all the educational parts of the program, and the business director was responsible for financial. To just be honest, as a board member and the board, we took our eye off the ball this last year, and this person that was the business manager would come to the board meetings with not correct information, not correct balance sheets, not correct where we were financially. So we had the money that was coming into the school, and we spent the money on vocational programs for the kids. We built a commercial kitchen at the school where we're at. We bought vans, more transportation to get the students off campus to be at job sites. And we were, led to believe as a board that we were doing better than we were financially. And then came, the crash last fall, where, the insurance wasn't paid, the health insurance, a couple payrolls bounced. That's what happened. That's what started the whole,
So you mentioned these 2 employees, are they still employees? Or
They're not.
Both of them are gone,
They're
okay.
both of them are
And
not.
can you comment beyond that, or you?
Well, there's a criminal investigation on the business manager, and that has not been, we don't have that information yet from them. We have a lawyer that's helping, in the whole triangle, and the executive director has given his notice, and as of July 1st, he's gone. He is contracting with us right now to help us get to the next stage. We have hired a new executive director, interim, Dr. Ray Stevens, who's been in Vermont education forever. So he's coming on as of the 21st of July.
Yeah.
And so we're trying to right the ship. The board, there's only 5 of us on the board.
How many?
5 board members.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I know we're trying to increase the board. I mean, we've really worked hard. The board itself has, contributed $100,000 of our own money to right the ship, to make everything stable.
In the last 18 months?
In the last 2 months. So, well, maybe 5, but I mean, I'm not sure. When we put 25,000 in the spring, and then we just put another 75,000 in.
I think it's a little longer, but I think the important point, or what would be the real focus of the thing, all employees have been paid in full. There is no arrearage in terms of payroll, to the extent, and we're not sugarcoating it of what went wrong, and I do have a couple of comments about that. The payroll has been caught up completely. The insurance coverage has been reinstated and is current in terms of payment as such. The employee benefits have been provided. They have been paid in full. I mean, literally the June and July payments have been made. Everything is, as we sit here now, completely current. There are virtually no accounts payable.
Now, nobody said it, but there's an inference of some misappropriation of funds. Do you have an estimate of that?
We're working on it. It could be, we just don't know. I mean,
less than 50,000, my best guess, that I don't know if it's helpful for me to guess to you folks, or I shouldn't say anything if I'm not sure, would be in the range of about $25,000.
So you had to put in $100,000.
Correct. Well, what was coming to us as a board was financial statements that were not correct. It was looking like we had more money, and that's where we started to expand, our vocational program.
Okay.
So we spent $40,000 to build a commercial kitchen. We spent, we bought 5 vehicles. We had a couple vehicles, so we bought 3 additional vehicles. Part of what has happened in the 12 years of the program is that as the IEPs come into each student, as our population has aged, the IEPs have leaned towards getting each one of these kids a job. You know, these kids are so challenged or have challenges that not necessarily going on for other education. And so we're trying to get these kids employed. I own some businesses in Massachusetts who hire, you know, some of our students right out of high school, run the age out of school, and so our, you know, the dream is to get these folks, you know, maybe they can be the best dishwasher. You know,
$100,000, is that a debt or is that a donation?
that's a donation.
That's a donation. So
Correct.
So the fact that you've paid all your employees.
Yep.
That didn't come out of that didn't come out of a debt that came from donation.
There is no
Okay,
debts,
okay,
right? We have
okay,
no
yeah.
accounts payable.
There's virtually nothing. There are some payroll taxes which a plan is being worked on
Okay.
to pay out over a period of time.
Yeah.
Again, I want to be candid, even though you didn't specifically ask the question.
Mhm.
There were, in addition to payroll taxes that were not paid.
Mhm.
We're negotiating with the IRS right now to make a payment plan. If it's helpful, let me put two things in perspective, which I think are important. Up until, and I'm new on board, so you'll jump in if I'm
Sure.
wrong about timing or something. Up until maybe a year, 15 months ago, the organization had accumulated more than $250,000 of surplus. There were bank accounts, there were savings account.
Mhm.
The picture that the board believed was that things were going well, that there was plenty of money available, and that a lot of programs could be enhanced or added or such, but those were just not accurate numbers. They were, I think, purposely, but I'm guessing, I've never had an interaction with that person, they were grossly wrong. And burned through first their reserves, and then in order to keep things going, when things sort of hit rock bottom, as was mentioned, the individuals themselves dug into their pockets, brought some money in, caught things currently. The year which has ended, well, after the 11 months we had an operating profit, we swung back to positive again. There was twofold. Money was taken and decisions were being made based upon bad information. So it was a twofold problem. Once that was caught up within, I was not a party to board meetings, but there was a turnaround sometime early this year. We are profitable at this point in time. We will report what I would call a hard break even. We'll make $20,000, $30,000 for the year there ended. Last year was a loss of a significant amount of money, but once the information, it was twofold. Bad information, bad controls. Both of those situations have been addressed.
Do you have an audit? Are you in the process of getting an audit?
That's the interesting part about it. There is a firm of accountants who had been, that's where I was going to go on my second prong. There is an accounting firm that had been engaged. They paid no attention whatsoever to what was going on. They brought nothing to anybody's attention. They ultimately did not file the 990 on a timely basis. To put your mind at ease, the 990s are now current. I've been engaged to do it. I believe they'll be filed in August.
How many years of 990s do you owe them?
We owe at this point none.
Oh, okay.
But we ended the year in June, so there'll be another one due
Okay, yep.
between now and the end of the year. I would expect it'll be filed maybe as early as August or September. We basically are waiting for one piece of information, and we'll have the year-end numbers. We have the 11-month numbers. I have them here. They were submitted. I don't know the procedure as to whether the person who was investigating who got these and got an extensive internal control and operational memo that I wrote to Troy. Am I not supposed to mention him by name?
I think it's fine.
Okay. The director and I reviewed everything. We set up both operationally and in terms of control, all aspects of the financial functioning of the school. There is a written memo, which I'd be happy, I have several copies of it here, which outlines everything, which has fair amount of checks and balances for an institution of this size.
Hold on, so just, we have a couple of people.
Can I just have one more quick question?
Follow
Sorry.
up. Yeah, and then John needs to go.
And then I'll yield to the smarter of the two Johns. You alluded to healthcare and payroll issues. Did you, besides the two employees that are no longer with you, did you lose any other employees due to that?
I'm not aware that that's...
We did not. They're still employees of ours.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, I don't believe that they were lost for that reason.
No, I'm saying, I know they separated for other reasons.
Yes.
But you had payroll and healthcare issues. Did you lose
Yes.
any other employees?
To my
because of that?
knowledge, none.
Okay.
John?
Actually, the employees are relatively happy, and I'm new on the scene, so I can't tell you what went on there. There's a general positive tone.
Okay.
Would you say that's
Yeah,
a fair?
we're turning the tide.
That's good. Usually
Yeah.
employees are not happy when you don't pay them.
Yeah,
Right.
I found that
Well,
to
they
be
were
true.
actually
Yeah.
paid pretty quickly after the situation.
Okay, good.
So,
Three simple questions. Mr. Bandler, are you licensed in Vermont?
I am licensed in the state of New York and in the state of Vermont.
Second, the executive director left, has resigned. And you are going to continue to retain his or her services on a consultancy basis?
right, for about another week and a half.
So-
Dr. Ray Stevens is gonna start on the 21st of July, so.
If I could just put that in a sentence, it's a transition. He and I worked on setting up a new system, writing a memo. Somebody new is coming on board, and he's been good enough to stay with us for a period of time to help us with the transition
Is
on a
his-
part-time basis.
Is his leaving prompted by any of these events?
His son, his son is going to college in South Carolina. He and his family are choosing to move to South Carolina in order to be present and to keep the family intact.
Another question.
I don't have extensive personal.
So the answer is no?
No, to my knowledge.
The audit firm that appeared to have dropped the ball.
Yep.
Have you spoken to them about compensation? They must have errors in emissions insurance.
It's an active issue.
So you're talking with them about
They've been discharged in that capacity. We're deciding what we're going to do in the future in terms of independent oversight. And I know I've raised the issue as to their possible liability.
Okay, Oliver.
So I want to return to that, because the question was about audit, and then your initial response to the first, John, spoke to accounting firm, and you could be as you know, you could be an accounting firm doing like bookkeeping services, not an audit.
I want to make that very clear.
Yeah.
I am not independent. I am working within the,
Yep.
let me use
No,
words.
let me
that-
just go back to the.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so the question is the accounting firm in question here. What was the nature of their service? Because the specific question that John answered, and I don't think we got an answer to, was were they performing audits or were they just performing accounting services?
They never performed any accounting services. They were engaged to conduct reviews, which they did not do.
Okay.
And to prepare the
Reviews, but
990.
not audits.
Yeah, well, there are three levels.
Right,
They-
right.
they-
Review, audit.
compilation, or review, or audit. They were the intermediate level, and it was never done.
Okay, so they were engaged, but never, so it's not like they delivered something that was full, they just never delivered on their contractual
And
obligation.
did not bring to attention, and I don't know them, I have no animosity towards them, I'm an independent guy
Yeah.
who came into the situation.
Got
They
it.
didn't, the board already knew that there were problems by the time I was brought on board, but they never said to the board, to my knowledge, folks, we got a problem here, such and such, such and such and such and such.
Did they ever issue you something that was stapled or bound that showed the numbers and that they had looked at them?
No.
Okay.
So, how long were these issues, did this happen over a relatively short period of time, or do you not know yet, or?
My guess, the downward trajectory was in the area of a year. Would you agree with that?
Yep.
Okay, so it could have been, I'm not defending the auditor here, but it could have been that they had difficulty getting the
Well,
information and didn't push hard enough, or?
Again, I'm trying to be fair, but they didn't file a 990. It was delinquent, and as you've heard, it was not filed. It's true that what you just said could be the case, but if somebody was engaged to prepare and there's a deadline with extensions for filing it, if it's just not filed, I would think that they knew.
Was there so I want to go back to because I mean the board is a pretty small board, and you know I can see how board members get stretched pretty thin when you only have 5 board members.
Right.
So was there somebody on the board who had a relationship, a formal relationship with that accounting firm, such that the accounting firm knew who that they could go to on the board?
Right. Up to a year and a half ago, Dr. Vrenos, who's also one of the founders, it was his son that we, started the school about. And he was the treasurer on the board, and they moved to be closer to his son down in eastern Massachusetts. And so that treasury relationship of checking in with the person in question,
Yeah.
the criminal investigation, just kind of dropped.
Yeah.
I've become, as of July 1st, the new treasurer.
Okay.
It's my, I have business background, that's what
Yeah.
I do. So, and between Michael and I, we've set up a lot of, 2 signers on the checks. We've set up a whole bunch of new systems. We're meeting every other Tuesday to pay all the bills, go over, QuickBooks,
Yeah.
have everything. So there's 2 sets of eyes on it, one being the board and one being Michael. And I mean, that's, we're trying to right the ship. We're trying to do, what we do well, and is to help these children. That's.
And I would like to get
Yeah.
back to sort of
Yeah.
our charge here.
Sure.
And our charge here is when we're looking at all of these triggers that came through, and the board has to decide, do you believe that this institution has financial capacity? Based on, we've gotten nothing in paper, all we've gotten is from the agency is just an overview of this. And so the step being that if we determine that the school lacks financial capacity to meet stated objectives, we would need to take a motion on that. We would notify the school in writing. They would be able to respond and give us anything that they wanted in writing. And then we could see what they produced and say we're satisfied that we see things are fine, or we still have questions. If we still have questions, we would initiate a review team. So the question for you all today is, based on what you've heard and what the agency has reported to us, do you have concerns about financial capacity to start this process? And if so, we need to start a motion, because we're getting a little bit premature into the going into these documents, and it'd be really the school's responsibility, once we take that vote, to give us whatever documentation to make their case that they are financially capable of supporting the mission of the school. I know when I saw this when it came in, it just, I always maintain state dollars are precious dollars, and I just don't feel like there have been good caretaking when you look at what's been happening to these state dollars, and these are some kids that are the most in. So I was taken aback at how many triggers and back. And so I guess as a board, we need to decide if that's your common feeling that we need to take a vote.
I would certainly support that, although I want to say, it's clear that you guys have made quick work of turning around a really difficult situation, and, $100,000 of personal funds out of a board of 5 people, that's not insignificant. But that being said, these are some serious issues that, need some further evaluation. But, just without knowing all the facts, just my high level diagnosis here is you've got a governance issue you got to sort through here.
I'd like to, Madam Chair, I would like to offer a motion. And I'll offer the motion and then make a comment, if I may. I move that the board determines that the Inspire School for Autism lacks financial capacity to meet its stated objectives, period. And that kicks into gear a requirement that we notify you of that.
Well, let's get a second. So do we have a second to John's
Yeah, I'll
motion?
second that.
Seconded by Oliver. And John, you want to finish that?
Yeah,
thought,
so
and then Bill?
that kicks into gear a process whereby we ask you to furnish us information that we can assess, and then based on that information, that could be the end of the discussion, or it could lead to the board deciding subsequently to send a team to visit and learn more. This is just I concur with Oliver's observation that you've responded, I think, with alacrity. I think it's also fair to say that when people are determined to mislead and to violate their trust
it's very hard for ordinary mortals to divine that. And so I think we all understand that that can happen. But I think you've given us good information here. I think just what we need minimally, though, is to have affirmation of that in writing. Of essentially this, all that you've said here, plus whatever additional, and I guess we would actually give you a written request to that effect.
Yep. Bill?
I'll pass now that we've got a motion on the table.
Okay.
Do we have a second?
Yes, it was seconded by Oliver. Yes.
Discussion?
You know, the two of you guys gave me a real some level of comfort from reading the initial memo. That being said, I still have reasonable doubts that I'd like to see something in writing. So I'm going to vote for this. I think I think that's the right thing to do at this point. But I just want to say to the two of you that you did a very good job of explaining what happened in the position that you were in, and you know, the two employees that are alleged to have created a lot of this chaos are obviously no longer with you, and I think you've done a good job, like John said, trying to put together these pieces.
Yeah, that was one question, and sorry to interrupt, but I do want to be really clear on this point, because at the beginning, it was sort of like these two employees are leaving, or one is, maybe I'm reading into this too much, but the impression I got was you have a problem with one former employee,
right,
and the other one is just coincidentally leaving, and maybe that hasn't been conclusively established yet, but I think if you can shed some more light on that, I don't want to sort of leave this cloud hanging over one person who may not have had anything to do with it.
So I'm thinking, one of the things you may want to think about is a narrative of the story and a sort of a timeline of what happened. Doesn't need to have names, but because it was a little bit unclear.
Yeah.
But Kim, because we do have a motion on the table. Kim?
I think the governance issue that Oliver raised is really important, and seeing some assurances that there are checks in place, that the board doesn't have the opportunity to take the eye off the ball moving forward, so that there is integrity in the information you receive and you have ways to check that. Because while it sounds as though there was one of the two folks who were certainly cooking the books, or whatever the characterization might be, to have gotten inaccurate information, as an executive director, there ideally would have been checks right there that before even the board, there might have been questions in addition to the board. So it would be helpful to see what you've put in place in that regard, with respect to your board oversight and executive director procedures around that idea, or policies. Would be helpful.
All right, so are people ready?
I want to just offer ask a question. So far, this has been framed to us as essentially a financial problem, and a problem that had consequences only for employees and perhaps vendors.
One kid's school was shut down.
And the school, well, that's my next question. Yeah. Please describe to us the program consequences of this. What have been the impacts upon the students for whom public dollars have been spent?
So we were closed for 3 days in, I'm going to say January, February. We added those 3 days back into our schedule, vacation days that would have been in June. So the year ended with the correct amount of days that we charge for each student for each day, for each.
Has there been any, other than the 3-day hiatus, has there been any diminution or disruption of the quality of programs provided for the children and the availability of staff? And did the children feel this in any way other than 3 days of no school?
I would say no. I mean, the programs have been, seamless. The kids have gotten, we work really hard at getting them, everything we can. I mean, we do outside fundraising, to give extra services. So I would say no to that.
I am new independent eyes on the situation. I didn't live through the beginning of the problem. I didn't live through the realization of the problem. I was brought in as one of the solutions, hopefully, to the problem. I've been involved for 2 or 3 months now. I have been on site because there was a lot of work setting up the procedures and the controls that you asked for and trying to gather financial information. It just frankly didn't exist. There were no financial records. I mean, as silly as that sounds, or as unreasonable as that sounds, there was one employee, and I want to clarify something, and I don't know if I should, I'm not trying to defend. There was one employee who there might have well been malfeasance or bad behavior by. The other employee, who was more senior, perhaps should have become aware of it and should have taken appropriate steps and gone on with it. I have no reason to believe that that employee was involved in the malfeasance. You know anything I don't know?
No, I mean, I
I
think.
think we're getting a little
Krista.
bit too
Well,
into the
no, I
weeds at
think,
this point.
Okay, I just remind us that we have
Yeah.
a motion on the table.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
thank you just
Yeah.
asked
Mr.
me,
Carroll is
so-
usually
Yeah, no, but
parliamentarian.
Yeah.
this is the one question I think we do need to resolve today, because I would hate, this is a public meeting, and I would hate to leave this meeting with this cloud hanging over somebody if it was not.
Well, I think you made it clear that there was one employee and
Yeah.
the other person is
One
leaving, not.
discharged and the other employee voluntarily left because of personal reasons to go
Yeah.
to South Carolina.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perhaps they didn't do everything.
And we don't even need that, I mean, that's,
Yeah.
they would say
Yeah,
that
but
there
the- yeah.
was one.
Yeah.
So I amend my comments earlier, when I referenced 2 employees.
Okay.
I'd like to have the record show 1 employee.
Or to Bill's point, we'll just say discussion ensued.
Yes, yeah.
So, I, this,
All right. Well, one
it did,
employee.
didn't it? All those in favor of John's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, and we passed, and so be getting a letter from us asking to give us some more information in
Sure.
writing. So thank you for coming in, and you'll be getting that shortly. So at this,
Excuse me.
yeah.
Now that the motion is passed,
Yeah.
John, are you clear on are they clear on what you're gonna be asking for?
No, the chair will
Right.
send them a letter enumerating the kind of information that will
Well,
be.
We took a vote that we determined that the school lacks financial capacity to meet its stated objectives. So they're gonna wanna show us that they have financial capacity. And so, as in the last time, we didn't tell them exactly what to send us, but asking them, and that's it.
I think it would be helpful for me to let the board know that the attorney for the school has been in contact with my office, and I was planning to call that person and fill him in on the conversation just from my end in the spirit of good partnership. So that'll probably go a long way to letting them know what
Yeah.
would be good to send you all.
Yeah.
Is it that they lack? We had this conversation last time.
Yep, that they
or
lack
that they may
financial
lack?
capacity, that the school lacks
Yeah,
financial
right.
capacity to meet its stated objectives. And we're notifying our reasons.
I know we had a long
Just-
discussion last time,
Yeah.
whatever it was.
Just to be very clear, and Oliver has made this point, that when the board understands the term financial capacity, which is in the statute, to mean not just that we don't have enough money. It means that we know we have the capacity, the capability in our organization
Yep.
to raise, spend, supervise, oversee, everything about money we're good
Sure.
at.
Yeah.
And the point here, of course, was that
Governance.
you, as you say, you missed the mark
Yeah,
for
I mean,
a
it's-
while. And so the question will get to be not only just the mea culpa, but what are we putting in place
To make that
that's
different.
gonna make that go away?
Sure. And I think that, the quick of it is for myself being the treasurer, working with Michael, having 2 people on the,
And I would say,
on the,
we
that's
need
what
to
we'll put in.
reserve that
Yep.
for what you're gonna send us.
Of course, yeah.
Yes, so we
Yep,
don't need
I
to have that
understand.
right now. So at this
Sure.
point, thank you for coming in.
Yeah, Sure. thanks so much.
And so we'll be in touch. That was the last for today. Anything else before we adjourn for the good of the group?
Items for next agenda.
So items for next agenda. So we have
NASB,
NASB.
we'll receive their
Will
materials.
NASB be at the next meeting?
Right, so, hey, NASB might be at the next meeting, you never know. So we have NASB, we have the Inspire. Then, let's see,
I have on the cost effectiveness / ROI. Was that something that people wanted to talk about next meeting? I know that came up.
Is that evolved? Will that have been evolved by then, Dan?
Yeah.
The deeper thinking on the ROI?
I think that's just upcoming.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think, aren't we just gonna leave that to the secretary to decide? I mean, that's kind of in the.
Oh, yeah, it's not,
We'll share
It's
our
yeah.
not coming
I think that was
out
just,
for a while.
I just wrote down
I
what
think
some
you heard
people
the
were writing.
feedback.
Yeah.
We have many stakeholders.
Yes.
You're one of our most important.
So right now, I don't see, I think the most would be our upcoming board retreat. Also, we need to have a sort of game plan into that. And then anything else people would like on the agenda. And do we want to spend more time with pre-K at our next meeting?
I was gonna suggest,
Oh, the data team.
The data team, however, I'm not gonna be at your next meeting.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we do that as part of the retreat.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of August, we do,
The Compass School site visit will have happened, but I doubt that the team will have a report ready.
So
at that time.
possibly, I mean, so I should put it tentatively right now, just to,
Tentative.
okay.
We could clear the air on,
Where's the next meeting? Here?
was it,
No.
what's the one we've got the committee going on?
Compass.
Okay. I think if we could clear the air before school starts, that would be good.
Be nice.
Well, that's what the site visit would be August 13th. So we'll see. I mean, the site visit, it may be clear or unclear, so there might be a report ready.
I'd be interested in the timing of the whole thing. We had a whole discussion about small colleges a while ago, and we just kind of left it hanging. And since
Well, that-
school will be starting, I don't know if there's anything to talk about there.
Yeah,
It would just be like
we're in the
spin
process of organizing some sort of event or summit. On that. That's kind of where you left it. That was more on higher ed in general.
Yeah.
And in the time since we had that conversation, the state colleges has issued, I think, a very thoughtful first pass report about concerns that the state should have about the viability of the state college system. I recommend reading that. I'll send a link to everybody.
So does it make sense to talk about it again, or no? I mean, I'm just thinking the timing, because kids going back to college.
Review their.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
review
just,
their report.
they raise a number of good questions. They don't answer all the questions. They've begun, they're putting together a team to look at long-term prospects for the state colleges system, about which there are many, many serious concerns.
All right. The other thing, too, that I asked is if people could start, if there are things that you don't want to continue to do. If you look back at the agendas, if you could send those to me, that could be part of that conversation of reviewing. Yeah, and just reviewing Act 98 and what would maybe fit in. Act 98 is what gave the state, separated the state board, and looking at what we're directed to do, and are there things that we want to stop doing?
Yeah, we need to figure that out before the start of this session.
Right. John?
Oh, because the next meeting's in August, I'd also be interested in talking about school safety again.
Okay.
I don't know, I'm just thinking of timely items, but we've talked about that a couple times.
We were gonna, I think Emily was going to send us, prior to the next meeting, this is in the subject of what not to do.
Check your email.
I was say it's already there.
Oh, that woman is something else.
Yep.
Isn't she? And apropos of that, though, you were out of the room at the moment. You and Bill had worked on some issues. Could we revive that?
We could, but it's sort of, if you recall, we brought it up, so we put together a draft of an update to the rules that govern the board's operation.
Right.
And that spurred the whole discussion around the roles and responsibilities of the state board versus the AOE. So we, as a board, we sort of shelved that conversation because if you recall, when you start going into the rules, there's a lot of commingling of of things in there. So it brought up the
Yeah.
you know, this larger question that we need to get through, which is the fact that there's a lot of artifacts in statute
Right.
that need to be cleaned up.
Exactly.
So I think that was the difference between what's in law and what's in our rules. And so it was starting
Exactly.
looking at our rules and then opening that up opened a whole can of worms for the
Exactly.
agency because
Yeah,
the agency uses our rules.
We're happy to put some technical power behind this to help you do that, but my observation was like, you know, you need to tell us kind of the vision for what it, you know.
Exactly.
If you were to say to me,
Yep.
our rulemaking would be confined to those on policies and the agency would create its own rules on operating school districts, we could then take that and operationalize that in a draft.
Yeah.
So we can do that
You
with
know, whatever-
98 and what we
If you
should
give us
be
that
doing
big
in
picture, we'll put
Yeah.
some
What I'm
whatever
saying
you wanna do.
Is this exercise of figuring out what we should be doing versus the AOE, what we wanna stop doing, we should go through that process first.
telling the legislature really in deciding as a
Yeah.
board what are things we want to stop doing.
Exactly,
Mhm.
and clarifying that, we do that first and then go through.
The rest is
rulemaking.
then,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you know, very practical
So
exercise.
Suggest maybe later agenda, wait till we have the retreat.
Well, let's get started at the next meeting.
Sicilian pizza.
Try to figure out
Somebody's
how to order my
anxious to get their pizza.
I got a lot of people wanting pizza at home.
I
So
have
I'm
a,
like,
I have a food truck coming to my house tonight, so that's
At your house.
so.
If I leave now, I'll be there at 6:09, by the
yeah.
way.
You can get directions. So we have that to add on to the agenda. Anything else?
I don't think it's in addition to this, I just am trying to think about timeline. If our retreat is in September and we're looking at our strategic vision work to happen primarily in that time, right?
So setting up, what are we going to do for that next year? So
Yeah.
thinking about if we're going to do an equity summit.
Does that mean a new strategic plan to design
No.
or update?
Um,
Isn't our
There is
strategic
no-
plan up this year?
our